Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about our latest development on our political front. Well, the long wait is still on. The presidential election results are yet to be declared. There has been a pull and push, claims and counter claims. Well, what is coming out clearly is that there have been an election cheating scheme that has been botched in order for us to get credible elections. Now everything has reverted to manual counter-checking of all the Form 34As, Form 34Bs to create Form 34C so that we can have our president declared and of course, sworn in. Then we have a new government in place. Well, I don't know how you are receiving all this. Wherever you are, I welcome you into the show. Even as we start out, let everybody come on board. Invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. This is another moment again where we touch base in order for us to be on the cutting edge as far as understanding our politics is concerned. God bless you wherever you are. Welcome everybody. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I want to have everybody on board wherever you are around the world. We really appreciate everybody for their continued support and your continued followership of Mtembei TV. Let us make it happen tonight, even as we start out. Abdu Chokosh, karibu kwa show. Kuna Robert Opilu, karibu kwa show. Titus Mutia, you're welcome to the show. Dan Wambu, you are welcome. Kuna nani Sultan Chris Inanga, Patel Seboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Janti Onzonko. My God, thank you so much. Ana Kanini, karibu kwa show. Kuna Bashir Muhsin, karibu sana. Kuna Kikita Ndube, Bradford Absalom, karibu kwa show. Benjamin Buddha, you're welcome. Kuna Odi wa Muranga, karibu kwa show. Kuna Siu nani huyu Josienda, kuna Salome Mbone, asante sana. Kuna Kipchumba Gideon, karibu kwa show. Fatuma Nasimiyu, Kelvin Kelin, alafu nani huyu, kuna Niko Munyongo hiyo sijui inamaanisha nini, lakini karibu kwa show. Ouma Magak, sorry, to be, karibu kwa show. Jackson Olenge, nani huyu mwingine, asante sana. Kuna Jose Caleb Kalama, kuna Eva Wangila, na kuna Niko huyo Nishamsabai. Okay, kuna Reverend, did I get it right? Okay, just one moment. We'll soon be here. I don't want to jump anybody. Sitaki kulaumiwa. Na mmekuja kwa fujo. Nani huyu? Kuna Professor Bill, kuna Omondo Ochuodho, kuna Daudi M, kuna Melanie Nyaboke, kuna Douglas. Okay, thank you everybody. Karibuni sana kila mmoja. Nashukuru tunapojumuika nasi katika show ya leo, tunapoangazia masuala tofauti yanayohusu siasa zetu. Tunatarajia majibu ya urais katika uchaguzi tuliofanya. Kuwa na masuala mengi. Vijana wa Matiang'i wamefanya kazi poa, na tunawashukuru kwa kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa na uchaguzi ambao hauna udanganyifu wa aina yeyote. Thank you everybody. We really want to appreciate everyone. Emmanuel Kioko, Felix Okemwa, Daniel Wafula, Eric Ogutu, nani huyu Tekla, kuna Paul Nyam, kuna Merix Akumu, kuna Justin Osoro, kuna Lindsay Ambuza, Amtusa. Dorothy Bryant. Of course, kuna Nabii Mato Makadets. Alafu John Ogila. Alafu kuna Novestas Limo. Thank you, everyone. We appreciate you as we start out our discussion. Naomba tu tuanze na nani? Wacha tuanze na mzee wetu Wangira, alafu turudi kwa Nelvin. Nelvin, umeficha sura leo. Aya, Wangira, vipi leo?
Bernard, I'm very upbeat, Bernard.
Glad to see you that way. Karibu, karibu.
Bernard, you remember that story of Jesus Christ when he resurrected, and there was this gentleman called, was he called Thomas? He was called Thomas. And you know, he wanted to see the marks on Jesus' hands so that he could really confirm whether Jesus is really resurrected. Bernard, I've gone through a similar situation the entire of today. Even after reassuring our people in Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya, that we have taken this thing, Bernard, the number of inboxes, the number of WhatsApp messages, the number of calls that I've received today, you know, there have been so many that, you know, I've even refused picking some because I found them to be a nuisance. Because people are telling me that, you know, I'm going to the toilet like 10 times in an hour. No, I've told you and I've reassured you that Baba has won. If I've reassured you that Baba has won, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to show you the marks so that you can now prove? You know, the Bible talks of people of little faith, Bernard. Do you preach about the people of little faith, Bernard? We seem to have people of little faith in the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya, you know, where, you know, Jesus Christ is...
You have more Thomases than John.
Yes. You remember in the Bible we are told that, you know, they'll place their hands on you and you'll get healed, Bernard. And we are having a scenario where you have placed a hand on top of somebody and you have told him he's healed, but he's still doubting that he's healed or not, Bernard. So we are in a similar situation in Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya, Bernard. But I'm upbeat, you know, that, you know, possibly tomorrow or Sunday, Raila Amolo Odinga will be declared president-elect of the Republic of Kenya. That one I'm definite about, Bernard. There's no doubt about it. We have looked at every information that we have on table, and we know that he's going to become the president-elect of the Republic of Kenya. You know, sina mengi ya kusema. Let me just leave it at that. Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Wangira, tunashukuru kwa ujumbe huo. Nelvin, karibu.
Yes, Bernard, habari yenu? Mimi niko mzima. Kuna kitu kimoja Bernard nimeangalia. Wale watu wamejaribu juu na chini kuiba kura za baba lakini wameshindwa. Unajua Mount Kenya yote wameweza kuiba kura lakini Kenya mzima wameshindwa. Kuna kitu kimoja nakubaliana na mzee Wangira akisema ya kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga si kesho anatangazwa Jumapili. Intelligence imeshatoa ripoti yetu si haitumbi. Kuna mtu nimeongea naye mahali yako kwa ranki ya juu mahali, ameniambia kura kufikia Sunday baba atatangazwa kuwa mshindi. Na ni kweli kwamba watu wale walikuwa wanajaribu kuhack mitambo ya uchaguzi lakini wameshindwa. Na mpaka saa hizi kuna zile nini zenye wanajaribu kuingisha kwa Bomas. Hata ukiangalia kwa television kuna zile forms zenye wanajaribu kufix kwa ni, lakini ile kitu yenye watu wako macho sana. Wale wabunge ambao tumechagua kama kina TJ Kajwang wako macho, hawataki hiyo upuzi tena katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kitu ingine Bernard, ukiangalia baba alikuwa ameshinda kwa kura mingi sana, lakini mlima wamejaribu kuiba mlima, lakini wajetuibia sisi. Wamejaribu kufix zile ndio waonekane watu walitoka mlima kwa wingi, lakini mlima watu wakutokea. Bernard, ukiangalia, unajua kuna kitu kimoja, huwezi pata uongozi 100%. Ukiangalia watu vitu wenye wamefanya mpaka Rift Valley, vile wanataka kutuonesha Rift Valley amepata 100%. Mtihani gani umeipata 100%? Labda ukuwe wazimu. Wazimu ndiye anaweza pata mtihani yake 100%. Juu kwa sababu anashinda nje usiku mzima, mchana mzima nini. Juu wazimu kitu yote ikipita, hata inzi anajua imepita. Lakini wezi niambia umewekewa hapa mtihani Bernard, umeshinda 100% na uko sure umeshinda. You can't. So Bernard, Kenya ningependa kuambia wananchi muwe watulivu. Mimi ndio nilikuwa na stress kushinda nyinyi wote. Lakini vile nimepiga simu mahali nikaambiwa simu, wacha kuwa na wasiwasi. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga anatangazwa Jumapili Raila Amolo Odinga atatangazwa kuwa president. Na hiyo ni kitu yenye imefanya hata reshuffle zimefanywa mingi sana. Kwa hiyo nini ya huko juu kwa zile rank za juu za ofisi ya president imefanywa reshuffle mingi sana leo hii. Kwa hivyo watu, hata ukitaka kujua watu wa UDA hawana copy yoyote nani anatangazwa kuwa president. Hawana. Watu wa UDA hawana kitu chochote. Juu kama wangekuwa na nini yoyote na ile upuzi yenye ulikuwa unaona wakifanya, wangekuwa wameshaanza kushangilia kila mahali. Lakini ile kitu yenye ningependa kuambia wananchi, muwe vigilant, lakini msitoke kudemonstrate. Muwe vigilant hata kama mko kwa nyumba, mfuatilie, muangalie vile mambo inaendelea. Haya, wabunge ndio hao tumechagua wazuri, wanasimamia mambo yetu huko. Lakini kile kitu yenye ningependa kuwaonya, usipige mwenzako juu ya siasa. Baba atatangazwa, hata mtu akikuongelesha vibaya wachana yeye, anaweza kuwa anakutafutia mambo yake. Lakini Raila Amolo Odinga by Sunday anatangazwa kuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya wa 5. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa Bernard.
Thank you Nelvin, nashukuru kwa hayo, nashukuru kila mmoja, asante sana. Mambo ni hayo, tuende tupige kura ziamue nani akuwe rais. Hii story ya watu kuja hapa katikati kwanza kutuchanganyia kitu ambacho sisi tulitoka asubuhi na mapema, kapigwa na baridi, kapiga foleni, tukapiga kura, tukachagua rais. Unataka kutubadilishia? Hao watu wote naweka kwa mkono ya Mungu. Mungu awashughulikie kwa njia isiyokuwa ya kawaida. Lakini nashukuru, naomba tu tumakinike wakati tunapoanza kipindi chetu. Naomba tukaribishane, hakikisha kwamba tunaona hiyo namba ikisonga juu ya wale ambao wanajiunga nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Tunaangazia hiyo scheme ya kucheat, kuhack system. Yaani urais ni nini mpaka inafanya mtu anavunja sheria zote ili akuwe rais kwa uongo? That is I mean wickedness of the highest order. But all in all, tunasonga mbele. Bwana Omar, vipi?
Bernard, juzi nimekuwa hospitali, nilikuwa nikiwekwa maji. Hospitali nimelala, kichwa ilikuwa inaniuma, nikienda kwa bafu, hii maji nikioga maji ya baridi naona hainisaidii. Nikienda kukula chakula iteremuki juzi. Hao watu wanataka kutupatia hata takbena.
Punguza stress. Hii kitu tulichukua kitambo. Tulichukua na 2018 with handshake.
Najua Bernard, kwa sababu nimeona dalili leo kuhusu kinywa vile anazungumza dalili. Na nimeona nafurahi Bernard, ile stronghold imebaki sasa ni ya baba. Hisabu bado hazijatoka. BBC inasema imebaki milioni 3. Sasa najua stronghold ni yake, nafikiri kuna information. Najua hiyo stronghold ni yake sasa. Zikianza kumiminwa Bernard, watu watakimbia. Hata mimi nikiona Bernard anafurahi, najua Bernard anajua kitu ile inakuja. At least sasa hii nina raha. Unajua mara kwanza nilikuwa mgonjwa Bernard. Nikashindwa nini inaendelea. Lakini Bernard, nyinyi ndio mkoko wa intelligence, ndio mtatueleza kuanzia leo Friday na kesho Saturday. Sunday nitaingia bado nikutafute nikuambie mambo iko aje. Unajua hizo hisabu kwa media nini wamezitoa, wamesema watu wasijue. Sasa nyinyi unajua nyinyi watu wa media huko ndani huko Bomas ndio mnaruhusiwa kuingia, ndio mnajua ni nini inaendelea. Sasa mtatufahamisha, lakini naomba mambo itakuwa vizuri. Na mimi najua Uhuru Kenyatta aweza kaachia wakora hii nchi vile alisema. Hiyo tu kwa leo.
Asante Bwana Omar, nashukuru sana na kazi tumefanya vizuri. Nimekuwa Bomas, nimekuwa KICC, kila kitu iko sawa. Kila mtu atulie, mambo iko vile tulipanga, vile Mungu ametusaidia. Wale ambao wanataka kubadilisha, na nimeona wachungaji wenzangu kwa Facebook wengine wanaendeleza maombi ya ujinga. Yaani wewe unaombea mwizi aende kuiba asucceed katika wizi, alafu bado unajiita mchungaji. Nitafanya kipindi chenu baadaye, lakini tuache uovu. Tuache kupenda uovu na tuache kushiriki kusupport uovu. Kura zishapigwa, wewe unaombea mwizi aende kusucceed kwa kuiba, ila kuletea sadaka ama kufanyia nini? We must recover this country from the hands of these people. They claim state capture. Kumbe hao ndio state capture. They want to capture everything. Capture IBC, capture presiding officers. Kuna ma returning officer wakifika hivi Bomas, wanatupa hizo makaratasi wanahepa. Kwa sababu kumechemka. Kama ulibadilisha figures ukiwa njiani, ukifika tu hivi vijana wa blue Maria Kamiti, hatutaki mchezo. Election ya wizi ilisha 2017. Yule mtu anataka kuileta 2022, ole wako. Thank you everybody, let's make progress. My Reverend Seth, how are you?
Man of God, I am fine. Just listening to what's going on, though ilinichanganya kidogo, lakini vile nasikia hiyo sauti yako inaleta matumaini. Mimi my concern again ni kuhusu Bwana Ruto. Huyu Bwana Ruto ametoa machozi kwa ajili ya presidency, anaendelea kuhack. This person is dangerous even for the future leadership. Huyu mtu ni hatari, ndio maana grupu yake ina wauaji, Aisha Jumwa na yule Baloya yule. That's a sign that this guy is dangerous for democracy and also he is a face of corruption. Lakini mimi sina mengi ya kusema kweli. Mimi vile nimesikia sauti yako ukasema ya kwamba ulikuwa huko KICC, at least saizi mimi niko na tumaini, na ngoja Jumapili, kuna mtu amesema Jumapili, mimi na ngoja nisikie tutakuwa vipi. I hope sitaumia sana vile nimeumia siku hizi mbili kuangalia mambo ya Itumbi na mambo mengine. Otherwise barikiweni sana.
Pole mtu wa Mungu, pole mtu wa Mungu. Mambo iko sawa, usijali. Mambo iko sawa. Kuna mtu anasema hapa anaangalia usiangalia account ya William Ruto, usiangalie account ya Itumbi na mabloggers wote. Wako na agenda yao ni kusukuma a narrative that William Ruto is very popular. William Ruto has been popularly elected, so that they can cause havoc or go to court. The numbers, we have them. The truth is, some of those William Ruto votes were just exaggerated. William Ruto is not a match for Raila Odinga in any election. Ikwe ya cattle dip, ikwe ya presidents, ama ikwe what. There is no way William Ruto can compete with Raila Odinga in the same race, and he comes that close. So the cheaters were out to cheat Kenyans and want to make Kenyans believe that they are something when they are not. The final rally in Kasarani and Nyayo Stadium was the determinant factor of who is the heavyweight in Nairobi and who is the featherweight in Nairobi. Uliletewa half screen. Alafu itakujaje? After that, mtu akona 500 sijui what thousand from where.
But
So,
now,
Uongo,
can you update me about governorship of Nairobi, please? What's going on?
hold on, that one is under control. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Everything is under control. There will be no the cheating scheme has been thwarted, and anybody coming with a fake form is risking his career, risking his life, 20 years imprisonment. That is all. So kama wewe ni presiding officer na umepigiwa simu ama umetumiwa ka M-Pesa ubadilishe figures, I warn you, huko unaelekea Bomas, si kwa boma lako. Inaitwa Bomas lakini si kwa boma lako. Jihadhari mapema. Jihadhari mapema. If you are genuinely an IBC officer and you did your work well, go to Bomas. But if you mixed up some figures and you want to go to cheat Kenyans, please don't arrive. Don't arrive because you are being waited for. Na utachukuliwa juu kwa juu. This time is no business as usual. Thank you. Huyu Nele anaitwa nani huyu? She has a very serious problem. Wacha nione kama na I can cure the problem. Here we go. Okay. Thank you. Haya, tumsikilize nani? Steven vipi?
Poa sana. Jambo Bernard.
Si jambo, namna gani huko?
Nashukuru. Wangira na wengine nyote katika studio, habari ya leo? Okay, mimi ni kusema tu niko na furaha na matokeo ya Kilifi County kwa sababu imedhihirika wazi kuwa ni nani mwenye namba zi Kenya. By the way Bernard, the map is there for everybody to see. How comes the little patches of yellow can overshadow the whole country with blue? Surely hata kama ni ukora, kwani Ruto anafikiria watu ni wapuzi kiasi gani? The turnout in Mount Kenya was less than 50%. It's there in the whole country. The turnout in Mount Kenya was the lowest. How comes? Kwani wanafikiria watu ni wajinga kiasi gani? Hizi kura zote ametoa wapi? Bernard, wacha mimi nikwambie, I wish we had some dictator, an authoritative leader. Watu wenye wana fake hizi documents, they want to bring us problem. Akifika Bomas kama amefake kitu, anawekwa risasi ya kichwa, tunamaliza. Tunapeleka city mortuary, tunamaliza hiyo story huko. Why should few people,
Wewe Steven, enda polepole wewe.
No Bernard. Why should few people manipulate? Hapana Bernard. Watu kidogo kwa nini walete shida katika hii nchi? Hebu let me tell you one thing Bernard. Angalia Seth, angalia Wangira. Look at these old people, mature people. Look at how they are feeling inside them. Can you compare with this hii watu wa bangi wenye wanasikia huko nje? Mtu kama Wangira, mtu kama Seth, they are my elder. These are people who have done everything in life. Kwa nini unafikiri they want the best for this country? They know where the leadership is. No. So it's very bad and it's very sad to see some few people being used to change the will of the rest of the country. Hao watu mimi ningetaka hata kama watashikwa, if we go the way the law wants, wasipewe bail, wawekwe huko, wakae huko, let it be detentionship, wakae huko wasahaulike kabisa until the next election, ndo tukumbuke mambo yao. It should not be like this. And again, Bernard, I don't know why the government is giving leeway to these people. Why is Itumbi being allowed to propagate a lot of nonsense, saying David Chichira has been arrested? What are they trying to achieve? Are they trying to hit up emotions? Are they trying to cause violence? If you see what they're doing, Millicent Omanga is posting her figures. Kipchumba Murkomen is bringing figures, different figures. Kwani hawa watu hata hawawezi kucentralize hiyo ujinga yao pia? Si hata ujinga unaweza kucentralize, you can stand with a common figure. Kila mtu akona story zake. Itumbi is coming to tell us that the from 34 A's, 34 A's at 46,233. Na tunajua ni 46,229. Why did he delete that image? Baada ya kuwa amekuwa exposed. Hii michezo Bernard, we should not entertain this. We have only one country. Some of us don't have resources to go and stay in any other country. Hata kwenda Tanzania ni shida. Wengine watapanda mahelikopta zao na wakimbie. We are in this country. This is our country. This is our home. So let's not take this thing lightly. Those people who are trying to change the will of the many people, they should be taken they should be handled. They should be dealt with. Hii kitu Bernard inasinya na inakasirisha. Finally, I think hakuna siku mwangaza na giza itakaa mahali pamoja. This is the hour of reckoning, and it's there for everybody to see. You know, I said yesterday here, if Raila was worried, ungekuwa umeona ameongea ma press conference mingi akitoka jasho kitambara huku na huku, but mzee ametulia. Those things are being handled, they're being handled. That's the goodness of being in government. When you try to do something, NIS has the information, wanakata hiyo maneno. One more thing, let me ask, maybe somebody has information. Why is it that the results now are coming out slowly? IBC is coming out slowly with the results. Why is it now that UDA wing in Bomas, they're trying to bring commotions? Can you ask yourself those questions? Simple. They wanted to change those forms. They wanted to manipulate those forms in Bomas. Hata hawana haya. Wameshindwa huko kwingine, wanataka paka kumanipulate hapo. Hizo malaptop kinasholewa walikuwa wameingia nazo hapo. Ni vitu gani wanataka kutuletea? Let them accept. Wakubali hii election imeenda. Peace to reign in this country. We move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And it's not a matter of accepting. They have the result. They should agree with the result that they received, not the result they are creating. Wewe ukienda Pumwani, uko na mimba, okay? Imefika time ya kuzaliwa. Wewe ukazaa mtoto. Unapewa mtoto wako, unakasema huyo sio wangu. Kivipi? Kama ulipata kura zako 10, shukuru Mungu kwa 10 hizo. Panga next election vile utasifikisha zikuwe 20. Lakini wewe umepata 10, unataka 10 zikuwe 100. Alafu unaharibu career ya ufanyikazi wa IBC. Unawatumia M-Pesa, unawalazimisha wabadilishe 10 ikuwe 1000. Alafu bado unataka kukalia kiti ambacho is sacred. Kusimamia maisha ya watu, it's a calling. It is a sacred responsibility. You can't cheat your way there. The cheating must stop. And it's stopping with this particular election. And anybody who cheated their way, hata wale ma MPs, all those cheated MPs, they were rigged in. We are going to court. Martha Karua leading the way. Hiyo vitu either zinaenda kurudiwa ama the winner is going to be declared the winner. Not the loser being declared the winner at the expense of people's, investment. And we need leaders, not politicians, not vigeges. People who want to come out, go to parliament to sing choruses. Ukitaka kuimba chorus, join choir. Sio kwenda parliament huko unaenda kuimba nini. Sisi tunahitaji watu ambao wataongoza nchi songe mbele. We can't mark time for 60 years. And you still want to divert the will of the people by twisting the truth. You want to make the truth a lie. And a lie the truth. That is not going to work. Well, nani huyo? Naomba tumsikilize Blessed, ndio turudi kwa Hillary. Blessed vipi? Unaficha sura? Karibu.
Niko poa, sijui kama mnanipata.
Unapatikana, karibu.
Nashukuru kwa nafasi. Nawasalimia nyinyi nyote. Mimi ile kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema ni watu waache matusi. Kuna watu nimeona wanatukanana vibaya sana hapo. Mwenye atatangazwa ataleta chakula kwa meza yako. Mwenye atatangazwa atalipia watoto school fees. Kwa hivyo tudumishe amani, tungoje uamuzi, alafu ndio tujue vile kutaenda. Kwa hivyo tuombe nchi yetu amani, umoja na upendo. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you very much for that call. We will adhere to that. And the call is there in terms of everybody understanding that there is a reason why we have IEBC. There is a reason why everybody votes by themselves individually. There is a reason why somebody has to physically get to the polling station to vote. Hizo vitu hazikuwekwa tu kwa sababu kuna holiday ambayo Wakenya wataenda kupanga foleni. Hiyo system inapaswa kuachwa ifanye kazi. Wale watu wanataka kuinterfere na hiyo process ili sisi tuwe tukipanga laini, tunapigwa baridi, tunatik makaratasi, alafu mtu anakuja yeye anataka kubadilisha hiyo yote ili kwa sababu haijamfit afanye vile anataka. That is not going to be accepted again. It may have worked in the past, but it is not working from now forward. Ukweli wa mambo ujulikane. Na wewe ukikubali kutumiwa vibaya, basi utabeba mzigo wako peke yako. Wewe na familia yako ndio mtakuwa mnateseka wapi? Kamiti. Huyo mbunge alikupigia simu akakutumia M-Pesa, utamuona. Hata kutumia lawyer, okay? Saa hii mbunge yote akichukuliwa tu hapa, maloya watajitolea, kina Orengo watakuwa mbele. Lakini wewe wakati unaweka kwa Maria, si unaona unaenda peke yako? Hakuna lawyer anakufuata na wakumbuki jina lako. Kwa nini? Tafadhali, kama wewe ni mfanyikazi wa IEBC, uko na form 34S unarudisha, hakikisha ziko sawa kama vile zilivyopigwa rubber stamp. Ukibadilisha hizo figures na ufike Bomas, I warn you, I was there. Go and arrive at your own risk. Hillary, namna gani? Karibu.
Yes, Bernard.
Yes.
Habari ya leo.
Tuko poa.
Habari ya leo. Naona watu wa
vipi huko?
Niko fiti. Mimi nimerelax. Baba ametulia, mimi tumerelax. Sasa sijui kwa nini watu wako na pressure. Pressure mtulize. Mambo iko sawa. Mambo iko fiti. Sijui kwa nini watu wanajipatia pressure hapa mingi. Vitu ziko poa, sisi tumerelax, tunaangalia tu, tunangoja. Tunaangalia tu mjadala za mapandits wakiongea. Watu niliwaambia muachane na kuangalia vitu za watu hawa mabloga wamelipwa. Unaona vile wanapeana figures. Unaona hata Kipchumba leo pia amekuwa exposed. Wako tuna upuzi mob, waachane na hao watu. Wanasema ati wako na numbers, ati wako na MPs wengi, wako na senator wengi. Ukicalculate, mimi nimekaa chini calculate. Those guys wako na 119 in total, si tuko sasa hizi 133. That was in the morning. I think bado wameongezeka. Governor data nimeona Arati ameannouncewa baadaye hapa. Sasa the numbers are going up. I think sasa tuko 28 ama ni ngapi. So the numbers can tell you where the power is. Hiyo nini wanafikiria ati wako nayo, wamepaint yellow huko Rift Valley nini. Numbers ziko. Sisi tuko na 133 MPs. Wako na 190, I think ndio wako 119. Tuko na governors, I think sijui 20, tuko 20 something, sijui tunaelekea ngapi. Wao bado wako sijui wapi huko. And people are not seeing that. Unajua watu wanaona, unajua coalition yetu ilikuwa ni Azimio for presidency, lakini now these other affiliate parties walikuwa wanaenda na their members. Do the calculation, those guys don't have numbers. Hata huyo Ruto wao akiingia tunaweza muimpeach the next day, na atolewa hapo mbio sana atoke, but hakuna ataingilia wapi. As we've said, Bomas ni kumoto. huko ni mnaona msikii, unajua watu waoni nini, mnaona tu fracas kwa TV kidogo, but behind the scenes hapo nje kando nakwambia Kinoti ya cheki na hao watu Kinoti acheki, Kinoti unasikia Kinoti malipoto, unamuona Kinoti yako tu mali na watu wake wamemulikwa hivi all corners. Starehe unakumbuka walikuwa 13 arrows walikuwa wamehongwa, wamekataa kupeana hiyo returning hiyo form ya 35A ya Amos na ya nini ya Starehe constituency. Umeona kwanza tu yani waliambiwa tuache tu wako expose, hata ni askari walikuwa tu kando huko plain clothes, na wakaji expose wenyewe tu na ikapatikana na Amos amepatiwa nini yake. So watu wako macho. So hiyo ilikuwa tu ni kidogo tu, kuna mingi chini ya maji, ziko mingi hawa watu wanajaribu kuleta mchezo na wanajidanganya, wanatangaza kwa mtandao vile wako na numbers, oh they have so many MPs nini. As somebody said here, the turnout in Mount Kenya haikuwa over 60, ilikuwa less than 60%. So there's no way. Kuna mahali hapo in Ruiru asubuhi by 12 watu walikuwa wamevote sijui watu 36. Saizi kwa mtandao kwa mtandao, kwa nini hao wanaongeza sijui wako watu walivote 5,000 people and something, cooking numbers that are not there. But moto yao ni huko ni kunaitwaje Bomas, kuanzia pale kwa gate mtu anakuja na kumbe bena umesikia hii yenye jamaa Anaro alikuja akasikia hadi kumoto na alikuwa amekuka, katupa hizo vitu hapo akapokea. Wanatupa vitu hapo na anaacha, anaona ni kunoma, anachukua mguni ponye. So hii vitu ziko sawa. That's why unaona baba ametulia, amerelax, hana pressure yetu, ni kurelax, anatulia. Kesho I think anakutana na ama presidents hao wenye former president walikuwa ma observers, atulie, aongee nao, atulie. Yeye ana pressure, yeye ni kungoja tu vile ile siku ataambiwa. Na tuliwaonjesha jana, mliona celebration vile itakuwa KICC. Kwa mlionjeshwa kidogo hapo City Hall. Sijui kama mmeona, ilikuwa jana usiku kiasi, imetulia ikamalizwa. So sisi tuko tu, mwache kuwa na pressure, mtulie. I think keep jana alinifurahisha, alikuwa na how to manage your kulikuwa na that nilikuwa na watch leo mchana na Alex, that was a good thing. Manage expectation. It's good for guys to manage how you deal with these things. But see, kwa sababu acha tungoje. Mumeona hata Kioni Jubilee wherever guys who have lost in the mountain. See how confident they were, what they've told people. It is so sad that Mount Kenya has been lured to the opposition. Sijui kama mmesikiza hizo statement. Ndio they did their best. Wali counter narrative ilikuwa imeletwa. At least baba alipata 20% from that. They countered that. The other way, they countered low voter turnout. Wali make sure kulikuwa na low voter turnout. But now, yes, watu wamepatikana huko ni wa yellow, UDA. But it's so sad for those guys. Naona wanaongea wao, they will work, watakuwa kazini, watakuwa kwa government, they will work in the government. Lakini wako na shida na elective people wao. So sad, ni wengi hivyo wamechaguliwa, lakini they will be operating from the opposition. So hiyo statement ilikuwa na tell a lot. So tutulie, tukae, tungoje tuone weekend how we are going to celebrate. Mimi tayari nimetengeneza suti yangu, niko ready waiting. Kungoja hiyo.
Sawa Hillary.
Yes.
Endelea kupaka marashi, puliza, mambo iko sawa sawa, tuendelee. Thank you very much Hilary, we appreciate that. Kwa hivyo kila mmoja atulie papo hapo, mambo iko sawa. Mwalimu Mbatha anasema Bernard, mimi nimeshindwa kukula na kulala. Ambia Chebukati atangaze baba Raila tafadhali. Amekusikia, lakini anza kukula. Anza kukula, unahitaji nguvu ya kuwa Kasarani, okay? Hiyo siku tutakuwa na everywhere. The swearing in ceremony will be conducted in the entire country at the same time. Itakuwa kama ile siku Yesu anarudi, ataonekana na kila mtu. So baba atakuwa on every screen everywhere, so you can attend the ceremony from wherever you are, both diaspora and at home. So hii itakuwa siku kubwa sana na tuendelee kuangazia, lakini tuachane na story ya propaganda, wale ambao wana generate figures zao na kwenda kudai ushindi ambao hawana. Ukitaka uongozi lazima usimame na ukweli. Mzee Jakindu Bey hapa amekutuambia uongo una expire. It has expiry date. You can't fool people, or you can't fool all the people all the time. A time comes when the fooling will not work. And so let the people accept and move on. The question I'm asking tonight is, who will accept and move on? That's a famous statement. Tumepewa kuanzia 2013, accept, move on. 2007, accept, move on. 2017, accept and move on. This time, somebody must accept and move on. Thank you very much. Sasa tumsikilize Black Leopard. The Black Leopard, nakuambia. Karibu, vipi?
Kwa salama baba. Kwa mpili amesema hapo, unajua hili hata kama unasema pressure duty chini, kuna kitu ya kwamba sijui uko wapi, uko pande gani, inatukini mali ulipo. Unaona? Unajua ukiwa pande pale, like yangu friend of mine mwenye tunafanya naye kazi, alikuwa na travel from Kisii to Nairobi jana. Kafika mahali banaitwa Bomeki. Na kuna kitu imefanyika. Ndio niambie watu tukubaliane, sisi ni wananchi wa Kenya, tukubaliane sisi tuko chini. Kwa sababu nasema hivi, yule ambaye tunangangania kuna siku atakuja hapa kukusaidia, lakini ile kawaida like unasema wewe ni fan wa Manchester na wewe ni fan wa Chelsea ama Arsenal, kitu kama hiyo iliniyo vijana kusikiza kama hivyo. Jamaa ananipigia zima kanembia hapa, tumefika kometi kakangu, tumepata line ya tiles imejomwa na moto imewaka. Kwa bahati nzuri CSU ndio walikuwa pale. Kama umesikia sijui kama umeipata hiyo pale sijui, ndio walisaidia, wakapenya tu wakapita. Unaona? Na ni dada zangu, kaka zangu, mababu na wengine, nawaambia hawa sisi wa chini ndio tunasaidiana. Mr. Bernard, hawa wa chini set ndio tunasaidiana. Unajua kitu ambao inaitwa wale, kuna siku huwa wanasalimiana, kama mmesikia kusalimiana huwa inakuja. Hapa chini tusaidiana kimawazo. Hata kama uko mlengo pale, ndugu yangu, usikuwa unaangalia pande ile unasema Black Leopard. Kama uko kwa ule mlengo utajua ujui. Unaona kitu kama hiyo, hiyo ni kitu mbaya. Namba ingine, asua hii presa yenye watu wako nayo ni hii. Unaona kila station inaleta matokeo tofauti. Hiyo lazima kuwe hata wewe unaelewa. Lazima ujue, hai, hii inatangaza hii inaleta hii inaleta hii. Hata ukiingia Mtembei TV inaleta TV yake, I'm sorry to say that, lakini inapiti. Mtembei TV inaleta kiake 24 yake hivyo hivyo. Unaona? Mpaka unashtuka, ai huyu naye. Unaona? Kwa hivyo tukue wavumilivu, mwenye atatangaza na tutakubali, na tukue wa Kenya. Kama saa hii by the way nimefungua kinyozi tangu sijui saa ngapi, nimenyoa mtu mmoja. Kwa sababu gani? Mtu anaogopa kukuja kuniolewa baba. Naona kitu kama hiyo haifurahishi, biashara haisongi. Mwingine ndio huyo amefungua hoteli kwenda kukunywa chai, ni huyo Black Leopard anaenda kukunywa chai because ya kijibaridi ya Nairobi. Unaona? Black Leopard wewe ndio umekuja wacha ukunywe chai mpaka anashindwa atakupatia atakupatia free ukunywe hiyo chai. Kwa hivyo mawazo mbaya na hiyo tu, just wale ambao mnaomba ombee nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kitu ya kwanza muombe nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na unajua mnaona I'm sorry to say, lakini ni ile nakwambia ukweli yenye hiko. Muombe nchi ya Kenya iko mahali babaya kwa leo hii. Kwa leo unajua yoyote ambaye atakaye tangazo na si ati kwa ubaya tunaogopa, na nawaambieni muombe nchi yetu ya Kenya. Hiyo ndio kitu ya kwanza. Kwa sababu gani? Kuna fununu fulani na sitaki kuitamka kwa wale ambao just already 3 tribes zimengwa na ni hivyo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Black Leopard, Nashkuru, and thank you for that, whatever, countering, whatever, giving us that report about the experience of your brother. Funny instances are bound to happen. We have people in this country who are still hell-bound to think that the country leadership belongs to a certain class of people, a certain community. And it's something that will get over, but it will take time for that to happen. But what I believe is that the security situation is not as it was in 2007. So the safety of the people can be guaranteed wherever they are. But if you feel unsafe now that the voting process is over and you feel you can be a target, it is good for you to move to safety, move to where you feel safe. It is important until this thing is behind us. But any person who wants to cause trouble in this country, you are just causing trouble for yourself. That one I warn you. Just the same way I'm warning the returning officers who are carrying fake forms to bombers. Usijaribu kufika. Unazubiriwa tena kwa gate. Kwa gate. Okay? So if you are for the truth, you walk before that gate without any problem. But kama umekuja kulimbikiza uongo, haikuwe na mahali unaenda na huo uongo, tafadhali usidanganywe. Na wale wanakuambia we kuja tu tutakusaidia kupita. Utapita ukiingia kwa trap, okay? Unaongozwa hivi polepole, alafu ukiingia hivi pop. So jihadhari tafadhali, simamia ukweli. Hii inji itasonga tu mbele wakati tunafanya yaliyo ya haki, sio ukora na kudanganya masses. It is evil. You lie to yourself, yes, lie to 1-2 people, but you want to lie to the entire country. No, that is not going to happen. So let's do what is right. And the other boys who want to go and mess up people's lives on the road and the other places, watch yourselves. Think about your families. Think about your future. Because when something happens to you while you are there, nobody's coming for you. So please understand that the government is in place and the security situation is intact. Fanya fujo uone. Thank you. Now, Mama Selina, uko job wewe? Oh, okay. I can see the swearing in gear. I tell you. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Karibu, karibu mami. Nakwambia iko ready. Hata Pato amefurahi sana. Sawa 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 sawa, wewe safiri salama, tunakusubiri. Karibu karibu. Pato, namna gani?
Salama sana boss.
Yes.
Mambo?
Tuko hapa. Leo ni tarehe
Sawa.
12.
Leo ni tarehe 12 tuna
mlisema Mtembei TV inaisha tarehe 9. Leo ni tarehe 12, tuko hapa.
And by the way, you will be there to stay. Because you carry other people off. But not me. Mtembei. Bernard.
Your hope is elsewhere. Your hope is elsewhere.
Yeah, my hope is elsewhere. So it is by the way, the only time nimependa the mood ya siasa is na result is the 2022. In fact,
Bernard, ningependa kukata huyo kidogo. Bernard, kuna huyu Mapema, wache kuweka watoto kwa media. Mwambie wache mambo ya watoto. Kuna mwenye anaweka mtoto hapa kando hapa, huyu wa mwisho. Mapema, mwambie atoe mtoto kwa platform.
MC, children are not allowed on the screen, please. Just sort them out and then you can come back later. Thank you. Thank you, Nelvin, for noticing that, please. Yes,
Bernard, I'm very happy this time round. Chebukati tumemwekea maneno mingi, is very reluctant, is very what, but at the end of the day is the person to watch, sababu he has captured our stress, amecapture our hunger, yani ametumanage sisi wote, paka wewe Bernard, sasa ujui mwenye amechukua surely, you know. Na and by the way, for your information, 2022 it will be a very peaceful one. It has, in fact, maneno ya kutangaza tumepita hiyo. Sasa tuna manage stress, tuna manage how we will manage our people who accept defeat, you know. The other day I was in village. There was my friend, which we were competing on supporting different candidates. In fact, alikubali tu dakika ya mwisho ambapo tulimshinda kwa polling station, ambapo akakubali. That's why tulikuwa tumesema hiyo village itakuwa kubwa kuliko hii maneno ya siasa. Na tuliishi pamoja, sasa tunaishi pamoja, tunasalimiana, tunatextiana, tunaulizana ya president. Tumesahau ile ya MCA na MP na governor. Sababu bet yake yote ilichomeka, yangu yote ikaingia ndani. Na I want to tell you people, niko kwa serikali ya William Ruto. Kama itakuwa opposition, that is our government. Kama itakuwa kwa serikali, that is our government. I want to tell my friends, the Mount Kenya people, they are the people who are very safe. William Ruto akichukua wako safe, Karua akichukua wako safe. In fact, watu wenye wako safe zaidi ni wale tuko nao blood, the Nilot people. You in this screen, you have to be happy. Sababu Raila Odinga,
I cannot be happy if I'm going to have a criminal as a president. Hata
no,
kama ni
you
Liverpool.
you will accept the same criminal is a Kenyan. You know, you will not even hautamtoa Kenya hiyo criminal unaongea unasema is a criminal.
Yeah, afadhali nimweke
I think Bernard, hata criminals wengine wenye wako prison, they are still our brothers.
Yeah,
tunaenda kuwaona wakiwa chela, tunawachukulia mkate.
Sinjachukulia Ruto mkate
pia tunakukaribisha utuchukulie mkate, lakini sisi ndio tutakusaidia na development, you know.
Development nipatie Kimorer bana. You cannot talk
development
like that.
gani?
No,
Vile
Bernard.
mnaleta development gani Rift Valley?
Okay, order, everybody. Thank you.
Bernard.
Keep mute
Bernard.
your mic. Nelvin, mute your mic. Pato, make your submission. Don't
Okay.
invite rebuts because
Bernard, I'm happy umeniprotect, because anytime I came to this platform I raise tempers kwa wanaume. Unajua, I'm there to raise you, at least mchangamuke. At least I know hata nikitoka kwa hii platform
Una raise temper na mimi na Nelvin. You don't know me and him bana. Relax.
Order, keep, please. Thank you. Pato,
I think tutaenda
nimekupatia
offline na wewe.
Nimekupatia time. Ngoja Pato, nimekupatia time. Okay? Utuambie ni umesema president wako anashinda, okay? Kivipi? Ungetuelezea, kwa sababu ako na wagavana 18 na ako na wajumbe kadhaa hapa na pale, na hiyo inaweza kumfanya rais, lakini constitutionally mpaka apate at least 25% in 24 counties and then he gets the majority vote which is 50+1. Ashafika hapo, ungetupatia hiyo update, ingetusaidia. Other than hiyo, kutuambia criminal is also our brother. That brotherhood continues, but leadership, we must choose who leads us. We cannot let everybody lead us simply because he's our brother. Brotherhood we accept, but leadership we choose who to lead us. Especially, it is required in stewardship that a man be found faithful. 1 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 2.
Okay, Mr. Bernard. Mr. Bernard, I want to differ with you. You cannot choose friend. You cannot choose for me a friend. I may take a different route. Mimi najua interest yangu iko sawa. In fact, what we are talking about now is a past thing. The numbers are on the screen. And those numbers we have to accept the numbers. At this time of point, I want to tell my friends who are not believing in William Ruto government.
Which screen? The hacked screen. Which screen? Ambayo iko na numbers.
You know, Bernard, you don't allow these people to equal.
Now, Pato, you are not making good of the time I've given you, and your time is almost up. I've given you a time to prosecute your case. You are scoring against yourself. Tumalize tafadhali. Show us the numbers. If they are there, we agree with you. There's no problem. You said very well. The person to call this election is Chebukati, and we are waiting for him to call it. So if you have the numbers, Sunday, tukutane Bomas.
Okay. Mutakubaliana na mimi.
Itumbi, I know Itumbi has already called the elections. He did it 3 days ago. There are many governors Itumbi has passed that have been rejected by IEBC. So if those are the numbers you're giving us, we are used to those numbers. They don't work.
I think you have to hear the other side of the story. You know, this is a platform where it is a debate. So you want to just rubbish me, just surely, Bernard. You know, sometimes you have to be fair.
Reverend, hold on. Pato. Order.
Okay.
Watu mnataka sana nianze kupeleka watu quarantine. Sitaki. Pato.
Wacha nimalizie nikisema hivi.
Yes. Yes.
Unajua mimi najua this platform. I'm one out of the other.
Stop defending yourself at all.
Na wacha niwaambie, the numbers are there. Even the Azimio people, they posted. Sifuna the other time, Sifuna posted some numbers in the screen, and those numbers again, kuna vile naweza argue kwa hizo numbers, sababu alikuwa amepost Raila Odinga ako na 6.7, Ruto akiwa na 6.0. And I also argue nikisema hata yeye alitoa wapi hizo numbers. You get the point? Lakini kwa saizi Azimio TV like Citizen, which is very biased, tulistopisha, tuliambia Chebukati stop this nonsense, na akastop, na akaambia I'm the only one mwenye atatoa the final verdict. In fact today nimepatana na marafiki wengi kutoka
Yani
the other
wewe
side.
ulimwambia na nani? Ulimwambia Chebukati na nani?
Me alone. You get my point? Mimi ndio niliambia Chebukati wacha this nonsense, wacha TV,
Sawa, Pato. Your 3 minutes are over. Please conclude.
Nikimalizia nimeona watu wa Jubilee leo wamekuja wakisema, by the way saa hizi tunaelekea wakati yenye tunajicontrol, yani tunajituliza. In fact adui akikuja kwako, watoto wakiwa bed sitting room, utaambia adui twende tumalizane huko nje. Hautakubali watoto wako uchapwe akiona. Hata askari akuweke pingo watoto wako akiona. Utaambia mimi nimekubali, mnatoka naye pale nje, unaambia yenyewe mimi nimekubali, unipeleke tu, lakini usiniweke pingo watoto wangu akiona. That's why wale wenye wame lose pia hawataki kuambia wale wa jamaa William Ruto alikuwa the kingpin kwa Mount Kenya. They have to, lazima arabish aseme huyo amenunua watu, amefanya nini. At the end of the day, numbers are there, and we have only 1 day or 2 days tujue mbichi na mbifu. And I have to tell you, bank this one to your nearest bank. We are going to defeat Azimio by 300,000 plus. And that'll be the truth. Shukran.
Thank you. We appreciate your givings, and we will interrogate them later. We have given you enough time. We wanted you to prove your case. You have refused to. You are just taking us for a ride, and we accept to be taken for a ride. But at the end of the day, hiyo unaita mbivu na mbichi, tuko nayo, si eti inakuja. We already have it. We have seen it. We have handled it. That's why we are sharing it. So hiyo ingine ya Itumbi, he already called the election, and everybody claimed. Itumbi reported, and all the UDA bloggers, they reported Kidero in, Wanga out. Even before the presidential votes were finished counting, they already had results. And that's why I wonder, this blogging squeeze yani inakuwa tu hivyo. The last vote, the last ballot to be counted is that for governor. But the day the election ended, you already had governors everywhere who has won, who has lost, who has won, who has lost. That is why your numbers cannot be believed. Zimejengwa kwa msingi ya uongo. Hapo ndio shida ipo. Kulikuwa na mikono ya Nelvin na Kip. Tuanze na Kip.
Mimi nimekuja hapa tu, niliona Nelvin alikuwa peke yake hapa, nilikuja kumsupport. Ruto claims he's the kingpin of Central and Mount Kenya. See kingpin wa mtu yote. Me, what I want to say is just people in Azimio, keep calm. If Nation, Citizen, and all these other newsletters are stopping to show their primary results and sticking now to the official ones, you know that something happened in the middle of the night. hata wakisema nini. So mi nataka kusema this is just purely to assure people wa relax. What will need to happen is people are forgetting why we have the Form 34A and Form 34B. There is an agent for UDA, there is an agent for chama cha Bangi, kuna hii Wakristo hiyo na kuna hii Azimio. The 4 agents will sit down, look at the results on each form, and before Chebukati announced them, we have to confirm them. So for me, what Edwin Sifuna has been posting has been real for me, because I know we're going to present that. Because before there was interference, I don't care what the CEO of IBC is saying, we had downloaded most of the genuine results. And I still think that the 65% turnout in Central, we know it's 50 something, so don't mess with us. And your kingpin, not mine, alikuja hapa akajaribu kufanya vitu huko Nairobi, tuliwashika. So he cannot go to court with that evidence. Nani atenda kotini na hiyo wakijaribu kuiba? Ni wazimu. So that's all I can say. Lakini nitoka nataka kusikia Nelvin kwanza kabla nitoke. But I'm really not happy with how Azimio you guys are acting. Be calm, relax. We got this. We have it. Ukiona
comment stress management video.
Ukiona Junet kwa podium, ukiona Sifuna kwa podium, ndio utaanza kubabaika. Ukiona Orengo is surrounded by reporters akisema ile siku atenda kotini, you get worried. None of them is talking because they know we have it. Relax. Tutaacha ibeibe kidogo hivi for the sake of that. Nelvin, nisaidie.
Yes, wenzangu wenye wako hapa leo, kuna kitu kimoja. Ukiwa Mkalenjin na unataka kuja kuzia watu wengine nini hapa, usijaribu kutupaka matope ndugu yangu. Hakuna siku yenye William Ruto amesema ameleta kitu yoyote. Nitajie kanisa mbili ambazo wameleta milioni 10 kama venye alikuwa anapeana Central. Usikuje kutuambia hapa ati William amekuwa Kenya kingpin wa nani? Mimi William si kingpin wangu. Tena mimi si tribalist. Kitu kimoja, kama unachagua kiongozi, chagua kiongozi ambaye atakusaidia. Acha kukuja kutuambia kiongozi, wewe unachagua William kwa nini? Unachagua William kwa nini? Kwa sababu ni kabila yako. Chagua kiongozi ambaye atakusaidia. Usichague kiongozi kwa sababu kwa Nakuru Court kuna siku moja nikiwa mdogo nakumbuka, kuna mzazi mama walikuwa na kijana yake. Huyu kijana alikuwa anaiba na mama ndiye alikuwa anamtuma. Na vile mama alikuwa anamtuma, alikuja akaambia judge, hata US kumaifanyika hivyo. Akaambia judge, nataka kuambia mama yangu kitu kwa masikio. Aliuma mama yake masikio kwa sababu mama yake, na akaulizwa kwa nini amefanya hivyo. Akasema nimeuma mama yangu kwa sababu yeye ndiye alikuwa ananituma kuiba. So mtu haizi enda kuiba, apeleke pesa kwa kanisa, alafu kuja useme
acha nikujibu basi.
Hiyo nimekataa.
Acha nikujibu.
Nilikupatia muda wa kuongea. Muda wa kuongea nilikupatia.
No, umeuliza ni
kwa hivyo tulia nimalize. Kuna kitu kimoja, usiprotect mtu kwa sababu ni wa kabila yako. Na ile mchezo ambaye mmefanya Rift Valley na Central si mchezo ambaye mnaweza fanya Kenya mzima. Wale watu ambao wako Rift Valley ndio wanasupport William. Sisi ambao tumechanuka na tuko Nairobi hatusupport William. Kuna kitu kimoja, chaguana, tujekataa, lakini ripoti za Dennis Itumbi huwezi kutuletea hapa. Ripoti za Dennis Itumbi hauwezi kutuletea. Tuletee ripoti ambazo zinaweza kutusaidia, zitujenge kimanufaa. Hatusemi upigie Raila, hatukusema uchague Raila, lakini kuna kitu kimoja. Ongea ukweli na ukweli utadumu. Usikuje kutuambia hapa sijui nini kingpin wa Central, hiyo haitusaidii na kitu chochote. Tuambie kiongozi huyu ambaye tumechagua na kiongozi ambaye wewe unatambua atakuja kutusaidia na kitu fulani. Na amewahi tusaidia na kitu fulani. Viongozi wengi ambao, na wacha nikuambie, kiongozi yule ambaye wametupa hao watu wa Keses, Mishira, watakuja kukumbuka kama Gaddafi vile alikumbukwa huko Libya. Hiyo ni kitu wataja kumbuka, na hiyo si wadangaji juu ya ukabila. Hii ukabila inafaa muache, si ati ukiingia kwa platform uanze kuingilia kabila zingine, ama ukiona mimi juu ni kabila yako na support mtu mwingine unaanza kunitusi. Usikuja kutudanganya bwana, hiyo tumekataa hiyo kabisa. Bernard, ni hayo tu.
Okay, thank you.
By the way, Bernard, I'm leaving now.
Pato, are you still here?
Bernard, sorry about that. I just wanted to
Okay,
apologize. Mi natoka sahi, but I just wanted to say that this kingpin shit needs to stop. It has to stop. We don't need that. We need leaders. But thank you very much for your time. Tatoka ntarudi baadaye. I was just heated. Nilisikia Kipa akiongea nikakasirika, but I'll see you later, Bernard.
Sawa, thank you. Stay around the corner. You know what you do.
Sawa, later, bro. We'll see you in a bit. Bye.
Asante. Okay. Pato, you're switching off lights. I wanted to give you right of reply, but it seems you will.
Yes. Niambie Bernard.
I was giving you right of reply to Nelvin in a minute.
Okay. Wacha niseme hivi I see somebody mwenye anaitwa Lelmengi tapo Chebukati I think hujampatia roho yako Chebukati ya kumanage. Chebukati ametumanage sisi wote. That's why we are here, we are ready to accept. Kama Raila atachukua, we are ready to accept. So, patia roho yako Chebukati bwana. Amanage ile anga uko naye. Wacha nikwambie William Ruto is equal to that, is up to the task. That's why you are Kenya milioni 6 ama milioni 5 ako imani na yeye. So you cannot rubbish William Ruto useme ni nini. Tulikuwa tunajua kama Raila Odinga alikuwa amepanda kweli milima, we were expecting 50-50. Na hiyo kweli kwa saizi haikupandika. That's why saizi anauliza Uhuru Kenyatta, ile mlima ulikuwa umeniambia nimepanda ama by the way,
I gave you right of reply, not for you to start campaign. The campaign period is over.
Niko na kanisa 3. William Ruto ameleta zaidi ya milioni 5.
Mmejenga na Ruto?
No, ameleta, si alikuwa ameuliza hakuna kanisa moja. And I want to tell that person, William Ruto aulizi kiti ya Wakalenjin. William Ruto anauliza kiti ya Wakenya. President.
Can you learn to answer questions? Makanisa gani matatu, tuambie lipi na lipi liko wapi?
AIC, AGC, Pefa Church.
Unajua AIC kuna makanisa mangapi ya AIC Kenya? Unamaanisha
nini? That's why in my reply I don't want to profile other churches.
Thank you very much. Good night. Wewe kazi yako ni kuzungusha tu hapa kwa uongo. Nyua watoto wa Itumbi wote mezaliwa kutoka kwa mbegu moja. Keep watupatie Mike, take it please.
Thank you Bernard. What Pato is doing is what Kip had created a session for, and he missed it. Yesterday there was a session of stress management and stress release, and in our discussion we had people who are going through the symptoms he's going through, about being in denial and how to manage unforeseen results like what he's expecting. So what he's going through is actually what we were talking about. He's going through stress, he's going through denial, and this was a platform for him to release his stress. So let us as good Kenyans allow him to go through that. It is okay. Bernard, what I've observed this year is very interesting. Our Kenyan electoral system, I think, is one of the best in the world. if thieves, and remember I told you last time, Bernard, when we were having a discussion, that if thieves are not allowed to access the system, this could be the best system in the world in terms of providing accurate and timely information. The observers are actually very, very fascinated about how we are carrying on our things. That the fact that even our portal that the Form 34As are being submitted to can be accessed by literally anybody from anywhere in the world is one of a kind in Africa. And for this, I see, Bernard, once people like Raila and Martha get into office, we can transform the electoral process to a stage where people will be voting by phone, and we shall be so secure and we shall have confidence in the process and in the system so much that we can vote on our phones and only have those people who are illiterate or blind or who can't afford a phone, which is near impossible, to go and vote in the booths. That's where I see Kenya going to in less than 10 years from now. We shall be voting through our phones. If Kenya, as the first country in the world, created a platform where you can trust a money platform to transfer 300,000, I think we can trust our system to transfer to vote for somebody who you have never met or you don't even know. Some 99.9% will never greet the president by hand, but you'll vote for him. Yet you're able to transfer 300,000 of your own money through a platform that just tells you money has been delivered and you believe it has been delivered. So where I sit, Bernard, I'm a happy Kenyan. I believe in our systems. And even the issues of people trying to steal and hack are an assurance that Kenya is getting smarter and smarter in the ways of securing a very credible and reliable process of election. Those people who are in Azimio and never voted in 2007, Bernard, are the ones who are sending us messages of asking us to send the messages of encouragement. If you have voted for Raila in 2007 and you're alive, that is the eighth wonder of the world, because the pain that Kenyans who voted for Raila went through in 2007, people went to sleep with Raila with over 60% and woke up the following morning with Raila with 44%. And there is nothing you could do. Itumbi is complaining on TV that, oh, there is a place where there are 3 votes that are more than the tally. In 2007, Tharaka Nithi had 150% voter turnout, and there is nothing you could do. Can you imagine a polling station where there's 1,000 people, and yet the people who voted are 1,500, and you cannot even challenge that in a court or anywhere? And Raila still lived with that. And that tells you this man Raila is a man born with thick skin. He was detained by a government that he later on went and worked with. Somebody stole his votes and he later on went and worked with him. And this person is still alive fighting for the country, not because he cannot put food on his table. People say Raila is a millionaire or a billionaire. That means that he has everything he can get if he wanted. So some people have given their lives for service, and we need to respect them for who they are. People who say Bondo Bondo are not aware that the devolution that we enjoy was because of that Bondo Bondo thing that got to Bondo. We wouldn't have had that. On this social platform where you can call anybody any name, including Ruto calling a president Mutapeli, in 1992 you wouldn't do that. You would either be assassinated or you'll be detained without trial. So, but the best thing, Bernard, is the electoral reforms that Raila has brought over the time. Are you aware with the immense power Uhuru has today, and in partnership with Raila, They would have easily summoned Raila to State House and sworn him in at night. But Raila changed the law to not allow swearing in to be done at night, the way Kibaki did in 2007. If Raila didn't do that, today Ruto wouldn't be president. We wouldn't be waiting for 34 years because we know who Uhuru supports. Then Uhuru would have used his office and his powers to force Raila in office. But the law is so strong that even the president cannot interfere with the process. And that is the beauty of democracy in this country. That however much Uhuru said he likes or prefers Raila, Chebukati has the final word. And that is how powerful our democracy and our constitution is. Uhuru cannot interfere with the election. And that is because of what Raila did in 2007 and 2013 by subjecting and perfecting all the and sealing all the loopholes that were there that allowed people in power to manipulate people in power to decide who they want to go in office and frustrate every other system that could challenge the process. That is not happening, and that's why you see today everybody's calm from either side of the divide, because they know the things that have been done or put in place have secured a process that can be accepted by all. For me, Bernard, I'm a happy person, and I'm happy that we are waiting for Baba to be sworn in. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Mike, we appreciate that, and it's good for us to uphold the rule of law and believe in the systems that we have established. We just need to have faithful people who let those systems work. This trying to interfere with is our greatest concern, and we must bring it to an end. The people want to subvert the purpose of the existence of our system, especially the electoral system, are the ones causing voter apathy. If I know that my vote is going to work, nobody will encourage me to go and vote. But if I vote and my vote become in vain, in the next election, I will not have the desire and the psyche to go and vote. So let everybody let the system work. Tuache hii story ya kujaribu kuharibu kitu kizuri ambacho tuko nacho, simply because we want to have our hand in there and force our will. And the people who support evil should not be alive, should not be existing, because evil is what is behind the suffering of many on the face of the world today. And then you want to support it, and as if it doesn't affect anybody. Anything that is touching on people's lives needs to be taken good care of, needs to be protected. But you support what is hurting people, and simply because somebody supports it. It's about time we began to engage our thinking capacity in judging matters rightly, especially when it comes to national matters. There's a difference between my personal issues and national matters. When it's a national matter, it means it has 50 million people involved. These 50 million matter more than me. They matter more than anyone else. And so we must consider them first before we consider one individual. But we want to throw away 50 million people because of one individual. Caiaphas said, no, one person will die to save the nation, not the nation to die to save one person. That principle should be upheld everywhere. Thank you. Naomba tumsikilize Laban kabla Eunice. Laban, ulikuwa umeinua mkono, vipi?
Salama sana Bernard, lakini sasa mimi kwa sababu ya agenda nataka Eunice aongee mbele yangu, ni mimi ataongea baadaye. I think itakuwa better.
Okay. Thank you. Your choice, our joy. Karibu Eunice.
Habari Bernard.
Salama, namna gani?
Mko aje? Nimepotea siku mingi, nilikuwa nimesimia, lakini sasa Mungu amenisaidia, naona niko poa.
Kwanza hiyo maneno yako ya duka, kwani this time duka ilikuwaje?
Duka, wacha nikwambie vitu tumechange. Sasa hao watu wa udako vile kuna vile wamefanya huko Mount Kenya. Sijui kama mumepata hiyo message. Kura zenye zimepigwa nini huko Mount Kenya zinaonyeshana kuwa 2 million kutoka kwa gavana, lakini ikifika kwa president inafika 3 million. So hii 1 million ya kuchui imetoka wapi? Ndio president ameongezewa. Sasa ile kitu tunaulizana ni mtu alikuwa anaenda anapigia president anatoka, na ile makaratasi alikuwa anapewa 6 ilikuwa inaenda wapi? Sasa ndio nawaambia Mount Kenya watu wa udako wamecheza hii wizi yao, sijui itawahi malizia wapi. Mimi nasema Wakenya wamefanya kazi na wamejitolea, lakini hao watu wanaingililia ndio wanaharibu maneno. Juu sasa hiyo maneno watu wanajiuliza maswali huko Mount Kenya. Kura kutoka gavana, senator, MP kuendelea wakikaunti zinafika 2 milioni na kitu, lakini sub president zinafika milioni 3. Hii milioni 1 imetoka wapi? Sasa watu wanajiuliza, mtu niache aende apigie president peke yake na atoke? Na juu lazima mtu apewe hii makaratasi 6 ya MCA, MP, women rep, senator, governor. Sasa hii makaratasi ingine inaenda wapi? Mara hao watu tu wamekutwa na laptop. Najua hiyo mumesikia. Wameficha huko Bomas. Wengine sijui wa Ruto hawa staff, na mwingine ni driver. Imesemekana wamefichwa, hawajaonekana, hata simu zao zimesimwa. Sasa unajua watu hawawezi wakaanza kufanya wizi, waanze kufanya vitu kinyume na serikali, alafu watu waajiriwe hivyo. Hata mimi naomba wapotee kabisa. Juu wao ndio wanatuharibia, ndio Raila asikue president. Wanang'ang'ana hapa na pale, wanafanya mambo ya giza, wengine wamepatwa huko na makaratasi. Sasa hawa watu hata wakiingia kwa serikali, kama wangepewa, ni vitu gani wanaweza fanya hawa? Juu hii wizi yao imezidi, naona hii mkono imekuwa ndefu sana. Nimeona leo Ruto akilalamika ati media wanafanyia Azimio favor. Na hakuna favor, wizi ndio imekuwa too much. Jina yao ndio imeharibika, lazima wachunguzwe, lazima waangaliwe sana kwa umakini. Basi sasa kwenye imefikia, naamini papa atashinda hiyo kiti, tutachukua. Ni ile tu tunangojea Chebukate atangaze mshindi. Tuko na matumaini hata wakitufunika namna gani, hata wakiipa senye wameipa, bado papa ni mshindi. Hiyo ndio iko sasa, tunaulizana kunaenda namna gani? Mbona hiyo inafika aje? Hao watu wametufanya, lakini hii round hawajatopoa sana, si kama 2007 yolo 2013 yolo 2017. Saa hii wanamulikwa kabisa, wanapatikana live. Si ati ni kitu akionekani, wanapatikana, wanaenda kujaribu, wanapatikana, wanaenda kupita hii njia, wanapatana na askari huko mbele, wanawauliza nyinyi mnaenda wapi? Wanachokora gari zao, unasikia mtu amepotea, ni amepatikana akiipa. Sasa badala watoe hiyo maneno in public ati watu wameipa uchaguzi ndio Wakenya waanze kupigana, wanaficha watu wengine, wanafichwa ndio at least amani ipatikane Kenya. Mimi wacha nifikie hapo. Hiyo ndio niko nayo Bernard.
Okay, asante Eunice, nashukuru kwa huo ujumbe na tutaendelea. Hiyo milioni moja tutajua mahali imetoka, na kama hawasemi vile ilipatikana, ndio sababu tuko Bomas. Zile numbers ambazo ziingii zina affect result zote. Okay,
Kuna Mkikuyu mmoja Bernard,
yeah.
Kuna Mkikuyu, kuna Chebukata ameandikiwa message, ndiangalie hiyo milioni moja, sijui kama kutaenda, kama ataignore ama kutaenda namna gani, lakini ameandikiwa message, hii milioni moja ya president imetoka wapi? Na hao wengine hawako na hiyo namba kutoka Mount Kenya. Tunangojea tuangalie
that is why
kutaenda.
Sawa, asante. That's the reason why there is now manual verification, kwa sababu original forms ziko tayari, then ukifika na hii yako umeongeza hiyo milioni moja, ndio vijana wa blue wanakugoja kwa gate. Ukifika tu hivi, kama ndio nawaambia, kama wewe unafanya kazi na IBC na wewe ni returning officer na umemanipulate form, usifike Bomas. Kama unataka kwenda kwa watoto wako na mke wako, resign. Hakuna kupita this time round. So please, kuja na ile form ambayo ilisainiwa vizuri na iko na result ambazo Chebukati ako na copy. Kama unakuja na result zingine ambazo umetengeneza njiani, ukifika Bomas kuna Maria inangoja mara moja. Kwanza wakuongeleshi, wanakuchukua tu polepole, unaenda. So kama wewe ni returning officer, mimi nimekuwa Bomas leo nimekuwa KICC kukagua hii maneno ya sherehe, na waambia ukweli, usijaribu kufika na form ambayo umemanipulate figures, haurudi nyumbani. It's free warning. Na kuna mabloggers hapa wanatusi watu. Wewe ni blogger tu, and your strength is here online. Nenda Bomas. Beba form, enda Bomas, tuone kama utarudi. Fika uambie wewe ndio returning officer wa Kiambu, umekuja na 1.2 million za Ruto alipata Kiambu. Kuja tuone. Kama turn up ni 45% na registered voters ni 2.2. I mean, hata kama hesabu ilikushinda shule, huwezi kutumia hivyo kudanganya. It's okay. Yes, Mike, what is it?
Just a quick one, a small one. Unajua leo Bernard nilikutana na mtu ambaye gavana wao amepita wa UDA, nikamuuliza now that your governor ameshinda, is he going to implement the bottom up model because they get funds? Akasema hiyo ilikuwa campaign slogan tu. So kumbe hata watu wa chini wanajua bottom up it was a campaign slogan. It was not to be implemented. Nikacheka sana. Because you don't need national government to implement a bottom up. So we want to watch those counties because the excuse should not be that the president didn't win. Hata Raila akichukua kiti, tunataka the counties that have UDA governors wa implement your bottom up model. We don't know how it works. Because watu watakuwa wanatupatia slogans za siasa, alafu siasa ikiisha they go back to their normal way of doing things.
Okay, thank you. Let's unajua njia ya muongo ni fupi. Wahenga walisema. Na ukijaribu kudanganya kila mtu, lazima utapatikana. Shida ya kudanganya katika siasa, especially on a public national platform, is that huwa unaharibu your career. You destroy the career that you're trying to build. The moment you are known as a liar, then now who will trust you? And yet, public service requires you to be trusted. And so this story ya kuchukua tu slogan unakimbia nayo. Now look at the careers that have been buried in Mount Kenya. Careers that have been buried around the country. So where is my DVD, my own big brother? we swept all the seats in his backyard, including his kitchen. Now, anaenda wapi? Atasema nini? All of it is because of bottom up. He went for bottom up. Bottom up finished him. Na endo alituambia bottom up ni upside down. Anakunywa kila kitu anakuachia huko. That is what has happened to him. But all in all, things will get better. Nilikuwa Laban. Elizabeth is here.
Yes.
Are you still on gender?
Yes, Bernard, mimi bado nitakaa hapo kwa
Generosity?
ajenda kwa sababu naona kama Mama Serena ameinua mkono. Mimi niko area tu, saa hizi sina haraka.
Sawa sawa. Mama Selina, usha yeah. Thank you. Sawa sawa. Kuwa na safari njema. Yes, tuende kwa Elizabeth.
Haya, mjambo.
Hatujambo, namna gani huko?
Niko salama, niko salama. Wai, hata nashindwa niseme nini. Mimi niko tu hapa kuangalia, kusikia ni kama nafufuka sija. Bena ndio acha nitaongea baadaye. Wacha tu niangalie nisikize, at least napata moyo. Thank you.
Sawa sawa, thank you Elizabeth. Thank you. We give it to you. Sawa sawa. Andy alienda. Andy alikuwa amebeba mkono hapa. Kama sijamuongeza. Okay, MC. Vipi?
Poa sana Bernard, mambo kiongozi?
Tuko fit, tunashukuru.
Namshukuru Maulana, baada ya uchaguzi ya saizi at least ninakaa. Unajua kuna jambo la kwanza, nimeingia tu online hivi alikuwa akizungumza kidogo, alsa zangu zimeshuka chini kidogo. Na pia nimekuwa nikifuatilia hawa bloggers wa hii Kenya Kwisha, hii waizi. Tulikuwa tukifuatilia vitu wamekuwa wakifanya kwa mitandao. At least saa hii tumeona tumeshika mtu kabisa red handed. Kwanza kabisa I think vitu kama hizo kuna vingine kama sijakosea zilifanyika pia hapa Kuria. Zile strongholds zenye walikuwa wanadhani kwamba zitapigiwa kura zilikuwa zinapigiwa. Yes, we accept Ruto ako na watu wengi hii side yetu ya Kuria, lakini sio hiyo margin. So still we are doubting on that. Mimi kama mtu wa Azimio hasa wa baba na doubt sana, kwa sababu baada nimeangalia hizo vitu zilikuwa zinafanyika hapo Central na Rift Valley, at least nina doubt na ninaendelea kusema kwamba Chebukati finyilia mtu hapo tu. Number 2, kuna jamaa sijui alitoroka wapi. Hii mtu alikuwa hapa alikuwa anasema sijui mambo ya Ruto, sijui Ruto King sijui wapi. Mimi najaribu tu ni vile ametoroka hapa, ningemjibu nimwambie bro, unajua huyo wewe ndio mnamuona kama Mungu wenu. Lakini sisi watu wengine tunamuona ni mtu kama wa kawaida. Mtu tu mwenye tunaangalia hapa mwenye tunaheshimu kwa hii Kenya ni Raila, kwa sababu ya vitu vyenye amefanya. Historia zenye amefanya. Unajua Ruto hata hatujanyorosha Ruto vizuri. Mimi hata nilikuwa na expect gava ingeibia huyu mtu kabisa live. Unajua kama mtu anaweza tolewa uchaguzi live na bado unaendelea kufanya shughuli unapigania inchi. Like Raila 2007, 2017 kitu kama hiyo. Live and direct, ile hata mtoto mdogo anajua. Na anaendelea kusonga tu, na pia wanarudi wanafanya kazi na yule mwenye amemtoa. So huyo jamani vile amehepa hapo, ninge react on that. Ningemuelezea ajue penye Kenya inaenda. Alafu to my fellow Azimio United people, please tukue patient. Game ilishaisha. Leo nilikuwa nikiongea na jamaa fulani hapo Wanis. Washapatiwa direction kila kitu. It's only tunajaribu kuenjoy watu warudishe hiyo heshima nini chini, hasira zao chini. Tutangaze mzee apewe kiti aongoze. Hakuna vile mwizi anaweza pewa. Sasa hata nyinyi waacheni waulize. Sasa do you expect Uhuru aende wapi? Martha Karua aende wapi? Au watu wote mna expect waende wapi? Wenye wamekuwa kwa Azimio? Wao si wajinga. Na wao si wajinga ku support baba. So mkuwe patient. tunanyorosha. In fact hizo form 34B nimekuwa nikishinda Bernard kwa TV toka asubuhi, toka Thursday hiyo, ilikuwa ni Wednesday. Unajua mpaka nilikuwa nachanganyikiwa kwa sababu ukienda NTV unakuta vitu zingine, ukienda KTN unakuta vitu zingine. So mi uzanga TV, ilibidi niweke TV zote station tofauti tofauti. So ilikuwa inakuwa confusing, hauwezi elewa ni nini inafanyika, ni nini nasonga. But kumbe tuligundua kulikuwa na kaka kamjamaa kakora, aka kamtoto ka waizi kamezaliwa na mwizi. Ithumbi kumbe kalikuwa kameweka mkono wake huko. But thank God haiku imetoka kwa mikono yetu. We've controlled the situation. Wacha form zote zipitiwe. Hakuna vile mnaweza tuambia boss, hii si tena ombi. Hakuna vile mnaweza tuambia president akona kula, akona karatasi 1000, governor akona kura 500. Unapata sehemu nyingine senator akona kura 200, president akona kura 500. Hiyo ujinga ni hiyo, ni watoto wanabebwa hiyo. Tulisemanga last time kwamba hii Kenya wajinga wamekuwa wachache. We are not stupid vile anafikiria wa kutuenjoy hapa. Na kama wanadhani wao wanapatanga IT, wamefanya IT. Kila mtu amefanya IT kwa hii Kenya. Siku hizi kwanza hata mtoto mdogo anajua kutumia laptop vizuri sana. So kama kuna hackers pia we can hack. Lakini no, tunahitaji mtu achaguliwe, awe amechaguliwa kwa uhuru na haki, na kuwe na credible election, na ndio mambo isonge vizuri. But sahi I think this will be the last attempt ya kutaka kuiba uchaguzi hii Kenya. The last. That's why Raila alisema akishakalia atanyorosha kila kitu, hata kama wewe si kwamba kwenu kuna kabila kubwa, but you deserve to be the president, utachaguliwa. Utachaguliwa kwa sababu atakuwa ameset hizo mechanism za election na kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Mwisho Mr. Bernard naambia tu watu kwamba wakuwa pole, na pia angalia baba leo ana haraka. Ana haraka. So sasa hii tu kila kitu kiko settle kabisa. Mtu tu anachapwa na kijasho kembamba. Ni hiki Kiruto na hivi chama yenye vilikuwa vinajaribu kuleta. Na kwanza mimi ningekuwa huyu jamaa wa IBC, huyu jamaa anaitwa nani? Huyu nani? Huyu Oria niliona hapa. Alikuwa anaitwa nani jina yake? Bernard, remind me please.
Nani?
Huyu jamaa Oria huyu mwenye wa IBC, huyu mwenye aliambia watu atawatoa nje.
Oh, huyo CEO.
Yeah, the CEO, yeah. Huyo ningekuwa mimi ningetoa jamaa wote wa udaku nje, kwa sababu hawezi anza kuleta chaos IBC tallying center. Sio, wache tutali vizuri. Unajua wameona kwamba ile ujinga yenye alikuwa anafanya imebainika, so they are trying to distract kila kitu, watu to lose direction, tusijue ni nini inaendelea, tusijue ni mimi ningewatoa nje, niwaambie subiri nje huko, kwani iko nini? So tafadhali tukiwa pale on Sunday saa 10 hivi baba atakuwa ametangazwa, tuanze celebration. Nakumbuka kwamba kama mimi Mkuria nitaanza na mguu kutoka all the way from Migori, nitakuwa na celebrate kila county. Nitatoka, unajua mimi niko county ya Migori, nitatoka Migori county niingie Kisii, ni celebrate kidogo, nitoke juu. Hakuna uwanja yenye tatu accommodate sisi watu wote wa Azimio. Sitaki kukuwa na mambo mengi, lakini tujue kwamba ujanja wa jamaa wa daku imeshajulikana, hakuna penye wanaenda. Na nimeona leo kuna site fulani niliangalia kwamba Ruto alijaribu kwenda kotini. Sijui kama nyinyi mmeona kitu kama hiyo. Ruto alijaribu kwenda kotini kuona vile anaweza zuia baba, anaona vile anaweza petition juu ya uchaguzi ya baba. Sijui kama nyinyi mmeona kitu kama hiyo, but mimi nimeona kitu kama hiyo. In fact the whole day nimekuwa tu nikifuatilia simu nikiangalia maneno yetu vile iko vile inaendelea, but najaribu tu kugoogle kila kitu nikiangalia. So mkuu wa pole, msikuwe na issue. Kwa Kikuyu tunasema amanchi kataka ayenda, yani ile pancreas isiangusha maji kwa tumbo, utaumia. So kuwa tu cheza chini. Baba is the president. Good Bernard.
Asante MC. Tunashukuru. Mute your mic please. Thank you. It's great. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep inviting one another. We are here to see to it that we ventilate on all matters, elections, and the scheme for cheating in this election that has been thwarted one too many times. We are glad that our electoral system is intact, and those who are trying to subvert the will of the people they are not going to succeed with the same. And we keep warning you, if you are a returning officer, you are on your way, please deliver the right forms. Don't let anybody deceive you that they will protect you. They will not. They don't have a capacity to protect you. Wewe leta ile form ambayo ulisign na agents. Hii ya kwako ya kujitengenezea itakuletea madhara mengi sana. Kama uko tayari kwenda kamiti, basi fika na ile form fake. Lakini kama hauko tayari kwenda kamiti, kuja na ile form inafaa, peana result ambazo zinafaa, wa Kenya tusonge mbele. Na hizo result we already have them. Kwa hivyo hatukoji ulete, tunajua ile result unaleta. So ukifika na nyingine, Maria iko pale na kusubiri. Vijana wa blue wako ready na kuna wengine wako kwa plane. Wanasubiri tu hapo, wana monitor vile una move. Usidanganywe na ka M-Pesa, usidanganywe na ka bank transfer notification. Kama uko tayari mtu amekulipia miaka 5, miaka 20, electro offense ni miaka 20. So angalia tu mshahara wako wa miaka 20 na kale ka M-Pesa. Tuone kama miaka 20 korokoroni na kale ka M-Pesa kama mara moja zinatoshana. Let us be patriotic. Let's do what is good for the country. Let's reject what is evil. Let's stand against what is not right so that we can salvage this country and deliver it to our children and our children's children when it is solidly together under the rule of law. Thank you very much. Let's listen to Nani. Mugambi. Mugambi vipi?
I'm good, Mr. Bernard. How are you?
Niko salama.
And all members in the room. Barizen. Okay.
Wanakaa fiti hawa.
I'm about vote rigging, raised by Pauline Njoroge and many others. It is real, as it seems to be. The unmatching figures between the cast and votes, among the cast and vote for candidates, I think that is a very serious thing. Maybe tutofautiana na wewe kidogo Bernard about the submission of forms. As for me, you see, IMBC, even if they made notice unmatching figures in the forms submitted, to some extent, they might not reveal, because if they reveal, that will be showing their weakness or maybe a loophole in their system in a way, and it might be very hard actually to notice, because if there are unmatching figures, not unless if they will count the cast and vote, the cast and ballot zenye zilipigwa na zenye zilikuwa disbursed. You see, not unless wahesabu zenye zilipigwa zilikuwa kwa balloting box na zenye zilibakia they hand up, so that maybe wanaweza ona kama ili indandi ina hand up to the total kabla zipigwe. Otherwise, you know, outside the IEBC, the present and the ballot papers, wanaweza kuwa wanaleta zingine zenye hazikuwa hata kwa hesabu ya IEBC, zikakuwa ndizo zilitumika, meaning hapo IEBC cannot rescue. It is only court that can help there, because if it happens, they notice something of that kind, actually watasema and then continue, because apart them they are not ready. Of course, you know, if it happens wadhihirisha na onyesha kitu kama hicho kilitendeka, hiyo itakuwa ni kama kuonyesha unyonge, itakuwa ni kama kudhihirisha unyonge wao, na itakuwa vigumu sana kwa kujua. I think that is very serious, and I think there are someone that will stipulate that the magnitude of rigging will determine if maybe the election will be nullified or not. That margin is too small, and 1 million vote, I think that can make a very big difference. So in case of a petition, prepare for a runoff. We prepare for a runoff in case of submission, because evidence is there. The other thing is to agree with all
That's
Kenyans. I think,
Mr.
yes.
Mr. Mugambi, before you move to the other point, about the Form 34As, which are the ones that contain the original results, which are final, they cannot be altered.
Yes.
Are written on 4 carbon copies. 4 carbon copies. That means the one that is signed at the polling station.
Yeah.
It has 4 carbon copies. That means when it is removed, the original, it has copies, which is given to the agent. Another one is given to the party. And the other one is taken to the Constitution Tallying Center. And the other one is now left to be brought at Bomas. Those are the ones that we are comparing with. Okay, so when you come with the original, my agent, wale walikuwa kwa polling station, they have submitted to the political party the copy. All right. So when you arrive with your own, you bring your own, then we compare it to the carbon copy. So if you adjusted yours, it may reflect kwa carbon copy, because the carbon copy ilikuwa ishatolewa. You get that? So when you adjust, utafika na figure ambayo ikubaliana na carbon copy, hapo sasa ndio utaanza kueleza how come hapa ni 10 lakini kwa yako ni 100. What happened until 10 turned into 100? Then you now become a customer for the government. So it is not that they will be recounting, even the recounting of the votes, it can only happen by court order. After hiyo kitu imesiliwa hapo kwa polling station, haiwezi kufunguliwa bila court order. Hata kwa tallying center haiwezi kufunguliwa. You must get a court order to open that seal from that wherever the ballot box.
And
that's what the situation. So the verification that is taking place right now, it is that of the carbon copy paper, result slip, and then the result slip you are bringing the original one by as a returning officer.
Okay, then maybe what if now the IMBC fails to realize, because they might fail to realize, and
they can't fail to realize, because I am an agent. Let's say I'm a Raila Odinga agent, okay, at Bomas. The IBC is not checking those things on their own. They are agents who are comparing notes with them. They can't they can't do it on their own. If they are doing their own, they are supervising themselves. Of course, what a feature. But also the law, like what Chebukati said, any person who performs an electoral whatever malpractice, he will answer for it individually, not in the name of IEBC. So ukifika umemanipulate form yako, IBC itapelekwa kotini, ni wewe unapelekwa kotini. You have committed a crime as an individual. So that's what is making the whatever process tight. Yes.
Will the tallying now proceed? Kama umepatikana iko hivyo, tallying ita proceed alafu wando hiyo, or what will happen now?
See, now they use the right copy. They use the right copy. The other exaggerated results are thrown away.
Okay. Now to talk about the other thing.
For example, we have three carbon copies ambazo zinakubaliana. Okay.
Ndio.
Then there is only one that is as exaggerated figures, and then that is what is wrong. So that's put aside. We use the 3 that are agreeing. we use those figures as we do the tallying, creating from 34B and from 34C, which is now from 34C is the one that is now for final for declaring the president, which is tabulated from these other forms. That's what
And
is
now,
happening
if
at
that is
Bomas
the
now.
case, Bernard, and if that is the case, now what do you think maybe will lead us into petition? Maybe make us to go into petition. If that is the case, nini azafanya zoni petition?
Then,
Petition
of course, the
petition.
aggrieved party will go to court to prove either there was a rigging or, you know, you can only go to court on two things, okay? The person declared did not get 50+1, okay? You challenge that. Or the person declared president did not get 25% in at least for 24 counties. You can challenge that. Another thing is that Chebukati declared before, like 2017, he declared before the Form 34A arrived at Bomas and was scrutinized. And that's what's causing delay. He doesn't want to go to court and be found there is one area that he missed in terms of declaring. He wants everything covered so that when he declares, mtu asipate excuse ya kwenda kotini. Hakuna mambo ingine. But then if you are found cheating, that contributes to the evidence to prove. For example, let's say the person declared the president is the one who lost. So the aggrieved party will go to court and say, this person got this, they announced this. Got this, they announced this. Like the person who was arrested in Narok, he was versed the votes. The Azimio person got 400, okay, and the other one goes 30. Then when he mentioned the name of the loser, he gave them 400, and the name of the other person gave him 30, vice versa results. Then the agent was keen. Akasema, no, what did you mention? That's not right. Hapa kakamatwa. Just by announcing, he needs to go and say it was either it was a mistake or not. But as the law stipulates, what is announced is what is valid. So when you announce 400 for a person who did not get 400, it means you are an accomplice. Unataka kupitisha mtu ambaye ameanguka.
But at least now
yeah, carry on now, please. Let's save time. Endelea mbele tafadhali.
Okay. At least we can agree that this time IEBC imejaribu kuna transparency yenye haikuwa hapo 2017. And to talk the other thing, I think we should agree that there's something common in people. At least there was a common idea or common ideology for people who are looking for freedom. I have realized that on my own, that anyone or a group of people maybe who are looking for freedom, they all voted for Raila, like prison. You know, Baba won in prison. Those are people in need of freedom, and we all know Baba is freedom fighter. In all liberations that have happened, Baba ndiye alikuwa anaongoza. Let's see at the people in diaspora. Those are other people in need of freedom. Baba won in diaspora. So I think that is a full evidence that people have trust in Baba and they are seeing him as a savior. And personally, I know I also need a freedom in a way. Like, you know, nowadays, but just to be sincere, you know, we used to earn a lot of money trading with Tanzania. We used to export miraa there. And nowadays, you know, it does not happen. So we need that freedom. We need to trend. That is why uliona Meru tulipiana kura vizuri sana, because we need that environment for us to trend freely. At least, you know, that is of course where we are now living. So we will agree that anyone in need of freedom, vote for Baba. Otherwise, let us be patient. We wait as we are looking forward maybe tusikie mambo venye ataenda, lakini so far Kenya is peaceful and we are all enjoying. Yeah. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, sawa, asante Bwana Mugambi. Thank you too. Let's move on. Bwana Joshua, vipi?
Salam Bernard, habari yako?
Salama. I hope you are healed today.
Hii kana nitafika lakini magoti yako yamechoka sana. Hii kana ni tunaenda lakini magoti tutafika kama tumechoka sana. But kwa hiyo tujikaze tu, hii kana tunakanyaga. Kitu najaribu kumwambia Mugambi, mambo ya court, mimi I don't want to hear anything about court. You know it's very unfair Bernard. Kuwa umenibia kitu changu na naona umebeba mkononi hivi. And then you're telling me kuwa niende kotini, yet you have it in my hand. We know very well that Raila has won this election. Mambo ya kuwa Chebukati declare Ruto kuwa president and then tuombe tuende kotini, that's wrong. If Raila has won this election, it's better we have a standoff for even the whole year, even the 5 years. If you have a standoff, but they should not tell us that they want to declare Ruto. They don't want to fight the rule of law. If they want us for rule of law, then they should do something right. Those form 34A should be right. Ndio tuambie tuende kotini. Sio mtu kudeclare Ruto kesho ama kesho kutwa and then automatic kotini. We don't want to hear anything about mambo ya koti. We want those form to be scrutinized. Hiyo mambo ati kuna mtu almost 1 million people wamempigia Ruto na magovernors wamepigiwa less than 1 million. That's wrong. So to me, I'm saying that I'm still urging leaders wa Azimio, they should not accept mambo ambiwe kuwa let us just continue this. You know, we cannot expect what Maraga did last time. We cannot have trust. Maraga was there as a gentleman ambaye alifanya kazi yake kivyake. We don't know what Martha Koome can do. We can say kaende kotini, things can turn. Na ukasia kuwa Ruto amekuwa declared. So we don't want to hear anything about that. Kama kulikuwa na ukora, it's better we have a stand up in a country, because it's so unfair kuwa unanibia, naona umenibia kweli, naona hivi alafu naambia niende kotini. That's very unfair. So to me, I think that they should never accept Chebukati to declare this thing. But so far from the sources napata chini kidogo, nasikia kuwa kama si kesho itakuwa Sunday watamdeclare mzee. That's why naona kama leo Kinyua walikuwa wamekuja wakasema kuwa they are now preparing mambo ya swearing in and handing over. They came confidence kwa media. So watu wazimio wenzangu, kama si kesho jioni, Sunday baba anakuwa sworn, anakuwa declared. That is something confirmed. Sio something ambaye ni hivi hivi, because already wameshaona ujanja ambaye ilipatikana pale hivyo. That's why Chebukati alienda one by one, physical, one by one. So I want to assure you, msiwe na wasiwasi. Mimi nilichoka jana lakini leo nimepata nguvu. Ndio tutafika kama tumechoka, lakini msiwe na wasiwasi. Hii mwendo ni namna hiyo. So tomorrow we'll discussing out where we're going to do our swearing in, because I don't think kwa Chebukati can mess up this country. It's going to be unfair. Kwa unajua kuwa hii form, the way Mugabe amesema kuwa there's nothing Chebukati can do. He can do something. Akijua form ni mbaya, why should he continue that form, yet that form is wrong? So akijua form ni mbaya, weke form kando, atumie ile form ambayo iko sawa, because from what was said, that picture we can take a photo. Yabo Saba can take that photo. So those photo, they should be checked. Mtu ambaye alichukua photo na carbon copy, the original should tally. Inataka iende sambamba na copy. I don't think kwa original itakana iwe tofauti na carbon copy. So I don't want to hear anything about mambo ya koti. I don't want to hear that thing. Anything mambo ya koti I don't want to hear in my life, because if you give it a look, kwa Chebukati declare kitu kesho.
Bwana Joshua, kwenda kotini is a constitutional provision. It's a constitutional provision.
Then
kuna mtu analazimishwa kwenda kotini. Kama utaki uendi.
What I'm saying, my point, tayari tunajua mzee ameshinda election. So I don't see the reason kuwa Chebukati declare Ruto alafu tuende kotini. Tunataka tuangane naye hapa hivi, hata asideclare tukanyangane naye hapa hivi, watu kanyangane naye hapo hivyo. Hiyo kitu hata kama ni karibu iharibike, but nothing, because we told tuende kotini, tukaenda kotini vizuri, ukasikia the way 2013, what happened 2013 tulienda kotini vizuri, but what happened, tunaambiwa kuwa that thing cannot turn an outcome, ikaenda hivyo na maji. So for us to be told kuwa tuende kotini, yet there is irregularity like Migori ukiangalia what is in the portal na sia what is in the portal, almost 86,000, but what Ruto alipata in Migori County is 41,000. So each and every county yao jamaa wameongeza vitu za upuzi ambayo zitakikani. So I know that going to court is a constitutional right, but it's very fair. Umeona mtu ana kuku yako kwa mkono hivi, anaona anabeba kwa mkono yako hivi, kwa mkono yake, alafu anakuambia wewe enda kotini. Nataka ushike kwanza, uvute kwanza kuku yako, uchukue kwanza kuku yako, mng'ang'ane naye kwanza. Akichukua aende nayo, then wewe utaenda kotini. Lakini before shika hiyo.
I understand. Ngoja, I understand your point of view, but it's not is not in agreement with the constitutional way of dealing with issues. Kwenda kotini ndio njia pekee mimi kupata kuku yangu. Nikikunyang'anya nitakuwa sana chukua sheria mkononi mwangu. And that is now the subverting of the law. I want us to be as balanced as possible. We have been beaten many times, I agree. Wanasema yule mtu ashaumwa na nyoka hata kamba inamshtua. So any sign of rigging or subverting of the will of the people is a very emotive issue right now. But we trust that this time around the thieves have been caught before they have done their worst. What used to happen in the past, 2013, 2017, is that the discovery was made too late, and the calling off of the thief was almost impossible. But this time, the thieves were caught before they committed. They interfered with elections in a state whereby it was unsalvageable. But for now, mambo iko sawa, tusijali sana, and let's not get emotional about it. We trust Chebukati will do the right thing. Everybody's now at Bomas. Oparanya is at Bomas, Anyang' Nyong'o is at Bomas, Orengo is at Bomas. Every good brains that we have in Azimio is at Bomas. And the only thing we want to urge them and call upon them is that wahakikishe kwamba wamekunywa energy drink, macho yao isifunge, kwa sababu the desperate thieves are capable of doing
washike njaba wasilale, washike njaba.
Wewe Mugambi, wewe tuliza hapo wapelekewe ndio supplier.
Nipe onda bwana, wanipe onda. Wanipenda nipeleke Kangeta huko mimi.
Thank you for the offer. So, Bwana Joshua, let's restrict ourselves to the rule of the law. That's the whole existence of this channel, and we want to be as credible as possible to recommend what cannot be defended by the law. Tutakuwa tuna mislead watu. Carry on, please.
So, but anyway, I want to urge the watu wa Azimio, by Sunday we'll be celebrating. That I'm sure 100% kuwa Sunday tuna celebrate, tutakuwa kanisani huko, tunasherehekea pia ushindi wa baba. It's confirmed kuwa hii kitu either tomorrow or Sunday. Thank you very much, Bernard.
Thank you. This Peter Eric, these things you are reporting, where are they coming from? Martha Karua was defeated by Anna Waiguru. Purity Ngirishi was defeated by Anna Waiguru. Where is that? Provide evidence or just keep off. Na mimi nashindwanga. Kama wewe una support UDA, mbona msiende kwa UDA channel mka promote UDA stuff there? Especially when you want to share lies. Don't lie to people, and don't use other people's channel to propagate your lies. Truth be told, and let's stick by the truth. it works anytime, anywhere. Okay, asante. Kama yes, Laban.
Yes, nafikiria nitakuwa na mambo machache ambayo nitagusia kwa sababu nimepeana sehemu kidogo, alafu unasikia vile maneno ina flow. One, I want to believe kwamba mambo ya koti hatufai kuiongelea kwa sababu number one, Chebukati ameepuka issue ya kupelekwa kotini kwa njia yeyote. Ni kwa sababu gani? Amejaribu kuweka hii maneno kuwa transparent na anybody can access hiyo portal na apate yale matokeo vile yametangazwa kutoka kituoni. Mtu ambaye anaweza pelekwa kotini ni yule mwenye amefanya manipulation kwa ile form peke yake, according to my understanding. Na hiyo haiwezi affect kitu yenye inaitwa presidential vote. Two, rafiki yangu hapo alikuwa anasema eti afadhali kuwe na standoff once and for all. No, hiyo we cannot go that route. I think Raila Odinga amefanyiwa hiyo issue kutoka nyuma, ama kitu kama hiyo imefanyika kwake, lakini ameweza kuovercome, na pia wafuasi wake huwa wanamfuata all through. Ndio sababu tuko hapa leo, na ametuonyesha vile violence haiwezi fanya anything. That's where tunasimama na hiyo mpangilio wenye ametuonyesha hadi wa sasa. Nafikiria kuna jamaa alikuwa hapo mbele akaongea maneno mengine hapo, sijui mambo ya kingpin na mambo mengine. Unajua mimi nashangaza nzuri dogo tunapaketi kitu kama huyo ndio kingpin wa region. Kingpin in terms of what? In terms of development, kingpin wa kufanya nini? Kwa sababu ninaongelea hili swala Bernard. Leo Secretary General wa Jubilee Bwana Jeremiah Kioni ameleta masuala ambayo yanaibua mambo mengi sana, kwa sababu it's about the community, sio leadership ya nchi. Hauwezi interfere na community ukiwa unataka uongozi, kwa sababu anasema hivi juzi hivi mambo ya CDF koti imerudi kwamba ni unconstitutional. So wabunge hawa wenye wamechaguliwa they are minus CDF yenye watu wengi walikuwa wanategemea. So hawa wabunge ndio umewaleta na chama chako chenye unataka umetuachia hapa, wanatusaidia aje sisi kama jamii? Haya ndio mambo ambayo watu wanafaa waanze kujiuliza kwa sasa, kwa sababu direction yenye watu na vitu ambazo wamesukumiwa asiwezi stali ama asiwezi enda na mahitaji ya community. So ile kitu yenye mimi nitasema ni tuwe wapole, kwa sababu ushindi unakuja. I have no doubt kwamba uchaguzi huu Raila Amolo Odinga ameshinda. So tuache kuwa na anxiety, tuwe watulifu. Ile kitu yenye inafanyika ni just a procedure yenye huwa ni kawaida kisheria kufuatwa tukiwa tunangojea kusherekea. Sidhani kama nitaongea mengi, nitafikia hapo bana. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We appreciate that, and it's good for us to keep the focus and keep moving. Let us do what is right for the country, what is right for the progress of our people. That is the whole essence of our being here, and our conversation is geared towards enhancing a cohesive, peaceful, and progressive Kenya. Let's keep that as something that we must keep in perspective. Okay, we are moving on.
Excuse a bit, Bananda. There's
Yes.
that breaking news, eh? There's that breaking news of Embaka's East constituency. Returning officer going missing. Have you seen about it?
Somebody has posted that. I wanted to check that so that I be sure before we announce it. I hear Chebukati is the one who announced it.
Yeah.
Ndio hivyo ni watu.
I think imefika ile time.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we should be more careful as Kenyans, you know. Hizo ni zile za kuignite tu watu, you know. That is not good. But still let people remain calm.
Yeah, being peaceful we will be, but the culprits of evil must be taken to book. We can't allow our country to be messed by a few rotten potatoes. We will get rid of the potatoes. We need to have a country we can trust. Ukienda kwa hospitali, daktari akuhudumie na unaamini kwamba atakupatia dawa inayofaa. Hii story ya watu kutumia watu kana kwamba ni mizigo ikome. Wewe ukipewa kazi kama returning officer, tekeleza kazi yako kulingana na sheria. Wacha hii story ya kupigiwa simu, nibadilishie hii, nibadilishie hii, nibadilishie hii. Sasa unaona, you are now at large. Police will begin to look for you. The DCI boys will be on your neck. You spoil your life for a few shillings that somebody messes your destiny with. Please, let's be Kenyans and let's be patriotic. Ukipewa kazi, tekeleza hiyo kazi kulingana na sheria. Yule anayetaka uvunje sheria, saidia mkono wa sheria kukamata mtu kama huyu. And that way you don't need to be afraid of anything. But wewe umekula pesa, umebadilisha figures. Saa hii our boys wanakusubiri hapo Bomas. Na siye tawajui Bomas. By the time you leave your polling station, they have information on who is carrying which figures, who is faking which figures. Siye tutafika hapo ndio uchunguzi ufanywe. They have information, they are waiting for you. So kama wewe ni returning officer from anywhere, please carry the valid results to Bomas. Don't come with fake results, because ukifika Bomas with fake results, haurudi nyumbani. Hiyo ni onyo tunakupatia mapema. You will not go back to your wife and children. Maria ako hapa na kungoja kukubeba, utalala kisimbani. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa mambo. Okay. I want us to make progress. Thank you Mugambi for that information, and I'll verify that story ya Kirinyaga, please. We don't just report things, we confirm information. So if you have evidence that this is how the elections has gone, you give us the link, okay, from a credible source that so and so has been elected. Then you give us the link to prove that, so that we can follow up. But if you just say so and so is elected and you want us to believe it, we will not believe it. We need to check and verify. So that's how we go about it. So it's not just a matter of you have declared. Declaring is one thing, but you are not the one to declare that. Let's make progress. Tunafuata mkururo saa hii sasa. Tunafuata mkururo. Jilo.
Niaje, how are you?
Niko salama, vipi?
Safi, mambo?
Salama. Huko gizani tena?
Niko mtaani, mambo namna gani?
Tuko poa, mawili matatu tukisonga.
Sasa unajua mimi nimeshindwa kula chakula mpaka nimekuja hapa kwa wananchi nikae na wao. Nimepoteza appetite kidogo.
What happened?
Ni anxiety ya hii mambo tu inaendelea, lakini for the start, let me say this. You see Ben, these elections, some of us, we started telling these people of Azimio that when the choice of Martha Karua came in, some of us, we sat down and because we don't have big voices, we told the people whom we can find, wenye tunaweza pata, we told them that let Martha Karua and Peter Kenneth campaign in the central side of the country. And then Sabina Chege, because she was withdrawn from the women rep of Muranga, let her join Baba and they roam around the country campaigning so that we show the face of Mount Kenya also being present on the ground. Alafu, finally, what we try to tell them is that now that this choice has come, that the Mount Kenyan chunk, because of who is going to come, now you people go now down there. Go down there and now manage to secure make the security of your votes to be valid, so that kura isikuwe stabbed kwa ballot papers isikuwe stabbed kwa ballot boxes, such that they will have strong and reliable agents kwa polling stations zote, especially polling stations za Central na za Rift, na tuliwaeleza on several occasions. Hata nafikiri ukinifuata kwa Facebook utapata nimeandika hizo vitu mara mingi sana. Sasa these people, because we don't have big voices, they ignored us, you see. And that is the major thing that we have been talking about, because last time when the election was held, the system that the government used to rig Raila Amolo Odinga out was the system of the hacking of the system ya IBC pale. This time around we told them, and we told them before, because hata sisi tunatumia system, that system, because this person was the person who was using the same system with you, is not going to use that system. Now change tack, because ballots, kwa sababu IBC, they diverted from the position that government told them that judiciary, IBC na serikali waungane wa make sure that the election itaenda vizuri. IBC wakajiita sisi ni independent, hatuwezi ungana na nyinyi. You see, now from that departure, we told them that because this thing has gone that way, that they are not now going to collaborate with you. Now secure your vote at the polling stations, and I said it several times, about more than even 100 times. Now this Azimio team now ignored us. I don't know, because I'm one of the campaign teams, but they ignored us. They did not took us into account. They did what they wanted to do. They said that now we might win even through the system. There is no problem. Now they ignored the polling station system. Now what happened at the polling station? Let me tell you, because I'm on the ground, I voted and I know what happened. And I roamed several polling stations in the country. Now what happened is that the voting took place properly during the morning sessions, and the IBC came out and announced that at noon 6 million people have voted, and I think nyinyi wote mnajua hiyo kitu. So from noon, now from 6 paka noon, hiyo ni 7 hours. Now in 7 hours during the rush time of voting, 6 million people voted. Now from noon up to 5, which is only 5 hours, another 8 million people voted, which made the voting of Kenya to be 14 million in total. And from noon up to 5, we have been in this country and there were no voters present at the polling station queuing. Hakuna watu walikuwa. So during that time, now these people have already colluded with the IEBC, and the government did not take their security properly when the ballots were coming into the country. Now IEBC waliingiza kura wakawapatia hii watu ya UDA. And that one, hiyo ni ukweli, kwa sababu hata ukiangalia how comes 8 million voters walivote from saa 6 mpaka saa 11, only 5 hours time, and hakuna queue unaona kwa polling station. Unaenda unapata polling station empty. Wacha tu nimalize kidogo. Wacha nimalize Ben tafadhali. Just give me only 1 minute.
Is an analogy.
Let me finish then. Yes.
When you finish something that I think you're drawing a picture of something that cannot be duplicated. There can be instances of people stuffing ballot, yes, but it cannot be systematical. And then there's no guarantee that if 6 million voted for 7 hours, it's impossible for 8 million to vote in 5 hours. It only depends on the behavior of the people. Like where
Yes.
I voted in the morning, we were few, but in the afternoon, everybody came out. Nairobi was generally very cold in the morning.
Can you give me some time so that I finish, Ben, please? Can you give me 1 minute so that I finish? Ben, can you give me 1 minute
Makelele
so that
mahali upo. Makelele mahali upo.
so you don't hear me? Can you hear me?
Ebu, yes, conclude.
Okay, now, like in Central, we have been receiving photos, and some of us who have been there. Those people kwa line huko unapata watu, but in the final analysis in the evening, we received information that the turnout was about 49 to 50 to 55%. But when votes were counted, the turnout was 78%. So that is the question that we are having. And then another thing is that jana usiku kuamkia asubuhi, there was three persons were arrested in I think Madare, or where was it? I think it is Kamukunji or whatever. This person was found with loads of ballot papers, you see, loads of ballot papers, and the election was over. This person was not with any security officer, and the ballots were supposed to be guarded by a security officer. And when the ballot papers or whatever material of IBC leave the polling station, it is supposed to go back to the tallying station so that it will be tallied even if it was not used or not used, or any material, even if including a paper of IBC, it will have to return to the tallying station. Now, hii mtu alipatikana na ballot papers kwa nyumba yake usiku. How did these ballot papers or these materials of IBC come into the hands of this person? And how can this person be verified as a person who has been employed or contracted by the IBC? Unaona sasa? That is what we are questioning. So these are, let me be and finish. These are the mere people, they slept on their job, and we have been telling them, stop these things, because after the ballot has been put in the ballot box as marked, you cannot now come back and complain again. So what I can advise them again is that they should tally the KIMS kit verification of a person who has been identified by KIMS kit with the ballot papers that have been tallied, which is very tedious job, so that they can get to the truth. Because there is something which has happened somewhere. Somebody was arrested with 5 ballot papers. Is now going to vote with 5 ballot papers in Kieni constituency. 5 ballot papers, a presidential ballot paper, 5 of them, an individual going to vote with it. Now, what is that? Now, is that not staffing? That's the question that we are asking. That is a wonderful question that we are asking. And nimemaliza, asante sana.
So, Gilo, I don't dispute what you're saying, but in my understanding, that is just a narration of probable events that could have taken place. There is a reason why we do general elections. And there is a reason why when you're voting, you must vote for the governor, vote for the MCA, vote for the senator at the same time. That's part of the balancing equation to avoid the cheating. So if I gave you 5 ballots for president and gave you 1 for governor, 1 for women rep, you will be caught on the same. And that's why we're talking about the differences of the results coming from Mount Kenya. So by afternoon, they were talking about 33 constituencies. The figures are not agreeing. Now, when that begins to happen, we're already exposing the matter. On the issue of agents, agents are human beings like you, okay? Some can be bought, others can be threatened. You go to a polling station, you stick out your neck, and you are the odd one out. You'll be threatened. There are cases where people ran for their life as agents in Mount Kenya in the past elections. So it's not that people just refuse to put agents everywhere. The truth is there are checks and balances. I believe everybody played their role right. The campaign is behind us. Tusahau hiyo maneno yote. Tuangalie uchaguzi vile utatokea, alafu tujifunze lessons zile ambazo tunapaswa kujifunza. But what I want us to get clear is that the Martha Karua ticket was a necessary ticket at this point in time. Very necessary. It did what nothing else would have done in the circumstances given. That one I can bet on the same. If we had Kalonzo Musyoka as running mate, I know Kalonzo Musyoka has delivered in this election very well. But if we had him as a running mate, we'll be cooked right now. Cooked, served, eaten, and finished completely. So the Martha Karua ticket worked wonders. It's part of the success in the mountain and part of the success of elsewhere. There are some votes we have gotten in Nairobi, courtesy of Martha Karua. Votes we've gotten in Mombasa, courtesy of Martha Karua, countrywide. And so we cannot rubbish that. On the other hand, you cannot convince people otherwise who have set up their mind to do what they want to do. There is nothing that the Mount Kenya people are not given. It's nothing the Mount Kenya people are not promised. If they couldn't listen to Uhuru Kenyatta, they didn't listen to Martha Karua. Even if they go to camp there and live there, they will still end up voting to punish one Uhuru Kenyatta, which they did successfully. And now they have an opposition to go and enjoy for 5 years. Choices have consequences. We can't rule that out. On the other hand, Uhuru Kenyatta did very well. He came to Nyanza, he came to Western, and said the only way to win these elections, come out in large numbers. And the Nyanza just played the magic. The Western just played the magic. And countrywide, the map is blue. So this is a success undertaking. We should stop whining and begin to focus on what is next. And in the next elections, what can we do different? But as at now, as far as this election is concerned, tumemalizana nayo. WG?
Yes, Bernard. How are you?
Endelea, naona sherehe kwako. Hiyo nyimbo italeta kizaza.
WG, you have to switch off the music because
Just a minute.
yeah, WG, no, hold on. WG, you have to switch off that music because of copyright. We'll lose the whole video. The whole video will be deleted if you play that music. It's not us. YouTube will delete the video. So
Sawa.
just be careful.
Sawa. That is taken care of. I wanted to begin by responding to Gilo briefly. I felt like he was blaming Azimio instead of blaming the thieves, the culprits. It is not Azimio's fault that we have thieves among us. The only thing we do with the thieves is to make sure that the systems are in place. And so far, I think that is what the Kenyan government did. And the IEBC, they put the system in place. And that's the reason why even those people were caught. Otherwise, everyone would be doing that and getting away with it. So we need to separate that. I think the Azimio, they did their best, especially in Central, especially taking into account the situation there, the political situation, and how it was playing out during the campaigns and even during the elections. So we are just hoping for the best. I just feel that the contestants in Central gave up very quickly after the laws. I think they should have given it time a little bit before they would concede, so that at least they get down to know the cause of the overwhelming defeat. So I think they rushed into conceding. So they should have investigated the cause first, because it's now emerging that there was some foul play around that area, and even in Nairobi, you know. So I don't know why they took that step. Number two, I also observed Mr. Wetangula just thumping so much in Bungoma about his win, which is understandable. The performance in Bungoma was equally good. The only thing we don't know is whether what happened in Central was replicated there, the way it happened, because it more or less almost takes the same form, the same direction. So, but we need, as Kenyans right now, not just to pray for the country, but we also need to be careful in our words, because people are emotional now, and also, the trajectory of this election has made it very, very easy for us to, relapse back to violence, because of the how tight it was, the race was. So far, what is holding us is just hope. We are hoping that our candidates are the ones that are going to be declared. That is what is holding people. Otherwise, it would have erupted. But at this juncture, we need to speak together, or talk together as a nation, and talk about peace. We need to know that actually after election, we will still want to go back to our lives, whoever wins. So let us not indulge in unnecessary violence. That is should be the most. In fact, as we await, if there is something that the country requires, is that message of peace, a message of peace that should be played simultaneously as the country waits for the final results. Otherwise, as for now, I don't think I have a lot. Maybe I can weigh in later on as time goes by.
Thank you very much, YG. I think the country is blue. Hii kitu tumeenda nayo. I think we all should relax, like Raila is doing. We should relax. We've taken it. We've caught a lot of nonsense happening, but we don't want to be a bit too loud on it. We don't want these criminals to have any excuse to go to court, because sorry, Acheng. Yeah, I need to mute you. I'm sorry. We need to have optimism in the country. Hii kitu bado tujamaliza, bado mbali. we still got a long way to go, but keep vigilant. Actually, just keep vigilant. you don't want to wake up in the morning and have a rude shock. So sisi tutakuwa tunakesha wengineo. Me and Azimio Patreon there, I used to call him Jeru, but he's my general. Me and him are generals here, so don't worry. We'll keep your spirits up. We're not about to give up. We've waited for 15 years for this, and criminals like Gashagwa and Ruto, we cannot allow that. I'm sorry, I cannot accept it. It's not allowed. Kenyans voted.
By the way, Kip, I wanted to ask a question. What happens in the case like now there are those who've conceded, and then it emerges later on and concluded that there was a massive rigging in Central. What happens in such a case?
You see, first of all, you are right. They should not have considered. In terms of the legal process, I do not know. I do not know, but I don't know if you can change your mind in legally, in terms of, for example, you accepted a ruling and then I'm talking about outside elections. Let's say you conceded in terms of somebody you wanted to press charges against, and then you later changed your mind about it. I don't know, but there might be statutory there might be a statutory time for that. So I think you might be able to change your mind, but concession doesn't mean that we're not allowed to question the irregularities of that specific region. So that means that you, as being those central leaders that felt foul, mean that you can take some of these returning agents to jail because they performed poorly or they did not perform according to the mandate. By the way, when you're taking someone to court, the will of the people is the will of the people. So, for example, if I am an MP of the concession of those MPs mostly was the fact that, is it such a small margin that I will come back into being an MP, or was it such a long distance? So, for example, the reason why Raila's election was nullified last time was because the margin was too large, meaning that there's a section of the will of the people of Kenya that could warrant the nullification of that election. But in a case whereby 2 or 3 constituencies had irregularities, but let's say 10 other constituencies in that county did not have irregularities, and your opponent had a majority win, the courts will not waste their time with that. They would rather prosecute those 3 returning agents for that constituency that allowed the irregularities, but the MPs stay. So this, I think, was wisdom from the Jubilee MPs that conceded. So for me, it's the concession was more like, yes, we've lost, and the will of the people was still fulfilled, meaning that they wanted UDA. But what we are contesting is the almost 10% increase of UDA win for the presidential part. But for the MPs, I think, yeah, it is true. So Musione, the courts will not waste their time if we lost, like let's say a quarter of the constituencies were mismanaged, but still the 2/3 could hold, the 3/4 could hold the majority. So that's where I think is questionable. So I think later on it's just activists like me and you to take those IEBC agents to court if we feel there were some irregularities. But I think the MPs acted honorably. Sorry. So next, I think was it Rhonda?
Unaongea na mimi ama?
Yes, you're next.
Okay. Habari zenyu. I hope you are doing well. Just be happy. Msiwe na uoga. Nasikia? Mungu ni strong. Biblia inasema Mungu atatupatia uoga. Amekuja kutupatia. The Bible says God have not given a spirit of fear, give a spirit of love and sound mind. Kwa sababu uoga ndio inatuma watu. Unajua kama ukionyesha mtu na muoga, ana take advantage. Na Ruto anajua watu wanamuogoka kwa sababu anafikiri he is more like dictator. I can do whatever I want. I can kill, I can lie. You know, like those criminals he's doing. So please don't fear. And I'm telling you, we are going to take this victory. Let me tell you, I'm not in Kenya right now. We are praying for Kenya with my friend. And we are not the same color. I told my friend what is going on in Kenya. Please pray for our motherland. And we are praying. They are comforting me because they know how I've been going through with the panic. I've been going to panic and anxiety. So they have been comforting me. Yeah. So don't worry. You kitu ni yetu. Ni ketu ka nini. Usiwe mnafikiria mambo ya Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya is, mimi nimetoka nini Central. Msiwe mnafikiria ati Central nini. We are like a Kenyans. Nasikia we are just Kenyans. Hata mimi sijui, hata mkiongea mimi nashinda kwa nini wanaongea Mount Kenya, nashinda kwa nini? Unaona? So just know that mimi najua kama mimi nakuanga unajua kama watu wa Central tuko wengi sana according to the Kenya wanasemanga, lakini mimi election mimi nilikuwa naangalia Central na Western kwa sababu watu wa Western ndio wako wengi sana na wa Kikuyu. Sasa mimi nilikuwa naangalia those both sides, Kikuyus and Luyas communities, because we are more majorities than other communities. And I think those country those is as communities you can get much vote. So God bless Kenya and God bless everybody, and I hope you guys be strong, and we are going to carry this victory. We are going to take this victory. It as baba ni wetu na tunampenda sana. Baba ni mtu na kuanga anaheshimu Mungu, anaheshimu kila community, anatutreat very equal. Yeye anangi kama wewe ni Mkikuyu, kama ni Mluya, ni Mjaluo. Yeye he value every communities. He see us, whether you are handicapped, whether you are rich or poor, he see us the same thing. Na ni mtu ananyenyekea kwa Mungu. Ndio maana Mungu amemfanya favor na watu wengi sana wanampenda. Si ndio? Sasa sina mengi ya kusema, ni hiyo. Asanteni sana na mlale salama.
That is great. I like that. Keep calm, sleep, eat, exercise, talk to friends, talk to family members. Election stress and anxiety is there. It's real. I bet there's a lot of Kenyans right now who've not gone to work. I have a few sales agents wamekataa kwenda kazi, nimejaribu kuwapembeleza, wamekataa. So sijui nifanye nini, lakini nimeona tu wakuwe na hii wiki ya kutulia sasa, lakini after next week lazima warudi kazi. Unajua I'm suffering right now. Unalipa watu lakini wafanyi kazi, ni ngumu. So just stay calm as Kenyans. Thank you Rhonda, and keep the spirits up. Musishike baridi. Hiyo baridi inakuja baadaye. Baridi ni saa ile tunaona mtu anaongea juu ya kwenda kotini. Baridi ni saa ile Orengo anavaa hiyo gauni yake ya black. That's when you're like, oof, things are not good here. At the moment, our generals are quiet. Our generals are silent. It's very important. So musiogope. Hii kitu hata mkini abuse kwa comments, I don't care. We have one goal here, to make sure the army is okay. Spread the message. Keep peace in Kenya. keep peace in Rift Valley, Central, Kisumu, coastal period. We are Kenyans. We all love one another. And at the moment, I am not preaching. I'm not preaching selling somebody's what do you call it? Selling somebody's vision for Kenya, because that was in the past. The moment, I am preaching for justice. We do not want to see things coming in midnight, sijui wanafanya nini. But sahii mimi naangalia kwamba hiyo form 34A na form 34B yenye Sifuna ameshikilia lazima zitali na A yenye anakuja kwa IBC. We have to tally them, otherwise Chebukati cannot answer them. We've vetted our agents inside the center that are tallying up the numbers, and you should have confidence in them. If you see Wanga complaining, they're seeing something nefarious. A whole respectable woman called herself Sholei Boss coming in with a laptop because George has locked all the firewalls and they want a gateway outside to bring in more rubbish. We cannot accept. We've accepted a few irregularities, but will not accept anything below 51% for us. We know we've won above 60. Lakini for the sake of the country, we are rooting for the main seat. That's a presidential seat. Yo takataka yote tutapata after the elections. We'll deal with that. So Paul Irungu, it's nonsense to you, but it's facts for us. We've been fighting for this, and we're not letting go this time. The last time we found irregularities, it was 2 weeks after elections. This time, the facts are in your face. Tumeziona. We have videos of that, and if Ruto thinks he can go to court with videos of irregularities, I dare him. Bernard, sorry for the rant. Unajua mimi nikikujanga hapa nikikasirika na kuanga hivyo. I think kitu, you have to be fair. We have to be fair. We cannot have the whole of Nairobi trying to do nonsense. You're embarrassing the capital. Nakuja na a whole ream of papers. Watu wa UDA, can you explain that, please? Keep real, you need to be arrested. For what? Joshua, what am I being arrested for? For saying the truth? Arrested for what? I'm telling you, if I saw irregularities, there's video evidence of that. What do you think, Junette, our other Iron Lady, carrying things, finding out these young boys trying to steal the election from us? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. So just because you have the same last name, the same last name as me, doesn't mean we're brothers. I'm sorry. Bernard, Mike, WG, Chege, those are my brothers because they believe in truth. And the country is blue. Msinikasirisha hapa karibu, please. Hii asibui bana, mpaka asibui. But I'm still optimistic, Bernard. Let me just let me bring up the tempo. It's still okay. We're still there. I'm just upset because my sales. Unajua kama mwana biashara, sales people wakikataa kwenda kazi, mimi nakuwa nakasirika. So, thank you. Mike,
Keep, Mama, you know what Malema said of South Africa when he was burying Winnie Mandela? He said, "Mother, show us a sign." And our mother has shown us a sign on her Twitter handle. So if you are going to sleep well, you can even sleep much, much better. I'm following the people who matter. I don't follow bloggers and propagandists. I follow the people who matter. So mother has shown me a sign, keep, and I was going to sleep well, but I'm going to sleep even much better.
I'm looking for that image just for you, but check it. You might be interrupted a bit by an image, but could you tell us what you think and how you feel about the topics we have, how the exposure of the elections. Tuambie tafadhali. But you might see a screen just interrupting you for a second, so don't worry. Lakini tuache stress tafadhali. Let's relax. We've got this. We're going to see a motorcade with Raila in it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kip. Habari ya kila mtu. So I think we should be happy actually that things are happening the way they should. You know, at least we can see light at the end of the tunnel. It's been a struggle, and it's coming to fruition. You know, I think Raila running with Karua is just the icing on the cake. You know, complementing. You know, covering whatever he is. You know, so I think we should celebrate that. I know they're gonna be sworn in, but they have an uphill task. You know, most of these people we are dealing with right now, most of these people who are creating fear in us are people who have been criminals for a long time, and I think they need to be dealt with once and for all, because democracy sio uchaguzi peke yake. It's a long process, you know, and democracy has infrastructure. You cannot have democracy without a functional legal system. You know, you cannot have democracy if people are not informed. So they need to invest in legal reforms. These criminals need to be arrested. They need to be charged. You know, kama ameiba vitu za umma, then they need to be answerable to that. You know, hii uoga tuko nayo is because we have very different sides. You know, can you imagine if you had Raila and Karua versus Kibwana and Matiang'i? Would you be that worried? You know, but now we know that if things go the wrong way, we are doomed for many years to come. So I think they have that role, they have that task, and they will need our support, because I know they are serious. They will fight it. They will. I know people will go to jail. People will go to court, and people will go to jail. So we should be happy. We should celebrate that we have that in the coming. We can see it, but let's remember that you know, what we are saying, like in the central, of course there's something fishy is going on. Hata kutoka vile Mtahi alikuwa anasema, there's no way with the low turnout in central, then they are telling at 49%. Something is not adding up mathematically. But despite that, wale watu walipewa, you know, people choose from what they get. You know, those options should not be options between thieves and reformers. They should be options based on principle, sio kati ya wizi na nini, you know, na reformers. So I think akina Karua na Raila, if they work on that and we support them so that they can start cleaning the system. You know, hawa watu wa wash ambao wamechaguliwa wengi, many of them need to be prosecuted. They have been in courts many times. Wanaenda on a bribe, wanaachiliwa, kids they bribe the judges, wana bribe the system, cases drag, inafika wakati wa elections bado cases ziko kwa court, unasemekana let's postpone the case because we have elections. This should not be happening, you know. But anyway, I'm happy that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and let's remember that democracy is not a one-time thing. It's a process, and it's based on we have to have law, we have to have free information, we have to have an educated and informed citizenry. Nimeshukuru sana for the time. Thanks. But I'm happy that let's not fear. You know, things are gonna get better. Asante.
Thank you very much. King Bernard, General mwenyewe. Tufanye nini tuweke spirits ya watu wetu juu kidogo? Najua nimeona watu wanaanza panic and we're just at 2% of the verification of the elections, verification. This time round, I think people don't understand again. We unaona napigiwa simu. We were a bit late in the game. Right now, our troops are seeing irregularities. Wanga is there, Njoo is there. Wanatuletea watu kama Moses, wanatuletea mtu kama Moses Kuria huko, mtu kama Boss Shole. We'll handle them. So people relax. The government is working fairly. This time, I don't think the tenacity of Ruto should be respected, but don't let it break your souls. Don't let it break your spirits, because we got this in the bag. Otherwise, the man would be announcing it. Just because he shook the hands of the election observers doesn't mean Uhuru didn't do. Raila didn't do that. It's just Raila needs to make sure that the country is in peace. So to relax, tafadhali. We got this. You continue taking the helm, Bernard. Unless you want to send me a link of a video, I can send to people. I'll still be here for a few more minutes. Ilikuwa Big Julius.
It's okay. It was Big Julius.
I don't know if it was.
Thank you, everybody.
I don't know if it's the other way around, so you can correct me. It's either Elizabeth or Big Julius. I don't know how it goes. Sorry.
And this Wareri Mike, did he make submission?
He's like John Cena. He came out of nowhere.
No, he's been here. He's been here.
Ai, bwana nimekaa sana.
Pole, endelea tafadhali.
Otherwise, habari zenu wote?
Tuko salama.
Naona tunaendelea mzuri.
Huyo kanda yako ni mjunior ama ndio madam?
Mimi sina mtu hapa, hakuna mtu kando yangu.
Hiyo naona ni
hii ni magoti, nimekaa chini.
Mimi naona
nimekaa chini, nimeweka magoti. Otherwise, mko poa. So mi naona tuko salama, but tangu nipige kura, imagine bwana, hii kitu stress lazima pia ikue, kwa sababu unapata mi saa hii natumia tu chai. Ugali huwezi pika ukule, my friend. Ugali huwezi ingia, hakuna time ya kupika hiyo ugali, hata ukule ni chai tu, kitu yenye inakuja tu soft. But nilifurahia wakati Mtai Ngunya alitweet na akaambia watu Azimio wasilale huko Bomas, kwa sababu issue ya hii Central ulikuwa unapata kuna issue hii vile kuna sister yangu mwingine alisema unapata kura ya president iko 1000, ya governor iko 50. So hapo Mtai Ngunya alijaribu, ndio maana ulikuwa unaona hao mahackers wanashikwa nini. Alafu mimi niko na huruma kwa watu wa Bungoma. Hata si wangerudisha Wangamati, hata kama wangetaka kupigia Raila. So this time wheelbarrow is real Bungoma, na watainunua 3 million. Kurudisha hii jamaa hii. So sikujua kwa nini watu wa Bungoma, hata kama hukutaka kupigia Raila, but ungechagua mtu mwenye track record yake ni mzuri. Wheelbarrow 1 million imerudi. So this time ni wheelbarrow real, sio wheelbarrow tu. Sina neno, lakini but wacha watu wetu wa Azimio wenye wako kwa Bomas, please wasilale. Hapo ndio issue iko, kwa sababu huku nje imekuwa blocked. So huko ndani ndio anything can happen. Otherwise, sina neno, nitaongea baadaye tena. Asanteni.
Okay, thank you. I just want to congratulate the people of Kirinyaga for a job well done and warn them that the Senate is not going to help them to clean their mess.
Then listening. Very good.
Joseph Kathurin Davi, Silvanus Kombandao, Purity Wangui Ngirishi, and Anne Mombi Wegoro. I will now proceed to announce votes cast in favor of each candidate. For Peter Getao, it was 10,166. Peter Ireri, 2,132. Biden Kagai, 1,751. Joseph Kathurin Davi, 3,837. Silvanus Kombandao, 532. Purity Wangui Ngirishi, 105,677. And Anne Mombi Waigoro, 113,088. From the foregoing, I thus declare that Anne Mombi Waigoro is the governor-elect of Kirinyaga County. Returning officer, hereby declare that you, Anne Mombi Waigoro of passport DK 2553, you have been duly elected as the county governor for Kirinyaga County in the elections held on 9th August 2022. Congratulations.
So I hope that is the decision of the Kirinyaga people, and I want to congratulate them and just let them understand that we are very faithful when it comes to sustaining your leaders for the full term. We did it successfully the last term, and we promise you will do it successfully this term. Whatever wanasema yule anasema mwiba wa kujidunga hauna pole. So if you take thorn, push it inside your leg. Who do you want somebody? Why do you want someone to come and tell you sorry? So that is it, and it's very sad state of affairs in my opinion. All the same. Yes, Mike, what is it, Mike Warera?
Bernard, si jana nilisikia ati alikuwa ameshindwa. What happened hii usiku yote?
The night has its own miracles.
Jana niliona hata alikuwa analia gari zake imepigwa na rungu nini, ati amekubali kushindwa na hata run for the next 5 years. So what happened? Umejua bado nashangaa.
Kulipatikana na magari ya county government imebeba extra ballot papers zikashikwa na police.
Okay.
So sijui what transpired thereafter, but all in all, the returning officer said she's duly elected, so we take it she's governor designate until further notice.
From fire to fire.
Yes, Mike. This other Mike.
Bernard, a by-election is just as expensive as an election. And I agree with you that Kirinyaga people will not and should not use our taxpayers' money to take any case against Waiguru to the Senate and then seek for impeachment when they had tested her for 5 years and they found her fit or unfit. Waiguru will not be a first-term governor. So she will serve for the entire team, even if she buys a biro at 500 shillings. Kirinyaga people should not use, the tax that is used to run a by-election in Kirinyaga is the money you and me pay for taxes. We need that money to be used for free primary, secondary, and university education, not by-election for you electing a thief, and then you think we shall have a by-election in 2026 or 24. That I agree with you. The government or the Kenyans, we need to agree that when you elect a thief knowingly, you make your bed and sleep on it until morning. Thank you.
Thank you. You make your bed and sleep on it until morning. So be warned, before you make your bed, choose it properly. Okay, tumsikilize Big Julius. Vipi Big Julius?
Poa sana Bernard. Keep WG Warera Eliza, naona Eliza Kugwagiza, Anyumba and Lemengit, na wasalimia habari ya asubuhi, wengine sijui habari ya jioni wala wako US. Hii election itatuonyesha maneno Bernard. Najua tunaangalia, lakini kitu ya kwanza nataka kuambia supporters, sisi kama Azimio, please usifuate maneno yameandikwa kwa on social media. Anything that is in social media unless ni mtu gani ameweka kwa social, because there are people who speak the truth in social media, but zingine ni upuzi. I mean something that it's inaweza kukuchoma matumbo, kule mtu ako na tumbo nyepesi. Anyway, Bernard, we had the first free and fair election in 2002, and in that 2002, the president or the person who was running from Central in the top seat was a Kikuyu, and there was a very, very big wave all over the country, not only in Central but all over Kenya. But still, we have never seen something like what has just happened in Central Kenya. For me, that it doesn't make any sense, because no matter how, you cannot sweep like that. You don't have a remote control, because what happened in the Central Kenya, Bernard, I'm telling you, that's a remote control. ODM just concluded the election, the one now we are doing. ODM swept Kakamega, but still ANC wako na 2 MPs, right? So you cannot tell me at the whole of at wabunge wote walikuwa Jubilee ati wanatolewa wote, as in no, it doesn't make any sense. Surely hata kama of course UDA ilikuwa iko na roots, but that I think it's not possible. It's not possible. What happened in Central Kenya happened also in Narok, and it happened in Bungoma. The same trick they used in Central, they used it in Narok and Bungoma. So I think I don't know how long is it going to take, because the problem we have in Kenya actually is corruption, because sasa ukiona kama wale walikuwa wameshikwa Nairobi, the Aro na I mean, mtu anabeba makaratasi na yeye ameajiriwa na amekula kiapo kwamba atafanya kazi kwa haki, you know. So those are the kind of things that if you look into and you get shocked, because Kenya, what is happening to Kenya, and how long are we going to take to to reset this country, because we are just becoming so rotten. Yani haki saizi Kenya, haki imepotea, watu wanaabudu pesa kuliko haki. So things in this election, I'm telling you a lot of things. Kwanza Narok, Narok, things happened. Unapata makaratasi za elections boxes zimepasuliwa, ziko huko msituni. So now, and if you see all those, hizo shida zote zilitokea tu na side ya UDA. UDA had but again, I think we need to pray very hard, continue praying. I'm always very strong. Mimi sipelekwi na, it doesn't matter how, ukiangalia saa zingine ukiangalia vile nilikuwa naangalia national TVs, watu wengine I always have my very strong faith. I believed in Baba even before. I did not believe him. No, I don't follow him because I follow him because I believe in him. So it doesn't matter how it goes. I'm always there and I believe in him. So I'm still strong myself, Bernard. I'm very strong. Sijababaika, sijaumwa na tumbo, sijaenda kulia kwa choo wala nini, sijakosa usingizi, nikiingia kwa bed na lala tu, because I know that one thing that I always don't forget is that the Lord's timing is always perfect. It doesn't matter what you do, the Lord's time is perfect. So hii election ile ukora imefanyika, kusema ukweli, it's too much. It's too much. Na Chebukati sasa ndio naanza kukumbuka maneno ya Kuseo said it imekuja ikafanyika. Kuseo has been telling us about all these things and they are happening. But one thing, Bernard, we have to appreciate is that what wako macho, even if they are doing that, the problem we had in Central, I don't know what happened to those MPs, because kuna mtu amesema hapo mbele kwamba why do somebody concede that easily, and you went to a fight but you concede that easily, hata uja verify, you did not verify uone kwamba, because definitely they know who they are dealing with is a thief. Na unawezaje concede that easy? You know, at times you have to look things in a very different angle. So I Bernard, these people we are dealing with in Wakora, but also our people, they are trying because wanajaribu kufanya hivi. Narok walijaribu senator alijaribu anaitwa nani, Tunai alijaribu kupeleka makaratasi na magari shikashikwa, watu raia tu wakaipata. So I think again, of course, najua kudili na mwizi hakuna mtu mwerevu kama mwizi. They are very, because especially I think UDA, all of them, hakuna mtu ana experience ya wizi in UDA. They are very good thieves. So dealing with them is very hard, and you have to try much harder. unajua that they are very happy hii uchaguzi vile inazidi kuendelea, yani verification ikichukua muda, because wale watu wale wa Azimio agents watachoka, wakifunga macho kidogo hivi wanafanya kitu. So that's why we have to advise our agents in the National Tallying Center wakae macho. Kama inawezekana wakae hata kama ni wane, mmoja akisikia amelemewa anaenda anapumzika, watatu wanamreplace. That is exactly what they are supposed to do, because if they don't do that, then they are very bad people we are dealing with. Anyway, let me just finish it as such for now. As we go ahead, I will contribute more. Thank you.
Okay, asante Big Julius, we appreciate that, and we are in a very interesting country that we all need to be aware of. Watu wanaweza kuibia socks bila kutoa viatu. It is dangerous. And so we must all watch out. Let's get this video so that we are up to speed even as we proceed.
Office. Mr. Musyoka's family and the commission have been trying to reach him to the office. Mr. Musyoka's family and the commission have been trying to reach him without success, and his duties are now being handled by the deputy returning officer. A report of a missing person has been made at Embakasi Police Station under occurrence book number 24/11/8/2022. The Commission is deeply concerned about this unfortunate incident and calls upon the relevant security agencies to speedily investigate this matter. Thank you.
Okay, that's about the returning officer for Embakasi East who went missing from the polling station, and he's out of trace. So you can only speculate what is happening, but we pray that he's safe. People are crazy that they can make an election become a do or die issue. If you sold yourself to the people and the people rejected you, why should you impose yourself to them? If they don't want you, they don't want you. But let's move forward. I think it's Anyumba's time. Anyumba, you made submission.
Yes, habari zenu?
Tuko poa. Vipi?
Niko salama ndugu yangu. Mimi kabla niendelee bwana, si uniwekee ile, unijaribu kunielezea ile tweet ya Martha Karua ilikuwa inasema nini, ndio niendelee. Bernard, umenipata?
Yes. Keep get that tweet, and I think it will help if you read it, because can't get it on the screen. It's
Macho yangu haioni bwana, na miwani iko mbali sasa.
Eagerly awaiting for this.
I will
Makofi. Eagerly waiting for this. Makofi.
Oh, asante. Sasa Unajua Bernard, the people that who are vying for election in Kenya, they don't vie to serve the people. That is why in Kenya election is do or die. Because you can recall back what Dismas Baraza did. In Kenya, an election, if I was Chebukati today, I would have cancelled the certificate of Dismas Baraza. Because if you kill more people, who are you going to lead? That is number one. I refer you again to Kikuyu constituency. Look at what Ichungwa did. There were allegations that the agents were issuing 2 ballots each for people to vote. When that gentleman was complaining, the Ichungwa decided to bring more policemen inside. And you can even hear what that woman, the returning officer, who is not even, she doesn't have a wisdom. That is a public office. You can't tell somebody that if you think I've not done what I was supposed to do, take me to court. You know, the woman thinks that she's walking in heaven. We are in Kenya. And don't forget that man, if he decides to look for you, you will not be hanging on Chebukati's coat every day. You will be going there and coming back to your home, whether you are being paid or not. So that is why you see in Kenya, the people are missing. Why is it every electioneer year, we must have somebody missing? The last time the Musando was missing and he was found dead. What is going to happen in this man, Embakasi East? This means that the election in Kenya, people are not vying to serve the people of Kenya. They are going there to get rich. That is why they do it, do or die. Because if you want to serve the people, you will not handle it as if tomorrow you will not vie again. So, if I go back to what my big Julius said, Ruto has bungled this election plus Chebukati. Because what Ruto did 2017 with Jubilee, the same thing he has done with UDA. Because it was, if you are not in UDA, in Jubilee 2017, you will not go to parliament. That is what Ruto have done. He was doing it in Central. He did it in Bungoma, in Kajiado. So where are we heading to with the election? If Ruto can do this and is not yet president, what if he become a president? What will happen? How many people will be killed? How many people will be washed away? And if we are not careful, we are going to lose this election, trust me, because Ruto is making whatever he can do to get into power. I don't know what our good friends like Kenya, I don't know whether the man called Kenya and Kibicho and Kibocha, I saw them giving a press on Mutiambai. I don't know what they are planning. But if this is the way that we are going through, I can assure you, Ruto is doing whatever he can do. Money, and he bought so many people, IEBC. you can imagine, I said this and I can repeat it. When I was still very young, when somebody told me that my vote, my future, I was wondering why is this man telling me such a thing like this? But now I know my vote, my future. Because if you vote a wrong person to lead you, he will not lead you, he will kill you. And there is a saying that saying, if people don't know what you are doing to succeed, they will persecute you. By the time they know what you are doing and how you do it and you succeed, they will kill you and take over. So this is what Ruto is doing.
Okay. Ayumba.
Yes.
No, we don't want to spread any language like that. I know you're passionate. Any word to do with kill or that there's a lot of excitement. I know that, but I really want to restrict the language down to toning down such words. I feel uncomfortable with that. I'm sorry about that, but for me, in this election and any other election that's going to happen in the future, we have to preach peace. So I know you're not intending that the way you're saying, but just restrain using allegations like that. I'm not trying to defend Ruto, but just restrain yourself from saying that. It's important for this time, especially for this time. It's very important for me to hear that we're not talking about killing. So, tafadhali. Sorry about that. Continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what I was, my point is this: we have to be very careful because where we are heading, we might lose hope even to vote in future. And if we don't stop this now, we will never stop it. Because me, I feel pain. I wake up very early in the morning, around 3 a.m. I go and queue, I vote, then my vote is meaningless. It pains somebody. If someone can reach to a point where he can hack the system and do whatever they are doing, where are we heading to? Like now, the gentleman who is missing in Embakasi, we don't know where the gentleman is. If the gentleman was my brother or your brother, how will we feel? So I don't know how we are going to tackle this, but
so Wananyumba,
yes,
I've listened to you, and you seem to have an understanding that we are helpless against evil. In my understanding, good will always prevail over evil, and bad people are the few. They're just a few elements that can be contained. As far as I'm concerned, our security apparatus are on deck, and nothing will go wrong. These elections cannot be bungled. They have made attempts. The Star newspaper said they have tried 200 times between 4 p.m. and 8 a.m. 200 times. So we are not talking about one banana republic where somebody will enter and take over. It's not going to work. You can consult Itumbi and the rest of the team. Their headache, the reason they're going public is because their private move has failed. Okay? So I want you to relax yourself. Whatever we did not do right, we'll do better. But from where I sit, our
Bernard,
security apparatus to work.
Bernard, give me 30 seconds.
Yes.
Give me 30 seconds.
Take it.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Huh? That is Baba relaxing. Everybody relax. That is one day ago. You've not heard about anything else from him. Hii kitu tumechukua. Dance like Baba. Have confidence. I have faith in that man. So Africa, mama, yo. Let's go. Hata naona Bernard ako excited. I'm very happy about that. Hii kitu tunachukua. Murelax. Africa. You know, if I see Baba panicking, that is when I panic. I'm celebrating. Nangoja tu hiyo motorcade ikuje. So Ayuba, let's keep the spirits up. Let's talk. Baba is taking this. Bernard, sorry about that. We're not going to get excited about this presidency. We're taking it.
It's okay, keep. So Anyumba and the team, tell your group everything is all right. Okay? The few evil people in our midst have been contained. The stain has been surrounded. Jik has been sent for. We're going to have a clean country. So, and all those irregularities, that means people that UDA elected for us that we did not elect, they are not going to sit in that house. That's why we have mother. And we have two mothers. There is mother deputy president and there's mother president. All of them heading the judiciary department. We are going to have a clean country.
Umesahau Ngilu has been, hey.
Subiri kwanza, tuongea masuala ya sheria. Ngilu amefanya mpaka arrest. That we are happy about it. But I just want us to have the right perspective, because when you listen too much to bad preaching, you end up having bad faith. And eventually your faith becomes impotent. It doesn't deliver. So let us listen to what is right. I was at Bomas today. I was at KICC just to be sure. I left the studio, went to work there physically with my bishop. And we saw what we saw. We asked the right questions. We met some of those key people and they gave us the information. So we are not talking out of hearsay. We are not talking about posts. We're talking about information that we got from the horse's mouth. Go home and sleep, okay? This country is not going to end it fifth. Thank you. Mwamburi, wewe umeleta giza kwa studio. Uko wapi? Unmute. Joseph Mwamburi.
Haya, mnanipata wenzangu?
Kabisa, namna gani?
Niko salama, nashukuru. Niko kazini, mahali nafanya kazi. Sisi tuko serikalini, by the way.
Mimi naumwa sana Mwamburi, mimi naumwa sana.
Kaka, hata hiyo video nikakwambia, okay. Hiyo video ilifanya
Ngoja nikwambie hoja yangu ya kuumwa.
Sawa, niambie.
Hizo kura zote Ruto alikuwa wapi Mombasa? Na
sasa angalia.
Kuna kura ya Ruto.
Sasa angalia, wacha nikwambie vile kulienda hapo. Kama si Joe hata baba bado angefika hiyo percentage ya menini. Manake huyu jamaa alikuwa ameshapanda tayari. Alikuwa ameshapanga na hawa IBC, hawa returning officers. Alikuwa ashawaonga wote. Wacha nikwambie, ashawaonga wote. So, okay, I can disclose. Shabal, I'm working for kwa. Hata hiyo video yenye mnaona pale ni makosa. Nilikuwa pale lakini makosa. Haingekuwa, in fact kuna mtu ambaye alichukua hiyo kitu na haikutakana. Manake ndio maana uliona watu walianza kufurika KICC. It was wrong. Na Mtembei TV Hao wote wenye mko na wenye wanasikiza. Relax. Baba is the fifth. Baba ni amiri jeshi mkuu. Anangojea tu. Anangojea tu. Take it from me. Take it to the nearest bank. Baba ashachukua. Wacha nikwambie scenario moja. What happened? IBC, the first thing wakati election ilifanywa, do you want to tell me that intelligence in this country hawajui who is the president? Unajua hao ndio watu wa kwanza wanaambiwa this is the first result, hii ndio result tuko nayo, go and prepare what. Are you telling me Uhuru hajui nani the president right now? They know the face of yesterday. It was yesterday or today. Kinywa wakiongea, it can tell you who is the next president. They are comfortable. So msijali. Hizi zingine zinafanywa ni sarakasi. These guys, they want to alternate people. Wanajua, you know, they know that's what they are doing. Wanajua who is the president. So wanataka wafanya hizi sarakasi zote to buy time. Wajaribu kuhack. Na sio ati wajaribu, they hacked. Wali hack lakini hawakufaulu. That's why ulikuwa unaona Ruto akisema, in fact, let me tell you what our president has done. He has done a good job. Although mahali pengine tulilemewa, lakini he has done a good job. In fact, I'm telling you, when Ruto was saying baba atamuosha mapema na asubuhi, he was having a lineup. He was having a lineup. And thank God. Unakumbuka Uhuru akimjibu, you will know I'm the president. Now, this is the time. Majibu ndio haya. He has made sure kwamba ameprotect na amehakikisha huyu jamaa asiibe ile muda yenye alikuwa anataka kuiba. Alikuwa aibe 2 million. Saizi hata ungekuwa tunaongea mambo ya what. I'm telling you. Saizi hata vile alikuwa anasema mapema na asubuhi, kuosha ni asubuhi. And I'm telling you, after this election, many from Central are going to court. Na utapata it will be nullified. Most of the MPs wa UDA, I'm telling you, because hii ni kitu walikuwa wamepanga everything. That's what you are seeing in the country, but we are okay. Si tunafurahi. Baba is the president. Shabal was the team. Tuko pale atapata ministry, and we will continue. But let me tell you one thing. You know, sometimes nakaa nafikiria, when ukienda kanisani unasema Bwana Yesu asifiwe, and what you are doing for sure, you know, we are abusing God. Unajua ukiwa clean heart na what you are doing, yeah? Usikue okay, in short, tushaua nyoka makanisani, so it is only that tunaenda kuzika na tumalizane naye. Asanteni, nimeshukuru sana na naondoka tafadhali.
Okay, sawa, asante Mwamburi, tunashukuru kwa mchango huo na tunaamini mambo yako sawa. Asante sana kwa kututia moyo na endelea kushikilia doria. Nchi hii ni yetu na hakuna anayetutisha. Evans Kipto, niwaambia nyi bloggers wa UDA, it's good to have some common sense, okay? Mama Selina is not in the show. What do you want her to say? And we are aware she's on transit, she's traveling. Why are you concluding? You think you have muted her? Tafadhalini.
Wanajua ajui. Huyo mama kama angekuwa transit. She was insisting to get on the show. Mimi na Bernard tulikuwa tunamkataza. Mama ngoja kidogo. Anafika hoteli, msubiri. Unataka moto inakuja.
So she will be here physically. So wait and see. He will come and mute her from here.
Bernard.
Yes.
Ni ukweli nani Atura alishikwa?
Nani?
Arthur.
Who is Arthur?
Sakaja si anaitwaga hata.
Wewe acha kutuchanganya na majina ambayo majina ya kutafuta certificate. Hiyo ni top security issue. We cannot discuss it here. But let's do this. Let's do this. We have put Moses on hold for long. Wacha tucheze hii video alafu aje moja kwa moja tafadhali. Naona nataka kusign out. Mnitafutie walimu wenu wa usiku kama mnataka lesson iendelee. Let's have this. We come back for the other.
Joel Shabesh is with us on the line. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. Are you still at Jamhuri High School?
We have just been given a certificate. We have just left. We have left people celebrating, but I've just left.
Okay.
We've just been given, in about half an hour ago.
What was this standoff, Mheshimiwa?
Oh my God, it's such a long story. If you can find ballot papers that are stamped, which are all supposed to be locked in a ballot box, walking around with presiding officers for 2 days, 3 days in bags, and you are the one who has to raise it and take them to Central. And yet it is known by the IBC themselves, the returning officer is involved, the DRO, the security system there. We have told them there is something going on here. The returning officer has totally refused to announce our results. And our candidate has won with 15,000 votes. I have never seen such madness in my life.
So how did this happen, Mheshimiwa? So voting happens in a polling station, counting happens in a polling station.
Exactly.
The results are witnessed by all agents in the polling station. A form is filled.
The form is filled. Then any other material is put in a ballot box and sealed.
Mm-hmm.
Then the PRO comes with a copy of the results to this tallying center, which was Jamhuri High School for Starehe.
Mm-hmm.
So any ballot paper, whether spoiled, unused, whatever the reason, unused ballot books, spoiled, are supposed to be in a ballot box.
In the sealed ballot box.
Yes, that is how they finish the tallying. That's how presiding officers finish.
Mm-hmm.
So by the time the boxes are being brought, there is no material except this Form 30, I don't know what it is called, that has the results, isn't it?
For the MP, 35A.
From the MP, for 35A for the MP.
Mm.
And of course for presidential and everybody else.
Uh-huh.
So when we came, of course our agents are ready. The lady refused to count. In fact, the first night when all PROs were arriving in other stations by 3, including Starehe, at 2 in the night when I went there to ask what's going on, is when presiding officers started being received. 2:30 in the night. Even them, they were tired, they were cold, they were frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
So in that process, presiding officers, about 13, say they don't have their material, they don't have their results. So they need the ballot box opened to get the material inside, until they put it inside. So we ask them a simple question. When you are trained, you are told, put what you are putting in and carry the one you are coming to the tallying center. Since we have 200 and something PROs, how is it that 13 only did not get these instructions? So this returning officer lady is insisting we open the ballot box. Now you know the process of opening a ballot box is very, very complicated. Because you have to call all agents to open a ballot box, even one, from MCA agents to presidential. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
Because you open a ballot box.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what she has been playing with, and we have been asking her. So in the end, as we were fighting all these things, we asked them, and what are in these bags? So our boy said, open these bags. So I told the police, can you open for us this
What
bag?
kind of
We got
bags?
ballot-
Handbags?
These ones that, no, you know, they have all these rucksacks, all these officers, all these PROs. They have similar rucksacks they have been given. Then even one was wrapped in a kikoi, about 20,000. You know, it's like a joke. I'm not even understanding why people are even talking about IBC. I can't believe they were in a kikoi. They were taken to Central. 2 hours later, we found another batch, the ones that you are seeing in social media. So we asked honestly, what are we even doing? So eventually, because of going to the police and everything, we went back. She still insisted on opening the ballot box. I said, okay, if that's the process, call somebody more senior than you, because we are not trusting you, and thus we'll have our agents here. When the senior person came, what we've been telling this woman throughout, these papers you're not finding will not change the tally, is what the county returning officer has come to announce. But I also believe that is because of the pressure and the publicity and the media coverage. Otherwise, I don't think they were going to shift.
You know, I'm listening to what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, but are you saying that in these rucksacks, these backpacks, and the documents covered in kikois, that these were ballot papers?
Ballot paper stamped. A ballot paper that is
Marked
stamped
or
means
unmarked?
it's been given some marked, some unmarked. Ballot paper stamped means it is being given to a voter.
Yeah.
Because it's cut, it's stamped, it's given to you. For senator, for governor, for MP, for MCA, for president also, for president. Yeah. So let me tell you what their plan was, which was too long and winded. They wanted us to open these ballot boxes that these PROs can have no papers, so that they staff. So
And
they
so
had the
what would it
papers
have
ready to
been?
staff.
That it would have been you who had agreed to have these boxes opened, and it was
Yes.
in the plain
Yes,
view of
that is what they
everybody.
were forcing us, because we were so desperate to be. They said, okay, just let us open. The tallying paper is inside. The one that they're supposed to carry by law. Please just let us open. They made a mistake. You know, I asked her, 13 of your people made a mistake. How foolish do you think we look? 13 people can make a mistake. Which training were they? Then I even told those PROs, you people did not hear you take personal responsibility. Then they started panicking. By the way, they are so compromised. If those people's phones are checked, the kind of, and I'm telling you, the kind of communication, you know, we also know who was paying them. The kind of communication you will see between our competitors, I really do not know. I really don't know.
So during
I
this
don't know.
entire standoff, what was the stand by your competitors? Were they also supporting the arrow in the call to reopen the ballot boxes?
Of course, 100%.
And what was
They
their
are the ones who are
argument?
telling Adul. They are the ones who are saying don't, because they want to stuff the box, because Simon Bogwa wants to win. This is the Simon Bogwa thing. It's not that it's something we don't know. Simon Bogwa was there. He comes there. Outside there, he talks to them. You find a returning officer. She would disappear for an hour or two. Tell me where you can go to a polling station now, and there is no tallying going on for an hour or two. She somewhere disappeared in the backyard. Huko, sijui wapi.
Now that Amos Mwago has been declared winner, what was the margin?
Yes.
The final tally.
15,000. 15,000.
The,
No, the gap was 15,000. I don't even know what the tally was.
the
You know,
gap,
we've been just saying
the
our
gap
gap is
between
15,000.
him and the next and the
And
number
Simon
two.
Bogwa. Yeah.
And from what you
15,000.
said, you were looking at some 20,000 ballot papers that they were
Thrown
carrying around.
around, walking around carelessly. These ballot papers that are costing a year each, I don't know how much. These ones which are coming from Greece are like toilet paper. And I am telling you, instead of being in a ballot box, even there is one who had no shame. The one who is in the video you will see Ngilu is talking to. That man says that his child was sick. So he left to another PRO to hold for him. So this other PRO is saying, me, I shouldn't be in trouble because I was only holding for him. I said, you are holding ballot papers which are stamped. And that PRO who he was holding for him is a teacher from that school. So they slept in that school. I don't know whether in his house, I don't know where. You know, it is so basic and so, it sounds silly with how basic it sounds, but it's ridiculous.
So, Mheshimiwa Shebesh, now that you say this is really, really casting a very bad shadow on the constituency itself and this election for MP, do you think it also affects the other elections, the presidential election, MCA, senator, governor?
We found presidential ballot papers, the same number of almost 2 booklets of presidential. We found of MCA, we found of governor, we found of senator and the MP. Let me ask you.
And how many ballot papers are there in a booklet?
Why do I think that they're like 3? I don't know. They are fat. You didn't see that thing?
No, I saw them when I went to vote. There were many. I'm just wondering how many there are. So if there are several
like 10,
booklets, then
or I don't know. Yeah, they are book. By the way, in total, we have about 20,000 ballot papers that we took to Central.
Okay.
Then you see even this thing that when you know what remains from a ballot book, the counterfoils.
Yes.
Also, which are supposed to be there in a sealed. They are also somehow, I don't know, working with them. Then they have pictures of voters. I don't know whether it's voter registers or with pictures of people and their phone numbers. And then, by the way, there was a book, an exercise book, where they've written their strategy of stealing. That is how stupid they are. Akitoa who you have a 50 at his class 8. You know me, I'm thinking it's a movie, by the way.
You're part of the leaders of, Team Nairobi.
I could not believe how brazen this thing is. I mean, I have seen elections, but I have never seen such an attempt.
You will know I'm the president.
Do you
But I hear the kind of money that walked around that station
is a lot.
Is a lot.
Rachel, do you think this was replicated in other constituencies in Nairobi as part of the team of Team Nairobi?
Yes,
what do you think this means to Nairobi?
We even found Kasarani ballot papers. Kasarani, they have complained. Mathare, Mheshimiwa Oloch just came to join us there. He has just been given certificate now. He told us even in Mathare, 2 people have been arrested over IBC. Yes. So it is a thing that is all over. So imagine there is no credibility. On that one, even them, they don't know what to tell us. They don't know what to reply.
So in the seats that you win and the seats that you lose, there is questions of credibility of the entire results.
How we have won, whether you win or lose, you will always ask yourself a question. They have unfortunately made even the seat of MCAs raise doubt. Yes. Because everybody now is wondering, okay, then did I really lose?
Yeah.
So they opened up a Pandora's box for people to start questioning things, taking legal whatever, just because of refusing to announce a winner who has got a gap of 15,000.
So what next will you do as Team Nairobi?
As first of all, we want to just have Baba declared, then we will deal. But this returning officer, me, I've even said it on the media, personally, Shebesh, imagine she has to be prosecuted.
You can imagine. And what if Baba is not declared?
Baba will be declared. What do you mean Baba is not declared?
Okay.
There's always a possibility.
I'm saying we are waiting for Baba to be declared and then we will deal with this IBC. Because we raised IBC issues, people thought we were being petty. From the moment they started messing, Kenyans started seeing we are real. From the time, I don't know, governors' papers have come confused. What has happened? People started saying we were saying appoint. Now, after what I've seen today, and the returning officers who are so compromised, because when that list of returning officers was published, as Azimio, we raised issues about those returning officers who had the records. Everybody knows.
Mheshimiwa, what do I hear you to be saying, that if what we are seeing in Nairobi is what it is, then it could be that in other parts of the country, similar things could have happened?
I promise you, people have heard my story today. You just wait and hear how many stories are going to come up. People have just been suffering silently. Me, I'm just a person who has never suffered silently. I was not brought up that way. People have been suffering silently. Now they are calling me, I'm asking them, but why were you not calling me? Why were you not calling us? Even our own candidates in Nairobi here, they have been fighting their wars, thinking that they are fighting their wars because they are thinking, oh, they are scared. I said, no. I'm telling you, there is no way this is not a replica of what is happening. The network of it, the way it is planned, because unfortunately, even the security people were compromised. In fact, we had to have those police officers the first day changed. We were brought new ones. Because I said we can't deal with these guys. They can't be, we are being played here and they are not our security. We had to ask for them to be changed.
Rachel Shebesh, thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you so much for calling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
The stage is being set, isn't it?
Completely. Come Monday.
Because, you know, I have that
attention shift.
I'm looking at the issues that we've been hearing in Kirinyaga.
Yep.
Okay.
We're hearing the same in Laikipia. I was speaking to Governor Nderitu
the back and forth. And as she says, we are certain to hear it from other parts of the country also.
Yeah.
And the thing about this conversation that I'm finding interesting is they don't talk about what they allege. They're telling you, we found this and we've taken it to the police station. We've done this and we've done this. Now, I'd like to really wonder, is there another explanation for it? And I can't find another, except the one that I'm hearing. I mean, I'm really trying to figure what else could we be seeing here. And
just when you were sitting there saying, oh, this election,
so
IEBC,
yes, but it was peaceful until now.
It's been carried out so well.
Anyway,
until
let's go to the weekend and wait for Wafula Chebukati.
Inchi ya kitu kidogo. Sitaki kuwa mwimbaji wa sasa.
Bernard. Jana rafiki yangu kutoka Uganda alinipigia simu, ako Canada. Akaniambia, nyinyi wa Kenya mko na shida gani? Baada mjui president yenu na sisi tunajua mpaka wa 2057.
Ndio mnataka kutupatia aina hiyo? No way. Now, let's make progress. Mr. Kamau, I jumped you, but accept to be jumped. Let's listen to Moses shortly because okay, Moses. Let Moses speak, please.
Good morning.
Kuna picha Mama Selina ametuma. Lazima tuoneshe because we have to show our pride kwa sababu you invoked Uganda. And when you invoked Uganda, mujue what Mama Selina is doing. She's an ambassador. And amekutana na Bobby Wine's brother, and they're sharing champagne right now in California right now in a conference for Uganda. And Mama Selina bought a bottle of champagne for them. As you can see that she's sharing that. Amevaa outfit ya Azimio hapo. So she's selling Azimio to Ugandans. So the person who's holding the bottle there is Bobby Wine's brother, and Champagne. I'm sorry, is Bobby Wine's brother, and she's selling Baba to Uganda, and congratulate our matron. Ameenda huko, amevaa kofia ya Baba, so let's celebrate that. So Mama Selina, if you're hearing, thank you very much for representing us.
Thank you. That's great.
By the way, Bobby Wine says thank you very much for continuing the stream. He's been watching us, so it's good. Ametuona na alikuwa amesalamiana na sisi huko Bomas.
Asante. Oga Moses, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning from Nairobi.
Yeah. Okay. I was asking if you have also the clip from Karen to Kibera or to Kibra. Sorry. If you have that clip when Baba was going to vote. Yeah. Okay. Now I was saying that. Thank you for everyone who is in the show, Keep and the others, Big Julius, the rest. So I was saying that this is what Mr. Bernard also always says when he gets to the pulpit, that my people perish because they lack knowledge, and also without faith you cannot please God. And then it comes to that faith comes by hearing, and by hearing the word of God. And now when people continue to listen and hear negative, they will grow weary and they begin fearing. But for the same, I'm not just repeating what I was talking about yesterday, but I want to say that there was somebody who earlier said that if you did not vote in 2007, you need some encouragement. But I also say that if you did not vote in 1997, when we were voting Matiba, and actually the whole of the people who were looking for change, when everything was turned upside down and the government rigged itself, because there was opposition in the government, you could not go to another party. You were to resist in the same until we got in an issue whereby we would be allowed for a multi-party. I know you got history, and you know that MP who won his seat when he was dead. He died before he won, and he won. And from there we began the Saba early in 1991, 92. So this has come from far. When the father for our president now, incoming president, when his father said he cannot hold a meeting in Kamukunji until Matiba comes from abroad, that was the time when these things began, and we are soldiering on, and we are going on until we see it. This will be the first time we are getting into it, and we cannot miss it. Just look for that clip, which Baba was being escorted to go and vote. It made many people to chicken and to be scared, and many people were asking questions, and many people were like, "What is this? Did you see that? Did you hear that?" And I don't know why people have forgotten or many people who are in the lines and the queues did not see that convoy. I believe it should be played for people to gain courage and to know we got it that same day. This is just a sequence of calming the nation and making everybody comfortable and that we can get somewhere. Then niko na suti ni rangi tu nataka julikane ni gani tutafaa, alafu itakuwa sawa. Asante Bernard.
Thank you Moses, we appreciate that. Suti PK hapa atakupatia kala kamili na card vile zinakuwa distributed. Si tuko tayari, viatu ni kuongeza tu polish tukirudia kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo safari iko sawa. The point will be picked and where will be dropped and the seating arrangement, all that tumepita hiyo. Hata Bomas, we are past Bomas. Let me not talk too much. Mr. Kamau, drive the bus.
Thank you Bernard. Uliruka lakini nasema sawa kwa sababu mimi ni veteran. I understand Moses James here, but I say hi to the many people who are watching us. I can see 870 people are following us, which is very good, and I know some of the people there are deep in watching the victory of Baba not to be stolen. We are very, very much aware of what is happening, but our interest, because first thing first, huwezi vaa viatu bila kuvaa socks kwanza. Huwezi anza na viatu ndio uvae socks. We are very much aware of what is happening, and that is why our focus so much is for Baba to be declared. And then we can now come and scrutinize the many irregularities that were planted, because I can tell you for free, KANU, after getting independence in 1963, has deep roots, and it has really, when you look at Ruto is a combination of the Biwot, Moi, everything you want to see in this world. So he is very crafty, and that is why you see those who want God, he gives them God. Like our women in Central Province, they are given Jesus. And those who want money, they are given money. And those who want to be dealt with, like Mesando, they are dealt with. That is one combination of KANU. And he is not going to let this thing go easy. But I can assure you, we are detaching and destroying the umbilical cord of Kenya has to change. We are not stupid. We know that half of the staff in IBC are in his payroll. We don't know to what extent. And it is something that he has planned evil and using money. Those who want money, gives them money, because fortunately, or unfortunately, this country, everybody has a price tag, even the police. And that is why you see that at times comes when even the police are the criminals themselves. And you know, the funny thing about this country is when the police is a criminal, then you wonder, where do you report a criminal act? And when IBC is in the center of all this, then we wonder. We know that even the numbers that are coming from Mount Kenya, about 1.5 million are fake. We know that. But the good thing is that the numbers of Baba still are overwhelming the numbers that are stolen. That is good, because that means Raila Amolo Odinga has the numbers. He's the father of numbers. I was wondering, how can a person who is a non-starter, the first time, despite the fact that he has brought a gospel of bottom up to the young people and the preaching and the gospel of Christ, how he is competing with Baba at the same level? It was funny, but we have come to realize it was numbers that were played with, and I think because of using IBC, it was so hard to detect. And as you can hear what Shabes was saying, all these people are equipped with bags, phones, and of course, they were equipped with their books on how to tally, genuine. But I am telling you, once Baba becomes the president, most of the staff, there will be an audit of staff that occupy that IBC, so that the majority who are culpable, because it has been infringed, then they can be taken to court, so that we also go for their masters. This country being led by people who are crooks, who are saved, who are at the same time thieves, who are at the same time wash, who are at the same time blood grabbers. I think we will be led. We are not stupid. We are just quiet because we know that Baba is winning and has already won. But after this, I think there will be a cleanup in many institutions, and the first institution should be this IEBC. The second institution should be the police, and then so that we have a good country, which we are proud of as a people of Kenya. Because I don't think we can continue like this, where people are coming to buy to force their way into leadership. Others have already killed even before we have sworn in Baba. This Didmas Balasa says that he appears today in the police after disappearing because he was guilty, and then he says to the police he also wants to help and cooperate to know who killed that young man. This is a case study. It's a case study. Yeah, these people are mad or something. And therefore, I want to say, Kenyans, we know what is happening. We know this guy has been trained by Moi and the likes of Biwott. He has cruelty in him, and we are very much aware on what he is capable. But his time has come, and the end has come, and we have to make sure that this country is cleaned and the leadership is beyond reproach, so that our kids do not emulate such kind of people who on one side they praise the Lord, and on the other side they destroy and kill and of course mess many things. Kwa hivyo kwa hao machache nataka kusema Bernard, tugojee rais wetu aapishwe. After that we can clean this country so that people are proud of this country. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate that. We will clean this country. Vifagio tumenunua za kutosha. Nia tunayo. Njia ipo. Ni sisi kujitolea kuhakikisha kwamba haturudi nyuma. No turning back. Mashamba yetu tutarudisha. Miaka zile zilikula na nzike. Lazima zireje. Kubali, will not accept to continue with business as usual. Sistangu Elizabeth, umpata la kusema?
Hamjambo tena.
Hatujambo.
Mimi niko tu hapa nasikiza tu maoni. Sema ukweli, haijakuwa rahisi. Haijakuwa rahisi kwa watoto wa baba. Tumekuwa na mshtuko mkubwa na mshangao mkubwa. Hatukutarajia hivi, lakini according na mawaida na according na kusikiza na kusoma, at least tunapata ile afueni, tunajitia moyo na hopes. Kitu tu ambao naweza sema ni kuomba na kungojea vile tunaambiwa kesho ama Jumapili baba ataenda State House. At least mama Ida tukaangie huko omena tukule State House. Lazima State House inukishwe omena ndio ijulikane sasa hapo ni kwa baba. Na hii media yake ya Mungu inaweza kukuua, si urongo. Hii ndio wakati nimejua media inaweza kukumaliza. Ukiweka matumaini hapa uende Citizen, uende KTN, uende NTV, uende Tuko, unajikuta umechanganyikiwa. Jana Bernard, mimi nilikuwa nimechanganyikiwa, hata hivyo nikikutumia message nilikuwa naona basi mtu mwenye anaweza nipatia hopes ni Meda Nana. Sasa wewe pia umeingia mitini, hauonekani. Nikasema hapa kimeumana. Nikasema sasa ikiwa mimi nasikia hivi, nikajua kila mwanaazimio pali yuko anaumia. But at least kwa sababu kwa kila wakati tumekuwa tukiomba na tumekuwa tukiweka faith yetu kwa Mungu, tukijua kwamba hii safari haijaanza hivi hivi, ilianza na pia imani imekuwemo, maombi yamekuwemo, na tunaona kweli Mungu akijibu maombi yetu. Licha ya udanganyifu, Mungu anayafichua. Maana Mungu anasema hata yote mtakayoyafanya kwenye giza atayaweka wazi. Na ndio maana tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kuweka haya yote wazi, na tunajua haya machache ameyaweka wazi yatafumbua mengi. So hata Jipugati naye, ingawa anasema hii election imekuwa ya huru, unaweza hata mtoto mdogo anaweza ingia kwenye system na akadownload na akasoma kila kitu. Sasa hata yeye hapo tunaona lazima awe na question mark. Lazima atakuwa na question mark, na tunajua atafanya haki. Jambo lingine, mimi nataka kushukuru wenzangu wanaazimio, especially watu ambao mnajinyima usingizi na mnakesha at least kutia Wakenya moyo, maana kuna watu kweli wanaumia. Watu ambao wanapenda baba wanaumia, wanaazimio wanaumia. But kukaa kwenyu hapa na kujinyima usingizi at least kuatia moyo, I just want to thank you guys. At least you are doing something good. Yani at least mtu akiwaona hivi na ile hopes mnawapea, na si kwamba ni hopes mnawapea tu kuwafanya wapumbaye, ama at least you have something to tell them na kuwaprovia na kuwafanya wafanye nini, angalau wawe na ile imani. Na sisi kama wanaazimio tunajua kweli this time lazima baba apishwe. Kusema kweli lazima baba apishwe, kwa sababu kama haitakuwa hivyo, asioni kama kutakuwa kuna usalama hapo. Baba lazima apelekwe State House, na hata ametuahidi yeye anaenda, tusibabaike, tutulie. So mimi nataka tu kuwashukuru, na mimi bado niko tu hapa kusikiza, nikichoka nitalala, but alai sina hata kitu kingine naweza ongea. Bernard, roho yangu bado iko hivi hivi, but niko salama, sijazimia. Nashukuru sana, asanteni.
Thank you Elizabeth. Wewe tulia, mambo iko sawa. Si tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna lolote litakaloharibika. Wezi hawana nafasi, wanasubiriwa hapo kwa mlango ya Bomas. Ukiingia tu hivi unawekwa kando, unakaguliwa. So hii ni kura moja ambayo itakuwa nzuri. Historia ya kuibiwa kura na kuiba kura iliisha 2017. Yule anataka kuirudia saa hii anakwenda kukutana na wenyewe. So wale ambao waliepuka kama ma MPs, ma governors, nini, tunaongoja hapo Martha Koome, president wa Supreme Court, tutaenda kusafisha system. We want to have leaders that people elected, not people that somebody planted over them. So we'll clean even that story ya Central. Kuna mtu alisema hapa ODM swept Kakamega, but at least there was an ANC MP or two. How can you go and sweep Jubilee out as if you came with a flood? That doesn't add up. It is an abomination. Hata kama watu wamechukia Uhuru Kenyatta, haikui hivyo. Kama ni election, lazima kuwe na washindwa na washindi. You cannot have everything yellow. It doesn't add up. So hiyo story yote inaenda kuchunguzwa, na vile zile evidence ziko na hizi video na kuambia hiyo koti itakuwa na maneno. So petitions, most of the petitions are going to win. I believe that. But as far as Baba's victory is concerned, that one is sealed. It's not probability anymore. Hata ingoji hiyo maneno ya confirmation, it has already been confirmed. Ni sisi tuandae tu hiyo suti vizuri. Jitahidi kama unataka kuja ni Kasarani ama Jamhuri Park. Sisi tuko ready. Tuko ready. Na tutakuwa huko kama Mtembei TV. Wengine tutakuwa huko kama wageni. Sasa tukiwa huko tukutane mezani tukule hiyo omena pamoja, tushukuru Mungu alafu turudi job. All right. Now wapi Stony PK? Ni kama Stony PK umechana mbuga. Unajua kuchana mbuga? Hey, Bwana Stony PK, the broadcast is allergic to silence.
Hey, sema bro. Ndugu yangu, maombi umefanya mingi.
Maombi haihitaji kuwa mingi, inahitaji kuwa sawa.
Unaomba kile unataka wakati ule unatakikana.
You don't pray hard, you pray right.
Thank you very much. Let me Jambo Bernard, and good to see you. Then Jambo bradhangu pale.
I'm a very good listener,
and then sorry, my internet played a game. Then Anyumba, Jambo sana, Mr. K, Obutu na nani mwingine.
Huko nyuma kuna watu wanahubiri huko nyuma.
Aya, nimezima. Kuna watu walikuwa wananihubiria, manake wanaona ni kama hii miti iko nyuma yangu, wanaona ni kama nitachukua kamba niende hapo.
Waje tuambie keep.
Good to see you guys, but yeah, we are continuing to get hii suspense sasa imekuja. Unajua the way uchungu unasikia uchungu mpaka unaganda, then you just start moving like a robot. I think that's what most of us are doing. For me, as Stone PK, my biggest disappointment with myself, with my country Kenya, with my people, with my government, with my leaders, is that we are able to be spun around by an individual. 50 million people, that we can hold our breath because of an individual playing around with us. It is very sad, the saddest thing in my life. This is the worst moment in my life in terms of my country, in terms of elections. I would not even think that come other elections, I would be able to even participate. I have participated since 1979, not 9, somewhere to 80 something, the first time I voted. I've been voting very loyally and all that, but this election has made me almost say that I'll never vote again, because if I vote and then it takes me not 2 weeks of intense tension, with the 3 months of really, breathtaking discussions in Mutembei, back in the village. Before I moved to where I am now, I was moving around and ensuring that people get to know what it is. All that work comes to naught. I think you really feel like you never want to do it again. It is unbelievable. Whatever way the UDA has gotten, whatever they have gotten, whether people say they have rigged, because ukisema mtu aliiba, utaulizwa na wewe ulikuwa wapi akiiba. That's what we say in Kenya. Atunasema Stone PK alikuibia, kwani wewe ulikuwa wapi? So we believe ukiwa mwizi na ule mwingine pia awe mwizi. And we cannot progress that way. Kama saa hii tunaulizwa Mount Kenya, Jubilee wote wametupwa nje and all that. Tunaulizwa mlikuwa wapi? Yeah. So that is very discouraging. It makes you feel like you never want to belong. And I can assure you that unless Baba is sworn in and then efforts are made to make Kenyans believe in elections, I can tell you the next election, hautapata hata milioni 10 ya kuvote. I can assure you that. I can assure you itakuwa very, very mediocre. Very few people will be voting. I can assure you that. But for example, if Ruto is sworn in, which is there is very high likelihood, because this guy is hell-bent to do anything on earth, and you can believe it, all what we are seeing, the delay, is it that IBC did not know that it would take a certain time to do what they are doing? Walijua jana juzi? You know, when I talk like this, people start saying, "Hey, Stony PK and raise nini." I just get realistic. Yani tulijua jana, after watu wamevote, kwamba itachukua muda mrefu kuleta hizi maform, mpaka hata nimeconfusiwa, sijui ni form 34A, sijui 30B, 37, whatever numbers they are. It is after we vote and we do everything, ndio tunajua, oh, sasa ukituma na Kim's kit, inapekwa mahali pending, then tunangoja ile ingine original ikuje, ndio zioane zikiwa bombers, ndio zikue. Sasa look at that kind of nonsense. Tunajua after tumevote, tunajua that it will take XY number of days. We have 291 constituencies, and for 2 days you have only been able to tally 21 constituencies. So how many days will it take to tally 291? My good God. Kenyans, I think we need to really get to it. We are cooking something very poisonous. We are cooking a revolution that I can't refuse to say, and I will not withdraw, because what is happening, when you see now people feeling dejected, because right now, if you listen to people, I've talked, they are just saying, hii mambo yote ni ujinga. Unajua sasa population ikianza kusema neo limo ni ujinga, nobo limo, wakikiziwa anasema nobo limo, hiyo ni uongo, then you can imagine that chorus. Hata tukiombea juu ya miti, if you don't do the right thing for people to be happy and have confidence, then when they are doing all these things, mara hacking imeingia, mara alafu, Kenyans are used to, there's never any rumors in the country. When you hear something, crocodile akitoka huko chini, ama ni nani anaitwa nini huyu, hipo ikitoka chini ya maji kuambia crocodile anazaa, ni ukweli anazaa huko, manake endi ametoka kwenye maji. Sasa mimi nauliza sisi wa Kenya, when shall we emancipate ourselves from this torture? Why are we subject to this? Oh, Chebukati IBC is independent. What is independent? Can we go back to define these things? How can you be independent and yet you must work with other people? You must work with police, you must work. So independent, we need to teach Kenyans and the Kenyan bodies, whether tunaziita constitutional, that independence is interdependence. Huwezi kukaa pale kwa choo kama Chebukati hapo na watu wako kwa choo, munapika kile kitu munapika, then you come out to the entire nation at because you are independent, you can tell us anything, you can decide to come out, just smile and tell us, you people can go watching the media and you know, I'm also watching TV. That is not what we want to hear from you, Bwana Chebukati. Who do you take Kenyans for? Lastly, Bwana Bernard, I know I'm going far. Lastly, our media, tafadhalini, when you can't manage anything, achana nayo. Stop playing games. We know it's business. Don't put Kenyans into that kind of tension. You must explain what you are doing. Where you and somebody asks you, why is your Nini different from the other? Don't say, you know, that's a different station and as we are different. No, you are the same. For heaven's sake, why didn't you have one media center for all, the way you used to do presidential debate? Mufanye moja at Catholic University, hire 1,000 university students divide them into groups if you want us to go manual, yeah, and then have teams there, have supervision, then tally this thing. Media, you should be helping us. We are supposed to rely with you. Now we don't even trust what IBC will tell us. Thank you so much. Back to you, Bernard.
The next chairman of IBC, I propose Tony Piquet.
And you'll get it right, Bernard. Take that to the bank.
Chebukati leaves office latest February 2023. So prepare your papers. Tukutane hapo parliament buildings. Mimi nitakuwa hapo karibu tu.
Asante.
Thank you, sir. Mundu wa nyumba. I greet you.
I'm greeted because I'm greetable. I'm greeted. I'm happy.
Thank you.
But not 100% happy.
Tulia hapo, you will talk about that. Wacha sikilize dada yetu Ubuntu, alafu turudi kwako. Ubuntu vipi? Unmute.
Sorry. I didn't know I was on mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me try to mute my TV because I'm seated here. No, I've been seated here masquerading to do some office work since morning, but I've not even moved an inch. So I saw something else in on the Twitter where somebody had crafted some message where kids were saying that Chebukati, please, can you just try to release us because our parents are sitting in the living room, they are holding on to the remote, they are watching the results. They are now just saying, hey, bring tea, warm the tea. And exactly that's what has been happening. But I just realized that people are really suffering, People are really suffering. My hubby came from work around, Nairobi, around 9, and they say, like, why have you come in a bit late? Then he said, no, I've been standing outside here because I found some neighbors. Everybody is like standing like this every evening. People are just talking about results. And believe you me, for the first time, Chebukati and everybody has tortured the whole population. Sometimes back when you would see the results, that time they were cooking, it's 54, it's 44. Those ones who are seeing it's 54, the hope at least the pressure less. And then those 144, they're already giving up. But these 49, 50, it's chaotic. But anyway, it's an interesting moment. And, there's nobody who can pretend that they are okay, because I saw some youth in Kisumu saying that they're not even working. And these are boda riders, tuk riders. They're saying they're not even working because they have no customers to ferry to the market and everywhere, because people are just seated in their houses and waiting for the TVs, and even those ones are in the office. But I don't know what to comment. One of the interesting things, there's so much about what was happening in Nairobi. We've listened to Rachel Shebes. It is very unfortunate. And I was also starting to feel that we're going to have a lot of cases in court starting next week. You can see the people from the mountain have already started putting their files together. And though when I listened to Mr. Kioni, he was saying is that he wasn't really encouraging the peers to go to court because there was that kind of UDA move in the mountain. Because when you go to court, then you have to see is that even if there was some kind of rigging, how much difference will that one make? Because that was massive. And I went online trying to read is that what is it that was happening in the mountain. I've learned a lot. I was trying to see what is it, the narrative that was being built. Also trying to read what Kiraitu Murungi was talking about when they were having trying to have a meeting with Njuri Njeke and Martha Karua and Odinga. So I learned a lot, and I could see the kind of frustration that Kioni and the rest of the Jubilee leaders from Mount Kenya had. And what I thought is like, it's just an unfortunate situation, because for me, I'm looking at the voting patterns of the mountain, and even how people are talking about here is that, were we voting to really punish the Kenyattas? Is it against the Raila? Or what is it that is happening? And but all the same, what we need to, some lessons that I'm picking, first of all, is that one of the things that I picked is that very soon we'll go beyond tribalism. You know, in 2013, especially in 2017, our politics were about tribalism. But is that who is who? We were talking about the two communities, and then there are 40. And then around the same time, another community came on board. It was like we were two versus 41. But now, when you look at the youth, when you look at Nairobi, before we had the elections, we were trying to analyze between Sakaja and is it Igade, and people were trying to see that how is the voting pattern going to run. And some people were feeling, the people of the mountain have been yearning to have the control of Nairobi, so they are likely going to vote for Igade, but that one doesn't seem to be the case. And what we are seeing is that I think people can vote, maybe they are revolting, maybe they are hungry, maybe they are looking at issues. And even within the mountain, whereby they had the running mates, and all of the running mates were coming from their communities. And even how they are voting in Nairobi, in Ukambani, and every other person who didn't have, like they have president, or they have deputy president, or they don't even have even the chief minister, the position that they are being promised. So that is one of the lessons that we are learning, that with the time, in the next 5 or 10 years, we'll do away with the tribalism, and then we'll face issues. So that is one of the lessons. But again, a lot of lessons in terms of how we are managing our elections. And I think yesterday and the other day, everybody we are saying is that we are really doing so well. But now we are facing a bit of challenges. And what we are realizing is that this kind of people are running away with ballot papers, hiding in people's houses. Where we've noticed is that we are working well with the IT system. But then how do we work hard to strengthen those people who are stealing at the polling stations? You know how we did in 2002, where everybody was mad. Everybody slept in the polling stations and trying to safeguard their polls. Now we forgot. I was thinking that maybe in the future we need to write our names, those ballot papers. I just write there Edna Kwamboka Obutu, and I put my name, so that when we start counting those guys who are caught in somebody's house, like hizi zilikuwa za nani, hizi zilikuwa za nani. Is that something? Of course, we can't go there because it's supposed to be secret ballot. But we need to see how do we tighten and that kind of a thing. But we are there. We are about 70%, and we will soon be getting there. So we are hoping for the best. I can see they've done 21 constituencies out of the 290 plus 2 others. So maybe very soon we'll do what? We'll go there. Bernard, how many of us are talking? Is Tony PK talking? Bernard,
No, he must be on a phone call or something.
okay.
He's not addressing.
Oh, he's not addressing us. Yeah, so for me, I was trying to recap what I've just been seeing, what is happening, trying to learn a lot of lessons. There are so many lessons about the women, how the women are performing. We need to do an analysis after this visit, especially in Nakuru County. A lot of women from the UDA coming on board. Whether is it that voters were they really voting for women, or did they benefit from the UDA wave? But so far they are doing so well across the country. I saw just some clip, somebody saying is that maybe some sections, some tribes have not thought that women can be able to make good leaders, but that is very good. We'll see how that one goes. It's good for women, and again, we are only talking about women because there are so many youths. There are so many youths who have gone to parliament. Yesterday there was a discussion about the youths. And about there's one thing we are looking at. We are looking at when we elect our leaders. There's the issue about competence. There's the issue about experience, and of course, there's the issue about connecting to the electorate. So that is another discussion. Yesterday, I saw people actually talking about is that how are we electing our leaders? We've been so much talking about women empowerment and youth empowerment. I think just initially how we used to talk about the girl child, and now we are reaching a level we are saying, okay, we have really progressed in terms of gender equality or equity. To the expense now we are talking about how do we bring up the boy child so that we try to now talk about the gender balance. So what I'm saying is that the next government in terms of women, in terms of youth, now we are going above and we are doing well. Now we now need to start investigating is that the women and the youths that we are bringing on board, who are we bringing? Then we'll start asking ourselves those questions. For me, I was looking at when Bahati was trying to fight to buy versus the Madari member of parliament, and I went to YouTube and I looked at those kind of things that Bahati is doing on YouTube. Of course, Babu Wine does the same things. He's a musician, he's a celebrity. But when you look at kind of things, is that so this person is choosing, and many others. Because now what I realize in the people from the vernacular stations, especially for the vernacular stations, some places where I come from, so it's like women rep, and people don't know the county is very vast, so they do not know who to choose because you have a whole county. So you just choose is like those kind of people are in the radio stations and that kind of a thing. So maybe what we need to be talking about next is that we need to have civic education for the electorate in terms of how do they choose leaders, who are they choosing, so that now we are not we're talking about youths, but then we need to consider experience, we need to consider the issues, so that we don't just pick any other youths and then we get them, and women, we get them. I know a number of citizens are tired because, and this builds on the narrative that the order has been having in terms of we are hustlers and that kind of a thing. So for me, how even this kind of youths are getting to parliament is like people go together in the villages like we are hustlers, so let's bring our own. Otherwise, as I was saying, the Buddhas, wamekula, they have so much money, and they've done what? They are now against us. So let's bring our own. And I think that is the same narrative that is being built in the mountain against the Kenyattas. So that is just what I could say for now, Bernard team. Over.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that submission. We appreciate it. We proceed. Yes, Mundu wa Nyumba.
He is not muted. You're not on mute.
Yeah, sorry, Bernard. I was saying this. Is it my time to present or not? Because I wanted to react to one or two issues raised by Madame Obutu. So I don't know if it's a combined or a wait.
Combine both of them. Respond and submit.
Thank you, Bernard. Not only that, I was even feeling reactionary symptoms in me towards Stone PK's presentation, and even Kamau, Mr. K, who ran away now. Madam Obutu, happy to see you at this late hour. Usually, I'm the only one, and Bernard, at this late hour in Kenya. Usually, the other people, the international people in America, Europe, and elsewhere. But I'm happy to see you are there. Me, I'm based in Nakuru, Rongai constituency, and a place called Kiamunyi. Now, maybe I first of all, before I present, react to one or two issues that have raised concern in me, raised by Madam Mobutu. The voting patterns of Mount Kenya people, actually, it's unique. And some of us, we didn't expect it to be that way. Me, I'm a Mount Kenya product, originated being Othaya, but we have nothing in Othaya. I've been brought up in Nakuru. I'm saying this on behalf of Madam Mobutu. We may not have met over this channel. So I've grown in Nakuru, learned in Nakuru, worked in Nakuru, retired in Nakuru. Now I'm a retired officer in public works. Now, usually I thought there'll be a difference between we call ourselves diaspora from the Mount Kenya because now we have in Rift Valley, we have nothing in the central, or any property one owns is in Rift Valley. Maybe only a few cousins of us are left in the central. And so there's not much in that. Now, the issues you have raised about the voting pattern of Mount Kenya, which is also reflected in the Rift Valley, in Nakuru especially, is that one, we have said, this was a reaction against our President Uhuru Kenyatta. Let's not hide from it. People felt that he didn't do much for them. You know, that propaganda was put so much in their heads. Even when the physical development was shown to them or indicated, you cannot change their minds. They are already been poisoned that Uhuru actually benefited. Other areas are not his own home ground. And that's why actually part of it is rebellion against our president. Okay. Number two, you remember you can't pass an exam without learning or doing your homework. Okay. Ruto for the last 4 years has been very busy. He is a hard worker. Let's agree with that. He's gifted and worked so hard, especially in Central, in churches, dishing out money to individuals, to organizations. Yeah, that. For 4 years, actually. This part of the impact he worked for it. And he is harvesting. Yeah? Changing some of these people was very difficult. Now, also in Ruto's, there was a revolutionary call. This bottom-up thing is a revolution call. The have-nots against the haves. I've been a victim myself. And even when it started, there was a victim, akauna in Nakuru here. Gari yake lichomwa, anagongana na bodaboda, na bodaboda ndio ilikuwa na shida. Naona matajiri wanakuja kugonga sisi ovyo. Ilichomwa gari. Me have been a victim twice. Unaona mtu anajigongesha, wanakusurround wote na makosa ni yake. They don't even know the traffic rules. But because they are already seeing the rich against the poor, owning a vehicle on the road, mine was even a simple vehicle, just a Toyota. Lakini ule ni baisikeli umegonga, nyi matajiri mnaringa hapa na magari yenu. Okay. One time, mtu alijigongesha purposely. Wamenisurround watu wa pikipiki. I was near the Central Police Station. Actually, I was next to the stadium, Afra Stadium. You check, leta 2,000 mara moja hii, baisikeli ikaripiwa. I had the 2,000. You give it. You're endangered. Then I rushed to Central Police Station, reported. By the time I'm reporting, I found a couple, a European and his Kenyan girlfriend. They had also been molested at Bodeni, similarly, you know. They prearranged. Najua na kungogesha, hapo wote wanakuja leta pesa, you had to pay 2,000 shillings. You don't wait to be beaten because na makosa ni yule mmoja amegongwa hapa. So what I'm saying, the way Ruto put it in the minds of people, this was a fight for the have-nots against the haves. The hustlers against the dynasties. You owning a property, a plot, a house, a car, you are your dynasty. Ule hana hata baiskeli, you ni hustler. So he implanted that sort of idea into these people. So these people are waiting for a good revolutionary, but Ruto is misusing them because it's not a revolutionary, a proper revolutionary. The third point I want to raise is that, of course, even the youth, and I pity, there is a time bomb in Kenya actually. The youth, the employment, tunauza maplot, tunauza ng'ombe, tunauza nini. I'm a victim. My daughter is a civil engineer, JKUAT. She has been out for 4 years. It's recent sana ndio amepata ati county government job engineer hapa Njoro. For getting a very high grade. Upper second, almost a first class degree in civil engineering. Hana kazi. Nimeuza plot kumsomesha. Unaona, these people are dangerous. They are in danger. The young people. There are many. I have all of them actually. My firstborn is also an engineer. Bado hana kazi. My third born unakuta amefanya bachelors, hapati kazi, 2 years, 3 years ikienda kuisha, anakimbia afanye masters. Sijui hata kama akamaliza masters apata kazi. No, so the youth are in trouble. There's a time bomb also, and these people cannot listen, and they don't care about the history. Raila alifungwa, alipigania uhuru, democracy. No, to them that's theories. It doesn't matter. For example, I tell my last-born son, who was being picked at the gate by school bus, I used to walk 11 kilometers one way, so 22 in a day, barefooted for my primary school. To him, that is nothing. He doesn't even feel it. Hungry. Himi anakula blue band hapa asubuhi na mkate, basi namchukua hapa kwa gate, you know, live hiyo. Sasa ukimwambia kumwambia habari ya Raila alifungwa, democracy ilikuja, no, it means nothing to them. Haya, finally there was a Uda wave, and Honorable Kang'ata senator huko Murang'a, he saw it na akaandikia Uhuru barua na akafutwa hiyo hiyo kiti alikuwa nayo. He saw it coming. For example, we are very fast. In Nakuru County, where I am, Madam Mubutu, because I'm talking to you now, because I raised the points you raised here in. We start with.
Yes, I'm also from Nakuru.
Ah, good. We are neighbors then. Look, Naivasha, we have Jane Kehara, Uda. Come to Gilgil, Mother Wangari, Uda. Come to Nakuru East, David Gekaria, Uda. Come to Nakuru West, of course, Arama Jubilee, he managed. Njoro, Uda. Molo, Uda. Kolesoi North and South, Uda. Rongai, they messed up the thing. Kanu, the Azimio had agreed it is a Kanu Raymond Moi to take over. They didn't post anybody to compete. They messed up with no election was done for MP. Go to Bahati, of course, the noisemaker was defeated. Ngojiri Kemani by a lady, Irene Njoki. So Bukia, the 5 Kachobe who was there, Uda, is Uda all over. I did so much work for my MCA. He was beaten by 150 votes by Uda man, young man. This man has been a chief, my chief, and he competed last time. He is qualified, but he lost by 150 votes because of the Uda wave. Okay, the worst part of it is my governor. Me, I was working for my governor, Lee Kinyanjui, so hard, and even over this panel, he lost to Susan Keheka, Uda. You can see it's not only central; it is flowing even up to here. Nakuru is all Uda now. Okay, of course, some of us are not going to go to Uda. We are still Azimio with all this, but the wave was so much, and as I put it earlier, the way Ruto planted in people's mind, there was no way you could change the people's mind. Now, maybe I'm saying it's a revolution, and it's the wrong revolution, because if it was a true revolutionary, doing it for the welfare of the people, would be very happy. People have been cheated. He's doing for himself, not for them. And then they're taken over. Finally, by the time they discover the truth about it, it's too late. But it happens even in history. Hitler didn't choose himself. People elected him, blah, blah. He went on and further until by the time they're discovering what sort of person he is, it's too late. The damage is done. So I'm anticipating. Bernard, I was so sure when I was talking about Honorable Raila getting 60% and Ruto 40%. And I'm surprising when they are tying, close. And even up to now, we don't know what's going to happen. It's very surprising, actually. Okay, maybe there are some vifarangas, but even if they are there or not, it's a very dangerous situation for us. Now, I think, let me just stop there. But even if Raila, Mother Karua government is sworn in, they will have a very hard time. This wave of UDA, so many MPs, so many senators, so many women reps, and all that, so many MCAs, It's not going to be easy, but we pray that they are going to have a formula to subdue that effect of the UDA wave. An evil wave is actually going over Kenya, very evil one. And we pray to our God to take care of this country, because Satan has also he has power. Satan is not asleep 24/7, and he has his following, and his effect can also be felt. He cannot ignore that. There's a God, there's a Satan. Both are there. And we pray to God to take care of Kenya, because we are in that danger zone. Pastor Bernard, I think, keep us shepherded.
Bernard, can I respond 30 seconds?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much, Wanyumba, for that clarification. And I think you've done so well in terms of trying to summarize what really happened in the mountain, because what you realize in this country, the voting patterns are very different regionally. And you can even analyze what is it happening in Western. And of course, Western has two parts. There's Bungoma for the Bukusus, who are traditionally, who vote very differently than the rest of the people. But that's good summary for the mountain. For me, maybe something else that I got, and this one has been there from the mountain, is the demonization of Raila Odinga. And that one has been there. We know it for some time. I think maybe the Azimio did not have time. I think the Azimio was late. You said they are late. They assembled their team very late. I think I was telling somebody that I'm not sure whether Azimio was sure or Raila was sure that he was running this time. And maybe if he was trying to make sure that he brings everybody together. Of course, he has used that concept of working through regional leaders, which Ruto, being very active, strong, and very fast, he didn't use. He's a go-getter, so he knew he can just go to coast, he can go to northeastern, maybe have one person, not one very strong person, but it worked for him. But Raila was trying to bring everybody together, trying to do the negotiations, and they were taking about a bit of time. They thought that it was too early for Ruto to move. And I think it has worked for Ruto. And I think maybe the Azimio team, because I know the Azimio team being Jubilee, and the kind of the campaigns that they ran in 2013 and 2017, they did not have that time. And I think they've acknowledged, or was even listening to the confessions from Kiraito Murungi, who himself is a victim of this wave. I'm not sure whether he's a victim of this wave 50% or some kind of how that lady came and defeated him. But I think he's also a victim of that Uda wave, and acknowledging that that demonization of Raila Odinga, they did not have time to deconstruct it within that time. But then again, for me, one of the lessons that other people are learning is that it's not obvious that maybe a community will be told. Initially, people thought that the mountain is a leader, they can only vote for their person, or they have that kind of leadership. But what they've showed is that you must not always tell us this is what to go. We can always have some kind of direction that you want to. Now the question is whether that one is sustainable or not. We want to see that how cohesive will be UDA. It's not even Kenya Kwanza, it's UDA. How cohesive will it be in the next 5 years? We have UDA everywhere. We have the county, especially in the mountain. I don't know whether we'll have opposition in those, what are they called, county assemblies, because everybody is UDA. And then we have like Kipia, we have Nyandarua, and then now we have Nakuru, where I also come from. I also come from Rongai. I come from Rongai constituency and Rongai itself. So whether that one will be sustainable, we want to see how will UDA grow or reconstruct itself, whether people from the mountain will stick to that until 2027 and then move with the Ruto. But then first things first, we have elections that needs to be declared. Then after that, we'll see how the parliament works around, which sides wins. And then we'll see how is the Azimio side going to behave versus the UDA side. You mentioned about Rongai. I come from, and you and me come from Rongai constituency. And there was Raymond Moi has been very strong. I think he's in touch with the people. He gives everybody CDF. I hear like so long as you've applied, you rather give everybody 1,000, but everybody gives. It's been in touch, and of course, coming from the Moi family, that's not an issue. Now, by the time people are going for votes, they were very sure. A number of people were very sure that Raymond is winning. But with this wave, and we are going to have the elections on 23rd, we'll live to see whether he could be swept. And I'm starting to feel that he could as well be swept by the wave, because people will be like, it has happened everywhere. So why do you want to be left behind? We'll want to see whether the person that UDA has failed will want to will win that race. But these are lessons also in terms of how, when you win an election, how do you sustain the electorate for the next 5 years? And we are learning lessons from how Uhuru Kenyatta did it. I was also trying to see what are the reactions for Kiraitu Murungi and how comes he was not able to sustain. And a number of governors, of course, a number of governors have gone out. So another lesson we are learning is like, how do you sustain once you win an election, for you to make sure you can be able to sustain so that you don't have some kind of fallout. But this is not very new. This is what happened in 2002 when people were very mad with, by then, the establishment of Moi, and then a number of people, that time they were like voting the party you do not want to do. You're just voting NAC, you are voting NAC. You've also mentioned that a number of the younger generation do not know the history of where we are coming from. Moi left in 2002, and the children who were born that time are now 20 years. And I'm putting is at 20 years. Maybe somebody who was about 18 years and Amaliza Form 4, and Amaliza 17 years. So give them is like you have maybe 20 years plus about 15. So now what we are saying is that maybe the generation that is between 1 and 35 years would not be able to know the struggle that was for constitutionalism, those the struggles that you had when you were in college. You see the Orengos were flying all over during the multipartyism, the Ngilos, the Karuas. People cannot even reconnect. And for those who at that time know what the Orengos, the Railas, the Kiraitus did, then those are the teams that are now talking about reforms, and we want to go forward and see that we need to have things done right. But that is a good analysis. So we'll see and do and see how it goes. There's a lot of hope. I can see Azimio saying, hey, we are winning. Uda saying we are winning. But for me, what I want to encourage people is that let's not be too expectant. So let's just keep there that, okay, whatever happens, what is the best that we can be able to get out of that? You don't want to be disappointed. I'm very sure the very many people are going to hospital.
Madam Mobutu, I'm already very disappointed. I told you my MCA lost, my governors lost. Now my MP distorted by not taking place voting, and now at the national level, my expectation of a big difference between Raila and Ruto is not there. I'm not a very encouraged person, but nevertheless,
have some allowance, some 10% allowance that anything might happen.
Agreed. So we don't dominate this. I wanted to
some
say
allowance that we don't.
I'm happy Obutu is my neighbor here, but the only one thing is, me, I've been a member of Jubilee since 2012. I'm one of the pioneers who started TNA. In fact, I stood for a post here in Rongai. But the thing is, Jubilee was dead. They tried to revive Jubilee 11th hour, this thing was dead. And that's why you can see even people like Governor Lee was starting Ubuntu, okay, almost similar to your name. But so they stayed too long to start reviving a dead horse. It was not possible. Now, secondly and finally, the people, even these ones who have gone through UDA, it's not that their heart is in UDA, but they foresaw the wave early enough. Kangata saw it early enough. He advised Uhuru, he didn't listen. Okay, so even these ones I'm saying they are UDA, but they not necessarily they are UDA in their hearts. It's only that they saw the chance to get in was through UDA. They could read the times early enough. Thank you, Bernard. We have taken too long with Madam Mobutu. She's my neighbor, and I'm happy to have met you over this panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mundua Nyumba, thank you, Obutu. We appreciate that, and I will say one thing about everything you have said. We have politics of convenience versus politics of principles. We seem to be favoring politics of convenience at the expense of politics of principles. And when that happens, what we end up with is unruly society. If we allow the so-called UDA movement go on, what we're going to end up having is a society we cannot control. The Atupangwingwi society. And so as a people, we need to dig in and begin to demand that leadership has to be leadership built on character and not studying of waves and riding on those waves. For you to provide leadership, you must be like Uhuru Kenyatta. Stick on something you believe, even when everybody leaves you, believe in it long enough to bring it into existence. This other business of dancing into the gallery is not helping at all. Also, this other UDA, so-called UDA wave, I suspect it, and that's why I suggest we must have very good scrutiny into that so-called UDA wave. We've been analyzing politics here. William Ruto has either been buying people to attend his rally or ferrying people into his rally. He did that up to the 11th hour. You cannot now wave one magic bomb, then these people you've been buying, now they have come voluntarily and they are voting for you. No. There is something fishy about those yellow seats everywhere. Something fishy, and it is all emanating from IEBC. Let's finish with Baba swearing in, then we shall revisit. But William Ruto's popularity is not as is making us believe it is. He has a script, he has acted on the script, and the script is even deceiving us to begin to buy into the notion that he's something what he's not. The votes, you see the votes like they say in Mombasa, you almost got 50. That's crazy. In Nairobi, you almost got 50. Now,
I saw 100,000 in Mombasa.
No, I'm talking about comparing with what Baba got and all that. Now, how do you get over 400 or something in Nairobi and lose all the seats? It doesn't add up. So kuna kitu hapa ambacho lazima tutakishughulikia, lakini kwa sasa hivi we are focusing on Baba swearing in, which is eminent, and that one is indisputable, no matter what happens. And then this other thing they are displaying that to sell the same narrative that this one William Ruto is so popular, that he has so huge following, that the whole country has gone after him. It is not true. Those are fake things. They are just pushing a narrative to see to it that everybody now buys into it, to give him maybe, and when he goes for election now, it will be believed that he's now the minister of numbers. He doesn't have those numbers. He cooked everything, and we are getting to the bottom of the set. So
Agreed, Bernard, agreed.
Yes, nataka tukubaliane kwamba kuna wa Kenya sio wajinga. Okay? Haswa wapiga kura wa Kenya. You know, the youth don't vote that much. Those young people, those caliber people you're telling us that they don't know history. They were not on the line. They were busy partying and all that. The people that went to vote are sensible people. There is something fishy about what the choices they made. And those choices may end up having consequences, especially at the mountain and then that Nakuru. No, Nakuru is part of the mountain. So it was a calculated system. Let's get the Rift Valley, let's get the mountain to prove the same point. I am the kingpin of the mountain and I'm the kingpin of the Rift Valley. That is all that is at play here. Somebody ratifying his imagined delusions. Well, watu wanasema nimechoka niende kulala. Ni kweli. I'm having a headache. I need to go and rest.
Bana umechoka na unaongea ukweli. You are talking the truth though. I like it. You make my life. Thank you.
I agree, sir. I agree, sir. And we will do this. We will do this. But I believe in doing first things first. We deal with business at hand, and then these other things you're going to revisit. I know William Ruto is not as popular as he wants us to believe, and he wants to use that to manipulate us to buy into the notion that he is unbeatable. He has taken over the country and nobody can stop him. That is a lie. That is a lie. Photoshops of pictures cannot be popular. Closing of roadblocks so that you get audience to address during your campaign in the late hours of your campaign for president, and you tell me you're popular? No. You should ask Tunduliza in Tanzania when he was running against Magufuli. The man was a force to reckon with. People are following him kilometers on foot. That's what popular is. But kwenda hapa Rongai unatufungia barabara masaa matatu, atumeweka nini katikati ya barabara ndio upate watu wa kuaddress. Then you come and deceive us that you are so popular that everything is no. Tusikubali kuangukia nini uongo kama huo. And he knows that. Now naomba hivi. Bwana Momanyi, wewe unachukuanga masafa marefu lakini nakupatia nusu dakika kwa sababu ni muda wa Lara.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Jambo wote.
Atujambo, karibu.
Asante. Pia mimi niko job, ni ile tu yani imebidi tu ni wajulie hali na at least niongee. I'm just going to take only 3 minutes at most. One thing, I'm happy with Obutu. Whatever she has said, it makes sense. 2, for now, let's concentrate mambo na presidency. Wacha tujue hizi 800,000 votes zenye zimetoka Mount Kenya zenye people went to the polling station. They voted for the president only. They didn't vote for the women rep, MP, MCA, governor. Yani, you see, the same thing what happened in 2017, the thing which made election to be nullified. That's kama mnakumbuka nyinyi wote. Hiyo ndio swali this guy anatokaje Smoking Wanjala asked. How comes mtu anaenda kwa polling station, you vote only for the president, alafu watu wengine wote you didn't wapigi kura? It doesn't make sense. You see, whatever happened 2017, 54%, India may happen, Rift Valley and Central. It's the same script. You see, because the wave is not a normal wave. You see, they did it to humiliate or to embarrass Uhuru Kenyatta. You see, nothing more. Hakuna kitu kingine. Wakanta kupeleka Uhuru Kenyatta shule. You see, but the thing is, I'm happy. Hakuna nini when it comes to Azimio side hajaguza kitu yote. Hakuna. Sasa at least on our side we are safe. I'm happy like Mandera, Samburu, all those in northern part. Ni Azimio, you see. Ukikuja Kilifi, you see what is happening in Kilifi. Kuanzia governor, ukuja send everything. You see? So, for now, tuombe sana Mungu afungue njia na kila kitu ifuate tu mzuri. Baba apishwe, baba akishaapishwa, I know we have, as we are talking, we have Nyumba and Obutu. You know our people. You know your people very well. These people, wakiona tu Raila amechukua kitu mzuri kabisa hivi. In fact, they are crossing over. I'm telling you that they're gonna cross over. Count this day. They'll cross over. You see? Because for one, they know the benefit of being in government. They know the sweetness of being in government. You see? So, mtego ambayo tumeweka saizi ni ya kwamba let's pray kila kitu ende venye tunataka. Raila aingie ndani. Raila akishaingia ndani, this issue of wave, whatever, this is a wave of inconvenience. You see? The way Bernard has said. You see? So hii ni kitu ya muda tu, hii ni upepo, hii ni moto ya karatasi. With the time hii kitu itaenda kuwa diluted, na ukiona Raila amechukua serikali na everything is running, they just flock back. You see? So mimi kitu moja nasema ni ile, all of us wacha tukue macho na tuambiane ukweli. Whatever is happening at Bomas of Kenya, na hii story yote inaendelea, mambo na hacking nini ABCD, tuchunguze kabisa na tuangalie tujue what's happening. But one thing I'm happy and I'm suspecting that things are okay. Kama ujaona Raila Odinga mwe tunajua baba yetu, baba hajatoka nje kupiga presa yote. Ujaona Junet Mohamed kupiga presa yote, akina Joho, akina nini. It's like things are okay. They are monitoring everything. So let's be patient and let's pray for peace. Hii ndio kitu kubwa mimi naomba kabisa. Let's have confidence. Na watu tumewakamatia chini. Hata nimeona tweet kutoka kwa Moses Kuria kwa Twitter, ni kama Moses Kuria ni kama pia huyu jamaa muona hii kitu ama jamaa hii mambo imeenda mbaya. Kwa sababu amesema hakuna njia tena kuiba mahindi kwa shamba yenyewe na tayari mahindi imekauntiwa. Alafu expect ati utaongeza mahindi nyingine na zile mahindi ambayo ilikuwa tayari imekauntiwa. So let's be patient. Ini kitu nataka kuambia, let's have faith, let's be very positive na mtu yote asikuwe na wasiwasi. Then hopefully things are going to be the way we are just expecting. Asante sana na nawashukuru sana, nazidi kuwafuatilia.
Sawa, thank you Mr. Manyu, we appreciate that, and that is the state of affairs. We will we'll get this done in good time. Let's just follow due process. You know, the tricky part about these elections is that the presidency has already been set in terms of the ruling of 2017 by the Supreme Court. So any irregularity, any mess up is capable of overturning the election because they will just refer to the 2017 ruling. So we must all be patient, the number of days, the forms and everything, so that when the call is made, whoever goes to court, he will have no ground to get the election overturned. It's also very dangerous for us to incur a runoff right now, because the runoff is just like a repeat elections or a by-election is going to have low voter turnout, voter apathy, and in the process, we may lose an election that you had won. So let's be patient. Let get every returning officer. The only warning I'm giving to the returning officers, please, if you have any form that doesn't have right results, don't arrive at Bomas. Come with a form that has right results. Hata kama ulipokea mpesa ya wenyewe, rudisha hela ya wenyewe kama unataka kurudi kwako kwa mkeo na watoto. Mimi nimekuwa Bomas. Nimekuwa KICC. Na waambia ukweli wa mambo. Kinoti, Kibicho, Matiang'i hawacheki. They are being given orders from above or from wherever. Any person arriving with wrong form, unaingizwa tu kwa Maria, bas. So this thing is going to play well. Let's remain focused, but as we maintain peace, let's also beware of the bloggers who are out to spread lies, declare people winners when they are losers, and things like that. Don't let that work you up. And then UDA has not taken over the country. It is not true. They don't even have the majority of parliamentarians. They're just flashing around numbers. They don't. The counties they have is 18. We have 27. We are going to 28. So they are not the majority. And they cannot be a problem to Baba's leadership. If Funderito ran wherever, is it Nyandarua County, as an independent governor with no MCA.
Laikipia.
It's Laikipia, yes. He with no MCA, with no, and he ran it for 5 years. They couldn't even agree, being Jubilee majority, they couldn't agree to impeach him. Anything is possible, but let's ensure that what we are doing is good for this country. And let's also watch our language and our approach towards responding to our opponents. The truth is, Kenya is our responsibility, and we must ensure that it is run according to the rule of the law, and everybody is taken care of. Now, naomba Alex, you have arrived. Inaonekana you will be the night school teacher. Me, I need to put this head down if I will have it here tomorrow for it to keep talking. So I'll give you priority, Alex, but chukua roll call. Olara, Mirimi, okay. Alafu ndio twende kwa between Laban alikuwa kwa hapo, okay? Ama ni huyu sio Laban, yule tulikuwa naye. So you go to Randall before Laban. Sawa. Umechukua roll call. Olara, Mirimi, Laban, Randall. Yes, Alex, go ahead.
Yeah, nimesikia umesema kitu imefanya nikaingia. Bernard, hata if the worst comes to the worst, we go to the runoff. Nobody should lie to us that tutashindwa. The country is too blue to fear anything. And I don't know why this narrative that a runoff it will be against us. A runoff will be a vindication that there was no election. There was feeding of materials that you saw. If people like Moses Kuria are waking up now and wanatupea some proverbs juu ya mahindi, because now they have realized how they were taken for granted. How about when we go for a runoff? My friend, if we go for a runoff, there is no this shenanigans of Ongwae versus Simbarati. Everyone must go to vote in Kisii. There will be no this bullshit of sijui in Kakamega, there is this one versus this one. You must go and vote. All these things that we saw because we were having, sibling rivalry, because we had Wiper inside, we have Jubilee, we had this and this in Mombasa, somewhere there in the coast. We are not going to have that. We have governors who will put us in the front. And Ikitu, that's when you realize how blue we are, how loyal we are, how royal we are. Hakuna kitu ya kuogopa. But hatuendi runoff. Mtu asikudanganya tunaenda runoff. And all these things that they have been throwing at us for the last few days, you have seen now they are keeping quiet. The truth is that power cannot, that sword cannot be given to a murderer, period. When Mount Kenya feared Raila to the maximum, they swore in somebody at night. And those people are still alive. When that thing was to be given to Mudavadi, some people feared. And they told Uhuru, if it's not Gatundu, all roads, Wakabando say all roads rind to Mbondo. They were ready. So, I mean, musiogope nyumba. Nyinyi ndio mnatakana mkue gangari. Somebody should not lie to you that this thing is good. And once we take over, right now, we should be, the topic should be very simple. What next for us? Okay? What next for us? What next for us is very simple. Baba must know that this time we are not negotiating with anybody. Now, I'm here to say, nobody should start saying, oh, as long as we have peace, as long as there is justice. That's the first thing. That is the first thing. Justice brings peace. There is no peace without justice. So, and we know very well, this when you look at that map, it is too blue to go to Ruto. That map tells it all. So let us not talk as if Ruto has won. Where has Ruto won?
You saw what Kirinyaga happened. Wamenyanganya Ngirishi. How do you win all constituencies? You win all one constituency and then you are declared a governor. Where did Minji Minji win? Only one constituency, and it's declared. Yesterday, you saw what was happening everywhere in Kasaran. And now you want to declare Sakaja. Let us fight for the ultimate prize, which is the presidency. That's why we are quiet. Once we take it, we will sober up and everything will be fine. So let's not talk as if Mount Kenya betrayed us. Mount Kenya never betrayed anybody. Mount Kenya have voted rightly. What we wanted from Mount Kenya is between 30 and 40%, which we got. But what is being fed on us is different. And we congratulate our brothers from Mount Kenya. They did what they could. There are people who are courageous, like Kanini Kega, people like Sabina Chege. All these people are very courageous. So I don't think somebody like Kinyanjui lost. I mean, that's a lie, Nyumba. Don't be lied to that Kinyanjui lost. That's a total lie. So we must sit down and preempt that the ultimate prize is what we are fighting for, and everything. We will fix everything. Nobody has lost here. We are still there. So Baba is looking at the situation whereby we are going to fix the ultimate prize, and then the other things will be looked for. And these people had a plan to make us feel like we have lost. But you know what? It has come to a point now, everything has to be counted, and you have to look at it objectively. And now those people who are feeding whatever they were feeding, now when the process is going on the way it's supposed to go, some people are missing. Some signatures are missing. Why is it so? Why are the signatures missing? Why are these people missing? It's because they knew what they did. But we thank God that we are patient. It's going to go slow but steady. Let us be patient. But this narrative, as long as we have peace, you can't have peace with Ruto. That's the fact. You can't. This sword is too sharp to be given to Ruto. And we must speak the truth to it. This sword is too sharp to be given to William Samoei Ruto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex. That is the tall order, and we must all adhere to the same. Kenyans of goodwill and the people who love this country enough must stand up to be counted. Don't fall for false peace. The Bible says you will hear peace, peace. Then suddenly there will be war. We have been burying things under, sweeping things under the carpet for 60 years. It is about time we addressed them, buried them, and moved to the next level as a country. We cannot be held hostage by fear of this, fear of that, fear of this. We must all do what is required to make this country what it's supposed to be. Thank you. Now I will leave Alex take charge. Let Olara take it, and the rest, see you when you see me.
Okay, asanteni sana. Bye bye, Bernard. I hope the clarion I made last night about your MP nomination should be in the in the thinking of all of us. Anyway, let me come to the issue here. I have only 2 points to make. One is the judgment made by Supreme Court declaring CDF as unconstitutional. So I think there's a bait there, which is going to make all those UDS MPs and their loyalty change within a night. I want your comment, all of you, on that. Then, as we've been discussing for many nights here, we are discussing an assumption that Ruto will get a 75% turnout of Uhuru Ruto. And by that time, all our talking here was Raila should only try to scavenge 25 to 30% of it, or 20%. And anything less than 75%, Raila should scavenge for whatever he can get. And so for what the data is showing us, Raila got about 28 to 30% in the most reliable data I've seen. At least he has outdone himself at a 60% turnout. He should be doing this at 78% turnout. So if the turnout is 60%, he doesn't need to do anything. In fact, he just pick his traditional 10%, 12% and go home. Now coming to critical element of that CDF being removed from the MPs. Then now, with anticipated Raila's win, how is it easy for all those yellow MPs to turn to the rightful place where they were, including, I don't want to mention any names, but in Central, all of them went there because of the wave. And I'm telling you, every trip that Ruto comes into the area, they spend more than 2, 3 million, 2, 3 million, 2, 3 million, 5 million. So for the last 2 years or that, some of them have spent closer to 50 million each MP there. With CDF absence in their pocket, how do you look at it? Is it something that Kenyatta knew? And he pulled this table now, although I think it is too late, he put it during the result announcement, or is a genius after assuming that he knew the election was called? Asante sana.
Asante sana Olara, about the issue of CDF. And I think that is one of the things that you see that's making people run for office. In my own constituency, when we were having a by-election a couple of years ago, we had a record of 34 people running on one seat, 34 people. So when you put all the monies that people are running for that constituency in a by-election, and you put it together in that season, I mean, that money can do more development than 34 people running. And why is it so? Because, I mean, all that money these people are manning, I think it was unconstitutional from the very beginning, but I think Kibaki intended it to be a good thing, but it made it so lucrative that everybody now thinks being a member of parliament is the road to be, for prosperity or wealth. It's not a service delivery anymore. I think it's prosperity means. And I think that is one way, if you're truly a servant, this is the time that you can subscribe of being a member of parliament. And legislation is number one key. People like Sudi are going to be degenerate in the parliament because now CDF is not there. I'm not sure in the line who was going next. You guys can help me. After Olara, who was it?
I think I was the one.
Alex, I'm raising my hand to ask a question, please, before the next presenter, please.
Okay, quickly.
On the same CDF, I was in the government myself, the Minister of Public Works, and I knew all the time that the CDF was an illegal thing, in that there's no reason the MPs to pass laws and against carry out the executive issue of and the CDF. And that's why thereafter, okay, let me go back. CDF, we have said about Kibaki. No, it was started by somebody, MP for Olkarau, Engineer Morioki or something like that. And this was money for them to use, to misuse. As you are saying, they were running into that office to go and misuse that money. When they put manager, CDF manager on that. When it was challenged somewhere, they changed it to National CDF. It was the same thing, but they changed the name a bit. And finally, it has been told to be illegal. Now, I foresee this, Bwana Olara. The UDA, we have said they are not in UDA because of their hearts. It's only a convenience. These guys are going to gang up the UDA, the Jubilee, and all that, and come with another name. Because without that money, then the post of an MP becomes useless. They're all running to BMPs to go and kukula hiyo pesa ya CDF. Kwa hivyo naona wakiungana, wakiingia huko watengeze kitu ingine. Asante Bwana Alex.
Thank you, asante sana Nyumba, and that's very true. I think, was it Randall or Stone PK? Who was next?
As screenshots, you go by that. As screenshots, after me is
Maybe
Randall,
Randall.
then
Stone, I was just Stone
Yeah,
had
Randall,
presented.
Randall, you can give us something now.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. And once again, let me greet those who are not there at that early time when we were beginning to submit. I'll talk on two issues here. One, of course, is quickly the CDF thing. Again, Kenyans, we have a problem of not being able to keep history like the way Nyumba has kept it, you know, and we despise the elders, we despise the bigger bros. We are growing into a culture where hutaki kuona mkubwa wako. That's why we start saying, usiniambie mambo ya jana bwana. I'm your elder brother, for example, in the family. I was born 3 years ahead of you. You still feel that whatever I saw before you were born, for those 3 years, you feel like you will see it. It's not possible. That is one thing that God has created. There is no catch up in experience and age. Why am I saying this? We need really to go back and read and also check why certain things happened the way they happened. And until we get that, that's why we will get our things wrong forever, including elections, which is very key. Today, you hear people in elections saying, wachana na siasa, wachana na watu wa siasa. Mimi sipendi siasa. My friend, upendi siasa na politics is what is all about resources, distribution, discussion, or, you know, then you say you don't want. And then you shy away from elections. Then idiots and thieves go to think and talk about you. Who is stupid here? In fact, sometimes I don't blame when we have these mediocre politicians like Akina Sudi, when they go squandering money. I blame mwananchi. Si ulisema wewe ujali. Kwa hivyo hata kama ni sheep, kondoo imeenda pale parliament, oh, my MP has not spoken for 1 year. Who put him there? So, Wakenya sisi ndio wajinga, King Kong alisema. Now, when it comes to CDF, CDF was a fantastic card that Kibaki gave people. And you know where it came from? Nyumba umesema that MP got it from the UN and the humanitarian world. It is when you use some funds to do what we call
Engineer Karue.
Engineer. Yes, this was a savior card to do what we call a quick impact salvation programs. Yani ikiwa area yako kuna vitu ambazo if they were to go through the normal process, it takes 3, 4, 5 years for it to be approved. But with the CDF fund, you are able to say, for example, if it's a borehole that is inasumbua shule flani, before this is discussed, inaingia kwa policy, sijui nini, CDF, you would just go there, public participation, and they say, Mheshimiwa, please approve this money for this borehole for the children wa kunywa maji. That was the intended purpose. It was an accelerated development fund. You know, the only that Kenyans, you give them an opportunity, ni wizi. You know, oh, I could see my MP coming with envelopes. Oh, ati anagawa pesa ya CDF. Oh, nimewaletea. One time I challenged him, nikamuuliza, Mheshimiwa, unakuja umebeba mabahasha, unasema unagawia watu hii pesa. Why are you fooling mwananchi? Why are you fooling mwananchi? This money should be run and managed by mwananchi. In fact, you are just supposed to be a member of that committee that decides on this money. Unfortunately, because when you are not in Kenya, when you are not in position, nobody listens to you. So these MPs decided that this money was their pocket money. I'm happy that it has been stopped, but I still would want it to be taken to the county, okay, as a kitty. Let it be given a name for emergency, for what we are calling accelerated project. Yani saa hii umesikia Budalagi, familia zimepotea nini na nini. There should be funds that can salvage them in the next 24 hours. Na hiyo pesa ichungwe isiibiwe. That's why I'm so worried about having UDA governors, UDA councillors, I mean MCAs, because they will eat this money like wacha tu. Okay, but it was good intention, only that in Kenya umapatia mtu bahasha unamwambia ni ya maskini ndiye anakula kwanza, anageuka maskini. You can imagine, you raise fund to help let's say orphans, you give Stone PK, I'll be the first orphan to eat that money. That is our Kenya. Anyway, so CDF with the Baba, I believe, because it will be part of, funds that will supplement his 6,000 shillings, his medical. When you have various cost centers, some which can be implemented quickly but monitored without having to go through the due process ndefu ya serikali, inaweza saidia sana. Now, my last point is when it comes to what we are being subjected to. Yes, we have the belief that Baba will be sworn in. But my big question wa Kenya wenzangu, why would one, I don't want to use very, very hard language, why would one individual, in the name of whoever he is, hold the country at ransom? Kenyans, sisi ni wajinga. Why would we now be, we are all at edge, tumekalia kiti hapa mwisho. In fact, hata watu wameanza kukosana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Alex ananipigia simu ananiuliza ni aje Stone PK, naambia but bro siongee na mimi sasa, hii niko tense. Why should we be put in that? Because of Ruto? Really? Do you know if I was Uhuru right now, I would arrest Ruto as a national threat? Yes, I mean, no, I'm on Global TV, but I'm stating this. If I were Uhuru and I'm not, Ruto would be under arrest as a national security threat. Because why are you engineering rigging? Why are you engineering thing? Right now, we know there are people who are even moving away from their houses because of threats. I would charge Ruto right now. Why are we waiting for the bubble to burst? Just because one man has said through hooks or crooks he must be president of this country? Yani unatulazimisha uwe rais wetu? You have rigged everybody in Central. You saw what the Jubilee team was saying there. Some of those people on the ground wamependwa ile ajabu na wametupwa nje. Ile ilikuwa algorithm. No wonder Ruto was saying nyinyi msicheze na mimi, nilijipanga kitambo. Hiyo ndiye alikuwa amejipanga, and you know Ruto has many cards. Venezuela ikaisha akaweka ingine. Sasa hii ameweka, I hear they are trying to kutakuwa na blackout bombers. And if you joke around, hiyo server ya bombers utaona imekuwa blackout. Then Chebukati will come there with his sheepish face saying, you see now Kenyans, we have to move on. We have manual this, we have manual that. Then Ruto will sneak in all his rubbish. And then we will be again in a quagmire. That is why we are pissed off, because all this is geared, is designed to create issues, problems that we will start explaining. You know, now that was a technical thing. We've lost this data, but we had this backup. Now from 34B cannot be days, but we will have to use this. And then Ruto sneaks in there because Ruto has 85%. He has 84% of everything that is going on in Kenya. Waizi wake wako kila mahali. Scientists wake wako kila mahali. And Ruto, if you don't watch him, he will be sworn in. Believe you me. And I agree what my brother Alex has said. The sword is just too sharp to be handed over to Ruto, my Kenyans. If Ruto says, I, William Samoei Ruto, XYZ, kwisha nyinyi. Asante, back to you guys.
Asante sana. Hayo ni maoni ya Stone PK, sio ya Mtembei, lakini pia tunayaheshimu kabisa, kwa sababu you see, leadership change is not something you take for granted. There are some people who cannot be given leadership like that. the era of Hitler, the era of Saddam Hussein, the era of many other dictators that we saw through, even in Africa and so on and so forth, that started like this. And I think we must end that. You must speak the truth even though your voice is shaking. And we are not here to say it's propaganda. Ruto is a dictator, and we know that. There's so much that we should ask about that we have never gotten the answers, but we are not here to incite anybody. We have real concerns about a person who is stealing even what is not, can be stolen. My son is here, just came, so somebody can take over just for a few minutes. Stone, can you help me in a few minutes?
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Yeah, take care of that young man. That's our president, and we need to prepare a way for him. Okay, ndugu zangu, nyomba tuendelee kivipi?
Stone PK.
Yes, sir.
That's very interesting because I'm going to attack you and the person in command now.
Please do. I have no problem. Endelea.
Not attack, but I want to differ. There are some things that, and I said the other night also, we moderate. You're younger than me, and that's why maybe that bravado thing. Some things are considered, and you don't take action. For example, the issue of Uhuru arresting Ruto or putting him at detention, that will have worse effects than when it's let go the way it is. You remember, even when Honorable Raila went to Jamhuri Park, the Apishu kuwa president of People's President of Republic, okay? Nothing was done to him. Imagine, ati saa Uhuru angesema Raila ashikwe, you can see the consequences. That would be a disaster. So some things are just kept quiet and handled they are fragile, you know. You want them very politely. So even I refuse to your point of arresting Ruto, however bad he is and is doing. And also I'm giving an example. There was no way Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga would have been arrested. Kina nani Miguna walikuwa arrested na wengine. Lakini kama nani angeguzwa, the country would just be burning. So it just prevents some such situations intelligently. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyumba. I will not comment for now. Let me go to Olara, then Ubuntu, and anybody else that wants to come. Olara.
Asante sana Nyumba, kwanza na Ubuntu pale, your earlier contributions has been shaping the discussion we are having now. Nyumba, kwanza, you made a progressional example of why you should vote right. Umesema una engineer kwa nyumba, unasema sijui una graduates kwa nyumba ambao hawana kazi, ambao wana they're still relying on your, I cannot say someone, because if you are somebody who can raise those great Kenyans, and then somebody want to come in and actually rob them of their future, including hideous methods, manipulative methods. Obutu, I thank you very well. You started this thing. You put a feeling in this conversation as we're moving forward. But nobody, I just wanted Mr. Nyumba's thinking, because he's been working with the ministry. He's been implementing a lot of what the MPs are passing through parliament, through ministerial administrative actions, and that. With removal of CDF out of our politics, I want you to just guide us. What will that then entail? Why an aspirant should use 50 million Kenya shillings to vie to just to represent you? Is he eyeing a 5-year term, which is almost 500 million, expecting that he will recover his losses within the first year? Then the next 5 years, 4 years, he will just say, okay, I'll take 40% of that money, give the contract to my cousins, to my babies, to my everyone. He got to give them a contract. Then he just regain back the money. So you find an MP within first term, he has a house in Karen, he has a farm in kwenu kule kwa nyumba uso mtu Nakuru. Kwanza hapo nasikia saizi kwenu pale kwanzia hapo Kigali, ukienda hapo sema kambi ya AP hapo, hiyo shamba ni kavu saizi ni 4 million per acre. Because lands are inflated with the people having free monies, they buy everyone out of the land. You see, those corrupt monies, they not only benefit them, but they inflate the market so much that if you are a civil servant, you cannot afford a simple 1 acre in Gilgil hapo. Hizi Gilgil pale ukienda pale karibu ni na wa NYS, let's say it's 2 million. Saizi 1 acre is almost like 4 million. And with these inflated figures of corruption coming in, people can buy all your lands. You are there as a community, maybe you come there as a Kina Mama groups, you bought the land for maybe you have been paying it for 10 years. Then somebody just comes in with 100 million. He buys you all off, send you maybe to Nyandarua there. Ukivuka hiyo kutupe kwenye Nyandarua kule. Go and find yourself out there. Please, I plead, na nataka Kenya iwe sawa. Tunataka tu Raila apate kitu, alafu drastic reconfiguration of Kenya must start, including politically. We should just make an MP seat not an aspiration of every Kenyan kid in the school now. Because what happened, every other MP is a millionaire. At least for the last 10 years, with the CDF money, every one of them is just millionaire, including their families. We are just left with with the bursaries. This is what they give out. It's 100, maybe what? 100 million in 5 years. Maybe that's only that what they give back. Asanteni sana, pole msanyumba, nimechukua muda mrefu. Poleni sana.
Bwana Moderator PK, let me react to Mr. Olara's position. One.
Go ahead, 2 minutes.
Wacha nimalize hata nataka kuondoka. As you are saying, land in Nakuru, I was the chairman of my church 10 years ago, and I was the chairman of the buying land company. We didn't have we're starting a new station. And we bought a quarter of an acre at 250,000 shillings. A quarter of an acre, 250,000 shillings. 10 years later, we bought another quarter at 7 million. Do that projection. I was the chairman. We bought a quarter of an acre at 250,000. Recently, we bought a quarter of an acre at 7 million. Same place, neighboring, immediate. Now, secondly, I want to disabuse the idea of the MPs. Nani has stated here very clearly, moderator, PK Stone, that we are thieves, Kenyans, we are thieves. In fact, we are thieves. You don't thieve if you are not in a position to thieve or to theft or to steal, okay? A majority of us are not in a position, and we keep on crying that somebody is stealing. Now, let me put it this way. Now we are pointing at the MPs. No, we should point at the most lucrative among them, the governor. Let me go straight back. It was estimated that to run for a presidential post in Kenya, it will cost about 2 billion, either 2 billion or 5 billion shillings. I don't remember. This was from the IBC. For an MP, it was 40 million or something like that. There's no way you can get back the money you spent campaigning. So these people are going there with an intention to steal, return their spent money and make a profit out of that position. Morara, I hope you are listening to me. The only post that doesn't carry a lot of money is the senator. The senator hakuna hiyo pesa ya kutumia, ni mshahara tu. Lakini MP, unaona hata MCA walikuwa wamepewa kiwango yako ya ward ya kukula. MCA anapewa anakula, MP anapewa anakula. Una governor anakuja kuketi hapo, bibi na watoto yote anawapatia pesa mpaka wanafungwa. Angalia kesi ya Waitito, Obado, president naye ameingia huko. So actually the only post yenye haina those lucrative things ni senatorial, hiyo tu. All the others, and the Stone PK says wengi wanaingia wakaibe, not even to lead, and especially from the UDA, that's what they're intending to do.
Thank you very much. I think we are progressing very well. Let's call it as it is, so that mwananchi lazima ajue motivation. What is the real motivation? Before I call in Ubuntu, let me give 1 second, 2 second comment. If you look at Norway, and even these first world countries, an MP is nothing. An MP anatembea na baiskeli. An MP is your neighbor ordinarily, but he is respected for the policies that he makes to benefit the people of the nation. Unaona? And hiyo ndio heshima anapewa. Apewi kwa sababu anaendesha Rolls Royce. Apewi kwa sababu anaishi nyumba sijui kubwa kuliko nini. You see, we need to get somebody who will demystify these things. And that's why I support the idea of whoever comes in should review these salaries. Oh, MP getting 1 million salary. Unapata 1 million kwa sababu unadu job gani? Ati because watu wangu, they come for harambe, sijui nini. That nonsense should stop. And that's why Baba government is the most correct one to put these things. An MP, usirauke kwa MP kuomba pesa mtoto wako alienda shule ati hakulipa. Once we kill all this, the MP will only remain with a simple budget like Stone PK, like Nyomba, like Ubuntu, ya nini? Kulisha familia yako, and you are rewarded or you are paid for the work you are doing at the parliament for making policies, coming to talk, to do public participation with your people. When you sit, we will pay you those allowances. Lakini ati you must get a V8, you must get a VX. Those are nonsensical, exorbitant policies that are so useless. Why does an MP need a 4-wheel drive vehicle? I mean, we should develop such that MP unaenda na gari ndogo Toyota mpaka kwako nyumbani. The motivating factor, like when I was vying, I had said I would never have a house in Nairobi. And when I get late for the debate in the house there, I would tell Mr. Speaker, sir, where I come from, kwetu hakuna barabara. I have to wait to come to Nairobi. So the first thing I would have done was to tarmac a road up to my house. And up to my house meaning what? Up to that area, up to that community, up to, you know, that it's an example I'm giving. Why do you, an MP, umetoka uko Karachuonyo, why do you want to live in Nairobi? And then we pay you money for Nairobi. Why don't we pay you money to have a decent house in Karachuonyo if you never had if you are not built? And then you do it in a way that when you want to meet your people, you know, because of course as a leader, we make sure you have that, because that's where you belong. Nairobi utanunua if you save or you get mortgage, which you should not put across to taxpayers. All right. So that's what I wanted to say, that the salaries our MPs are getting are just exaggerated and they don't deserve that. Even if today I became an MP, I detest it. Back to Mr. Speaker, I was about to give Ubuntu the chance. Madam Ubuntu, and then of course you hand it over to Alex. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just want to react. Yes, I want to react to a number of issues. Sorry, I was trying to see where I'd noted them. And let me pick from the issue of CDF. Personally, I was very happy to hear that the court had declared it unconstitutional. And now somebody said, I was actually talking with 2 people yesterday, and they said, no, these members of parliament will go around to try to see how they bring it back, because that is the motivation. They've spent so money. I was in a
Get closer
before
to
the
the mic.
elections last week. Last week I was in Rongai, and people were being called. I don't even know how they have money. People were being called ati wanaenda wanapanga laini 500, 600. They are going from village to village. I was in Kisii, it was the same. So even the electorate did not know who to vote, you know, because it's like tumekula kwa kila mtu. And this is the first election that bribery was outright. You know, the bribery was outright for the first time, as in people were queuing. Filimbi ilikuwa inapigwa, ndio how. We need to question ourselves after these elections. Why did we have outright bribery? You know, that was bribery. It has never happened.
Martin, can you mute? Martin, can you mute?
A neighbor of mine told me that in Nairobi, ati tulienda pale Utawala, we came with 5K. I was like, what? 5,000. My sister is a teacher in Homa Bay. She told me, like, sijui mnaitwa, and they're really targeting teachers. I think they know teachers have influence. Do we have teachers here? You have influence. You know, you can mobilize all of us, and you can even mobilize ourselves from this team that is this. I call it a governance forum. You could even, like, you fit even to be members of parliament or members of county assemblies. At I was like, how many people? At 400 people. Everybody gets. Why did we lose it? Why was there open bribery? Did somebody think that it is against the law? And any citizen can go to court and challenge. Why should politicians bribe people open if you wanapanga laini? If you took that video, those photos, is it possible that you can challenge it? But I don't know where the section of the law where that one is, because even the observers yesterday, they were saying, the one from the African Union, and I listened to Kikwete saying is that one of the things that is missing in the Kenyan laws is that what is the limit? How much can you use your campaigns, but how much should you be able to use? So that CDF should go away as early as yesterday. So now we will await another battle. When they go to parliament, they are very broke. I had two friends who are trying to vie for seats, one for member of parliament and one for MC, and they were broke. They were very broke by the last minute. They had no money at all. So they are very broke. So when they go to parliament, the first thing, they'll come together. There will be no UDA, there will be no ODM, there will be no all those parties. They'll come together and they'll want to fight so that they get money. I don't know how they'll be successful because it was at the Court of Appeal, but they might have to bring problems to the sitting president, because again, why did they go to parliament? And that's why somebody was a governor, anataka kurudi kuwa MP, hata sio senator, anataka kuwa mbunge. The women reps, women rep was not lucrative. Very many of them have now jumped to either members of parliament, and then the Aisha Jumas are going to where? They're going to governors, and the Susans are going to governors. A number of them. You can see everybody wants to be, you want to be a governor, a member of parliament, and even MCA, because MCA, there are those kind of allowances, so much travels, and something to manage at the county level. So then, but then for me is that we can talk a lot, but what is the way forward? How are we going to move forward? And I think if Azimio takes the government, then this is the best time to deal with that, because I'm seeing very progressive, some kind of leaders who are not very, of course, we can't say they are 100% or 80%, but I think we have some people there who are not very greedy, that you can be able to say that, how do you start dealing with these people? Because they will start organizing to increase their salaries. They will start bringing problems. So how do we start dealing with those people? The same case in county governments. In county governments, one, The first county governments, we didn't get it. They went there. It is just like before even the laws, there were no laws. In fact, one of their first tasks was trying to develop structures and laws, and they tried to do it. And by the way, for those who don't know, for those who work around the county governance and such, Kabogo was the best rated governor in terms of trying to put structures, laws, systems, and everybody else. Of course, he was voted out. Because, and again, we also need to do a research, is that what do citizens look for when they are voting people? So that is what they had. But somebody said that some of those cars that they bought, ingine ilikuwa kwa majina ya watu. And you remember when they won elections, they put relatives. A workmate of mine who was our accountant, kumbe alikuwa na campaign. In one of the counties, was the uncle. The guy worked from the accounts office. He was an accounts officer to a minister, chief executive officer of public infrastructure, transport. You know that kind of huge ministry. So you are the governor, and then your nephew is a minister for infrastructure, transport, and the guy is super rich. Of course, he had had consequences. He has married 2 wives in 5 years. So he has now 3 wives, and of course his family is young, but he has money. He has, I don't know how he is, and he's still in the ministry, the county government, still up to now. So now, one of the things that we need to talk about is that we know the issues, we know the problems. The issue is, and somebody said very soon this country will have a revolution. I don't even envy William Ruto or Baba. Whoever takes government, they are still in problems. Because now these sort of youths that Ruto has promised bottom up, what is he going to do with them? With all those mamambogas and bodas, those guys will rebel against him very soon. Because unemployment is so high, people are so desperate. They've had a campaign that we are giving hope, we are giving hope. If Ruto doesn't take, if Baba takes, what will Baba do to sustain those kind of people that Ruto had given hope of, trying to put 1 billion kitties? But then he has also promised that he will be giving 6,000, and free education up to the university. I don't envy them. They have to work very hard. But of course, one of the things they're saying is that they know where the money is. And somehow you trust that maybe as you looking at the caliber of the leaders and everybody and the track record, they could start doing something which they can't finish in 5 years. But this country needs a revolution, and very soon there will be a revolution. But one of the things to start from is that where the money is, this money of the CDF, this money wasted in county governments can create jobs, if it is managed well. So what I was saying is that in the first county governments, we didn't get it. The second one, tulijaribu, we are following kidogo kidogo. But again, leave alone national government. There's not so much money national government. We need to go down to the villages and deal with the county governments. This business that you are the county government, you are the governor, and then your spouse is doing what, those kind of things of Obado. Now people have started fearing if I talk, what happens? Those kind of things of who's this Kiambu guy. It should not even be left to the courts. We need to do civic education so that the residents of Kiambu County, the residents of Mandera, they come to your house with a list that did you employ so and so? Did you do this? And those are kind of the seriousness that we need to be working on, because we cannot always be waiting for the courts, because the courts, Kidero did some few things in Nairobi. Now he has gone to Homa Bay. He has so much money. That kind of governance, and I'm talking about it looking is that, is it a chance that we have a government that is coming in and we have some kind of leaders we think we can trust, that we can be able to ride on? But for me, what I'm thinking is, what is the action? Somebody said, one of the political analysts said is that how Ruto has been successful, and he has been successful to some kind of, whether he's weird and that, he's a politician. Politics is about how do you get to power. whether you just cross across the mountains, you don't even need to the rivers, whether you drive through the rivers, that is his strategy. But one person said that he went around very early, got maybe the most powerful politicians across the country, and he fielded candidates in all seats across this country.
Okay.
Of course, I think in Luo Nyanza, he wasn't really 100%, but he tried to field everywhere else, because he wants scouting for the best. So is it maybe the best time is that people start like fielding the best people? If you realize Mathare Oluoch got it, Bahati didn't get it, I'm very sure the next time, if that Bahati stands, he's going to win that seat. So is it the best time is that some kind of group or some kind of engineering things is that would you want to be ruled by Mathare? I saw somebody in Stare, and I'm not saying that they are not good leaders, because at the end of the day, we are all talking about what is the motivation? Is it people want to serve, or is it people want money? Is it people want fame? So, and let me mention about
Can
that
you, Obutu, we can allow Randall to make a point, and then we'll come back to you so that we keep changing. And so, yeah, and I'm glad you brought the issue of CDF, which has been very remote. One of the reasons why everybody wants to become a member of parliament or a member of county assembly is simply because there is too much money there at stake. And this money has made politicians very sick. And by the time they get there, in the first 1 year, you can't even access them. And we agree to it. And I think something has already been done, which is good. So, Randall, you haven't said anything. I think you could say something, and then we could rotate around. Randall?
Relax. Yeah, Alex. Thanks for the opportunity. Very humbled. And behind the screen, I'm always listening to everyone. But first and foremost, I'd like to say greeting, good morning, good night, good evening, wherever you are. And God bless, because I always put him first. The rest comes afterwards. But we try our best as human beings. We're not perfect. But listening, I've been listening for a while. And I've been here since the show started. Not this particular platform, but since Mutembe started the actual, TV program. I was there before that. And that time, Ruto was running, he was running crazy. And while I wasn't saying much, he was quiet, he was humble, and most of the other politicians were saying that, but Ruto was running around wheelbarrows. But besides that, anyway, I'm kind of really I'm touched. I'm really touched by what you Kenyans are doing. And I respect you a lot. So for my briefing, not to reiterate or to go too much, I'm a diaspora, but I'm passionate about my home. I love my home, I love my people, and over here we keep in touch even during the period of voting. We did what we could, and we done what we done. And as one of the diasporas, I sit back and I'm thinking to myself, okay, we done that, and we just went back to work. So we're working and we're waiting for the government to do what they're supposed to do. So we've done what we were asked to do. Vote and just go back to do what you're doing. And we went back to work, looking after our family, our relationships, and everything, and also looking at the media. And the media this day is not just media; it's more than just media. But listen to today's show. Not to say too much. I heard a few people talking from early on, such as people have to be very passionate. Some people are trying not to get too aggressive in terms of if I mention some names, don't be offended. But I'm not saying I'm rating you or disrespecting you, but naweza sema ati kuna watu kama Kiprio nakuja hapa nasema wamekasirika vile kunaendelea, na masikia watu huko nyumbani ati wako na stress, sijui nini kunaendelea, mambo yanapinduka hivi na vile, alafu social media inaleta mambo mengi. Ukiangalia kwa Twitter inasema hivi, ukiangalia kwa YouTube inasema hivyo, ukiangalia kwa Facebook inasema vile fulani, ukiangalia kwa media yenyewe KTN, NTV inasema kitu fulani. For us hapa kitu kizuri ni hivi. Last time 2007 BBC ilikuwa natangaza vita ilikuwa naendelea Kenya. Tulikuwa napenda hiyo mambo. So thank God, saizi watu kutoka Al Jazeera, CNN, BBC, America wanasema hakuna vita Kenya, hakuna mtangazo. Hata wanasema we are very disappointed but there's no violence in Kenya. Thank God for that. Mmekuwa sober na mmekuwa na akili ya kujua, mnajua ni saa ngapi. Muona makosa mlifanya, lakini mpanguza mkasema, ai, hiyo mambo ilifanyika siku ile, tukaua mama fulani ya watoto wa fulani, tukaua baba fulani alikuwa na watoto na bibi na nyumba na mtoto ya mama fulani na baba na kijana ya mama na baba fulani. Mkasema hiyo mambo, tumwage maji kwa nini? Tumwage damu kwa nini? Sababu ya karatasi na hiyo mambo hapana. So that's one thing. Social media right now, the big media such as Al Jazeera saying Kenya is not doing no violence. They're disappointed. But for me, I'm like, thank God. And I'm happy. So keep the peace. Be patient. Na muendelee hivyo sana. Vile mnaongea hapa mnasema, wacha serikali wafanye kazi yao, wacha IEBC ifanye kazi yao, wacha parliament ifanye kazi yao, na wacha koti ifanye kazi yao. Nyinyi mfanye kazi yenu. Lakini there's no need for you to fight your next door neighbor. There's no need for that.
What happened to Alex? Kwani Alex ameanguka?
Hajaanguka, ni
Obutu,
Maybe
you're on?
anawatch hizo chaos za Bomas Kenya.
Okay,
Za
Obutu
Bomas.
is so... Okay, I guess, Obutu, you want to run it?
Those
Before
guys are
Alex comes back?
fighting.
Do you want to run the show before Alex comes back? I mean, we have to keep the show moving.
No, let me not run it. But who wants to speak? Orara, how long do you want to take? Yes, just
thank
go.
you.
Yes, Orara, just go.
Thank you sana. Unajua wewe umeanzisha a good lining of thoughts about the politics, and along that I got a long history also to speak about, but I picked up about the CDF card that Uhuru and Wahome pulled. Then the scrambling down of all the yellows are becoming reality now. In fact, some of them spent close to 50 million to just get that ticket. And they're in the map now, they are declared. But mechanism to revert to that, it was a genius move. It was a genius move. Genius move. From whatever, but if you can remember my earlier submissions for many months, I always condemned making Kenyan politics as an industry. Kenyan politics is an industry. i.e., we advertise to the world that we are investor hub, we are all that stuff. But what happens is the MPs bringing the investors, everyone bringing investors to invest with the government. So if you're an investor, you don't have an MP or a politician supporting your endeavor to the government announced policies that you can have a one step, one that. In fact, that's why that boy from Nandi Hills, aliangushwa na UDA. He fought that. He said, no, investors should come there to the government, come to us. We identify well, because we have already announced you can do this business in Kenya, in tourism, in mining, in energy. You've announced an investor. When an investor comes in, he must come back in with either a government or an appointed government appointee, or then after you negotiate the odds, you find out that that investor is actually getting into business with our politicians. Before you get this tender, we have our 10%. If that investor is genuine, he has a brand all over the world, you know how we can reward the country by coming back, replenishing back the community, supporting a lot of stuff. Lakini how our MPs, they are taking that out of the investor. You say if your investor gets a lot of money out of the country, what they do, they develop systems, they give advices, they leave that legacy. Okay, after all, I got a lot of money from you, but this is what I leave for you. I have an institute of cancer research. I have an institute of whatever. They support that. But in our country, those legacies are upfront payment. Investor comes in our country, they treat our laborers very badly, including Chinese. Now they know they're already upfrontly paid. That's when you see incidences. Somebody very from a China camp village, because he's a Chinese, he can just rudely dismiss or even discipline somebody physically, not with the regulation. Like if you come late, we'll cut these hours of your work time of the week or that. No, there's nothing. They just discipline it physically. When you talk, they say, "What's your government? What's your government? What's your government?" And after that video go viral, in fact, the government doesn't do anything. At least Matiang'i was preemptively saying some stuff on the. We don't have to lose the focus. CDF defunding the rule is very critical to those UDA supporters, and including sabotage of the election. If in fact, if you calculate in every constituency that UDA has won, it's 500 million in 5 years. In 5 years, the projection was already calculated, and those guys were submitted to that commission and that mission. This mission, when it fails, don't ask me how Baba will rule the country. You already know the answer. Without the CDF, Baba will rule the country very well. The free education will have no MPs running around with CDFs. With social security protection, we'll be having even better stuff. Even, and again, it's very painful. Okay. Matanga politics will stop immediately when the CDF is stopped. Matanga politics will stop when the CDF is stopped. So when the MP coming to bribe people with a site of funding, maybe this is for sanitary, this is for what? From the CDF. He comes it and toys it out at Matanga, okay, then culturally we have to improve also. When somebody dies, the basic thing you do it is just being respectful to the somebody who died. A lot of half of this funding is in Matanga. You raise up a tent of almost 700,000 with a coffin of 700,000. Then you bury somebody in a plot of land which is not even equivalent to a quarter acre, because it's a mother of a politician or a mother of an elder leader. So if you can just reconstitute that perception, send-off should be simple and respectful, not extravagant event for MPs to come and do politics for the next 5 years. They just, okay, nimesaidia Matangani, with CDF out of the kitties of the MPs. In fact, it's more presidential than the election, than this actual presidential. Asante sana, I think Uhuru did a very good job. Wahome amesaidia pia akatoe kitu, it's illegal, but I promise you, when those new MPs are sworn in, they're going to overturn that. That's when we need the Baba in the office to not sign that counter new legislation to counter Supreme Court. No, I don't know why MPs are having to challenge Supreme Court. If they have their core heart to help Kenyans, they will never challenge that. And of course, all the yellow fevers, you see them around in the Senate mapping, on the National Assembly mapping. Without CDF, they will come back to Baba, and all of them are, half of them are just Baba's sympathizers, but they needed to support their system to get reelected. Asanteni sana, pole sana. But CDF conversation is a master stroke. Whatever, when Wahome struck it, then these MPs are looking empty now. They are now restrategizing to come back and reinvest themselves in the National Assembly to say that, okay, CDF must be there. You'll notice, first agenda will be CDF should be addressed. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eulana. Martin, before I hand over to you, let me just comment on that CDF. I want to comment that I know when the president takes over, sometimes the members of parliament can take you hostage, especially if you want to pass some legislations to survive. And now that you don't have a very clear majority that can give you two-thirds in either of the two coalitions, because none of the two coalitions could have a two-thirds that you need maybe to pass a legislation. So I guess the next president will be very desperate to have to talk to members of parliament from the other side. So that is something they have to juggle, and it's a give and take. So we'll wait and see how that goes. But I hope some lobby group, now Mtata has gone to Senate. You would have done that one very well. Some lobby group should have gone to the villages and get a petition. Get a petition from the villagers that this is what we are saying. But the villagers also believe that CDF is the little money they get. They just get 1,000. Welcome, Richie. that's what they get. So, there's so much brainwashing to the villages. Our leaders are taking advantage of the poverty status so that they can be able to masquerade that they are helping the citizens, but they are trying to enrich and help themselves. So it's a very desperate situation, but as we were saying, looking at even how the turnout was and even how people voted, first of all, a number of sitting parliamentarians, MCAs, and even governors have been voted out. That means the citizens are not very happy. Two, there are those ones who didn't even vote. People are like, now, why am I going to vote? And I was saying is that what do you expect the next 5 years? Things are not going to be easy. Now the dollar is going for, is it for at 120? We are not expecting that life is going to be easier. Welcome, Irene. Because for once, we are still trying to recover from the effects of COVID-19. Two, we are still, there's global recession. And I think even the next government, and I know it will be a bloated government from the either side, because even if it's Azimio, they'll want to accommodate everybody else from the 26 parties into that government. So they will retain those structure of the CAs and everybody else before they can be able to scale down. When you take new government, you don't want to start being radical very fast. You need to have a strategy of entry, and then you start dealing with the issues. And look at those desperate youths and everybody else. So, but then in terms of checks and balances, we are coming from a level where the civil society is not doing very well. Some of the reforms that we experienced in 2002, from I think 1997 to 2007, was a result of the role that the civil society that played. But what happened after the Kibaki presidency? A number of those civil society champions were walimezwa na serikali. So after that, we've been having a very weak civil society. I remember in 2000 and what was it? Some year back during Kibaki, when people were trying to champion that the members of parliament needed to pay taxes. And that time people were very serious. They even had to protest. And Kibaki didn't care. He wasn't threatened. But the civil society was very strong. But since then, you realize that even after 2013, when Uhuru took government, the civil society started even becoming weak. In fact, they played a role. Uhuru Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto trying to kill the civil society. Of course, they tried to even to do legislations limiting the amount of money that is coming. And then after that, after 2017, we didn't even have like the opposition until Ruto came in and tried to be like opposition within government. So we can't just assume that even if Azimio took government, that things are going to be easy. We need to even encourage the civil sector so that you have an issue of checks and balances. That's how people need to start talking, Some action has to take place so that those issues about, somebody was saying is that you realize, is it a political analyst, Herman Manyora was saying is that some village boys just go, they convince other youths there, and they become MCAs, members of parliament. They are very big cars, allowances, and everybody, they switch their phones, they mess everybody up. So that is a good discussion, and I think it's good that you have people who are talking about it. So let me comment one thing before I hand over this. On the issue of the sustainability, this wave that people are just voting, and you realize that even with the UDA and even other parties, there are very new members of parliament and MCAs who have come on board. So most of them will not survive next time, especially if they don't have CDF. How will they entice the citizens? Because you realize that the first governors who were in 2013, they were thrown out. Now they are coming back because people are like, okay, kumbe ule alikuwa afadhali kuliko huyu mwingine. So all these guys, believe you me, kama hakuna CDF, watu watakuwa wanasema is like, what ulitufanyia nini? But also, we can't entirely blame the elected leaders. You know what is happening is that sometimes back, I was doing some kind of work some years back with some lady who had shown alikuwa anatafuta kura. When we got somewhere and parked in a shopping center, kila mtu anakimbia, hey, mtoto wangu ni mgonjwa, mara tunawatanga. Hata mwingine alikuwa na kachupa ati nataka mafuta sijui ya kerosene, something else. They are even fearing going to their villages. So CDF itakatwa, they will not even go there, but they need to be civic education. Watu waanze kujua kazi ya mbunge, MCA sio kuwanunulia, sijui kuattend matanga, doing those kind of things of what Sonko is doing. You know, those kind of things come from very unquestionable sources of money. You know, those things that Sonko is doing, that we need some, in terms of charity, he needs to register a charity organization, and then that money needs to be dished out in terms of programs. Tujue tu Sonko akona program, anasaidia low income people in an organized way, not dishing people at CB bills za mortuary na nini. So it's a whole governance issue, but let's see how it goes. And for now, let's focus on how the results come tomorrow. I'm hoping that tomorrow we'll have the results out. Over to you, Martin. Martin, are you there? You can continue moderating us. Some of us might drop off.
No, my boss is here, Richard Makiadi. Thank you so much for coming. Obutu, you did a good job. That's a very good job. We appreciate you so much. Everybody that is over here, tunashukuru. I think the only thing I came in before I hand it over to Mr. Richard Makiadi, I came in because you guys were talking about the leadership. And for me, I think Stone PK is the one that actually pushed me kabisa kuingia. And he was talking about the leadership. And I think even you, Obutu, you were talking about it. What is leadership? Is leadership about story ya kuwana? Is leadership, I mean, is this so important that you become an MP? Is this so important that you can kill someone for you to become MP? What is so important that you have to get there? And for the people that know me here, I've been always talking about leadership is about leading people and being, and sometimes when you're leading people, you really don't have to be paid for it. It can be just you because you are a leader. When you find people that are killing people, and then because Tone had already said something about people who suffer about kids. I wanted to give an example of Biden, the president today. He's tried so many times, and actually the first time that he almost got there, he was in a senatorial seat. And at the time, that was the time his wife and one of his daughter died, the first wife. And he said, he stood and said, because aliapishwa on the kwa kitanda next to his kids, he said, this this constituent I can't remember the exact words, but I think I'll try to do my best. If anybody remembers that quote, can come and tell me. We can have another senator or whatever it was, what he said, but these kids can never have another dad. So if it needs that I move and I get out to be a dad, I will. Aliapishwa kwa kitanda ya watoto wake kwa hospitali. And he did come back and try to get, he was vied 3 times to try to become a president. Finally, he got it on his very, kama amezeeka kabisa. What am I trying to say here? I think we have a problem when you see a seat moja inakimbiliwa na watu 56. I saw one, 56. And then you see somebody anakuja kulia anasema, oh, mulinidanganya nikatumia pesa yangu yote na kila kitu and all that. Ulikuwa unadanganywa, what were you? Kwa nini ulikuwa unatumia pesa yako? Earlier, I heard somebody say, and I really appreciate that guy, I can't remember who said that he wishes that sometimes we can actually go to where Kenya has become the hub of, money, mobile money, where we can actually vote through mobile. I think we can get there. I always say, living out here, I've never seen my governor. Sijai mwona, naonaga tu ka sign. When I go to vote, I don't even know what he's done. Sijai mwona, kabisa. You just go vote, you're like, maybe this is the guy. Maybe that's not the guy. And I wish we can get there so that we are not even doing the road shows. Because these road shows and people having 50 people there, and then ukianguka munaanza kulia, Bahati is crying, sijui nani anafanya nini, and all those things. And it just becomes a whole different kind of scenario that is so tight that people lose lives about things like that, which is something you should just vote and keep on moving and let the system work. You see what I'm saying? Penyagaka, is it 13th? Ulisema utakuja 13th. Is today 13th? Maybe you kept your word. Yes.
Close to 13th. And I'm very glad you remember that. But I came on to that to really correct you, because Biden really lost the election when he stole Neil Kinnock's speech. That's when he lost the election. But the accident, you are right. But at the end of the day, let us all be happy. Na Magedi, unanijua. Salah. Let us all be happy and know who is going to be president tomorrow. I hope it's Ruto. But if Ruto doesn't make it, so be it. So our president will be Raila Odinga. So let us be modern. Let us grow up. Let us not be hateful. Why I've never been coming around is because I realized that my ideas were making a lot of people hate me. But those are my ideas. Look at the mountain. They all voted like I've been telling you all along. But let whoever wins, Makedi. And say hi to all the guys. And yeah, you beat us back bad in Kisi, but we'll be there 2027. And the places that you were last time, you are there today. I mean, you won big in Coast, in Western, and you have to take that to the bank. So on the 13th tomorrow, I'll be there. I hope the election could have been over, or Jumkate could have announced that, then I would be over to teach you political science 101. But other than that, I wish you guys the best. If you win, so be it. But if I win, be happy for me too. Thank you very much, Maket.
Okay, thank you, Penyagaka. We still wait you 13th. We have a date with you. You said you're gonna be here 24 hours. We'll be waiting for you, sir. It's good to see you. Tusa wingi bona. Wingine wetu we keep it. What you said is what you keep. You promise, keep it. But anyways, good to see you, sir. But anyways, let me finish so quick so that people can keep on moving and I can hand it back to Makiadi. Well, Makiadi, thank you for the nini. But in this thing that we're doing, Saizi, okay, I know Nania Kwapevi, it's done. There's so many irregularities that are happening, Kwanzaa, and happened in Mount Kenya. And I'm so thankful for the international, actually the diaspora people. Especially I want to thank the people that actually had a tally center in Germany and the ones in the US. Because they made this election not be stolen. They kept everything and they already know. So basically, Makiadi, I think I'll come back later. I'll let you, keep moving. I'll tell people, vaini viatu bwana. It's done on Sunday ama kesho asubuhi. And tuambie wale wale wameshikwa, kuna some returning officers that were trying to come hapa mwisho trying to do some things, bring some fake documents. Kuna watu wameshikwa here, they are about 36 right now. And anyone that mwenye anakuja saizi nasikia wanaachia kwa fence, they don't want to be wataki kushikwa. This time is a change that is gonna change the way we do our politics and the way we do our elections. Wenye wameshikwa ulijieka mwenyewe, na mwenye atashikwa ulijieka mwenyewe. Any arrow that is coming into Bomas right now, hujawahi fika leo, sijui ulikuwa unatoka Yugoslavia ama ulikuwa unatoka wapi, you will have to answer. This game is not going to be played. The Kinaitumbis will try to say, oh, government inaingilia, but it's just time that it's about time we stop with the BS. Ukicheza ujinga unaumwa. And it's time to be serious as a country, because we have an Africa to be the capital city for East, Central, and the whole of Africa. That's why we have East African passports. We are not going to play any games, but it's going to be a fair election. IT guys are there. Kinaitumbi, you will not get anything. And that's how tuliwa pata in the first place. So we're not playing these games. It's going to be a fair, and the real results will be Nababa is the 5th. Like it or not.
Thank you, Mato. Wacha kwanza, najua Diane umeongea. I have seen you. You've been there for a very long time. Let me give you an opportunity to ngoja Olara, just hold on. Wacha Diane aongee kwanza. Unmute. Diane, unmute. Aya, ukitafuta microphone, wacha tupatie Olara one minute. You can come in anytime ukiweza solve your issue of microphone, just let me know.
Leo kumpongeza brother Ndeto hapa. It has been a very turbulent journey, and at last, what we've been speaking is coming to some conclusion. And supporting your submission, you inevitably say that other elections look on a dot somewhere. And I think whatever constitutional remedies which was suggested was actually what you're saying. I'm not putting words in your word, but let's think deeply in this country. Let's think deep. Let's think deep and this is it. Now, Ndeto, your submission was very, very clear. You spoke in a very philosophical way. Nitakwambia tu, ungesema kwa Kiswahili ya mtaa. Mazee tulichezeshwa miaka nyingi, na leo, na hii uchaguzi ya leo mazee, maboys, haini tu rada, kuna kitu itasaidia watu inakuja. Unajua uongea philosophical, lakini ulikuwa unasema hivyo. I know your words. I'm older than you. I can interpret you. Wangila yako hapa angesumbua na Bernard. Wangesema msiongea mambo ya streets, lakini kuna philosophy umetumia hapa. Hiyo philosophy I'm interpreting it live on. Mazee maboy. Okay, amekuja mwenyekiti, amekuja huyo mwenye alikuwa aende, mpatie msichana. Acha tunamaliza mambo yetu baada, mimi niko hapa muda mrefu.
Olare,
Give the guy the floor.
you want to, I give you 1 minute, you finish, or I can continue?
Mupenda wa mama pia ongea, lakini ndeto hiyo story zako, you are very philosophical, and, lakini sasa kuongea saizi, najua kuna chairman saizi hapa Makiadi anangojea, wacha tumpatie flow alafu atu regulate wote pamoja, lakini we Mati wewe anakujua, wewe tupate kwa inbox.
Hi everyone, it's nice to see you again on this online platform, and we thank God that this far the country has come is because of His Ebenezer. So I want to say that it's been a hectic day from Tuesday. We haven't slept. You are sleeping, then you wake up to check online what has happened. But we want to see a peaceful transition, and hopefully it's Raila Amolo Odinga, so that we can have legislation and policies put in place, and this can, the rigging or whatever the other people who wants to steal cannot steal anymore. And I want to thank the IT people, IT section, when they tried very hard. Otherwise, Kenya will be fighting now. People will be crying. Maybe some of us will be down in our beds, because when we saw that what was going on the TVs, we couldn't believe, because Azimio has done a lot during the campaign, and we cannot afford to lose this election again. One thing I want to advise the people who are coming in from Azimio, let them not be scared or be intimidated with the rumors going on TV, on social media. We have been defeated, blah, 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 blah. What I know, we are on the right track. We've been moving. If you check on our Azimio bloggers as well, they're also doing a good job. They've given us hope. Sometimes when we've lost hope, when you open their platform, you just feel like you are come back to life. And the leadership that is going to be in parliament, let's pray that they take honesty to be a virtue, not a vice. Like they want to cheat when they have told us from after we elected them, after our parents have elected them, believing that they will do a good job. When they go into parliament, then they will be bought, and we shall again start from zero. How we pray that they keep their pledges and keep the spirit of diplomacy or democracy going higher, so that even as we can be proud. Already we are proud with that Kenya is going to fight. We are going to fight from the start. But we've held our anger, and we are peacefully waiting for Chebukati. Hopefully, he doesn't mention Ruto instead of Raila. That's another. If he slips his tongue, he's gonna kill everyone. So let him be careful on what he's saying. Na ingine ni kusema kwamba hata wale ambao wanaangalia kwa vituo maagents, tuliona vile kulienda huko Starehe, hata additions as add up, mali inafaa kuwa 0 wanaweka 5. Thank God that Iron Lady Charity Ngilu was there and Shebesh. Otherwise things will be hard. Wakuwe macho, bado akijaisha mpaka tutangazwe washindi, ndio tutakuwa imeisha na tutasherekea zote hata mahali popote tuliko. Asanteni sana, tutazidi kuwa nanyi na tuzidi kuomba pamoja.
All right. Thank you, Diane. I would like to a lot wanataka kuongea.
Yeah, unajua Diana amesema kitu very important sasa. If genuinely, if Raila is elected, the post-mortem of elections must be done. Post-mortem of this election must be done. Lakini I'm using, okay, let me use another word. Lakini auditing of this election must be done. Kwa sababu, if you allow the presidential to be legitimate, then we have this wave of a lot of rainbow or whatever we can call it, or it what was it called, yellow or whatever, in the system. We will come here one day and still resolve that problem on another election hearing. So this election hearing, no, I know our supporters here down in the comments, they'll see the heart is down because the figures are not showing up. But I'm speaking not authoritatively, I don't know authoritatively, but I still remember Raila should only get 20% of 75% of turnout in Mount Kenya. And reportedly, I think it's around 58. 58, Raila doesn't need even any of that percentage. Sasa tuendelee kuzungumza Makiadi, watu wetu tuko sawa. Mimi sitakuwa emotional leo, sitalia. I've cried for this country for long, and I think I've got some concrete assumption of scientific everything. And Mr. President is watching us also. Now, this country will still be our country, not for Raila or for Ruto, for our country. This is our country. We have to claim it as our country. Asanteni sana.
Okay, Mato.
I wanted to tell Mr. Olara, thank you for the way you're thinking. Listen, I need a lot what wengi wafikirie where we've come from, and where we're going and what we need to do. Listen, this is the first time that for the longest time since independence, and I always say here, we never got independence. We moved from white colonialism to black colonialism. And kura mingi zimeibiwa hii time yote, and sometimes you don't steal by just stealing. Actually, sometimes how you steal is like Moi used to do, na ndio maana alikuwa kijita professor of politics. Moi used to go fund other little political parties, and azileta, so he it's called a divide and rule. So this time, we got to a point where ilikuwa inafanyagwa electronically and na vitu kama hizo, because we wanted to go electronic. So this time, what really happened is, and just nitamaliza haraka Richie, just give me a second please. Uwezi enda kuiba na mtu alafu urudi uende kuibia huyo mtu venye muliiba, atakuuma. Kwa sababu anajua ile njia mulipitia, ile kichochoro mulipitia. It will not happen. Okay? Again, sayo upatiwa mtu mwenye mulienda kuiba naye ameokoka. Sasa kama ashaokoka na mulikuwa munapitia ile kichochoro moja, seriously utaingilia wapi buda? Yani inakuwa noma. Yena kwa story ingine mazeni noma. Hasa na wewe ni mjinga tu, nadhani ule jamaa alisahau zile vitu mlikuwa mkifanyaga mkiwa wakidi, mkiwa watoi. When you guys were kids, you think that he forgot about everything that you guys were doing when you were kids. You will utaumwa, my friend. That's what is happening in Kenya. And by the way, is a game changer of Kenya, and is a game changer of elections in Africa, East Africa, and everything. My friend, hiyo chukua hiyo passport yako ya blue, usichukue ya black ilishaga anyway. Yenye inasema Kenya peke yake. Passport siku hizi ukienda kuchukua unaambiwa ni ya East Africa. Kenya being the one to be the hub of Africa, we are not playing these games. I'm telling you, Bernard was saying it here, I was at work. Kama wewe ni returning officer na umekuwa hata kama ulikuwa Mandera na ujafika saizi, karibia Bomas of Kenya, unaumwa. Wanaenda na ni kuenda na kuenda. We are not going to play these games anymore. It's gonna be okay. Imechezwa vizuri. That's how we got watu walipatikana wenye walikuwa wamehack kwa systems. And it started, ilianza mchezo tukasema watu wamehack leo. We have IT people working. We have systems working. We have systems, hakuna ati sasa ati France ati wamelala, ati sijui ni tonight, sijui watu wamelala. No, we have them working. Baba is in. And I'm telling you guys, elections as of now will be a problem. And the problem that we have this time, watch, we just want Baba, hiyo yake ipite. We okay, kuna namba ameibiwa, lakini already yako juu. We just want a declare. After he's declared, because a win is a win, whether you win with one vote. A win is a win. But the problem is, even the people that you're hearing around, that is, they are even in Central, that have been declared, the court cases, this is the year that you're going to have the most court cases that you're going to have, and things reversed, because the court cases that are going to happen right now, because so much matope was done. Listen, it was 55% on Kim's kit, but on the forms shows 65. Okay? Percent. Watu wanashikwa. I mean, there's already 36 returning officers in jail as we speak. Hatucheki raundi. The next time ukiambiwa na mtu akuja kulete 500,000 akwambia ati go change this to bring it to our side, my friend, utakuwa unakimbia kama mjinga. Na unajua nani anakuja kuingia? Martha Karua ndio pia anakuja kuingia huko Justice and Constitutional Affairs. My friend, haki ya Mungu, hiyo ukora itaisha. We have to do things the right way, and it will happen, and it's starting to happen today, because if you want to rebind me, kama unataka kuniambia ni uongo, tafadhali enda uniambie one media station that is inaonesha whatever is happening. Show me. They had to stop, because things have to work. We've come to a point where we had at least a good president that told people, do it the right way. And then we had also an election that everybody was fighting in the DCI and everything had to be done the right way. Story ya kufichaga makaratasi na kutudanganya, and then munaanza kupigana, because you know very well in our community, I don't remember anybody voting for Raila. So now we start fighting. And then you go back and, I mean, that's how we fight. Because we fight because, hatukupiga hii kitu, sioni mtu mwenye alipiga kitu. So I'm saying, yeah.
Wind up to Ndekwa, we will come back to you.
Okay, no, I'm just saying that, okay, so let me finish. It's just about the lies. This is a monumental place that if anybody is understanding what we are talking about right now, I think is a time that you will remember, and your kids will remember what you're talking about. Najua nitagongo, but I know what I'm talking about. Thank you. Richie, I'm sorry, bro.
Ose, good to see you. Umepotea sana siku mingi. Finally, you are here. Welcome back to the studio.
Good evening, Detro, Diana, Stone PK. Don't be absent, Stone, Olara, and Richie. Our friend Randall. Is it Randall? Randall. Huh? Or Randall. Oh, last but not least, Alex.
Sasa IBC officer IBC officer wa Mtembee ukipotea.
Makiadi.
My
Huyu ni nani?
resignation.
Mtu anaandika hapa private chat, anaongea vibaya sana.
Nani,
Anaitwa
Alex, my
no,
resignation was
Maudi
turned down.
Kiabia. Mwambie atulie.
Oh, Richie, you want to make a communication?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Alex, my resignation was turned down. Hmm? My resignation was turned down, but some these days I've chosen to be spending more time in prayer than because some things are so complex, and sometimes we may talk here, but it also depends on how you comprehend, how each of us comprehends what's going on. You know, I think people like Stone are insiders, so they should know better. Now, sometimes I wonder the little I know, if the much I know, I know. Now, how much does an insider like Stone know? Anyway, I want to say that I think our institutions are doing a very good job. A number of things which have taken place, if it shows that these fellows, especially the security agencies, these people are awake. Most of the things which are happening or which is threatening this election would never have been where they are if, let me just say, if the Matiangis, the Musheros, the DCIs, if these people were asleep, they would never have taken place. One thing which I appreciate very much is the fact that IBC agreed before the elections to work hand in hand with the agents. And I mean the special agents, the expert agents of the parties. It has really made a very big difference. At least we have people with the necessary eye to look at the intricate and the more complex issues in this election, which I think was God sent. Was God sent. So from the look of things, I believe they are going to bring things under control. But I think the IBC CEO, instead of telling us that they are everything, you see, when some of the people at Bomas gave an inclination that there have been attempts to interfere with the system, he came out there to completely deny, which I don't think was fair. He should have admitted that, yeah, attempts have been made, because that's the truth. It is not fair to come on the international platform there and deny it, yet there are other informed sources which say that attempts had been made to infiltrate that system. So later on, when it comes, then we may ask ourselves, why is he denying when it is known? And I'm sure he's aware. Anyway, I think for me, there are so many things which went wrong, but from the look of things, I think they have all been arrested. So if things are back on track, what we should be prepared for is that the approach they have taken to verify and do something about the elections is slow but sure, and I think it is going to bring good results. That's all I can say for now. I'll be able to contribute more in my next
Richie.
Unless Randall has a question.
Hold on. Let's hold on.
No question. But I just want to give for him to give me a pass.
Randall, we want to make it decent. At least lift your hand so that we don't have echo, because if everybody unmutes, then we will have chaos here. So hold on. Let me just ask Jose one question here. I'll give you an opportunity, Randall, to ask. Jose, I have a question for you. How many Form 34As do we have in a polling station?
You should not have more than. No, I don't know. The total should be 700.
No, Form 34As.
I'm saying from the logistical side, you should not have more than. You should just have. For usage, they normally do something like 0.5% for spoiled ones. Let's say a voter comes to say, "Oh, sorry, hii imeharibika, I need a replacement." But nevertheless, they are not supposed to have more than 705, 0.5%. That should give us the expected average number. Because remember, each polling station should not have more than 700 registered.
No, I'll say you're not getting my question. I'm not talking about ballot papers in a stream. I'm asking how many Form 34As, for 34As do we have in one polling station?
You could have maybe 2. But otherwise, from what I know, the law says you should have 1. In the event that it is spoiled or there are errors, the errors are supposed to be made on the same form and signed for.
Okay, hold on. Let me hear from PK.
Leo Professor unani let down. Kuseo ndugu yangu, you are letting me down, bana. Makiadi is cornering you with the question that Adam was asked, bana. Adam aliulizwa, Adam.
Adam, the one in the Bible.
Yes, he was asked a very simple question by God, and that's where now he akafanya sisi wote we answer questions terribly. Makiadi is asking you, Form 34A ni ngapi? It is 1 per polling station.
No, not you see Nani Stone, eh? You see, remember when they were going to Chuka? I think you come from that side. They are supposed to have 1, but they are always also prepared for any emergencies.
It is wrong to prepare for another emergency when it's only 1 form which is supposed to answer how many votes have you counted for the candidates. Stone PK, Kuseo, Makiadi, then the agency sign, copy inapigwa hapo kwa mlango, na hiyo ingine they do whatever they want to do with it.
Hiyo ni moja. I'm talking about not the used. I'm talking about when you are going for you are the election official. You should have material and have spare for any.
This is where Kenyans you are going wrong, man. Why do you carry spare?
But you remember when they were going to
Chuka?
The officers were robbed and things stolen.
Okay.
For the sake of progression, Makiadi take over. I think it's 1. I participated. I know.
Okay, Alex, your comment.
Form 34A is supposed to be 1, and I think Kuseo was right. In case there is a problem, you will use the same form and sign for it. And this time around, you take a picture, it goes back to the porthole, carry it, all of you sign it, and all of you are supposed to travel together. With that form, with the evidence, you can't have 2 no matter what.
So it is 1. It is 1. 1.
1 is the completed one. 1 is the completed one. Assuming you are carrying stationery. I thought that is what Makiadi was asking. The one used is 1. Is only 1.
Or say you're walking into a polling station, right? As a voter. So you are in a polling station. How many Form 34As do you expect will be coming from that polling station?
1.
Exactly, and that is my question, because this is why I'm asking you this. If you are an agent of ODM, Alex is an agent of Jubilee, and then we walk into a polling station after the ballots have been casted and have been counted, then we sign the Form 34As, each one of us.
Yes.
And then the picture is taken. It is
Yeah.
transmitted. It is sent to the IEBC or whatever, IEBC bombers, one copy. I mean, that electronic copy, right? I take a picture as an agent. I send my copy to my tallying center as an agent of ODM.
Yes.
The other agent takes a picture, sends that copy to the tallying center of their party,
Exactly.
right?
Yes.
Why are we having different forms in the IEBC portal? Why are agents coming to why are agents coming with a different copy from what they send?
Because different players do things differently. Some people are engaged in fraud. Some people are engaged in fraud.
Ose, can you take a minute and think about that? Let me give Julia a minute first.
Jose, you are not paying attention to what Makiadi is asking you. You know something, Makiadi? I'm so aggravated. That is why I didn't even want to come to the show. I looked up to Mutomo Primary School, where I voted 2017. I saw 2 Form 34A. 2. And it's good you have asked a good question, Makiadi. So why are people fast? I don't know whether they have removed it, Alex, but it was there last night. 2 Form 34A. And when we people were talking
It
about
hasn't been removed. It is still there as an evidence. We said it should not be. It is still there.
Yeah, and then you remember when turnout was about 55% in Mount Kenya. Yesterday, Tobotomo was even something close to 70% turnout. I worked it out. Then I looked up Kisumu, where somewhere I picked up some place. You people, this thing may be a Kurambaya Mbovu. According to the form that I saw there, the turnout was 55%. And today I was asking myself, people in Nyanza, they know they are voting for Baba. Seriously, hawakutoka kupiga kura. Sasa nyinyi watu kusema Bakedi is asking you, don't talk about those pair forms, those pair stationery, those pair what that people may have. We are just asking ourselves, after Tomutomo Primary School voted, how many Form 34 should we see on the portal? We should only see 1. And if I'm an agent for ODM and Makedi for Jubilee, we should have the same copies of what is in the portal. What is in the portal is what it should appear in my.
Surely, Julia, you should.
Yeah.
If fraudsters invaded this, what do you expect, surely?
Now we are not asking you about fraudsters. You are
asking why there were more than 1.
No, the question Makiadi was asking is an ideal situation. What should have? So fraudsters now we
Julia.
can conclude and say they are fraudsters.
Julia, no disrespect.
Let me tell you,
no disrespect.
Wait a minute, Randall.
You just
Randall,
said
just a
something
second. Just a second, Randall. You see, Julia, if we are all playing according to the game, then everything will be exactly as we expected. If, for example,
is asking
Stone If, for example, Stone on the other side is doing his own things, he has found ways of how to access the system and do his own monkey business there. Then you go and interrogate the system, and then you see these different things. Then you realize what you are asking is basically bordering on fraud.
But Ose, IBC has declared today that their system has not been interfered with.
Surely,
then
what did you expect them to say?
No, I expect then, if I go to that system, the form that my agent submitted yesterday in the evening after the votes were counted is the same form that I'll see in the IBC portal.
Let me ask you, Rich, what have I said about the IBC CEO just a while ago? See, I told you, had me say that he's denying something for which people have evidence. What is he trying to stop by telling us that nothing has happened? And yet, if things were to go deeper, you'll find that something happened. And computers don't lie. Even if you delete a form and bring another one, you are open for us the server, it will be there. And yet, here is the
That's
CEO.
a lie. Computers do lie.
Yeah, computers don't lie. Here is the CEO. He goes to the front of on a national briefing and he talks something like, the worst he should have gotten away with is to say, yes, there were attempts. If he wanted to protect, not to make the thing look so bad. But to deny it the way he did is misleading the public.
Okay, hold on. Let's have 1 minute Stone PK, 1 minute Alex as we go.
Then Richard, you give me a chance to share my screen. I will show you two people. You people, I will show you that 2 platforms from Tomotomo Primary School now.
Personally, I would like to receive it, please.
Should I come first, Makiadi, before Julie? Julia, you want to do that first?
You can
You
do
want
that,
me to
Julia.
share it, you people? Can I share it?
Share it
Yeah, sure.
first, then I come in after that.
Yes, thank you.
So here we have two forms, right? Tumutumu Primary School. I can see you can download the first one. You can download the second one. Yeah, it shows reported 34 A's, 2 of 2. Okay.
Can you see there,
Sorry,
Sario?
Makiadi, our moderator. How many? What is the registered voters there? What is the total number?
I can't see unless Julia has the details. I don't.
Julia, please tell us that the total voters there registered.
Unmute, Julia.
Okay, PK, continue speaking. I'm going to download it and I show you how each one of them looks like.
Okay,
Okay.
walk us through. Thank you.
Before I continue, Julia, you'll also tell us how many, the total number of registered voters in that Tumutumu polling station.
Okay.
Or in your explanation. Now, let me Makiadi, was I supposed to do my rebut? I mean, question or submission?
I don't think anybody has a submission right now. We are just trying to dissect the
Okay.
election results. Yeah.
Thank you. Let me take the shortest time possible. Number one, let me kind of
I just want to
agree.
give transparency. Sorry to say that.
Sorry?
Randall, keep your mic.
I
Randall,
just want to see transparency, and Julia wants to sue that, and she's saying that she has transparency, and that's what we're looking for. With this propaganda, forget propaganda. If you have proof, please bring it forward and carry on, please. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I hope I have my chance now. Now, my dear Kenyans, I would want us to look at it, at a few things. I know Julia will come with that, and I'll also have something to talk about it. Now, Kuseo, my very good brother and I respect so much, was asked a very simple question by our moderator. Simple in the sense that unaulizwa, what if your grandmother is not alive, unaulizwa, what was your grandmother's name? Then unaanza kujibu her name, the name of your grandfather, na ile clan alikuwa. That is Kenyan. Kenyans, anything so simple like Form 32A. Why would you want to have extra copies? And it is said that form, hata ukikosea, hapo ndio una correct your mistake. I'm saying this as somebody who participated in that, not as a voter. And I want to tell this panel that sometimes we speak as voters, spectators, but talk to people who really yani ulikuwa victim of such things. In short, as a candidate, that is when you know. The second question I'm going to ask this panel. Do you know what is rigging? As we discuss, I want people to figure out and define rigging and give 3 breakdown points that rigging is 1, 2, 3, 4. The next point I want to talk about is when we talk about Baba, I mean about, oh, you can do this, there is court case, utaenda kotini in Kenya. What does it mean? That I come do whatever I want to do to you right now, and then I tell you, kama una doubt, na kama unashinda enda kotini. Then, is our kotini where we get justice? And do we expect to get justice? On top of that question, I want to ask you, if today you are told Baba is not the winner, unaambiwa muende justice appeal na nini, how will you feel? Unaambiwa sheria za Kenya zinasema sasa baba Ruto ndiye ameapishwa, nyinyi kama mna shida endeni kotini. Is that what Azimio people are expecting? So that we are obedient about law and all this kind of a thing? Number 3, wait,
No
my brother.
disrespect to the
Number
panel.
3,
Yeah.
you will
There's something that
have
you
your
said.
chance. Use a pen and paper, man.
Randall, you cannot unmute and cut somebody short because you are going
Use
to
a pen
interfere
and
with his
paper.
thing.
Write
You will-
things down if you are educated, brother.
You will interfere with somebody's flow
I
of the
did,
message.
I did. And something you said earlier, that the young...
Nimekumute Randall. Nimekumute. We can't hear you.
Sawa.
Wacha Stone PK amalize kwanza.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that. And I would want us, this platform should be actually the one leading. And even when Azimio gets into government, we are the people who should actually correct some of the very stupid things that we do as Kenyans. I use that language because we do stupid things. And that's why our country is where it is 60 years down the line. Korea is ahead of us. We can never catch up with them because of doing stupid things. Where you are supposed to write 2, you start 4, you write 4, and you want to justify why you wrote 4 instead of 2. 1 + 1 is 2, ukaandika 5. And you want to defend that and even take advocates and lawyers, all these very useless lawyers to defend why your answer is 5. Anyway, now, number 3, hacking. We are waiting for Baba to be announced. Yet, there are people working against that. Na sisi tunasema tuombe Mungu. IBC says, oh, it was not hacked. You guys, in our experience, we know, mahali panafuka moshi, panaficha moto. So that hacking, to what extent had it gone? Julia has just shown us some 2 forms. So to what extent is that damage that we are dismissing and we say, no, that was done, let's continue, and you expect results to your favor. That's why I'm saying Azimio si tumerogwa pia. Tumefukishwa ugonjwa moja inaitwa lala salama. We've been sprayed with a sleeping pill ya Ruto ambayo ni noma sana. That tunabembelezwa, tunaambiwa msijali, everything is not under control. Uhuru amewekwa mpaka kidole. If the president has been kidoled by the deputy, who are we to sit and relax that we expect Chebukati to come and he will give us whatever? Look at Chebukati coming for a press conference. He tells you, I also watch TV. So we don't know that. What I'm saying is, things are not okay. Tunaenda kufikia pale waiting until we know the figures, and yet there is all the malpractices going on. Then we will be told, you guys, you accept and move on, then go and file. Ruto is a thief. The system is infiltrated. Look at the media. The media now can't tell head or tail. That's the truth. They had set the biggest studios, the biggest wamefloat. What has nini mewadro mpaka they are stalled. There is danger here. There is danger here, and we need to sensitize the communities now and tell them there is no way we are going to accept Ruto. This I'm talking, even if you take it as an incitement, let's take it that way. But we are not taking a Ruto government, period. Kama it will be the beginning of revolution, that is where we will start. This I have no reservation about it. I have no reservation at tukae, tuchinjwe, tukijua. We saw the votes from day 1, day 2. Things have changed.
Hold on, Stone PK, hold on to your thought right now. I need to move on to somebody else, come back to you. Alex.
Makiadi, I want you to forgive me, but you asked a simple and straightforward question. And I think the reason you asked that question, you wanted us to go step by step so that we can get whereby IBC had made this mistake. And the question you asked was purposeful. How many forms of 34 are we supposed to have? And I think you are going to, from there, we were going to progress to where Julia came and where Kuseo was coming from. But I think we are coming from behind instead of moving progressively. And we are not making it better for us. We are not having now a conversation. We are showing emotions. Take direction so that we can go step by step. And Kuseo, learn to go step by step, because you have too much information that you are starting from behind, and sisi tuko hapa mbele atuelewi. Please, Kuseo, relax and let us go step by step as Makiadi wanted us, and tutafikia where Kuseo you are, because I think that is the right way of doing this. That's all I'm asking. That today, let's do what Temba says. Let me give you direction. Now, give us direction today.
Randall.
Then I think
Yeah.
guide.
Yeah. My name is Randall.
Randall, right?
Yeah. My name is Randall. Right. No disrespect to PK, but the fact is, he just say a lot of things that you understand. 1 + 1 does not make 11. It makes 2. If you know your math. So with his mathematics that he's making is an assumption which does not make sense to me mathematically. And that's a reason that me and him do not understand. Julia can understand that. She's a teacher. And I know she's a teacher. She's an educational person. And that's what I was saying. What she was saying is that she's bringing that proof forward. Now, going back is like... Sorry? Was I interrupted?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I don't know where he is. Fine. So for me, myself, as a diaspora, as I'm saying, and also a proud Kenyan to be in another country, I'm standing here as a Kenyan. I'm like, I need, for my benefit, for my future, for my wife and my children to live in Kenya. And I need the best for them. My family, my cousin, my nephews, my best friends who maybe have gone to Dubai, who've gone to Qatar, who've gone to America, they still count themselves to be Kenyans. And we ourselves talking to each other, is anybody, Kiprio, I think, who's not here right now, knows about Thatcher House. Thatcher House is a community of Kenyans that come together here. We all come together and we all have a connection with you lot. You might not know them, you might not know them, and you may have no relationship to them. But we always come together for that purpose. Like when I come home, I have land, I have properties, I have investment.
Randall, we are wasting time here. Randall, we were talking about from 34A. I mean, we just can't be talking, we are diaspora, what. I mean, we are not going to allow this. Let's talk about from 34A. I'm sick and tired of us talking of issues that do not help us. No, Randall, no, if you have taken your thing, go behind the banner. Let's talk about issues here. Yeah, man, go back, man. No. We don't want that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's take hii mchezo tuache bana. 34A. Let's go ahead. Julia, tuambie hii kitu bana. Hii maneno ya Randall inaleta shida hapa.
Okay, let me share for you. I have seen those two forms and they kind of have different numbers. And there's someone on the chat who is saying that it's like there is a form for every stream. So Kuseo, you didn't give us the correct response. Let me share them. And then you people, you take a picture. I will share each one of them. You take a picture and you see that they have different numbers.
No, Julia, let me tell you how it works.
Kuseo, can I share? Then you comment after that. And you make sure you take a picture of each form so that we compare them.
But you know, from my end, it's not clear. I can't even see this. Read the serials.
No, I will try
because
and zoom
for
in.
your information, where we need to start. Is it the same form uploaded twice?
Yes,
there are
that is what
different
I
forms.
want to
You
share.
can tell from the serials, if at all.
Yes, I will share it, and you people can take a picture if you want to take a picture, and then we can compare the two. I will share the two forms.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. As Julia, you want to share right now? Okay.
Makiadi, all the sharing should be through you, so all of us can see. We
What?
should not have
Leo ni
any
Friday.
analyst here.
Leo ni Friday ama ni ngoja Olara, ngoja tuone ile kitu.
Very primitive form. These are very primitive form. This is a personal view. This is a personal view. It's not a panelist. Alex, take charge, bana. Hiyo Makiadi amezubaa bana.
So those are the two forms. I don't know whether you people saw the same content.
As part of our checking, what we need to understand, are they different forms? Now, as much as I was saying that, is it the same form uploaded twice? You know, that would go against the IBC rules, whereby a form can only be transmitted once.
So, Kuse, did you pay attention? Did you take the picture of the form? Because
No,
I
I
asked.
didn't take the picture. I was trying to scrutinize it myself.
No,
Okay, when you
Julia, Olara, I'm the moderator. What do you mean you cannot allow IBC material? These materials can be pulled from the portal. These are public. These are public documents. You can go to the IBC portal now. Vurute Vile Julia Metoa.
Yes, these are public. You can even print it.
That's what I want to tell Ose. Ose, you have your computer there. Go ahead. Julia will give you the polling station. You can go and check and compare the
So everybody can go to the portal. The polling station I'm checking is in Nyeri, Madeira constituency, and it is called Tumutumu Primary School. So each one of us, can we please go there and check the polling station? That polling station. There are two forms. There are two different figures in each form, and someone on the chat is saying that possibly the forms are for each stream. So now we can start there and agree. The other thing that I noticed that the turnout there is above 65%. I worked it out.
Did you say it is near Mathira polling station?
Mathira constituency,
Thank you.
Tumutumu polling station. Mathira, it is Nyeri, Mathira constituency, Tumutumu polling station. We cannot go there. You can go there and check.
Just from what you yourself have viewed, are they sharing the same? Are the serial numbers different?
I think we can look up, but I think now also you can go to your site and check whether the serial numbers.
I'll check it.
Yeah.
So let me go back before I got distracted. I think we were heading somewhere. So as we talk about this from 34As, my question is this: agents actually sent a copy to their tallying centers, all agents, and now from what we are hearing and from what we are seeing on TV, it seems that the ROs who are supposed to be taking these, the IBC officials who are supposed to be taking these forms back to the tallying center at Bomas, are coming out with different forms, with different figures, but with the same signs of the other agents at the polling station. I mean, I don't know how to explain it so clearly. It's like this form was signed, at the polling center. Now, when you look at the numbers are different from what was being transmitted to the IEBC electronically. And that is why I'm asking here, did we have at some point extra copies of these documents that were transmitted, and then some documents still were handwritten and then a copy made and taken to the IEBC? That is my big question here.
Let me ask you about what I tell you what I know. Maybe it is different, but what I know is that the agents are the ones who would take the image of the original because it is clear. Remember, they have a carbon copy, but they normally would take the photocopy of the original because it is the clearest. In the event that you want to transmit, then that is the one you transmit. Now, our media stations were not doing that. They were relying on what has gone to the IBC side portal, and they were importing from there to do
let me interrupt you. Don't bring the media here. Don't bring the media into the picture first. My question is this: you say that there's a copy, right? There's an original copy on top, and then there are carbon copies, right?
Yes.
So the original copy is the one that everybody takes a picture from.
Yes.
And that is what is transmitted both by the agents
and through the KIMS-KIT.
And through the KIMS-KIT, correct. And
but,
then the copies
transmission by the agent is from their cameras. Remember, the transmission to bombers is through the KIMS-KIT.
Yeah, but it is an image. That is
Correct.
the idea. It is
Correct.
an image. So
Correct.
my question to you is this: if the image that is transmitted to the IBC portal is the same as the image that is transmitted to the tallying centers of the political parties, why is it that these IBC officials are showing up at the Bomas of Kenya with a different hard copy of 34A?
That is where you read malice.
Hebu ngoja kwanza ni Cool Martins alikuwa amedrop. Let me give him a chance before he drops again. Cool Martins.
Hello. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. Go ahead.
One issue is about the IBC, I don't know, agents. They are the people who are doing things for some people from the same where they are working. So you can't know what to do because they are the same people who are, you can say they are stealing or what. They are doing for their own people. So how can you help? See you.
Richie, can I explain what you are trying to say so that we all understand it? Where the difference is coming from?
Yeah, go ahead.
What I mean is the agent from different what you call this vyama tofauti.
Yeah.
Wanabeba makaratasi extra, wanafanya what you call photocopy, wanaongeza mavitu zao kisha wanatuma because they are the people sending. Hakuna mtu mwingine anatuma. Sasa akibeba ile extra ndio anaituma, ile yenye imepigwa na watu anaweza ificha hata hapo chini, unaelewa, na inaenda. Bye.
Okay, Olara, let me give you 1 minute, and let's agree. So, sometimes when you keep on waving on the screen, people get distracted. So just lift your hand, and I'll pick on you. I'll just give you a minute.
Okay. From my understanding, I work on a system whereby an applicant applies something and he submits online. He comes back with a barcode, certified barcode, an online certified barcode. This is if okay, let me educate you more. If you apply for a visa online and then you submit your details and your bio information online, you come to me as an applicant, and you'll have a confirmation of submission, which is barcoded. I don't know why IEBC is still using a photogenetic submission. What IEBC should be doing is forms from 34, 30 watt, 30 watt, 30 watt. They'll all be barcoded when they're submitted. It means from the submission, you are getting a confirmation of your submission, which has a barcode.
Olara, have you had a chance to look at the form you're talking about, the 34A? Have you had a chance to look at it?
No, what I'm saying is...
No, I'm just asking you, have you had a chance to look at the 34A, form 34A? I understand when you talk about barcodes. Do you know that that form has a QR code?
Yeah. What I'm saying is, if in any polling station they have a form to be handwritten, it should be the same form in originality. Then, when the same form, after being added handwriting, everyone thinks the shape of that form, then you barcode it and you send it. This way, mtu anakuja na kitu ingine photocopy hiyo kitu, the system will not allow it. The system will only allow one submission. The system should only allow one submission. Sasa, what? Okay, I got all the play. I got it. Kwa sababu saizi ni, you can allow me next time I'll explain how the barcode works and how because literally what the IBC is doing, they are doing manual submission with a photographic photo of the same. The system cannot automatically just submit it. The system cannot automatically submit it. So we have to. I'll explain later. I'll explain later.
Julia, before we go to Daudi.
Yeah, I get what Olara is saying. He has a point. I just did a scan. If you people, you take your iPhone, if you have an iPhone, and you go to your photos, you can scan that barcode. When you scan it and you click on it, you know, that highlight that comes in, your phone should take you to that form, to the IBC site. But my phone is not taking me to my IBC site, and it's just producing a different number. And the number I'm seeing, the serial number I'm seeing on my phone that is coming out now after my phone searches the form using the barcode is giving me a different serial number. So it seems like this form is copied, and the barcode, there's a barcode from IBC on a wrong form, because this form now, that's what I think Kusea was giving us, has a serial number of the final number there is 50902, and when I scan the barcode, the serial number that comes, the last one there is 134. So there is a Olara, I think you have a point. So the barcode is on the wrong form. You see, you people, we can become investigators. We can catch these people.
Julia, you're talking about a QR code, right? Not a barcode.
No, the barcode, that thing that has, you can take a picture of it.
Yeah,
and then
it should be a QR code, the one that looks like a box like this.
Yes, yes. If you click on that thing, do that, you people. Do that. You click with your iPhone. I don't know if the other phones can do that. So when you do that, there's a number coming out, and I think that number, the serial number that's coming up, is the serial number of that iPhone, that form that is being identified by that QR code. Unfortunately, the number on that particular form that I'm having is different from what came out. What does that tell you? Now, Olara, can you explain that? What does that tell me? The number that came out that my phone searched is now, the serial number that my phone searched is different from what is appearing on the particular form. one more mistake now again. Okay, I think we've been able to answer why we have two forms in Tomotomo Primary School, because there are two streams. But now, well, you people go ahead. We can do this. We can find out what we are asking.
Nani,
When you
Julia,
stand up,
the forms are not per stream, it's per the entire polling station.
no, there
So
are two streams.
yes, every polling station is one. That is why eventually when they end up at the county, they are consolidated and it becomes Form 34B, sorry. Each polling station should only have one. The way Makiadi asked me in the beginning, then we were saying that if need be, you make your corrections on the same form. And you submit
okay,
it.
thank you, Koseo. So problem number one, we have two forms in Tomotomo Primary School. After scanning that, what are you calling it, Richie? Is not a barcode.
The QR code or the
After
barcode.
scanning the QR code, the QR code is giving me a different serial number. The serial number on this particular form is not being identified in the IBC portal. So why are these two forms are appearing in the IBC portal? It means these are foreign documents.
Let me try to theorize the monkey business somebody was doing. One thing you need to remember is that the Form 34A, you can only transmit it and transmit it once. And the way I think they do that, they use the barcodes and the QR codes to make sure that the same form is not done twice. Now, you can use the same results. If you remember when Makiadi asked that, how many forms can you have from 34A in a polling station? If you have some extra ones for your fraud business, it means you can superimpose it on the one which has been completed. And that way, so long as it was created in the system by the Venezuelans, it will be allowed to be for transmission. Now, it will then constitute some of the transmissions which we say come from non-designated or non-gazetted polling stations. Now, I'm just theorizing how they have all ended up there and it is the same form. Remember, you cannot transmit the same form twice unless you interfere with the coding. And that seems to be what had happened with the two from the little that you have shared with us.
So the barcode was transposed on another document, so they came up with two documents.
Yes, you can even cut it. It is normally at the bottom. You cut it and then you paste it there. When you try to submit the same form with the same results, you realize that the KIM system will accept it because it is being treated as a different transmission.
Okay, so we are trying to answer that question.
That is just my theory.
Okay, let me rope in Daudi. Lara, wacha tupatie Daudi nafasi aongee pia.
Yeah, thank you so much, Makiadi, for the opportunity. So when these forms were made, they had these security features placed on them to try and avoid such scenarios. So I think one of the things that the guys at Bomas should be doing is they should be also doing exactly what Julia was doing. And if there is some disparity, that should raise an alarm. Unfortunately, they are not supposed to do anything. They're just supposed to record that event in case there is a legal action that is directed their way. So, I mean, it happened, but I really blame the Azimio team, like I did say yesterday. The Azimio team should have had agents in every polling station. They should have observed everything that was being done in every polling station, and unfortunately, that was not done. The evidence towards that assertion is that in some of the Form 34As that you see, you don't see agents from the Azimio side. That just shows you that they were not present in some of these things. And even in some of the the Forms 34B, for example, if you went and pulled down one from Roysambu in Nairobi, nobody has signed anything. It's just empty where the officials are supposed to sign. And that was allowed to fly through. So a lot of things, I think, ought to have been done, but being people who do crazy things, I think we're trying to do it, and I think the IBC should be on top of their game. I don't know what they will do with the results that are coming in, whether they'll ratify that or they will push them back. I don't know what Chebukati will do, but it is clear that in polling stations where Azimio didn't have their agents in, even in our stronghold areas, some numbers looked fishy. All of a sudden, the margin between William Ruto and Baba were smaller. And I think that was probably their game. They make you feel like you've won the entire county, but the margin is smaller. And that is replicated across the entire country. So we hope Baba is sworn in, and as soon as Baba is sworn in, the first item on his agenda is to clean up IBC, but also look into what was done. I think there are people who have been on the receiving end of this rigging, especially the MPs. They probably should receive justice. But it's just Azimio just didn't have the game planned. Ruto had his game planned. He had agents everywhere. I think even in Bigori, where he didn't expect to get votes, he had his agents there. So part of the blame should go towards the Azimio establishment. Thank you.
Before I lose my question to you, Daudi, has it occurred to you that some of those forms that have been submitted without the signature of Azimio party agents might have been submitted afterwards?
That process should be done in the presence of agents.
Okay.
That is, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's a good answer, because if that should have happened in the presence of agents, then we should not have discrepancies at the IEBC headquarters. But we are finding discrepancies even when agents are coming with different Form 34As from the polling station.
That's another story. Transmission is supposed to be, once you transmit, there's no way you're going to transmit another document. But then appearing with a different document, that's another story. So it could be something happened between them picking up the forms from the polling station or for the constituency headquarters towards Bomas. Something could have happened in between there. But the transmission, if there's something wrong with the transmission, I would assume that an agent of the other party was not present to ensure that what was being transmitted was actually right. That's my answer to that.
Alex.
Thank you, Daudi. I always respect some of your views about the transmission. I think you did start warning us earlier, and the reason why 2017 was a nightmare to us. However, as far as I am concerned, and this is on a personal view, I've not been able to prove or not. What is coming out is they had all these agents. You entrust your agent with trust. You don't go back to micromanage them. If they are bought again, it is because they can't be trusted. I don't think surely that the same mistake that we made in 2017 was going to be made this time around. So emphasizing that we did not, up to a certain extent, I agree with you, but it was not as far as you want to put it. We invested, and I will give you an example. In Kisii, we knew very well that Ongwae had vowed to make sure that Simbarati goes home. And we had a group whereby we put agents, and as you said the other day, an agent is as cheap as 3,000, and you said it, and that's how much we were paying. And you saw the results that what happened. We ended up, nobody stole Simbarati at all because we invested. But I'll tell you of some discrepancies that happened. We had 6 of them that were bought. Okay? We entrusted them, but they were bought. These people were coming with bulk of money. So if we have incidences where that happened, let us not blow it out of proportion that Azimio did not put agents. We did, but somehow some people get compromised in the end. I am sure there were agents in those places. They were compromised. And that is what we should be telling people. Not that we neglected on putting agents everywhere. We did, but some people got compromised. Thank you.
May I respond to Alex? Yeah. So I do agree some were compromised, but even in those instances, you should at least see the name of the agent on the Form 34A. But there are Form 34As where there is no Azimio agent on that. For example, in Bungoma, severally you see one UDA agent and then a Ford Kenya agent. I believe Ford Kenya and UDA are just like, one in the same. So in such a scenario, what happened? Did they just take part in a dereliction of their duty and disappear from the polling station? Or what happened? I believe that they just were no agents there. And in Mount Kenya, I think also that kind of happened. And I think that's why we're hemorrhaging a little bit. But yeah, I also saw the same issue because I was looking at Kitui, Mwingi North specifically, because all of a sudden it was beginning to look yellow. And I was like, what is happening here? And then I went and looked at the 34As. And in areas where we saw Ruto winning, in specific polling station, we didn't have Azimio agents. So there is, when you go into election, you want to win, you should invest in protecting the election. And I think we should have really gone in and tried to do that. Look at Ruto. I think Ruto used Obado really well to try and protect some of his votes somewhere in Migori. So we should have also looked at people who have a passion for our cause and planted them as our agents. Thank you.
Diane.
And 30 seconds. And Daudi, this is where we have the discourse. Ruto invested from day one to the last day to steal election. That is not being smart. We invested on the process from day one to the last. So that is the difference. So he didn't use Obado very well. He manipulated Obado very well.
We should have protected the election.
Daudi, I can tell you, I think Azimio people invested on agents, and they were, some of the places they were intimidated so much because it's only 2 people against a crowd of people. I saw in Kikuyu where an MP from Jubilee was being harassed even by the policemen. So in this case, what can you do? You cannot, like Ichungwa just pushed him out and they said you can go to court. In many places, I think that's what was happening because we have 2 agents or 3 agents and the whole crowd in that location is intimidating or harassing this agent. So what do? They fear for their life. I think that's what happened. It's not being smart. So he's going to pay the price, that Ruto man.
Kusea.
Now I've even forgotten what I wanted to say.
Sorry.
Okay, Julia.
No, I'm trying to recap it. Don't worry. You see, this signing which Dawood is talking about, there is a procedure on how those forms are done. And it is not a must that the forms must have the signatures by all the agents. Now, borrowed from 2017, you realize that there were a number of disputes around these forms. So what happened? Most of the opposing agents did not sign. Now, what is expected to happen under the circumstances is that the issue be minuted, and IEBC, by obligation, are not supposed to accept forms which are not signed unless there is a note as to why they were not signed. Either the agent refused to sign. Now, automatically, it is informative that why did they refuse to sign? Maybe there was a dispute. They didn't agree with the way the form was done. Agents are not supposed to sign forms if they disagree. So don't be surprised that the forms were not signed. But that is not what I wanted to say. What I want to say is this. Those forms that you are seeing there, remember, the biggest culprit in all this election, as we see, the problem is IEBC. Is IEBC. Now, we are already aware, I didn't want to say that, but there are forms there which are from fake locations. Now, such forms will be having no signatures from the other agent. Believe me. What they had hoped is that nobody will open the servers to be able to scrutinize them to that detail. So when you see those discrepancy forms, what I read between is that there is more to it than what you are saying. It is not a question of did you invest in agents or not? No. And then secondly, as somebody has said, you realize that this hostility, I keep saying here time over and over that 50-50 was not just cabinet. Even as we speak, the forces, there are people there, the people in the police force who are basically Kenya Kwanza policemen, and they are on your tracks, and that is how bad things are. So, in areas where they are deliberately being used to do malpractices, you can understand what will go wrong. Now, you may realize that Azimio knew that they are so confident, they have the number, they have everything to win the election. Now, there was no need for them to involve, to get engaged in malpractices, by all means. What they want is a clean election, and they know they will win. Now, unfortunately, for whatever reason, maybe I agree with you, IBC, no, Azimio never treated Ruto as an incumbent. He is an incumbent. He is an incumbent. He is in government. So, well, I think I don't want to say much. I'll leave it at that. But that is why some of these go unnoticed and nobody seems to be doing anything, because then they engineered and planned to do it exactly what you see is happening.
Julia.
Okay, I just want to refute what Daudi is saying. While Daudi, I agree with you that maybe there are some polling stations that we did not have agents. I really agree with you. But I totally agree with you that I also want to say what Alex said, we had agents. You people, you're not getting the point. The Tomotomo Primary School forms are fake. My Google is telling me these forms cannot be identified. And there are two forms. So most of those forms that Daudi you have seen that have no Azimio agents are fake forms. I'm going to save this document. I think I should use it as a case, because it now scares me that a lot of what is on the IBC portal is fake.
How did they end up in the portal?
Yes, so you already answered yourself like that. You already answered yourself. They scanned. They took that
was a loud question for all of us.
They took
ask yourself, how did they end up there?
They took that barcode and copy pasted it, and so the form was able to get its way through. However, so they were able to get the form through to the IBC portal. So the form, Mr. Daudi, the forms our agents signed did not get their ways to the IBC. So question is, Alex advised us, we should not be emotional. We should now say, what is the way forward? The way forward is that first and foremost, if you are Olara, may I finish talking, please? Olara, please stop. Now, first and foremost, we should not do another election until we call our agents for a training and talking. Talking is, we'll sue you, Mr. Daudi. If you decide to go to Tumutumu Primary School and you do not communicate with us about fake data and all that, we are going to sue you, and we are going to you're going to be jailed. That's what we should do with our agents. Then I think as Mio, we should have a central management center for data, such that if me, Makiadi, Alex, Martin, Deto, Stone, PK, all of us are agents, and Diana, the moment the election ends at 5. So Julia should send a picture of her data immediately to our headquarters, there and there. That tomorrow we are done. This is my picture. So why hasn't Daudi sent his? Daudi, we are going to sue you. We are going to make sure you are jailed. You rot in jail. That's the first thing. We deal with our agents. Then, this thing of somebody is telling somebody in Kiambu, go to court. It has to end now. You know something. Now Julia is in Tomotomo Primary School. And I send, Makiadi is the one in charge. I send my picture. And then they start harassing me because seemingly I'm in Bomet and I'm not in a stronghold. I will not argue with them. I just sent Makiadi, the headquarters, my picture, and I leave the place. And Makiadi and the team goes to the portal and they find a different thing. Hiyo uchaguzi simame. Kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Hatuendelee. Why is this? This is not what was in Tomotomo Primary School. We got to do this. We got to do this. We can't allow people telling us go to court. We will not go to court. We'll go to Chebukati. That uchaguzi must stop. Chebukati must tell my party why the picture I took at Tomotomo Primary School is not the same one in the portal. And if he's not willing to do that, he's going to stop counting. He has to stop. We would go there too. The other thing, which is a long-run solution, after Baba wins, these people telling people go to court because I didn't know Baba is going to win. We should do some changes, even in the electoral laws. And not just that, we don't even do the changes in the electoral laws right now. We should have a team of lawyers and investigators after this. And we are going to investigate all the returning officers and the presiding officers. For example, I can give them my evidence. There is so much evidence right now in the IBC portal. And even if they decide to delete it, internet has the history, keeps history. So we are going to do that, do investigation and sue them. So that if Kusea was the presiding officer in Tomotomo Primary School, we will make sure Kusea is jailed. We will make sure at least we have about 50 people jailed after this. So that it serves as, you see, if that doesn't happen, Kuseo, if we wait for the people to petition ati niliibiwa kura, ati sasa mtu anaenda ati niliibiwa kura, ati sasa kama niliibiwa, then we start that case. That's not the solution. The solution is dealing with the presiding officers and the returning officers. That is the solution. Let me tell you something as I finish, Mr. Makiadi. You people, you never ask yourself how Matiang stopped cheating the exam. Matiang knew things. He knew, number one, the NEC boss and the NEC officers are the one who leaked the exam. And he knew second people to leak the exam is a policeman who used to say, keep the exam. The third people to leak the exam is the education officer. He knew that. And then now he knew the major cheaters were the principals and the teachers. So first and foremost, he put the people, the NEC people on task, on their toes, and he sacked some. Second thing, he removed the exam from the police station. He locked in a container and gave the key to one education officer and told him, if this kid disappears, uhame Kenya. Akawambia hivyo, hii funguo ikipotea, wewe nipate umehama. Kwa sababu afadhali bibi yako apotee na hii funguo isipotee. Funguo hazikupotea. Alafu Matiang'i akajua hao walimu ndio waizi kabisa, because hao walimu wanagojea hiyo makaratasi, wanafungua, wana revise usiku na wanafunzi, na kesho yake walimu wakaambiwa home. Teachers, you'll never be in school when the exam is going on. Sasa goja principal na deputy. Principal akaambiwa, you are the supervisor. If anything happens in this station, I will find that you have packed your things from the school and you have left the school because you have been sacked before you are jailed. Sasa principal akajua, I'm the chief suspect here. So the principals now took upon themselves to make sure nothing happened. And some principals tried. And and then he had some tracking devices on the papers. So for example, if there's Alliance High School papers, the moment Alliance High School papers were opened, a signal was sent to NEC that Alliance High School paper have been opened. So if the paper was opened at 6, if the exam was starting at 8, na mumefungua 7:45, principal anakujua na polisi hapo. That is what Matiang'i said did. So which principal want to lose their job? Which priest want to lose their job because of some student whom he wants to get and nobody? They stopped. So this thing is responsibility. Arrest the returning officer and jail them. Arrest the presiding officers and jail. Not Miss Semi Manena 27 Nasema hivi sasa. After this, arrest them, jail them, send them to jail. Yes.
My question is this.
Yeah.
Who opened the door for the fake forms? Which are now, as we speak, in the IBC portal.
Okay, Kuseo, you are speaking like you're not in the modern world. You know something called hacking. You know that? You also know that this, if the returning officer is not opening the door, look at this. This person was able to scan the barcode and transfer it to another document. Yes. So the system was programmed to accept the barcode. So he did that. So this, who did that? The presiding officer, right?
No,
who did that?
The IBC technicians.
No,
had already opened the way so that by the time the returning officer
stop protecting anybody. Stop protecting the presiding officer. This presiding officer has a fake document in the portal.
I'm saying they colluded with the people who opens the gates at IBC.
Okay, before we look at who opened the gates, deal na huyu mwalimu alifungua makaratasi akalika exam. Peleka yeye njera na ufute yeye kazi. Unaona what I'm saying? This presiding, you see, next time Julia knows she's going to be a presiding officer, hata taka hizo nonsense zenyu, because Kuseo last time alifungwa njera na akina Alex. So Julia will be like, hata mkinipatia pesa ngapi, I don't want to go to jail. That's what I'm saying. Deal with the person who started doing that. That's my suggestion. So that is what we must do. That is what we must do after Baba is sworn in. We must do it. We must do it. We must do it. Asante Makiadi.
You're muted.
No, I was trying to play a video here. But Stone PK, let me give you a minute before I get the video ready.
Thank you, our moderator, Bro Makiadi. You know what I would urge all of us? Please, can we probably just admit we are beaten hands down in terms of the rigging of this election? For the last 3 days, I came to Mutembei on day 2, and I was so stressed, and people made fun of me. People made jokes and all this, but people forgot, rather, anyway, they didn't know that Kuseo has implicated that. I'm one of those people who are very inside in terms of participation, in terms of everything, passion. I'm not trying to say others are not. I had known what had happened. And the sample was my own polling station, which I control. Any polling station ile ni yangu, because of who I am. We have 400 and something votes. And out of that, 300 ilikuwa ni zangu za baba. You know, it is, if you don't vote because you are my cousin, you are my brother. Yes.
Stone PK. By all means, Richie, please forgive me. I just wanted you guys to say hi to somebody here. And now Skiza, it's my friend. Anafuata kura sana. Tunaongea naye, anaitwa Joseph. He might say something.
Hi, Joseph.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you guys doing?
We are fine, bro.
Yeah. Niko salama, mimi ni mzee, but okay, but I'll take kijana. It's a compliment.
Tuko na stress, si ati tuko sawa.
Huyu kijana huyu.
Wewe
ni kijana.
Yeah, mimi ni kijana.
Anafuataga politics sana, tunapiganaga hapa, hata tumetoka kupigana saizi tukiongea what the politics are. So nikamwambia just say hi because we are about to win. So I wanted him to say hi. Kama kuna kitu Jose you want to say, you can say this is a big
argument. Tutakuja baadaye, wacha Stone PK amalize point yake. Sasa Olara ameingia. PK, maliza point yako, then we'll give our friend to talk after you.
No, he's not
Thank
going to
you.
be here. He just came to visit. So you guys, we'll see you guys. I mean, I'm still
Thank
here.
you. Thank you.
Oh, you'll be here? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mato. Thank you, our brother. Welcome. Thank you, Makiadi, and everybody else for that post. Yeah, I was trying to demonstrate a point why from day 2, I have been I don't want to say very stressed, but I've been a person who has seen the wide rigging. Now, what stressed me most is that Azimio team, for the 4th time, we failed. Baba failed in agency. And remember in Mutembei and other platforms we've been talking about, tumekuwa tukisema, and we were saying priority number 1, we must have money to have agents in each and every polling station in the country, 46,000 plus. Azimio walipuuza hiyo.
Stone, did you hear me say they need 3 shifts? Do you remember?
Yes. Now, I'm telling this from my own polling station because unfortunately I traveled because I would have controlled my ward, not only whatever. And when I left, I told them, you know, ujinga ile Azimio iko nayo, they are mean. And when money is released, they are also very, very corrupt. I'm saying this from inside. I've been there. I know how frustrated we have been. The money we have spent individually, ni wakora pia. Team inawekwa ya support agencies, they eat that money. And that's why we are having this. Let me finish this statement. My own polling station where I was controlling over 400 votes for Baba, where 400 votes, it's my wife, my children, my brother's wife, yani, you know the way you control a village for who you are, where I even had all my families in Nairobi, Mombasa, I found them to go and vote in a polling station. This I will give you guys to even go into IBC. You can download that polling station and you'll see what I'm saying. Do you know all Baba's votes were given to UDA? UDA was given, instead of 313 votes for Baba, which I know very well, they are on my record. My wife had the record. My daughter, my son, my cousin, we knew hawa watu ni hii kura ni ya Baba, ilipewa UDA. 31 votes to Baba, to Odinga, 282 votes to UDA. And you know what happened? There was only one guy, agent, UDA agent. And you know who that guy was? My personal cousin who we have differed badly. So he has always wanted to fight me. You know, we have those family feuds anywhere. And if you want to check, his name is Daniel Ndega. You know, it's there. He decides, because there was nobody else there. He's the one who signed and changed those figures. Baba got 31 votes. In where Baba knows me personally. Alipewa 31 votes. Stone PK. Now, how many of those kind of malpractices happened for lack of agency? That's why mimi nilikuwa nimesema this time around sitaongea, because we blundered and walked into the lion jaws the way we know. We know this game. We know we have always failed, number 1, for lack of agents. And then you expect that polling station Karigori, which of course was infiltrated by UDA, and you have no agent, you expect to get your vote. Baba was given 31 votes, 282 to UDA, and then my cousin signs there. When I look for 3 guys who are supposed to have, they told me they were not paid. They were not even given, and I'm the one who had proposed. They were not called. They were never even sent their money. So the guy said, we are not going to do job for free. Anyway, what I'm trying to prove is, if we don't get this seat, it is Azimio ndio imeuza hii seat. And it is imefanya hivyo very, very badly and recklessly, knowing of how much we have invested and how much we invested trying to make sure Baba becomes the next president. So when it comes to agents, tusidebate hapa ati yeo Baba alikuwa na agents. Baba failed absolutely chini, because I don't know what he decided. During court, they also made the same blunder, and during 2017, the same blunder, and we were talking. Before I came to the US, I had told Baba, we go and open an office in Kiritiri, Embu County, so that we get people who belong to Baba and who claim that nobody cares about them. So they voted UDA in protest. The same thing happened to everybody else. Ruto went to my village. Ruto has been to Kiritiri 3, 4, 5 times to even issue fake title deeds. So when Ruto is winning and getting those votes, sometimes I'm understanding. This guy has gone up to a village that you disregard because you say, oh, there are only 100,000 votes. There are only 50,000 votes. Those are the votes in zinatuangaisha hapa saa hii tuna add. Thank you very much, Makiadi. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, PK. I don't know who was next. Alex, you want to say something?
Yeah, niweke your video, bana. There are more things we need to expose. I mean, you see, I don't buy this issue of agents. I personally understand that Ruto had a plan from the very beginning. For the integrity of our country, we cannot start asking an agent 20,000 Kenya shillings just because Ruto is also paying that. And if our agents are truly Democrats who want this country to move forward, what they agreed to, if they agreed for 3,000 and somebody passes behind and gives them money, we can't come here and start blaming. I am 100% sure, whether you guys like it or not, they prepared for agents. You cannot just go to election without agents, but something must happen to our agents. You can't micromanage everything. At some point, some people will disappoint you. But I agree, we have made the mistake. But the other person also prepared too much in terms of how he will counter us. Remember that too. So we can't say, oh, because he didn't go to Karatina ama Kirikiti and Ruto went there 5 times, that's why he lost. You as a politician, you can't be everywhere, Mr. Stone PK. You must appreciate that as a campaign team, you also have those who control you, where you go, and you have an itinerary. So it shouldn't be a total blame game here. We must ask ourselves, what next can we do? Because if we dwell on all the mistakes, we are going to miss the ultimate prize, which is we are fighting, is the presidency. And we are asking, how do we get this thing by all necessary means so that we can be able to resolve these issues that we have been encountering? I think I want to dwell on that. I don't want us to lose hope, because the other day, me and what is my friend Kip, we started a show, the post and pre-election anxiety, and many people came because people are anxious that day, and people said how they were very anxious, and people are losing hope, and this is the time not to lose hope. And I'm saying that we can't lose hope now. Tutashikilia hii kitu mpaka baba awekwe huko, and that is why I'm here. The other few days we failed to come here and we were showing that, oh, how watu sasa wameshindwa. Today Kusea is here, all of us, we are here, and we are saying we are not letting this thing go. So I think that is the thing I'm saying. What should we do? If we start saying we are fed, our opponents are happy. Weka your video on what happened in Bonchari Bana. That's another aspect too we must counter them.
Main talent center hapa Itirio High School. Access imekuwa mzuri tangu jana mpaka leo. Kufika jioni masaa kama saa 10, shida imetokea kidogo, ikasemekana iko masanduku imeonekana hapa, imekuja na basi na si ya hii constituency na hata si ya hii ward. Tumeenda tukachukua masanduku ambayo ni 26 in number. Tumechukua yote 26 kwa sababu 3 imesemekana si ya hapa, lakini sasa kwa sababu ya uchunguzi tumechukua sote. Tumepeleka police station ya Kesonzo, uchunguzi ikiendelea. Already tuko na suspect wawili Kwa hiyo tunachunguza, wako kwa seli ya polisi, tunachunguza ili tuone ni kitu gani kilifanyika ndio sikapatikana hapa. Tuko na commotion, yes. Wananchi walikuwa a lot of curiosity. Sasa shida ikatokea, wakaanza kufurukana, hata wenyewe wanaanza kupigana. In that process askari alikuwa injured kidogo. But tumesuluhisha hiyo shida yote. Exercise ya kuhesabu kura inaendelea sasa.
Asante. Kwa hiyo naomba
vizuri, tunahesabu leo kura. Mshindi akipatikana tuende nyumbani kwa amani, tutulize amani, tuendelee na shughuli zetu za kawaida. Tuanze kufurukana. Uchaguzi ni kitu ya siku moja. Na sisi tuendelea kuwa wananchi wa Kenya na kuwa wananchi hapa Bungani.
Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, now you look like that is in Kisii. The issue was not even from 34 only. The issue is that in Bochari constituency, where my personal friend that I had brought here, like Neto brought here, thanks Neto, contesting Jonah, in the evening, a bus comes with ballot boxes, do not even belong to Kisii, any constituency in Kisii. A bus comes with 27 ballot zimejazwa. It is not even in Kisii County. A bus was going throughout Kisii, one place to a place to a place to a place, wanaacha mbili tatu, and that policeman caught it. And you know what? They were almost going to be counted. We don't know how much were counted in other places. We are not only talking about from 34A. We are talking about a bus going to all constituencies in Kisii with ballot boxes. And you know what? In the end, they were taken to the police station. Zilikapotea tena, we can't find them again. So those are the issues we are talking about. Let us not be here saying, oh, hao watu walikuwa strategists, hao watu walishinda, hao watu wamefanya nini. They were hell-bent to do everything in their capacity. To do what? To steal election. And we are here saying that we failed. We never planned to steal. We had cabals of stealing. We were there to do a democratic election, but we have caught them. And that is why now we are doing manually the most tedious and laborious exercise. We are doing one by one by one. This exercise may not even be able to end as we think so. Why? Because what they did, they had plan 1, plan 2, plan 3. So let us not just say it's agents. They had stages of manipulation. And we are saying, as we spoke with my friend Makiadi yesterday, we must concentrate. And I'm telling everybody who is assimilated here, we must concentrate in winning the presidency by all necessary means. Nobody is taking this thing from us. And that's why we are here. We are not cowards. There were some people who used to come here and make noise here. They've run away. I'm not running away. I'll be here every day. And we will tell you, we can't be cowards. We will stick our feet to the cement and find the presidency to resolve. Kama Ruto alisema, hii kitu tutapigania, tukishapata, na hiyo kitu ingine tutasolve. Bila alisema Wakikuyu ni maadui zetu, lazima si hatusemi kuna mtu adui yetu. Adui yetu ni hii kitu tunaona. Tutapata hii kitu and we will resolve the other issues that we ought to. Hii kitu wameiba. Hakuna kitu ati ni agents ama ni nini. No. And thank you very much.
Aya, kuna jamaa, unajua tuko na mahaters wengi sana. Kuna jamaa nasikia wana complain hapa kwa comment section. Kuna negative energy. Sijui anaitwa nani, Kiarab, sijui Kipa ama nani. Watu wana complain juu ya comments zako hapa. Tafadhali, kama una kazi ya kufanya hapa, tafuta mahali ya kwenda. Na huyu jamaa mwingine anaitwa R2K, Real Talk TV. I think Alex ni huyu ni nani, Randall. Yeye amekuja kwa studio, ameshindwa kuongea, sasa ameenda kutukana na kwa comment section. Boss, enda upumzike. Utakuja kesho kama umesikia vizuri. Wacha sisi tuongee ile kitu tunaongea hapa. Wacha
We are not cowards.
Yeah, he's talking a lot of stuff hapa, sijui ati imekuwa dictatorship. I mean, you come here, you unmute your microphone, hakuna mtu hata amekutupa nje. Wewe mwenyewe umetoka sasa, umeenda kutukanana kwa comments huko. Wacha niseme hivi before I give you guys an opportunity to speak. PK unaongea mambo ya agents. Let me tell you something. The situation like the one we had in Starehe, I think is it Starehe yesterday, with the akina Recho Shebesh na akina nani akina Ngilu, hii maaros wenye alishikwa wakitembea na makaratasi ya IB ballot papers, na huyo ni RO, mfanyikazi wa IBC, ako na ballot papers over 20,000 kwa bag na zimepigwa stamp. Hata kama uko na agent, and if you listen to that video vizuri, I think Bernard alicheza hapa mapema leo, they said they had accidentally put one of those 34 Form A's in one of the ballot papers, so they were not able to trace that. So the plan was wafungue ballot boxes, watafute hiyo 34A, and then katika ile harakati ya kufungua, because all agents watakuwa wako pale, they would stuff the 20,000 ballot papers ambazo zilikuwa marked na ziko stamped. So let me ask you something. Where did these people get these ballot papers from? Where did these people get the stamp from? If we are talking about integrity of an election, where did these people find this IEBC material and then went, stamped the ballot papers, and then they actually pre-marked the ballot papers, and then they were ready to stuff these ballot papers into the ballot boxes? Walipata wapi hizi vitu? Hata kama uko na agent, hata kama unasema we never invested in agents, how do you protect your vote from such people? Jose?
Makiadi, just allow me a little time. You see, you know all those things you are talking about, even the video you have played. This is just a part or a portion of what has possibly gone wrong. Now, that is why I brought in this idea of, you see this robbery that took place as you are going to Chuka, and I thought PK was going to say something about it. And then, admittedly, stamps were stolen, Kimskit was stolen, plus other items which IBC was hiding to say non-strategic. Who decides whether they were non-strategic or not? But nevertheless, that went like that. If I were the one, that election, wherever those things were heading, I think IBC had all the reasons to stop it. Now, just to quickly go over, see what happened in Starehe. And reliably, I've also reliably learned that after the elections, especially in the sides of the Langata side and what have you, a lot of ballot papers which have been marked were found thrown at night. Why? Because people know that if investigations were to take place and you are found with the same, you will be in and you will be forced to answer for it. Now, for me, whatever has happened, that's why I brought in the idea with a light touch that the CEO of IEBC tells us that there are claims, there are talks that their system has been infiltrated, and I want to assure Kenyans that there is no such. Now, from what Julius does displayed here, you can see that portal or the IBC server has got fake forms. That's the truth of the matter. And now, Julia, when I asked you and you didn't answer, who opened the door for this fake Form 34As to get into the system? Remember, the way the system is designed, first of all, you cannot bring a form and it will get to the IBC if it was not pre-configured in that system. And even when it is pre-configured, just a minute.
Let me cut you short. I'll give you a moment to continue. Mumias East, there was a Form 34A from Mumias East that was just a spreadsheet, blank spreadsheet, and it was uploaded. So why are you telling us that you cannot bring a 34A that is not configured?
That is actually what I'm driving to. How did the fake forms get into that system? Ask yourself, who is in charge of the IBC? And I keep saying here that if 60%, and like somebody once said, 60% of IBC is for Kenya Kwisha. What does that mean? Tell you? It means that Kenya Kwisha are the ones controlling the IBC. Now, if you take it like that, then you can see why all these funny things gets uploaded in there. Now, for me, if we can trace those things and find them in the IBC server, what are we counting? It is a waste of time. These people should stop that idea of counting. They think of something better to do. With that, counting of forms cannot go on, because compare, for example, this idea of spending money to buy agents and to buy slot in forms here and there to replace forms after they have been signed. I buy a picture, a form 34A is pictured, but then I go and buy the person who has taken the picture, plus the form he has. Then I give him another one, which I myself completed. That we know that according to, if the system was ideal, they cannot get into the system unless somebody authorizes that entry. And that is why I was asking Julia that who opened the gates for these fake forms to get there. Ask yourself who it is. It is IBC. So we are fighting a losing battle with IBC. We cannot allow them to be the same people still counting even the forms being sent there to verify. How can we trust that verification? How can we trust that verification? If we have sufficient evidence, let's go to court and have an injunction to stop this election.
Aya, wacha tuongee fupi fupi ndi at least tutembe.
Unfortunately, even the courts, there they are.
Let's keep it brief.
So a quick,
yeah, go ahead.
A quick question. You may answer it later on. There is an important aspect of opening that Kuseo has brought. As we talk, we need also to put it into perspective. And Daudi, I want you to answer it later on. Might it be like when Ruto negotiated for 50-50, IBC was one of the 50 in his place? Did Ruto negotiate that IBC is going to be part of his 50 in the government? Because it's appalling how Ruto is controlling IBC. That's food for thought, because it looks like Ruto is IBC and IBC is Ruto.
Exactly.
Okay, Julia.
Okay, one, I agree with Alex. We are not accepting any results outside what we know. We are not. We are not even going to court. We are not accepting, right, Alex? We're not accepting any results, because this is my reasoning. And you people, Alex, and anybody who can get in touch with these politicians, tell them even this verification is a waste of time, because the physical forms, like Kuseo have said now, being presented in IBC are fake physical forms. We have seen that these forms were able to penetrate into the IBC site. I have evidence from the Tomo Primary School forms that they were able to get the barcode and get it on another page and send these forms. Now, these documents are the same ones the returning officers now are presenting Chebukati, and Chebukati is telling us he's verifying. He's not verifying anything. He's wasting our time. Now, so I think if our parties, if Azimio has another data, like if I was the agent and I sent the thing to them, it's what they should tell Chebukati, what you're presenting here is a lie. Stop wasting our time. So that is one. Secondly, if Baba is sworn in, we must do something. I repeat it. We must do something. We must mobilize even from the diaspora. We must have at least about 10 returning officers jailed. We must do it. It is now. We must do it. Asante Makiadi.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Stone PK, 1 minute.
Thank you, Bana Makiadi. I appreciate what my brother Alex is saying, and yes, that's the spirit that we should have. But I also now concur so much with Kuseo. We have the spirit. We want this seat, and we should ask ourselves if there are all these nonsense. I've given you an example. I know Alex is saying we should not talk about agencies, but agencies are the ones who bring the beans that we are supposed to be counting. So if there are no beans from the polling stations, what votes are we really waiting to count here? What are we verifying? When most of the areas where we never had agencies, we were given 0. And if you really read these data properly, whenever Ruto won, he wins with huge margin because they had a field day. They would put any figure they want. And that's why, fine, if we go to court, for example, the malpractice is huge. But you go to court after what? After somebody has been pronounced the president-elect. Is that what we want? Let's face the reality. Ruto has screwed us left, right, and center. For me, I would advocate for dismantling of this thing. Let the army, we get 3 months, and then this army wafanye kusimamia election, and we vote and get it right. Because my friends,
Ngoja Stone PK.
Let me finish.
Ngoja, I'll not let that one slide. Wacha nikuulize Stone PK. Why do you want the army to take over while we have a sitting president, a legitimately elected sitting president right now?
I'm saying the president can appoint a committee that will be. See, I may appoint a committee Karan Nairobi. Because this IBC is rubbish, and they are not going to pronounce Baba the president. Take that to the bank.
Maliza statement, Stone PK. Umesema the president can appoint a committee to do what?
So, instead of IBC, we go for elections. Yes.
Stone PK, can you be practical? How do you appoint? Ngoja, let me ask you, because I'll give you an opportunity to
Stone has a point.
Hold on.
If you still want to do elections and you don't have IBC, well, who will do it?
Hold on.
You are laughing. You are laughing. Yeah.
You respond, Stone PK.
Yes.
Let me ask you.
Yes.
You are saying the president should appoint a commission to run an election, right? Did I hear that right?
Committee.
A committee to run an election. Where does the president get such powers?
Executive order, Matkiadi. Executive order number 6. Yes, because what we are having is a security threat, Matkiadi. Let us teach you things. What we are going to have, if Baba is not pronounced the president, Makiadi, we are laughing here, but the country is burning. This IBC is a serious security threat to this country. Wacha tukufunze hii maneno bana. Na all those who are listening. What we are sitting here waiting, we are not waiting for Baba to be pronounced. And I can bet, take that to the bank, any bank. Baba will not be pronounced. Yes.
The Stone PK, IBC is an independent institution that even
Don't
taking
give me that
Chebukati
thing
out.
of independence. It's independent and it's screwing us up. It's screwing up
Stone
the
PK,
country.
we want to be practical. So, Stone PK,
Anyway,
we don't want to degrade ourselves to
Let me finish and be
practical.
Alex, let me finish. And then you tell me.
I'm just saying something small. Okay.
I know all what you want to tell me. It's independent. Those are all theories, and it's all the constitution. But the country is burning. These are extraordinary situations. Alex, you are seated there. You and me, we want Baba, but Baba will not be sworn in. Take that to the bank. I end my position there.
I agree. I want Baba to be sworn in. If you are saying Baba will not be sworn in, then I don't know why I'm here. I want a practical path to where we can. You see, like last time in 2017, Makiadi, I want to remind you, all the politicians were afraid. We had a vacuum. The reason why Miguna became the general, because everybody feared to feel a vacuum and lead Baba's soldier and say enough is enough. So out of anger, Miguna filled a vacuum and he wanted to use a constitutional way of cessation, and we gave them a difficult moment. And at that time, they started negotiating. So what I'm saying is, we are not here to threaten anybody. We are here to ask for our right, constitutional right, that this thing lazima ihesabiwe. I don't think we can, in this conversation, we stretch it and say we appoint the army. No, the army has its part in this country. That one I don't agree with. I can agree that Stone can say he's a general for a revolution, but we don't want some sort of mutiny within ourselves.
Okay.
I think there's a path to it than the army.
Okay, let's do this. I want to bring Fred Momanyi, but before Fred you come in, let me just comment on something here that Stone PK is saying. You know, Stone PK, you're saying that Baba will not be sworn in. For some reason, William Ruto has not even attained the 25 counties threshold that is supposed to be one of the qualifications for somebody to be pronounced as a president-elect. So how is he going to be pronounced the president-elect without that threshold?
That is as per whose data? Makiadi, whose data are you
that
using?
Is based on what?
I'm telling you from the numbers.
Stealing,
which numbers?
That.
I'm giving you from the numbers we have seen so
Where?
far. So far, I'm telling you from the tallying we have seen.
Nothing. Makiadi, you are cheating yourself.
Aya, wacha niachie Fred Momanyi kwanza. Fred, karibu.
Okay. I have a question for you guys. New water. Mwana tofauti kubwa yenyeko between the Raila of 2013 and the Raila of 2017 and the Raila of 2022. Has anybody seen the difference? Nauliza mtu yote swali anijibu. Mtu yote ameona the way Raila behave. Huh?
Fred ni sawa, wewe uliza alafu utajibiwa baadaye.
Okay. Sasa ndio nasema ni aje the calmness we are having kutoka kwa Raila and the so-called Azimio team or Azimio council. They know what's happening. They know what's happening, and everything which is happening is being traced. Usidhani watu ni wajinga. People have really spent a lot of money, energy and kila kitu alafu ati mtu fulani tu ako pahali ako na anakuja hapo na idea kutaka kuiba kura, adhani watu wamekimya, watu ni wajinga. You know, I love the spirit, I love the argument, I love the kind of worries everybody has. But the thing is, you people just calm down. Tulia bana, usione. Ndio unasikia Waswahili walisema mzee kijana unaweza panda KICC udhani utaona mbali, na mzee amekaa chini ameshaona kitu yenye hata ukipanda KICC utaona. You see? So one thing I don't miss in wasiwasi yote. They know what's happening. They know what's happening. Do you know the reason why the so-called media we could display nini hesabu kwa media nini ilisimamishwa? Who gave that order? You see? So let Ruto do everything. Wacha Ruto akoroge kila kitu amalize Stone PK. At the end of the day, mimi kitu moja najua. This election is going to be nullified. Whatever happened 2017, kwanza in fact kesi itachukua muda mrefu kotini, is going to be nullified, then we go back again. Hata kama ni mara mbili mara tatu, it's going to be nullified so as in up to the point we do the right thing. So Ruto, wacha rejea remission kaje gani watu wako na wasiwasi. Wacha Ruto akoroga afanye kila kitu, Chebukati azunguka afanye everything whatever venye wamesema ati baba ameshindwa. What?
Niko na swali kwako Fred.
Why should it be nullified?
Election itakuwa nullified, nani anaenda kotini?
No. Nimesema ni aje kulingana na the kind of evidence ambayo saizi inakuwa gathered venye mambo na infiltration ya whatever.
It can only be nullified by a court.
Exactly. So we are asking who is going to court?
Most probably Baba is going to win this thing. Umesikia? Stone PK, I want to be honest with you. Mimi spend story ya kudanganyana ama nini na nini. Kuna kitu moja umeongea ambao nimekubaliana na wewe. Ya kwamba we are talking, we are so comfortable here talking, laughing, whatever, and the country is burning. That's one thing we should know. Immediately election inakuwa announced kwa upande mmoja ambapo mnajua aitana venye watu wengi wanataka, you know what gonna happen next. You see? So the thing is automatic the thing hata baba kiapishwa okay, baba akikuwa pronounced, of course UDA gonna go to court. Unaona? Same to Ruto akitangazwa automatically Azimio has to go to court. Tumesikia?
na mwenye anafika kotini akipata kuna makosa watafanya nini? Itakuwa nullified kwa sababu tumeshaona pia shida iko. You see? So the thing is, let's be patient na tuone venye kila kitu inaenda. Unaona?
Jibu swali Makiadi alikuuliza.
Go ahead.
Nani anaenda kotini?
Umemaliza.
Sawa.
Sisi of course wasipotangaza baba, si unajua lazima tuende kotini. Na hii kitu hatutakubali. Hii kitu bana tutazunguka nao mpaka the last minute. Hii hatuendi kukubali. This time round Chebukati hatapenda. Chebukati is going to see rough. Hatukubali bana.
Fred, I can assure you I don't think Raila is going to the Supreme Court. I don't think Raila is going to the Supreme Court. Hiyo ninaweza kukuhakikishia.
All right. Acha tuone vile tena, lakini let's be positive man. Let's be positive and things are going to be okay. Sini wanaume man, tusile kama wamama.
Bwana Makiadi nachukua mkono mpaka
I've seen your hand sir. I've seen your hand sir. Thank you. I'm coming to you. You know you've just come in, but kwa sababu ya heshima ya wazee.
I don't want to represent. I want to deal on the same issue. It's not I'm raising to present anything, please.
Okay, let me give you 2 minutes.
Now, where is Fred Momanyi? He has just escaped for the third time. In fact, I'm appearing for the third time tonight. I was there earlier, came a second time with the stone there, and now I'm not presenting. And hello, I will not have talked about anything, but the things you are raising here, they are very dangerous for this country. And we are simplifying them so much. You know, like now we are dealing only with the presidential issue. If the matters we are talking here touches on all the others, the governor, the senator, the MP, the MCA, these things become very complicated. Because you see, at that level, you're not going to deal with them en masse. To be individual, Nakuru, Diki Nyanjui against Susan, take years and years, okay? So let's not just see it at the presidential level only. If the problem manifests in all those other seats, this is the problem is too big, actually. So we don't just simplify it that way, please.
Wacha nipatie Daudi, amenyamaza sana.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. I think every process it provides an opportunity to learn. We went through 2007 and we learned. And I think we'll learn from that. When people talk about the country is burning, I think as a country, we know where not to go. So I don't think we would go towards a direction of war, and you know the country is polarized right now. It's divided along two poles. So it's easy to try and incite and say, you know, we're not going to accept this and that. But I think there are mechanisms we can follow to, and the good thing is also we have evidence. So the courts are there. Mother Koome is not a joking lady. I think she's an upright citizen. And so the Supreme Court, I believe, is a place where I think we can get a good judgment.
Sorry, Daudi,
Yes.
please, with your permission, through Rich Makiadi.
Please go ahead.
I think people have not understood what I've said. I've said we are dealing with issues touching on the presidential post only. The problems arising and or the arrangements having by Ruto system. Now, if the same is affecting all the other seats, I think I'm repeating myself so that people understand what I'm saying. If the same is affecting the governors, the senators, the MPs, the MCAs, you see, for the presidential to be only two people, Raila against Ruto, and it can be handled at that level. But for the governor in Nakuru, governor in Kisumu, governor in Mombasa, MCA in Menengai West, is a total mess. I think people are not understanding what I'm trying to say. The whole thing I would go by Stone PK, cancel the whole thing, whole system, and we repeat the whole thing. It was nonsense.
Okay. Before you continue, Daudi, I want us to interrogate this issue. Should we then agree that we did not have an election?
You don't have to agree, Rich. It is the truth. You see, IBC officials are implicated.
It's Daudi. It's Daudi. I'll come to you. You're next to him.
Yes.
First floor up.
So, I mean, I think it's obvious. An election is complete if the conduct, the process, and the results are all lined up. So you can't have a good election and then the results are muddled up and you think that's... So I think it's a botched election. From the very onset, it appeared like things were open and, we could look into the server. But, the server is not like nyumba ya kufuli alafu mtu akifunga, you're at least content that someone can be behind there, copy pasting and, deleting files and replacing files. So we hope we hope that we are all calm. And then if anything that is not what we expected happens, we leave the due process to go on. I'm not of the opinion that Nyumba and Stony PK are, advocating for to cancel the entire thing. I think let's exhaust every avenue that we have before we go forward. This thing of declaring martial law, it doesn't happen in democratic society. I mean, if you just go on and say, hey, I, Uhuru Kenyatta, I have declared this a martial state of affairs, then where do we stop? Where do we start and where do we end? Who will trust that election? Because Uhuru also has his own interests. He's a citizen who has his agenda. So for him to say that I'm going to organize an election, that would seem to appear like he is being partisan. So I think Uhuru also, he's like a citizen like us, he has his interests, he has what he wants. So let's leave this to the independent arbiters who are the courts we have in the country and see where it goes. But I still believe Baba will be sworn in. And when Baba is sworn in, then we can go down and then we pick all these vifaranga of your computer one by one, beginning from Mount Kenya. Then we'll move down to Rift Valley, Nakuru, and then Laikipia and all that. So
Daudi, it will take us another 5 years dealing with the vifarangas. MCA, MP, governor. It's not cancel the whole thing and we start.
Okay. Gentlemen and gentle ladies, let's rope in the ladies. Ladies wamenyamaza. Let's give them a minute at least to waongee. Diane, uko hapo? Diane, dakika moja utoe maoni yako alafu tusikie Julia ndio tuende kwa Ose.
Sasa, what I can say, I came here to get motivation that Baba is going to win.
Asante.
But since my motivation is demoralizing me more, that's why
usiongeze basi. Usiongeze, shikilia tu hapo kwanza. Julia. Julia hata yuko hapa. Ose, 1 minute.
Matiang'i, sorry.
Ose kila siku unaniita Matiang'i. Unajua wewe. Tutaanza kukuchunguza kila siku.
Mnyime nafasi. Huyu jamaa mnyime nafasi.
Huyu tutambana kwa studio kila siku anakuja ananiita
Matiang'i hapa. Inakaa anaongeaga na Matiang'i huyu jamaa.
And remember, he has the most difficult name on the panel.
Because I have faith in them. Don't worry.
But I can still pronounce his name properly, but he still calls me Matiang'i. Anyway, endelea.
No, iko namna hii. What I want to say is this. You see, all the issues around this election, for whatever reason, let me call them the malpractices. Call it, I want to again graduate it to fraud. IBC is in the center of it. Doesn't that worry any of us? IBC is in the center of it. Talk about first of all, they were in Starehe, they were genuine Form 34As outside the polling station. Who had the last Form 34A the last time we checked? IEBC. Who had them trying to sneak them in? IEBC officials, and they have been arrested. I'm even surprised one of them was released on bail. Now think about the Webuye one, the ones in Western. They were all IEBC. Talk about the ones in Chuka and whatever. They are all IEBC. Now, I think we may be expecting too much from the same IEBC just because Chebukati is saying he is verifying the forms for which we are already suspecting, even before they reach, they are verified. Now, if we have enough proof, according to me, if we have sufficient proof, we should reject this election. So long as we have been proof their system was infiltrated, forms were amended, things were deleted, we don't need to verify anything. That is sufficient for us. That is sufficient for us. But I'll still agree with, I think it's Dawood who was saying that, I think it was about the agents. No. Remember, as far as I'm concerned, we have the numbers, we have everything. All we need is a clean election. Now, who is making the election dirty? IEBC. Where are we heading? You know, if the difference was between us and Kenya-Kwisha, that would be a different thing. But the same IEBC we trust to be tallying these things are the first suspect number one. So where are we headed? Where are we headed?
We are not headed. We are not headed anywhere, Wanakuseo. We are just not headed anywhere.
Kuseo, I'll come back to you later and you'll tell me what you mean by rejecting this election. Not now. Let me give Alex, then I go to Baba the Fifth.
You see, Makiadi, I think we have made ourselves a laughing stock of the world. And we need to revisit ourselves and ask ourselves, first of all, the election was nullified in 2017. For anybody in the world to hear that we went again with the same commission and Chebukati to the next election, people will wonder what we were doing. I mean, there is no question that if this thing goes again to Supreme Court, the first thing that must be asked, did he even open the servers? I don't think this thing could even go further. The question will be, did you even obey the order we told you to open the servers? Because that is the highest court in Kenya. He could not even obey that. That is where I agree with Stone PK. How powerful is Ruto? So this thing, hata kama saa ingine tunakuwa extremist, is because of frustration. But this IEBC should not have even conducted this election itself because they didn't even open the servers. And anything I say beyond that, itakuwa ni, let's not even go there.
Aya, shikilia hapo. Baba the Fifth.
Yes, Richie. Greetings, my fellow panelists. Yeah, I think we are here because of our candidate Raila Amolo Odinga, and we are bullish he will win this thing. Stone PK, you have raised a sensitive issue here, and it's not good for personally for me. No, there's no way Baba will not be announced as a president. I cannot agree with you. But we know what is going on there in at the Bahamas of Kenya, and I think our agents are aware about what is going on there. So that is according to our perceptions. Another thing, Julia raised a sensitive issue here about 34 heads, and that is the genesis of matter. So our agents from IBC knows what is going on there and knows the genesis of all issues should be from Form 34 heads, and they are keen looking everything form by a form, ensuring it as signature, as stamp, as everything. And if it differs, they must raise an issue So I don't think if Wafula Chebukati will rape our right, and then we will not agree with him, and we shall wake up and reject his opinion. Yeah, Baba should be announced as a 50th president. Otherwise, the cabinet will be dismantled.
You guys are very emotional. I like that. I wish the people at Bomas of Kenya.
Which Baba? Him, or which Baba should be announced? You know, I don't know.
There are two Babas. Iko Baba
Yeah,
the
so,
fifth.
yeah, so I don't know if he's saying he should be announced. I want.
Are you the one, Baba, on the screen? Baba on the screen.
I am talking Baba Raila Amolo Odinga should be announced as a 50th president, and you are waiting for that. I haven't slept since Tuesday. I woke up early in the morning, 4 a.m., and somebody want to rape my right.
The announcer is the one sabotaging. The announcer is the one sabotaging. So who will announce?
We will not allow the goons to rape our rights. I wake up early in the morning, 4 a.m. Go and cast my
Who is going to announce?
That's not. No.
Who is going to announce?
No, Ose umefungua microphone sasa, you are talking over Baba the fifth na hajamaliza. I want him to rant. Endelea Baba the fifth. I want you to rant because this is the passion that we want. Endelea. I'm giving you 2 more minutes uongee.
Mr. Makiadi is so painful. If whatever we are seeing on television going on there at Bomas of Kenya, yeah, yet you know how you sacrifice your time, you sacrifice your everything just to exercise your duty. Then someone else is coming here to rape our rights. That is not good. And you know, and it is a witless thing if the sitting government will allow you know, Ruto takes this part of oppositions, and I don't know how opposition pass can rig as a sitting president. I'm not agreeing with this Tony PK. Tony PK, you have raised a sensitive thing, of which is not good. That is according to you, but according to me, and I'm assured. No, let us remain focused. Let us have that bullish. Baba will be announced as a 50th president, and if there might be any issue going on against our hope and faith, Baba would have called men press conference and update us. But is the way things is going on, yeah, he is aware about everything, is being updated, and he is calm, waiting this event, waiting the time to come and be announced as the 50th president. Yes, wacha nifika hapo Makiadi, nisiendelee sana.
Aya, sawa. You know, Stone PK umeniuliza hapa swali moja, ukiniuliza where am I getting the numbers? Do you know that the Azimio Tallying Center has already done its tallying and it has its results already? Do you know that there are people who are sitting down somewhere doing the numbers, and they crunch the numbers from those forms that were sent to them, plus the ones that they downloaded from the IBC portal. And all they are doing is just waiting for verification from Chebukati. Now, my big issue is this: when Chebukati verifies the forms that he's claiming to verify, what is he verifying against? Because we have seen returning officers. I don't know if they are returning officers or they are PROs. I can't even tell the difference now. Bringing forms to Chebukati that are very different from the ones that he sent or they sent through the KIMS kit. And that's my big issue. Because if you sent a form that says Stony PK got 5 votes from Mutumo, and then you take another form to Chebukati physically that says you got 10 votes from Mutumo.
And that's the one Chebukati want to respect, Matiadi, unfortunately.
And that is where my problem comes in here. Unless we have a form we have a system in which there are agents there physically, both Azimio agents and UDA agents.
Mr. Makiadi.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You guys are making me confused now. I can't even bring out my thought
Because
properly.
you are getting lost. You are losing the direction. Let me say this with your permission.
Go
I'm
ahead.
not quitting
Go ahead.
now. Whatever they forget about from 34A, B, C. Whatever Makiadi, this man called Chebukati announces, Kwisha, either it's right or wrong, it will be a court case. Kwisha. All the others are irrelevant. Whatever, even if it's wrong or right, Kwisha, mambo.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And you know, the last thing I want to say is this. The last thing I want to say on this panel, and this is my opinion. Azimio should not let this thing go that far. Because if we allow this thing to go to the Supreme Court, of which I doubt, then this thing is gone. Once Chebukati pronounces somebody as a presidential candidate-elect, as a president-elect, then that thing is gone. There's no way you can pull that thing out of the Supreme Court. That is what I want to make clear.
And I agree with you. That is the mistake Yahya Jammeh made in the Gambia. You remember? And the guy announced, and when Yahya Jammeh woke up from his dreams, it was gone. Yahya Jammeh had to go. Once the chairman for Electoral Commission announces you, that is it. And that is why we are having this conversation and saying, what next for us? And that should be our focus, because we must not act like we are beaten up. We must act as, not us, because we know the truth that he has not won. He can't be announced.
Kiadi, that is why I was talking about the fake forms being, so long as we can prove they are fake, we can prove they are deleted entries, we can prove they are fake forms in the server. I don't think, personally, I don't think we should wait for any Supreme Court or anything.
The first thing we need to do is stop the count, because you see,
if you have evidence,
there is evidence, and you're an IT guy.
Exactly.
You're an IT guy. You know, the beauty of being in the IT industry is the fact that whatever you put in can never be deleted. You cannot delete it. So George anakuja anasema, hey, hold on a second. I got the backup from 2 hours ago, and the form that the guys in Azimio headquarters is different from what I see. So some of the count that has happened already needs to be stopped. We cannot keep confirming some of these numbers.
But Kip, there's one thing you are failing to acknowledge here. You should understand that for you to go to that extent of trying to find out what was sent to the IEBC initially, you have to go to court.
What? No, why? No. Why do you need to go to court? There's a whole IEBC process that is happening there, where we have an agent. Who has an agent? No. Wait.
Hold on. Let me give you my point, and then you can rebut. The thing is, hold on, guys. The thing is, if the IEBC denies you access to its servers, then there's nothing you can do. If they know that they have something to hide, then they will deny access to the servers for you to pull all those documents from the back end. So for you to enforce that, you have to go to a judge. And that is why I'm saying, if we cannot protect what we have right now, because according to the numbers that the likes of Sifuna are saying, they are saying that they did their tallies on their side, and they realize that they have the numbers and they have the margin and they have the percentage that is necessary for Raila to become president. So if we let that go right now and we let IEBC cook the figures that they are cooking right now, then the next thing you'll have to do is go to a court of law. Stone PK.
Makiadi, how do we go to a court of law and we know the courts are there working with IEBC? See how complex it is.
No, it's not about.
Thank you, Makiadi. Wait, Makiadi, I'm so.
Telling me to wait, and I started the point, but Stone.
Okay.
But I've been given a. Okay.
What I'm saying is, can you guys correct me if I'm wrong? Before anything is announced by Chepukati, UDA has to agree, chama cha Roots ama ya Bangi ita agree, chama cha Christian ita agree, na Azimio ita agree. If that's not the case, what are we doing here? This thing needs to be stopped before it goes
That's
too
not
far.
the case. That's not the case. There's no obligation. I mean, Kip unakuja kutumislead. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Nani alikuambia lazima uagree ndio Chebukati? He is the returning officer. He decides what to do. That is what happened in 2017 when Raila went to the bombers. Hold on. Don't pick. I'll give you a chance. When Raila went to the bombers of Kenya in 2017, what happened? They postponed the ceremony. And then we were watching TV in the evening. We saw the presidential whatever chair inaitagwa nini Stone PK, ile kiti ya president na konga na ngao ikipelekwa pale jioni, and they announced, and Raila was not there. He did not even agree with the results. Go ahead, Stony.
Yeah, Keeper has a point, by the way, Makiadi. He has asked if then whatever is supposed to happen, like this, or you accept and this will not happen, then what are we doing here? We are wasting our time, to answer you. And that's why the panelists here, most of them have agreed, including our moderator. The narrative I started was that what we are being subjected to is what I always call rubbish, garbage, and nonsense. Only to be told that inaannounziwa and yet it's all useless and Baba will not be. I know Baba the Fifth is very emotional. We are, by the way. Some of us cannot stand. We cannot, Baba. We are together. But we want to protest now. Because whatever they are doing right now is garbage. Take that to the bank. The forms that were sent, and if Azimio team is saying they have the numbers, Makiadi, the way you have put it, let's go by that and protest and block anything moving forward. Period. Because we cannot get, there is infiltration, there is forms coming, AIBC officers are caught with the paper, with the forms. I mean, how can you sit really and wait for a sword to slaughter you? That by itself tells you it is flawed. It is flawed. So what are they telling now? Really? The fake things? How many fake ones have they put in there? And you remember I asked in my submission, I asked, what is rigging? And in this panel, people didn't know. Kusero answered that partially. That you can fold the bottom of QR, you propose it, and it is picked. And that is what Ruto has been doing in this team. Every form that has been submitted has been accepted by Kims. We know these things. Wengi wetu tumezaliwa mtaani, tunajua bana. Tunajua wizi. Some of us participated in elections. We know what happened. I've just shared a document with Alex there so that he sees what we are saying. The rigging is real. It's real. The forms they are trying to do it's because they cured it to that. They skewed it to that. The form is being brought. Who will verify the signature? They have copied those signatures. Those villagers, the agents are villagers. They have just scribbled things there, which Ruto's camp has been doing day and night. My friend, and I'm telling you today, you remember Stone PK, if we don't say to hell with this thing and start afresh, we are doomed. And when I was saying a committee to oversee this, it is a caretaker committee, not army taking over. It is a technical team to run and supervise elections, not army taking over. Nairobi is not being run by army. It is a committee headed by a general that is making things happen. Things happen when right now, Kenya is at the verge of collapse. Democratically, you are being put into the hole where Ruto wants us to go. It needs to be salvaged by a ruthless move. And you remember me for this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Stone PK, I like the way you bring out that idea. But you know, there are other things that come along with an election. If you say right now that the president should appoint whatever, a committee or whatever to do that, you need parliament to approve a budget. Now, if this election is nullified all the way to the MCA, because what you're saying is that the election was a sham, then it means we don't have a legislature. And no money can be released for us to run another election. So it is not as simple as you make it sound. There are other issues that follow along. And right now, the president that we have is a lame duck president. There are things he can do.
No. Think of what Stone PK said. We need to do something ruthless. Ruthless meaning that Uhuru needs to have the balls to do it. No, it needs to be done.
Okay, I agree with you, but Daudi also told you something here. Uhuru Kenyatta is a man with vested interest. Akona vitu zake anachunga. He has businesses all over the world. He has a family to protect. I mean, what extent can he go to make sure that we have a credible election without tainting his personality and without affecting his family business and all that stuff?
Richie, the verification going on at Bomas. Now, we are doubting a very good bulk of what they are verifying. So where are we headed? That was the question I asked. You said you'll answer it later, but what do you think?
Wacha kwanza ose ngoja dakika moja sasa. I like your idea. Let me do this. Duke, habari yako?
I'm good, niko sawa.
Nimekupatia dakika uongee. Billy.
For me, what I can say is this. We only have one Form 34A at each and every polling station. And that form has a QR code. Therefore, it means that you can only scan that form so that you can send it to the website of the IPC. So if we presume that is correct, then it means that the results we have in the IPC portal, they are extremely accurate.
Hata kutuconfuse na hiyo wewe. I can photocopy. I can photocopy.
Hold on.
I can photo. No.
No, keep. You're interfering with it. Let him finish.
I cannot allow a lie to happen. I can photocopy.
No, keep.
Oh, we already have samples here.
Keep. Guys, can you keep
we
your
already
mics?
have some.
Can you?
I'll give you. I know you're trying to be fair.
I'll give you a chance to rebut, please. Wacha Duke aongee ni dakika mbili tu. The next one will be you to rebut what he's saying. Go ahead, Duke.
You see, actually, the scanning of there is only one chance for you to scan the QR code. So it cannot be even, you cannot send it twice. Therefore, if there is counting at the polling station, and then the presiding officer fills that form in the presence of agents, and then there's results announced, and then that form is scanned and then transmitted to the website. The next step is actually physically transferring that form. So for me, I feel that in the process of physically transporting that form, it can be actually manipulated than the form which was transmitted electronically, because it's passing through people. So for me, I feel that the results we have at the portal are accurate and they should be final. Remember in 2017, we found that the forms which were arriving at Bomas of Kenya, they were having different results from those which were transmitted to the portal. That's why the server was never opened. They actually worked with messages which were being sent. You just send a message the way you want, and there is no confirmation or verification of that. And I'm saying that is true because we have several cases where the mistakes were made, and because those mistakes cannot be rectified, those forms were transmitted with those mistakes. I have like 4 cases. If you go to the website, you can see that. So most of you are trying to say that the process is not transparent. There is a ABCD. There is, for me, I feel it's actually very transparent, unless in a country like Kenya, there must be issues everywhere. Whether it was a nomination of political parties, primaries, you see, we cannot have a perfect scenario, because, you know, we are dealing with several individuals. We have MCAs, we have MCAs competing, we have members of parliament competing, we have governors competing. So they are trying to do some dirty games at their respective areas. States are trying to get elected. So, and Chebukati was very categorical that what is in the portal is final. And in a situation whereby if a physical form comes and it's having specific, like, different results, actually, if you are a returning officer, you can be arrested to explain that. Because you are not, there is no difference. The difference is not expected. So I feel that, and then he was even asked a question: what if there is a physical form which comes and there is differences? What is in the portal is different with what is in the physical forms. And he said what will be in the portal will be prioritized with interpretation of the court, maybe unless the court interprets, the results in the portal are the one which are given the first priority if there is discrepancies. So I feel that there is nothing like, and if a person is announced, and at this stage I say it's open right now, it's going to be Raila, it's going to be William Ruto, we can have a runoff. So we are prepared for anything. If a person is announced, then it's going to be very difficult for any person who's going to court to provide evidence, because those Form 34As are final. Even Chebukati is not allowed to retard them. The final results are at the polling stations. Therefore, and you see, those presiding officers and returning officers are Kenyans. They are hired actually here in Kenya, and maybe some of them can be compromised. So actually, you cannot condemn IPC as an institution, because we have, even most of you have relatives who have been given that task to do. So Chebukati is not omnipresent. He cannot be everywhere across Kenya. Even if you are him and maybe you are waiting for forms for 6,000 points, what can you do? You cannot actually fast track them. You will wait for them to bring them to you. And for them to bring them to you, they have to finalize all the activities at the polling station or at the constituent starting center. Therefore, I'm saying that what is in the portal is going to be the final, because that portal has been exposed to several people. People have downloaded it. It's everywhere, the international agencies. So if IPC brings different results, which are different from those we are seeing in the portal, then there will be chaos from that. So I'm expecting what's going to be announced is going to be the same as what we are seeing within the portal. That's my submission.
Hiya, thank you, Duke. Keep.
QR code. It doesn't matter. I can scan something, put it into the server, and you cannot say it's final. Who stops it from being interfered with? You're trying to tell me that imefungwa kabisa, that we cannot receive those things. What I'm trying to say is we're finding the fact that we have one PDF different from PDF or JPEG, different from one I saw 2 hours ago. Meaning there's somebody interfering in between. So hii kitu unasema ati sijui I'll scan a QR code, making it sound so technical. Make it simple. Yes, you've done the QR code, sijui nini nini. But the fact remains, what we have as Azimio with our tallying center is different from the forms they are sending right now, 2 hours later. We do Iwezekani. This thing needs to be stopped now. We cannot move any further until those problems are rectified. So what Duke you're saying, you're trying to bring some sweet words here. It does not. The servers have been compromised, and the CEO can say whatever he wants. They've been compromised, and we need to stop this process now. And that is what Azimio needs to do, or Uhuru needs to grow up here, Bana. So honestly speaking, stop this. This is nonsense. We're not having an election.
Yeah, say 1 minute.
Duke, I don't know whether it is coming here late that makes you not get a grasp of certain serious issues which have been mentioned here. And that is very, very unfair of you. You come and restate here how accurate, extremely, and you're using the word extremely accurate. We started, some of us have been here for more than an hour, and we have even seen plays here of contradicting forms. Fake, you can actually refer to them as fake forms. Forms have been deleted there and substituted and replaced all over in that server of the IBC. And for your information, before the forms end up in the portal, their first landing place is IBC server at the back office. What you see on the portal is what IBC staff have posted there for you. So when you hear most people here are worried about fake forms appearing in the portal, it's not that we are dreaming. What do you do when forms are presented at the Bomas and they are contradicting the same forms which are posted in the system? The figures are not adding up. They are not similar. So for you to say that whatever you have in the portal is extremely, extremely accurate, you should be wondering where are these. I would understand you seeking to see proof of the fake forms or the unmatching forms, so that you start from there. The IBC system was designed to work and work perfectly, so long as there are no intruders. Unfortunately, the intruders, IBC returning officer, our forms are in their handbags, moving outside. Where did they get the Form 34As, which have already been marked? Did you see, for example, the case in Stare? The people who were arrested. Did you hear that somebody was arrested with those forms? And it was even released on bail? Now, the contestation here is about the fake forms in that portal. So don't come here and brag how extremely accurate they are. Somebody interfered with them. That is very obvious. I would understand if you would suggested, let's go for some investigation and find out how did these forms end up in there. Now, before you came, we have just witnessed some forms from, was it Kirinyaga? Julia, the two forms were from Nyeri. How did they all end up in the server and in the portal from the same polling station? You started your statement by saying how a polling station is only one Form 34A, which is how it should be. How did we end up with the two forms from Nyeri? Is that not disturbing enough for you to think twice? Anyway, let me stop there.
Daudi.
Yeah, so I think there's one thing that probably we need to get right. I think in one polling stations, if you have two sub polling stations, you can have two separate forms, and it's indicated at the very top, 2 of 2. There's 1 of 2, and then there's 2 of 2. So I think you can have two separate forms. Now, one thing I would urge Julia to do is, if you go back to that form and scan with your camera, if it pops out a number, because what a QR code is just a number in a special arrangement. If you look at that number and it's inconsistent with the number that is on the actual form 34A, then maybe that's when you begin to like question things. I'm not supporting what is going on. I know there's monkey business, but
yes,
just
Daudi, we just checked.
what is going on. I know there's monkey business, but
Yes, Daudi, we just checked. Daudi, sorry, Daudi, for disrupting you. I just checked something, and I found that we checked with some other polling stations. There's a lot of inconsistency with the barcode number and what is on the form. So I think this thing is just I don't know. We need to do something.
And can't you copy a QR code is just like
Yeah,
you know in my Red Bull. A QR
Yeah.
code is just like my
it's a photo. Yeah, you can
yeah, it's
copy
just a photo of your what do you call this scanning thing that you have on your look on my Red Bull right now. It's,
So that's a barcode, and then the
the
QR code.
barcode.
is just
I can
for-
copy paste this barcode is in the same Red Bull
Yeah.
that is in the US. I mean, and in Belgium, it's the same barcode you
It
have.
should be the
here.
same. It should be the same keep. So the code we are getting after searching the barcode is a different number from what is on the form. So that's
Yes.
the inconsistency that we are seeing.
Those numbers, you should only be missing the last 34 numbers. So it gives you up to the third last number, and then the 34 comes afterwards. So just to make things clear. Yeah.
What do you make up when a form is presented at Bomas and it is different from the one in the portal?
Okay, that's a question you've asked. I don't think, Daudi, you have a right of reply to that. Somebody else will pick that up so that we keep on moving. Somebody had lifted there. Who was that? Nani alikuwa ameinua mkono? Alex, 1 minute. Nakuja kwako Kolo.
You see, Duke surprises me. I don't know, I should say, unfortunately, because I know Duke personally, and Duke is my friend, very bosom friend. But sometimes he just surprises me. Duke, you know very well that even you people, I don't know if it's you people or who did it, even what was being fed to our TV was compromised. And Marijan, I don't know, it's easier to call him marijuana because his name, I don't know how it sounds. I mean, he comes out and defends and say that the system has not been hacked at all. When you know that there was a stalled figure in NTV for how many hours? For many hours. For your information, I know Duke knows this, but he wants to play with us. For your information, in preparation for an election, and that's what one of the meetings that Chebukati refused, that is called security. Security is not policemen going outside there and taking care of the returning officer, so on and so forth.
It was preparedness. Alex, it was preparedness.
Preparedness and security. Yes. Preparedness and security is when the media houses are given limited access to the IBC portholes so that they can be able to retrieve and be able to report it to us. Somebody gets access to that limited access to the media and start changing the numbers. And Duke is here lying to us that whatever you saw, that it's, my friend, this was a coordinated effort so that you guys can start using what you're using right now, that result is final. When you knew that, you were simultaneously manipulating what was coming on the TV, you had access even to the limited access to the TV on how to update. And that's the same thing you are using to monkey what you're manipulating at the what? At the porthole. And at some point it stopped. Why are we doing everything manually now? That's the question. If you think that was final, why are we doing everything manually now? One by one by one. It's because it was infiltrated. If you listen to Kioni carefully today, Kioni said this: it will take us a long time to understand the complex nature of how this thing was done. But it was done, we must agree. So don't come here and belittling what we can see and think that that is as easy as it is. One thing is very, very foreseeable here. It was compromised to a point that now nothing is being fed to the TV stations because somebody got the password. We are not seeing the figures of presidential anymore as we tally them step by step because they were compromised. Somebody knew how to add them, and he was adding them while feeding them on the porthole. It was simultaneous. Thank you.
Let's go to, I hope I got that, Kolo, Nicolo, ama Nikeyolo.
Kolo, how are you, everyone? I think I wanted to say one thing about what Julia raised, and I was speaking about it, that in a polling station, we can have many streams, and those streams, they all have the form. There's a form for the polling station, but depending on the number of the streams, we have leaflets, number 1, number 2, up to the number of the form. So you will find there's 1 of X, 1 of X. Like a station I was saying in Ruaraka has 14 streams. So you'll find that the forms that in that polling station are 14. So it doesn't mean that one station has 14 form 34As. It means that that station has 14 streams, and the pages of that form 34A are 14. So each stream uploads their own stream page. So you find that they're serialized, 1 of X for those which are many. So that is common all along. And also, according to my understanding so far, from what I think I get from Azimia, I get from the party, the forms in the IB servers can be infiltrated, but from what they have currently is that the numbers they added were matching, and they feel that they're ahead. What I suspect happened is that when the media started to update, then these guys went and infiltrated the media houses, the portals for the media houses, as they decided to plant their numbers as well. So the media houses were adding, and their numbers were increasing at a higher rate. And I think yesterday I saw there was a one time that Raila was captured going to Citizen TV. I think maybe this was one of the issues that maybe was raising it up. Then after that, this one
Raila
came up.
Raila did not go to Citizen. Stop spreading that.
No, okay, maybe that's not true, but that's what I heard somehow. So if it's not true, then okay, I withdraw it. So the thing that I think maybe is happening that now when the forms that are the form 34Bs are arriving at the bombers, the accompanying form 34As can be altered forms. So I think the verification is verifying the forms that are arriving at the bombers of Kenya vis-a-vis what is in the portal, because assuming that what is in the portal was uploaded from the gadget and somebody did not modify them after they've been uploaded, then the form that there should not be much discrepancy. There can be infiltration, but the infiltration need to match as such. And if you say, as we agree here, that the forms once uploaded, if you delete it, it goes to some, maybe there's a backup, or it goes to some deletion folder, maybe like, let's say a recycle bin somewhere, let's say like that, then they can be retrieved. So which means there's still chance that if the initial stage that these forms were uploaded, they were correct, they can still be recovered. The only thing that is going to happen is that if the lead was big and these guys filled the ballots, the forms were blotted before they were transmitted, then there's no way you can challenge that, because nobody can say this form that what was this number of voters didn't vote. Now this is where we have a discrepancy now, that you find that 10 number of people voted for the president, 6 people voted for only for the MP, other 5 people only voted for the senator. So the question which comes up that where were these other 4 people that only voted for the president? Did these ballots, do we have that the spot ballots are matching that number? Or do we have that the ballots were thrown? Were there ballots, somebody that there was a record that in that polling station, some ballots were thrown away? So for me, as I stand right now, what is still giving me hope is that we have, even if there were the Form 34As that was very initially were interfered with, we have numbers there that have been added by our teams and compared, and maybe we are ahead on that. And if there's anything new that is coming in that form, then it could easily be fished out. Not that they're interfering with that one will determine the outcome. The problem we may have is now the new form that is going to bomb us. Are they altered? And that's what I think is being verified. So I think we just need to take peace and hope for the best. That is my view. Thank you.
Stone PK. Najua Stone, nimeona ni kama tumekuweka nje ya debate sana, so
asante. Bana mumeniweka, lakini I'm happy that we are all in agreement that we hatutabeba ufala. That is what we say in mtaani. Wale watu wa kukataa kushindwa, watajua hawajui. We should not give Ruto that chance. This is the time he will really ridicule us like never before. There is IBC is not capable of doing this. We made a mistake to go into it with him. Yeah, who sold us as well, because this thing should have been fixed. I don't believe in having a constitution when it's just it's a recipe to destruction. The countries that have gone berserk have always had a constitution. Somali once had a constitution with Siad Barre. Okay, so the constitution can never run a country. It's people who runs the country. So if the people have no fidelity to the constitution, yeah, you talk of independent body, which is not, it is so bogus, you know, and with all the money. So we, the people now, should take back our power and decide what we want to do with it. We are the ones to decide whether we really want to swear in Baba or not. And I think we should. We should. In fact, we should chase Chebukati out of that place. There should be an uprising in Bomet tomorrow, in Boma, whatever, what do we call it? Bomas. You know, Mwananchi should storm Bomas, and we chase this guy like the way Bashir was chased out of Sudan. Because Chebukati is indispensable, Ruto is indispensable. Otherwise, we sit like ducks laying eggs, we are cooked. I can tell you that. I know tunasema tuna families, tuna nini. If Mau Mau never fought for independence, we will not be where we are. All right? If JM Kariuki and the Tomboyas never stood, the Karumbas never sacrificed, we would not be where we are. If Raila never went into those gabions, we would not be where we are. Our cowardice itatuua. The generation we are now, you know, we have constitution. This constitution yetu ni nzuri, lakini wale wanaran ni matope. You know, these bodies we have, they are useless. Even the judiciary we have, you can't have justice in this judiciary. Judiciary that is passing law during elections. You guys, can't you see the mockery here? Judges are sitting at the verge of serious activities. You are going, Sonko has a right, Sakaja has a right. It is this judiciary that now has changed, that for you to have a degree, you can go to court, and any paper can be, you know, the court can decide that that paper is a degree. That it only happens in Kenya. I only need to go to court and tell them, and I take Ombete, or this lawyer, I can't remember his name. This lawyer who goes for these very weird cases, and tell him, you go, man, take this paper, go and say Stone PK has this degree. And he files a case, and there we are. Judges have the time to listen to that rubbish. Then you guys are telling us that tuende kwa tungoje matokeo alafu tuende kwa Supreme Court. Supreme Court is only a matter there, and she will sit with other judges who I don't trust at all. Thank you, Makiadi.
Julia.
I don't know what Supreme Court. We are not going to know Supreme Court. So
That's where you go.
who's going to Supreme Court? What Supreme Court? We are not going to know Supreme Court. And Chebukati can only escape this by pronouncing Baba as the president. Otherwise, we are not going to know Supreme Court. And I think after the election, we are not going to have Chebukati. Chebukati needs to be jailed, and all those commissioners. I think KLO brought out something that there are these forms coming to be verified. They could be fake. And now we don't even know how much somebody has infiltrated the IBC portal. So even what is in the portal could be fake. So I think one of the things to prove this is to come with the pictures that our agents took and compare with what Chebukati has. And then we can tell him, Chebukati, stop wasting our time. So go home and we can have Uhuru continue ruling. And then we set up a new electoral commission and have another election. Either it's Stone PK, we are not going to know Supreme Court. We not going there. Period.
Correct, Julia. We cannot have this nonsense again. Hii mchezo tunachezea hapo. You know, last time, we reacted after the election. We reacted after we saw the results on TV. Right now, people are reacting immediately. And these so-called leaders we have in Azimio, the ones who've been confirmed, they need to stop celebrating and, oh, thank you, I've become MP of so-and-so, I've become senator, I've become governor. Can you stop it? The seat that you need to take care of is the main seat, and stop that nonsense. And all of you need to go to Bomas of Kenya and take care of the main seat. Mnaenda celebrate your victories. For what? Once the main seat that is going to protect your seat has been compromised. So all these so-called leaders need to go back to Nairobi and go to Bomas. They represent us as the people, and stop this nonsense. I want to see what I saw with Gladys Wanga. They need to shout and protest everything. We have our tallying center. We hear a result, we stop it. We say, no, that is not what we have in our tallying centers. I need to be seeing them. Meaning Leona Gladys Wanda and Kafrai. I need to see people do what Ngilu is doing, because this nonsense has to stop. We're going to Supreme Court. This time I don't want to hear anything about we're going for cases. Nikisikia at the Supreme Court, meaning I give up and then you can have this country, you thieves.
Yeah. Baba the Fifth.
Yes, Makiadi. Mimi ile nataka kusema ni what we know, we cannot compete with a thief and expect not to steal. We know there is a lot of stealing and we are aware about that. Again, the way Kibril have said, this is not the time to wait Chebukati to announce or to do his mistake to announce otherwise. Then we plan to go to Supreme Court. I think it will be too late. Supreme Court will not help us as long as Chebukati has declared Ruto as our president, the fifth president. So it will be a wastage of time going to Supreme Court. Mother Koome will sit with the other judges. They will combine the ideas and they will come with the final judges. Then if we will come with their final judgment, no way we can change it. What I want to say is, if Chebukati will announce a fake result, our people should reject them immediately. At that point, we say no. This is not what we have in our tallying center. We have our tallying center, and this is our figure, and we want to know. It is better we begin everything afresh. That's what I want to say, Makiadi. It is better we take much time. We take a lot of days. We take a lot of months. But the truth be known. Matiang'i, we are tired, and I think, and this is an elections. We have not today kwa an election kama hii, kila kitu iko open, hakuna kitu inafichwa huko, na kama tunajua kuna vitu zinaendelea huko. Kama kama kuna vitu zinaendelea huko na Chebukati amekaa tu hapa akiangalia, and we know, Kenyans knows Chebukati was seduced by William Ruto. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. So according to me, if Chebukati will make a fallacy to announce William Ruto as a 50th president, we will reject immediately. We will not go. We have no time. We have, in fact, time is going. It's moving. We have no time to go to court to do what? No, we shall reject that immediately.
Duke.
You know, I want to encourage you to embrace the reality. Seeing most of you are too far from the reality. And regardless of the steps of the actions which should be taken, there are steps and processes which must be taken. Otherwise, if you work contrary to that, then you will not go far. Most of you are speaking as if even Raila has not said that. Then you are the one who are saying we are going to do APCD. What are you trying to say? So there must be procedures and processes of executing disputes and doing APCD. For instance, most of you are saying that we have to be announced. You have to be considerate. In this Kenya, maybe people are divided. Maybe we have around 50-50. What if the supporters of it also do the same? You see, there must be an arbiter who tries to harmonize the two, who tries to, and protocols and process must be followed. The way I'm not saying that there is no irregularities or the websites are not be hacked or all the forms are accurate. The problem is you are the one who are saying specific issues. We should hear that from the mainstream media or from the IPC itself. For instance, if Alex, you come here, you say there are a lot of fake forms. The IPC has not said that. We are not getting that from the mainstream media. I'm watching all across several medias. So do you expect me to take that serious? Can you go to court with that? So I also want maybe you give me the specific forms. For example, say you have said there are forms where we are having two similar forms. I can access the photo here. Tell me the specific.
What else do you want?
Yeah?
IBC staff have been arrested in Western, in Nairobi,
In Kisii. I'm talking about fake forms. You remember you said we have a lot of fake forms within the website.
Okay, I said that. What about the ones who have been arrested with irregularities and carrying forms, ballot papers, and Form 34As?
Yes, those are individuals and specific cases.
So what else then do you want? Do you want to excuse those ones?
So are you trying to say, for instance, if we have a process which entails 10,000 people, and then there is one individual who is making a mistake, then there are thousands should be arrested? Is that logic?
My lips are sealed. Bye.
What are you talking about? 10,000?
No, what are you trying to? Because he's saying because there is individuals who have been arrested, then that means we have a lot of fake forms within the website. So you should be.
Duke, sometimes
you actually make sense.
Honestly speaking, you play us for fools. If we're seeing constant streams of irregularities, it's not one. It's not one. We amesema example moja aliona kwa starehe, and that's the one we caught. And then you're telling me, oh, it's a small percentage of stolen things. You cannot blame Chebukati. You cannot. Why did we hire him to do these things? It's only one. No, it's not one. It's thousands. And you've got a very sweet tongue, Duke. Now, I don't like about how you're explaining these things. We should not have constant videos circulating around social media saying us that there are many, not one, and you're trying to put it down. There are many of these officials that have been arrested. Very many, from Kiambu to Embu to Kirinyaga to the other day. It's period. So you cannot just say one and then try and downgrade what we're seeing here. No. The backstop is Chebukati. If he had corrupt staff members, the buck stops at him. So stop it. That is nonsense. You've moved from the portal being safe, and now you're like, oh, maybe it's not safe. Maybe no.
Chebukati himself sent 5 officers home for interfering with the register. You remember?
Yeah.
You know, guys, when ukibadilisha sauti hivyo unafanya inakaa ni kama comedy. Just explain your keep. Si lazima uige sauti.
No, I'm not.
Anyway,
emotional. I'm emotional.
No, it's okay. We understand. Everybody's emotional. That's why we are here. We understand. Let me do this. I want us to ask ourselves. I was looking at some analysis here earlier on, and it looks like there's feedback. I don't know whose microphone is on. It looks like in these counties, Nyeri, Nyandarua, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, Kiambu, Laikipia, Tharaka Nithi, and Nakuru, it looks like 425,000 people walked into a polling station and voted for the governor, no, for the president, for just the president alone, and never bothered to vote for the governor, and they went home. Then we have 745,120 voters walked into a polling station, voted for just the president, and never bothered to vote for the senator, and went home. We have 835,060 voters who walked into a polling station, voted just for the president, never bothered to vote for the women rep, and went home.
I'm sure Duke has an answer for you.
From our initial analysis, and I can tell you
now, Duke, what have you done?
You see,
Duke, what have you done?
what Richard is saying, if that is the case, then there is a mistake. However, we are getting that information from him. And there are a lot of information from other several people within the social media. So we should get that information from the mandated institutions or the mainstream media.
You know,
you see, if you say that, and also I give you several
Duke, you puzzle us. How can a thief give you how he's stealing?
Let's mute. Let's mute. Duke, this is where you're wrong. Duke, when we see some discrepancies and we tell the authorities, then they come to us, that marijuana, and says nothing is going on wrong. And now we are spelling it out. Then you are dismissing out and saying they should be the one telling you. Duke, you like it, you have to listen to this. That is the reality. And some of you have agreed that it has happened. So you can't come here and say that you need only to hear that from the authorities. It can't be.
You see, we don't even have the result. There is no official result.
Wait,
and you are trying to say,
Duke,
Alex, listen.
Hold on, you're talking. You're responding, just a minute. You just sent me about 3 texts in WhatsApp of the discrepancies that you people are claiming, isn't it? Who are you to tell me?
I'm saying I'm extracting that.
No, explain that. Who are you? Why did it not come from the authorities, but you?
You see, that is from the official IPC portal. You can go there and see it. So I want Richard to tell me, for instance, in Nairobi County, this was the number of votes for president total, and this was the number of president for governors, and then we talk that. So you don't just say without evidence. I gave a form which I told you go to specific and you downloaded it.
So there was no
evidence so that
there was
something
no evidence.
Which you can justify.
Makiadi take over, but there was no evidence, Duke, there. And then there's something Kolo said. Kolo, the question was, because now you confused us, the question was, and I think Makiadi was very specific, because this is where Kenya Kwanza or UDS specifically are stealing our votes from. And I think, Kolo, you came here, you have confused that even more, because Julia is very specific. And Makiadi asked a specific question. In a polling station, how many Form 34A are supposed to be there? Now, there were people here lying to us that, oh, there can be 7 streams, therefore you can have 34 A's, 7 of them.
Never. Let me tell
That,
you.
that is what they are using.
Never.
That is what
you can have several. It is
46,000
true.
represent the number of polling stations in the entire country.
And that is the question that Makiadi started with, and we totally forgot that that is where they have used stealing the votes, and we have not answered that. And people are coming, if it's 7 streams, and that is what people are saying in the comment section, and more especially people from Facebook, from Kenya Kwanza, that you can have one polling station with 7 streams. So specifically, they put 7 streams and they generate 7 Form 34, which they have already pasted and copied the Q code, and therefore they are using it. That is what they've been using, so that you see all these things being put in the porthole. That is where Makiadi started, and we have not answered that. That's where the stealing is.
Then Kolo got it wrong. Kolo is saying it's on.
So-
there
so-
is nothing like a
No,
Form
wait.
34A for a polling
Wait,
station.
Kusel, we are not even seeing your face. We want to see your face, but Daudi wanted to answer that. He was not allowed before. Then I think Kolo can answer, and then Makiadi can take over, because I want that answer of 34A with these many streams. Duke, you can answer Kolo, then Makiadi will take over. I don't know what Duke did to you, Mr.
You see, there was a
Makiadi.
provision that we should actually have a maximum of 700 voters within a stream. So, and if you go to the IPC portal, all the forms which are there, that 4A, the maximum number of voters within that 4A must be 700. There should not be more than 700.
No. That is
So-
for polling station. That is why even they're telling you they have received 99% of the 46,000, I think 282.
Yes, then
Those
for
are the polling
instance,
station. Each polling
then
station is
if
a
we
Form
have
34A.
Are you accessing the portal, the IPC portal? Can you access it and then try to download those forms from there? At least that can answer you. Because we have, for instance, if we have a polling station,
Hold on, guys. Hold on. We are not having a helpful discussion here. Let me ask you something here. So when the IEBC says that they are waiting for the 46,000 and I don't know what the other number is, are they talking about streams or they are talking about polling stations? That is why when Kolo said here that you can have 7 streams and have 7 34, I think, is that what you say? I didn't get that statement.
I think Duke wanted to answer that, and then Kolo will, because that was meant for Daudi, not Duke, Daudi. Sorry, Daudi.
So it does not mean that you have 2 separate Form 34As. It's just that you have 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. So it is 1 Form 34A with 2 parts. Just go and look at the forms themselves. And that's at the very top, that's how it is indicated. And it's very clear that way.
So you are saying if they can decide of these 700, they can decide to have 100, 100, 100, and they have 7 streams, and then you have 34, part 1, part 2, part 3, mpaka part 7. Is that what you're trying to say?
Just go and look at the forms, and it's clearly indicated at the very
No, we are
top.
trying to get the picture.
Yeah.
Tell us. We are trying to get the picture.
So if you, and this is what I have looked at it, analyzed the forms, and there is no inconsistency in either the number on the form. I scan the QR code, I look at the number looks okay. And I also look at the title, it says it is, yes, polling station A, but it is 1 of 2. And then there is another form, 2 of 2. So that is consistent. I don't see an inconsistency.
Okay,
there.
okay. Let me ask you right there, Daudi.
Yes.
Two questions for you. So
Yes.
if it is one of two and two of two, that means
Yes.
they share the same QR code. If I got that right.
They have independent QR codes at the very top.
Then it means when you transmit this, you have to take a picture of both, and that would not add to the 46,000 that we are talking about, because we are getting these forms from polling station, not streams in a polling station.
Well,
the target at IBC today, at Bomas, is to verify step by step. You remember, they are going step by step, and their target is to complete the 46,000. Now, in every polling station, there are a series of streams. Those are not from 34As, no.
So, if I may ask you, Kusei, a question, how would that information be collated if you have voting done in separate in separate ballot boxes? How would you collect that information? Because
the total from all the streams for each candidate and enter one figure in the form 34A. I'm not aware of other forms that they use to do the collation of the individual figure. But I know that every polling station only one from 34A.
I personally think every ballot box should have a corresponding ballot form 34A. That's what I think. Anyway, I think Duke had it.
How can you say that? And every polling, every stream can have even as many as
Wait,
20 ballot boxes.
Could we just look at this thing together? I mean, can I be allowed to share my screen?
Can I help? Can I help?
Stone PK, just give me a minute.
Stone PK, it was Kolong.
Kusei, can we see your face? Kusei, I don't know what's wrong with your camera. You keep showing.
Makiadi, is it possible I can share a screen and we see this thing? I mean, physically and camera and understanding.
Hold on, let me see.
Kusei, can we see your face, please?
I don't know if I can give you Kip. How can we give Kolo?
I think I should be able.
Yeah, I have to give you whatever.
You want me to share something?
No, he wants to share his screen.
All right. He could send the link on the private chat. Then I could do that.
I think I can share a screen.
Oh, you can.
Go ahead.
Screen.
Try. Ahead. I'll see. It'll pop up. We'll have one of us will grant.
Are you able?
Yeah, I've added it. Yeah, I've added it to the screen.
So you can see this. This is Ruaraka constituency, and we have this ward here called Lakisama. And if you check here, it has how many forms? Here is 34. Here is 46. This one is 28 or 28. This 44, 44. This is 42. So of this 34 in this place, if you go in, you find that there are 14 here, 2 here, 1 here, 9 here, 2 here, and this one is what causes 34. Okay, you get to this one here. It is a big station. This is where I vote. I mean, this is usually my polling station because there are so many people voting here. So there are 14 streams. So these forms that you are seeing here, they are not like they are multiple reported. It's a stream report. And if you open, for example, one of them, I think it will, because I'm sharing only one window, it may not show. If you open one of them, are you still able to see it or not?
Yeah, we can see it. We can see it.
Yeah.
Each of that are from 34A or what?
Let's look at it. This is what we want us to do. I want us to determine. I don't want to say.
Kuseo, please allow him to finish.
So Kuseo, I'm making this thing large. I hope you can see it. What can you see here? It is 1 of 14. Are you able to see this?
Yeah.
That stream is stream 1 of 14. And this form has been labeled here as form 34. You see, on top here is form 34. It's called up here. If you go to the same place and go to the last one, this form here, and you download it as well, then you will notice that this form is telling you it is 14. Let me just magnify it and make it bigger. This form is telling you it is 14 or 14. I hope you can see this.
Can you hold on? Can you scroll to the left? Did I see 36A or
34A?
16 of 16.
Let me see that. Oh,
14
34, yeah. Okay.
or 14 is form 34A. So this form 34A, it is one form for 34A, but it has many streams. It has 14. So you find that this one is 1 of 14 until 14 of 14. And they are all signed. So these ones are all legit forms. You cannot say that one is a corruption of the other. They are all form. They are one form 34, but it has 14 leaflets. 1 of 14, 2 of 14, 3 of 14, and these are the forms here are in this website of IBC. So when you find that
the summary of all this will end up at IBC or something.
Yes, all of them are in IBC. Like this form, they are all downloadable. They are all there in IBC. So all of them will go there. So this one, okay, this one is basically like something. Let's say a virtual polling station. Let's say it's a virtual polling. It has its own boxes. It has its own everything. It's there, but the polling station. I mean, the physical region is only one, but there are small streams in it, and each of the stream, like we said, has a maximum of 700 must report that I have this number and this number are voted. So this is basically what we have. So in my view, the forms that we have here, if there was any theft that was done, it was done before they were uploaded, and if there's any filtration that is being done, is being done after, and that infiltration must have a trace. Somebody who, if the IBC is open, somebody can do a trace and get that there's an alteration. That is my view as I stand, as I see it. So this issue of Form 34, I think we need to deal with it as is the theft. If there's any theft or anything that was done that is abnormal, it was done before they were uploaded, or if they were changed the server, and that one can be traced. So I don't see like the form that even Julia was saying, the form in which constituency was that? It was in Nyeri. In Nyeri,
it was in Madira.
Madira is in Nyeri, yeah, here.
Yes,
and which station was that?
It was Tumutumu.
Tumutumu Primary.
Is under which
we got to Nyeri Madira constituency, Tumutumu Primary School.
It's Kiri something.
Kirimukuyu.
Yeah.
Okay, Kirimukuyu, and then we go to Tumutumu. This one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one has two. It's 2 of 2. So this one was a stream of its own, and this one was also a stream of its own. So if you open this is one stream. It will tell you here 1 of 2. I hope you can see this.
So can we see the handwriting of
yes.
both?
Yes.
So if you open both of them, I want to compare the handwriting of both, because the main officer has to be the one who signs.
So this one was signed by Zakaria Gadu and Nashon Maku. ID numbers 23, 67, 82, 98, 90, 82, 25.
Could you open the other
one? Second one is this one. This second one was signed by.
Yeah, the handwritings are a bit different.
Yeah, these one are these are 2 different streams, and the people are, because this is more than 700. It's like a polling station within a polling station.
Okay, so is that a place where the main
now Kolo, wait, yes. Kolo, now that is where the problem is. Now,
yes.
Now in a polling station, okay, yes. Let's go step by step. In a polling station, let's talk about streams.
Yes.
In a polling station, how many Form 34A are supposed to be there?
It's one. It's one.
So, okay.
No, it will depend on the number of voters.
Okay.
Wait.
Yes.
Now, in this stream, you are saying we have 7 streams in case like the ones you are saying we have 14 streams, isn't it?
Yes.
Does every stream have 700, you are saying, or you are saying all those 14 add up to 700?
You see, like this is what I was referring to. When you have a document, this Form 34 is a document. This document is one document, but it has page 1, page 2.
That's not my question, Kolo. Kolo, You are
Yes.
saying now we have 14 streams, okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, in those 14 streams, does every one stream have like now say one maybe late 70, 60, or every stream has 700?
You know, on the registration, every stream has 700. Once a station, a place.
So whatever you are calling a stream is what has Form 34A. Every stream has its own 34A.
Yes.
And that is what Makiadi has been asking all along.
Okay,
but you know that this is the point, Alex.
No, wait. On top of what is being asked now. So sorry, Kolo. On top of what is being asked, even if there are different streams and different forms for each stream, isn't there a main returning officer that signs for this? I want to see the signatures.
No, wait.
No.
You are jumping the gun, Mr. Kip.
Okay,
the question was simple. Every stream, whatever is calling every stream, is what we were also asking. Maybe you did not understand. Makiadi's question was simple. If every stream has 700, doesn't it depict then that every 700 people must have only Form 34A?
Yes,
and we found out at some point, and that is the bone of contention. You are not here from the beginning. There were some areas whereby in 700, whatever you're calling a stream, were generating 2 Form 34A.
Can I interject?
Can you give an evidence of that? We can check it.
I mean, if you look at even the Tumutumu case, right? The registered voters in one stream were like 487 or so. So they don't up to 700. I'm really not sure about the 700 requirement.
We say it's maximum. It can be up to 10, but it can't exceed. We are talking maximum.
I think once a station,
So that's
I think it's up to a maximum of 700. So this one, they have 487 registered here and divided them into 2, 487 for this polling station. They divided the stream into 2, 487.
That's not true. That's not true.
So is it registered or voted?
Registered voters in this stream is 487. Registered.
Yeah, so but
registered, yes, 487.
Okay, but the ones that vote, okay.
321 voted.
But the one that were registered is 400.
Valid votes, yes, the registered is 487, but the valid votes are 321.
So therefore, from what, if we are going to the answer of Makiadi, every stream has its own 34A.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
That is what Makiadi has been asking all the time. And somebody was telling her that it can have 2. So we have gotten the answer. It can't have more than 1.
Yes, Alex. And I think this is what we are trying to agree on here, that every stream has its own Form 34. But physically, like a stream is like a small physical, like for example, this school, for example, it is the school as the big, but inside it, there are 2 polling stations. So for IBC, for reference, they refer the number there as 1. If there are only 2, is 1 of 2 or 2 of 2, so that they can know that which stream is this, stream 1 of this Tumutumu or stream 2 of Tumutumu. So stream 1 of Tumutumu reports this form 1 of 2, and stream 2 will report with the form 2 of 2.
Before you continue, just very quick question. I think I'm getting a bit confused here.
Yeah.
The returning officer for this whole polling station has to sign all of them, yeah? So if there are 7 streams in one place, they're signed by one person to release.
There's
right?
no overall. There's no overall.
But it's 1 of 2, 1 of 3.
You must differentiate between a presiding officer and a returning officer, and you know what are the difference between the 2.
No, but I just want to see the signature there. So at the bottom, let's scroll a bit.
Here, they're
Yeah,
different. They are different.
stop there, stop, up a bit, up a bit, up. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
So we've got David, I can't,
David Gidhui.
Gidhui. Can I see the next form? I want to see that specific area.
The specific area for the next form is here is different. Alan Gary.
So you're telling me these two people don't talk?
Alan Gary. This, like I was saying, that streams like a polling station itself, but because they're on a physical, they're the same physical place physically, they're being differentiated by this number on top here, but they're different. A number maximum of 700 is a polling station, but where is it located? If they were located in different schools, it may be adjacent, then it will only be one, not one of two or two of two. But because they can be in the same school, same location, that's why they are different. But in serial, the serial is one of two or two of or 1 of 14. That's what makes the difference here. This is a polling station in itself. The way you see it, it's independent, but on same physical location. So the one responsible for this stream will not be responsible for the other one. Yeah.
Can I add something?
Hold on. No, I'm not letting go of this. I want to see. Hold on. Can we go back to 1 of 1, please? I want to compare.
1 of 1 is here.
I want to explain.
No, you can't explain yet.
1 of 1 is here.
Can I see?
Keep. You're not doing an audit here. This is not an audit of the election. We are just going.
No. I want to see. I want to compare the handwriting because.
Come on.
No, I've just seen.
You are not doing an audit of the election. We are just discussing about what the.
It's okay. You can see the handwriting is here. Look at this handwriting.
Up a bit. I want to see.
This is
if it's the same. That's Roslyn. Is that Roslyn? That's Karu
Davidson.
No, is that Kariguri Primary School?
Davidson. Dadson. I think this is Danson. Danson Wature Watiri.
You know, Makiadi is trying to direct us. What we were doing is not auditing, because if we go there again, I think we will be going beyond. Just let that come out of there. We've known what we wanted.
Okay, thank you very much.
Nataka tufanye auditing ya ballot boxes, eh? We will have gone to something that is not in our scope here. So our scope is just to ask ourselves, is a polling station supposed to have Form 34A? And the answer we said is yes. Now we are asking ourselves, is a stream also a polling station? That is what we were supposed to find out. And I think from our answers there, we agreed that a stream which has, basically a maximum of 700 can be treated as a polling station, unless me nimepata wrong. Is that what you said, Kolo?
Yes, that is what I said exactly.
Okay, thank you. So now we are seeing the IEBC receiving those Form 34As that are different from what was submitted electronically from the polling station. And that is where Azimio is having trouble, because our agents have that picture that was taken at the polling station at our tallying center. That is what we have at our tallying centers. Now, when we go to IEBC, when we go to Bomas with that copy of what we had, what we downloaded at our tallying center is different. It comes out that it is different from what the IEBC has received at Bomas of Kenya. And remember, when that form was being transmitted to the IEBC headquarters at Bomas, our agents were there. You see?
Just a question, Makedi. So what is different? Is the physical form or the one on the portal?
The physical form, the form that agents wanaenda nayo kwa nini?
Yes, that is the play. That is one thing that the play is.
But you see, hold on. But you see, this form yenye unapeleka huko, like Alex said here, is like matching what UDA has. Akina Duku wako nayo. and it is in a match na ile yenye imeingizwa kwa portal, but it is different from what we have. You understand the gist of the story now?
And now exactly that is where the problem is. And again, now that is where the complication was. And now when they are doing that concurrently, they are feeding it to the media. What we have over there, that us as Azimio, we signed together. Okay? It's supposed to go to Nairobi. We get to Nairobi, I have a different than what Kenya Kwanza has, and Kenya Kwanza has something that is different. Now what Kenya Kwanza has is what is in the porthole.
But the question, the main question comes in that when was this transmitted? Because the initial one we expect to be, once the polling station is closed, they're supposed to transmit the electronic one. So
now
is there a reference?
That is now where Marijuana is not telling us, because now when we are supposed to look at the transmission stamp, you know that there's a transmission stamp, okay?
Yes.
They have been tampered.
And every photo has a timestamp and location.
A timestamp, yeah. I'm sorry, a timestamp. They've been tampered with.
What Alex is saying is at 2 foot, I remember the exact time.
They've been tampered with. So you don't know who has the right, who has. So the Kenya Kwanza wins because whatever is in the porthole is what they have.
Then that is
it's complicated.
And Kolo, that is why this process has really slowed down, simply because our copy is different from what the IBC has, but it somehow the IBC has the same copy as Kenya Kwanza. But when we took the picture at the polling station, we took the picture, all of us, the agents and the officer, the IBC officer, transmitted that same picture when we were still there. So we witnessed that. But when our people say that we have the numbers and we've done our tallies, we are doing that from the forms that we have. Unfortunately, what we have is not what IBC has.
But then this lab that Uhuru commissioned the other day as at NSIS, what is it for? Because anything that is photographic can be located that when was what taken and which location was it taken. Because if a form picture was not taken at the location where the polling station is, it means it's wrong. So,
but now you've moved to another step of auditing the IBC.
46,000.
Yes, I mean they have to do that.
46,000 pictures, my friend. 46,000 pictures to audit. 46,000 pictures to vote.
A computer
in the
can
same
audit
day.
it. A computer
In the
can
same
audit
day.
it. What can a computer not do?
Let me ask you something. Now that is now what we are saying out of scope, because you are asking Uhuru Kenyatta to authorize IBC to be audited without even going to court.
No, I think in my view, the previous elections have been rushed and announced because the government was not on your side. You are making noise this side, and the government is following you through. But right now, the government operators are on your side. Chebukati will not go and announce those things which are.
No,
which are
I
not
don't
working.
buy. Look,
I
and that
don't
is the
think
wrong
so.
narrative, Kolo. Kolo, I'll stop you there. The issue is not the government. Kolo, we are not here to say that now the government it was on our side. Now this must be done. With all heaven's sake, if it is true that everything favors and everything is true that William has won these pants down, we can't come here and say now because the government is on our side, that's why we're here at late night, we are not sleeping on Friday, that now we should be very careful. No. We should be very comfortable. The whole issue is not about that. The whole issue is about credibility. And we should peg on that.
I agree with you, Alex. But
Thank you.
credibility in Kenya, unless the way the corruption is, that everyone wants something quick and fast to be rich, to be this, and money floating everywhere, it's very difficult to get credibility in Kenya. Corruption is lacking anywhere. You get some, even the judges are being paid a lot of money, but they still go and get millions from somewhere. So unless we change as a society, as a people, we'll never get anything credible. So right now we just have to try and do the best that we can do. And in my view, the best bet we can have is that IBC to verify this thing and know where the issue is, and that if the process is taking long, let it take long and let it be finished. But that is my view. That is my take on it.
So after, if there are questions from the parties like Azimio or other parties of what they have, the copies they have is not the same as what is the IBC portal or the physical documents, should then Chebukati go ahead and pronounce the winning president? Is he fair to do that? Should he go on doing this? I think you should just stop this thing. That's
No,
my
you can't.
let me ask you. Let me ask you. If you pay attention, Mr. Olom, I'm a teacher. I'm a high school teacher. So if my students are doing a test, let me tell you what happens. When my students are doing a test and they're not supposed to have their phones, or if one of them, just one of them, decides to take out their phone, I disqualify that test and I give them a 0, and there's no discussion about that. Let me tell you, that's what happens. So should IBC go ahead and say this is the winning president with all those questions? Do you think it is right? It is not right. The IBC should stop.
But the question I'm asking myself right now, maybe the parties, as Emil said, are they complaining that IBC is not doing this or what? Because from where I am right now, from what I get, okay, I may not have all the facts, but I think that IBC is cooperating where it's possible to cooperate. That's why the process is going slow. So maybe at the end of it is when we'll see what is happening. But so far, for me, I'm still very optimistic. I'm still trusting that. My emotions are still not rising until I'm told that emotions should rise. I'm still being comfortable.
Let's move forward, and that's where I agree with you, Kolo. I think the IBC so far, for the tallying that they have done so far, they have cooperated with Azimio and Kenya Kwanza so far. So far, so good. We can say that, but we don't know if they will go the whole process. That is something different. But what Julia is asking you is this: what if they decide not to? Should Chebukati just go ahead and say, you know what, even with all these anomalies, I'll just go ahead and announce whoever is the president?
Not this year.
All right.
Not this year.
Duke, 1 minute.
You know, the IPC is comparing the forms which are brought by the returning officers. You know, the Chebukati was clear that the parties can do their tallying for their personal consumption. So IPC is scrutinizing what is brought by the returning officers. So if Kenya Kwanza are there the parties are there to witness and to witness the verification process.
Quick question.
So you cannot just take a photo there and just.
Quick question for you. What about the returning officers that have ran away with the papers? Those that have not even showed up, those that have been arrested because they were found with extra copies. What happens to those Form 34As?
I think for that, it's like they should do an investigation, and then the way forward can be done. Maybe there can be a recounting, there can be a repeat. So it's about the due process. So they cannot fake figures. Is wait for the due process to take its place.
No, Dick, very quickly. Sorry. You've said two very important things. Witness. What are we coming to witness? Number two, where do we have our copy and their copy? It's to verify. So witness and verification. So if we don't agree with the verification, there is a problem.
You know, there is only one copy. We don't have two copies.
Wait. You can't just brush off the fact that the witnessing and the verification is an important factor of this. That is why the media has a copy. We have a copy. IBC has a copy. Is for the three of them to verify that we're saying the same. We're singing from the same hymn. And if we're not singing from the same hymn, Houston, we have a problem. That's what we're saying. You have to prove.
Assume a scenario
that what you have or what the returning officer has is correct.
Assume now we have a returning officer with an original Form 34A, and there is an original Form 34A photo or a scan of a Form 34A within the portal. And maybe Kenya Kwanza has a different form, and maybe Azimio has a different form. What happens in that scenario? What will IPC do? Will actually scan the original form to confirm whether it's original. So I think we should know that there must be the main or the primary source of the information.
Then we pose it at that point, so that the witnesses that were at the polling station, like I'm saying seriously, even though this takes a month, we pose it, that specific contestation of that specific form, whereby the returning officer for Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, and IBC come and sit together and confirm that that is what I saw that day. That is why we had photos. That is why we did photos ourselves and send it to our teams. So until that is proved, that we all agree on that is the form we signed, that specific point should be stopped, then move to the next form.
What if there's no agreement?
We're arguing about no.
Okay, Julia.
Okay, so it means, Mr. Duke, it means as long as we cannot agree that this is the original form, then that process should stop. And Chebukati should not dare go ahead to announce any winner, even if it is just one polling station in question, because we're talking about the process and the credibility. Second thing, there's someone asking me a question. Someone looked up Kabaranet, Mr. Olo, Kabaranet High School. Kabaranet High School polling station is in Baringo. And now that we know that even if we have 2 copies of 34A, it's the same polling station. So one of the copies is signed by an Azimio and UDA agent, and the other copy is not signed by the Azimio agent. So how can the agent be in the same polling station and doesn't sign the 2 copies? So one is only having one signature of UDA agent. What explanation do we have about that? It's Kabaranet High School. You can look it up.
Wacha tupatie Njoch amenyamaza. Njoch.
I think the contention here is what IBC is doing is that's their work. They are counter-checking what was on the ground and what has been received. So the 2 documents must match. One from the polling station and the document that has been brought by the returning officer. So any variations, that's where the problem is. But as regards to Julia stopping the process, not feasible. A president can be declared even without all the 34As. If the number 1, if the number 2, if by chance the number 2 will not catch up with the number 1, the president can be declared.
Mr. Josh, you are wrong. You remember what happened in 2017? That is why the elections were called again. That because the election was called before he received all the documents. The other thing, Mr. Josh, please get our point. We are saying that there is a chance that the Azimio or UDA have a copy that is different from what is in the portal and what is in the physical. So something is wrong there. If the picture I took is not the same as what is in the portal, there is something very wrong that needs to be investigated. So even if it's a problem with one polling station, is it fair to go ahead and declare the elections done? No, it is not fair. Something should be done about that, because it means there is a possibility of other errors. The other question, nobody has answered me this. Can you people, somebody is paying attention, can you people answer me? Why is Kabaranet, one of the documents, one is signed by 2 agents, UDA and Azimio, and the other one is only signed by UDA?
Julia, like we said before, these are 2 different polling stations. They are streams, but they are different polling stations. The one of them had Azimio agent, the other one didn't have Azimio agent. Basically, like that. That's what happened. So you cannot tie the 2 of them. They are on the same location, but are separate polling stations. So if there's no polling stations in this, if Azimio did not have an agent in this polling station, it won't have a signature. It's as clear as that. So there's no discrepancy on that.
Yeah, Julia, the rerun in 2017, what forms came from the former Nyanza province?
I don't know. I don't know what forms came from Nyanza province. I don't know what happened.
And Uhuru was declared president.
But there must have been forms, I think. There must be. I think the rerun, there must have been forms because people didn't even vote. My question was the first.
So you've said it. People didn't even vote because Chebukati can just do some form of it.
Makiadi,
hold on.
Stop
Chebukati
there.
explains.
Makiadi, no.
Makiadi.
No,
If people don't
Makiadi.
vote and you are the presiding officer, what do? You fill in the information. You say they didn't vote and you surrender the form. My question was, I'm taking Josh back. Why we had the case was taken to the Supreme Court is because the first election is because Chebukati declared the election without getting all the documents with him. That's what I'm telling him, that he should not do that. But the rerun, he can do that because if I have a polling station here, people decide not to come and vote, I will still fill in the documents and submit it. It doesn't cost me, that person, anything. So I was taking him back to
No, Julia, that is what we're saying.
Yeah.
In this primary school, with the two areas, we could not afford to have two returning officers. So Azimio did not have one, but UDA had one, especially it being their stronghold. So that argument I can dismiss because there are places in Nyanza that UDA do not even care about. That they will not send anybody there. Remember, it's 46,000 people that they are employing for this process. There are areas where like Achatuikai. So that's what we mean.
And that is now where Daudi brought earlier, and I think that's what really pisses Daudi, and I think I'm on him on this. In the same place that Julia is saying, you find that it's in the same location, but they call it a different polling station. I don't get it that there is those streams now that you have come with a new word called streams. Let's use it for your benefit. You find that this stream is next to this. People come here in this stream and only vote for William Samoei Ruto, 480 people. But then they go to this stream, they come only and vote for William Samoei Ruto, 480. The same place you are saying, 480, Raila gets 0. But then on the next one, then you find that 300 vote for Ruto, 120 vote for Raila. How does that happen? Now, the same thing that happened, and I think that was what was pissing Daudi again, in Kapsabet, we found out that there's places in some those streams you are calling streams, whereby Raila got 0,0,0,0,0. In the evening, they found marked papers for Raila Amolo Odinga in the river. So I think those are the discrepancies we are talking about. I think so. I agree with what Daudi is saying, that where we did not take advantage and have the so-called agents, there were a lot of blowing things out of proportion to a point that even if we were to allow them, now we say, okay, let's allow everything that was taken from the polling station now to whatever was announced the polling station to the portal to be right. Then you find that they were blown out of proportion already. Where? At the polling station. Now, that is where I'm saying that we can't allow this to be the duly announced elections. Lastly, Duke, you cannot say that we can do recounting. The only time recounting can be done is with a court order. You can't just say, okay, Chebukati say, let's do recounting. Recounting can only be done by a court order.
And also, people should understand that it is also illegal to open a ballot box without. Hivi tunaona agents wanakutana huko na CG presiding officer na nani wanaamua kufungua ballot box. That is illegal. And so there are so many other things that are beyond Chebukati. You should go to court and get a document from court that will allow you to do that. So even hizi vitu zenye du kunasema ati you go sijui recount what, you cannot go back and start recounting without a court order. Once the ballot box has been sealed, that's it. Hii kienyeji ingine hii, unaona watu wanakutana huko wanasema wacha tutafute form 34 sijui hiyo ni kienyeji. It is not allowed. Josh huko umemaliza kuongea.
My point is, a president can be declared if the number 2 by deemed of the tallied votes, the number 2 cannot reach the number 1 if all the remaining votes will not make the difference. The chairman of the commission can call the election off. That's what I meant.
I agree with you.
Assuming all the other things are constant.
I agree with you totally.
But in this case, it is too close that they cannot do that. In this case, it's totally. You see, in the case of the US, the TV is allowed to say the projected winner for this presidency is this. When you know that you have passed 75 proportion, and there is no way, and CNN made a mistake, was which year? CNN made a mistake and projected somebody, a winner, and the court ordered that you cannot do that unless you are hell-bent to say that there is no way the number 2 can catch number 1. But in the case we are today, Kenya Kwanza has made it almost that we are 50-50. Chebukati cannot do that.
Okay, let me go to Daudi.
Just I think the case that Alex is referring to could be Al Gore and George Bush back in Florida. Because it's quite a crazy scenario. But I would like to agree with Kay or Law that if rigging was done, this was done before the forms were transmitted. I really see no loopholes through which these folks could have come in the back end of things and try to, because we can really trace that. I mean, there are electronic signatures we can look for and see who is tampering. And obviously, I'd also recommend that a server audit be done after the election. I think that should be recommended. But coming down to this issue of the numbers, where are we? So we have Form 34B and we have Form 34As. There are reports that some numbers within the Form 34Bs, because it's just a summary of all the 34As, do not match with what was sent forward. And I think maybe Chebukati is going to go back and just look at the Form 34As. It would also be a tough act to, orchestrate for the constituency returning officer and the polling station returning officers to orchestrate the reading thing. So I feel like Form 34As, the way they are, could still put Baba ahead. So let's have hope. And if Chebukati continues to rely on 34As in the event there are inconsistencies in Form 34Bs, then I think we shouldn't really worry. Let's just be patient and wait for the numbers. It was more of just me allaying the fears because there are high temperatures in the room. So yeah.
Okay, I want to say this. I think we will not provide the link right now, ladies and gentlemen. We have done over 11 hours. Unless Alex sijui kama Bernard alikuwa nakuja ama Wekesa, because we have been here for over 11 hours. Unless Julia unataka kushikilia studio.
We are done.
We are done. We are not going to provide the link right now. I think we will close it there. We'll just take our closing remarks. And then Bernard atakuwa hapa mapema sana kesho. Kwa hivyo kama ulikuwa unataka kuingia studio na umepata kama umefungiwa nje, samahani. Tumeongea mengi leo. Natumai kwamba umepata moja ama mbili, na pia tumefurahia comments zenu, umetufunza mengi. Kuna vitu vingi ambavyo tumejifunza kutoka kwenu. Asanteni sana. So I'll just want to give the panelists at least 2 minutes to do their closing remarks, and then tutafunga show. Kama unataka kuja mapema saa 7:30 Kenyan time mchana. Wacha tuanze na Njoch.
My take on this election is it was decided on how a candidate could raid his opponent's base, and so far, from my own assumption, Raila Odinga did manage to raid his opponent's base. If you can take a sample of Mount Kenya vote managed to neutralize all the holes that were done by Ruto in his backyards, and that's where this thing is being tilted to. I've been in Mombasa for some time, but now I've been in Mount Kenya for the last 2 days, and what is interesting in my folk, what they are saying is, how did Baba manage to get votes from our backside? That it means Baba has a spread all over the country. They were so angry, but that's it. Baba did manage to get a handful. That what they are calling is significant vote. That's what will carry the day at the end of the day. That is the magic number. And have a good night and good day, everybody. Thank you.
Asante Josh. Stony PK, najua hauko hapo, wacha tuende kwa Duke.
I want to close by responding to Uria that there were copies of Form 34A. We actually have one form. So agents are not even a photocopy or a copy of the form. It's just one form which you sign, it is scanned, and then it's retained by the presiding officer within the polling station. Also, to clarify on the issue of streams and polling stations, actually I can say a stream is a polling station. We have centers where people can vote. So if you register in a center, that center can have several polling stations based on the number of registered voters. And we cannot have a maximum of more than 700 within a polling station. For me, if I am actually trusting the forms which are within the portal, because remember, just counting 700 votes, you can do that like in 1 hour. And we have a situation where those forms are taken 2-4 days to arrive at the Bomas of Kenya. So we are flipping. So I'm saying those which are within the portal are more accurate. So that's what I can say that. And also, as we move forward, we should actually let us face the reality. The outcome is going to be, it's like as if we have not voted. So Raila can win, Ruto can win, we can have a runoff. So be prepared to face whichever the outcome. And those who are not satisfied, they can follow the due course in the provisions we have in our constitutions. So that's my closing remarks.
Asante Duke. Stony PK, wacha nirudi kwako, 2 minutes, closing minutes. Okay, sasa ukitafuta sauti wacha tuende kwa Daudi. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Makiadi, for the opportunity again. So to some extent, I would like to concur with Mr. Duke. It's just that we should be patient. It's hard to make a claim without sufficient evidence of rigging. But let's be patient. Let time give us an opportunity to collect ample evidence so that if we make a claim, it is a claim that is worth looking into. It's definitely hard for Chebukati if, let's say, there is a disparity of only one vote. Is that reason enough to cancel an election? That is in connection to what Julia was raising. Is 10 votes enough to cancel the entire election? Is 100 votes enough to declare an election null and void? So it's a very tough game. When do you consider an infraction or a misbehavior by some parties sufficient enough to overturn the verdict? So that is a very hard question, and I think sometimes the courts are the ones to determine that. It's hard for Chebukati to do that. But I do encourage you to stay strong. I think Baba is bringing the thing home, and with Baba on the seat, we will go and make things right. Thank you.
Stone PK, jaribu mic tuone.
Thank you, Makiadi. What do I say? I think we are being treated into very serious drama, and I think the earlier our teams are called to action, or rather to really respond accordingly, the better. Let's not burn our finger and then start saying, unajua tulikuwa tunajua hii ni moto, lakini sasa wacha tu twende hospitali tukaponye tukatreatiwe, when we know very well we can avoid that. As citizens, even as stakeholders, we have a right to say that we don't think that things are going well. The independence we talk about, it's an independent, whatever. It's independent for what? To serve who? It is there to serve us. And Kenyans, we revere servants. Those are people who are supposed to serve us. The Constitution is for us. We are not for the Constitution. It's the Constitution that is supposed to work for us. The commissions are there to serve us as Mwananchi, and if we feel like they are not serving us, we should be able to call them to action and tell them, hey, hold on, let's look at these things. We can even tell Chebukati to hold. There's no hurry. Oh, the Constitution says that within 7 days. So if the country starts burning, what will happen? I'm being told, oh, Uhuru cannot do X, Y, Z. What if this country was going at war? What if there is mutiny? What if communities raised against each other? Uhuru will have no power to intervene. He will just look and say, oh my God, the Katiba or whatever doesn't allow me. There's something. He is the leader. As much as people say he has whatever interest, he is the president of this country. He's the one who can see security threat very quickly and they will act accordingly. This is a security threat number one, not even Somali kupigania ile triangle. The elections in this country are security number one, internal devastating security. So we have to action. The people who are supposed to, whatever, it's better we stop it, better we pause it, and retrace where we are going wrong. Asante kwa wote.
Thank you, Stone PK. Alex.
Ya, nataka kushukuru kila mtu ambaye amekuja leo kuwa na debate. I mean, I don't think it's been easy. I can't minimize it, but I think the courage for us to show here and have this lively debate shows that we love our country. So therefore, thank you, Julia. Thank you, Makiadi, George, Stone PK, na Daudi. We should never lose hope of our country. We have no any other country. Some of us who are in diaspora can tell you that Kenya is one of the most beautiful countries in the world, in terms of weather, in terms of everything. And I think we are the most luckiest people in the world. And for us to fight for our country is very important. I can't imagine having the man William Ruto as my president. Good countries like Zimbabwe, Uganda, and you can count them, were destroyed by people like Ruto. And I'm not going to fear to say that. We must fight for our country. In the book of Nehemiah tells the Jewish people, fight for your women, fight for your children. And I think this is time to do that. We should not be cowed because somebody has been a deceit since his childhood. I'm saying here, I will continue being here because I believe that country must be fought for. We have come way too far. If Ruto gets to power, we will never have the laxity we are having here, sitting here in Mutembe and speaking the way we are speaking. I swear to you, we will never. I mean, that's a fact. To be sitting here and having a debate we are having and you are being seen like this, si unafika tu huko airport na unapelekwa huko ndani, the next thing you find yourself in Nyayo chambers. That's a fact. Our young people think it's a joke. That's a fact. You'll find Nyayo chambers will come out, and that will be the beginning and the end of the good life that we have seen as Kenyans. We enjoy it. Matiang'i told us the other day that almost every kind of reporter is in Nairobi. All these reporters, and that's the kind of life we are having. And I'm saying we must fight for that. And lastly, this is not life and death. We should not hate each other. Let us have sharp political arguments, but hate, let's not have hate. Because I think it's easier to hate somebody because of politics. Let us not go to hate. Let's just have a political discourse whereby we have differences and we cannot agree on ideology, but let's not go to hate. Tusiseme hawa hawakutupea kura, hawa walitupea. No, I mean, no. We are all Kenyans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alex, for your remarks. Julia.
Thank you, Matkedi. I also want to thank everyone. This was a wonderful discussion. We were able to interrogate so many things, and I think I acquired a lot of information, especially like when it came to the things of verifying, how to verify whether those forms on the portal are accurate. So I learned that actually the case I was saying of Tumutomo, I think is accurate because now I look at the numbers in between. I think that 34 number means form 34. So when I went back to look at it again from my own point of view, I think those forms are the same forms that are supposed to be in the portal. However, I also don't know whether the information that is, because the information is written with a pen, I don't know that information is accurate. So I'm saying this because I'm reading what Hussein Marjan said according to the Star newspaper. He's saying that unknown people tried to hack their systems 200 times. He's been quoted by the Star newspaper. You can go to the Star newspaper. So if people try to hack the IBC systems 200 times, the question is, did they succeed? Now, I want to say this. I want to talk about from a point of a teacher. Even with the Kenya National Examination Council, if 10 students are discovered to have cheated in a paper in Kenya, that paper is cancelled for all students, even those who did not cheat. People, did you know that if you're in a school and just 10 students are sampled to have cheated, that paper is cancelled for all the students, even those who may not have cheated. I'm talking about credibility. We cannot say that rigging in one police station is a small thing, or the fact that illegal data may be found in the IBC systems for just 2 or 10 polling stations, a small thing. That is about credibility. And that means that election is not credible. Now that takes me back to the 2017 contested elections by Raila Amolo Odinga. Maybe most of us who are from Mount Kenya region, we do not care to know why people talked about vifaranga vya computer. But the fact that even they could not be allowed to access the data, that was mistake number one. And the fact that the election was declared before all from that 4A were brought to Chebukati. That was the mistake number 2. Now, all those irregularities that were cited, and the Supreme Court came up and say the process was wrong and erroneous. That is what they were supposed to do. Now, why did Raila Odinga decide not to vie for the election, the second election that was held? That reminds me of Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo. Now, in 1992, Kenneth Stanley Matiba Jindo vied for presidency, and he became number 2. But we all know, those of us who were there or who are old enough, we remember that there was massive rigging in that election. Now, I want to tell Daudi that we have come from far. I'm not advocating for violence, but for us to move from single-party system to multi-party system, we had to do something. That is not. We didn't go to court because going to court was not going to help us. I mean, going to parliament was not going to help us. Already we had Matiba in detention. We were not going to sit and do nothing. Something had to be done. And Moi had to give in and sign Section 2A so that we had a multi-party system. Now, when Moi vied for presidency in 1992, Moi obviously rigged. And therefore, in 1997, Matiba said he was not going to vie for presidency. I was one of those who did not vote in that election. I was old enough to vote, but I did not participate because I believed in Matiba's thoughts that why should I vote and participate in a rigged election? And of course, Kibaki became number 2. He was not going to win over Moi. Now, so when Raila decided not to vie for presidency the second time in 2017, now we should understand him because it's the same body that had messed with that election that was going to organize that election. So what am I trying to say? Now, going forward, we cannot continue doing things the same way and expect results. Something must be done, and the something must be done now. Now, if Chebukati goes ahead and declares one of them as presidency, the worst that will happen is when he declares Ruto as the presidency. That will be a recipe for chaos in Kenya. But if he decides to declare Raila as the president, that is not the end of it. We must do something about these returning officers. We must do something about Chebukati and the commissioners. If you don't know how to teach math, you have no business to be in a high school teaching math. If you don't understand, even if you're a school principal and you don't understand how the books of account are run in a school, you have no business to be in that school because you cannot come here telling us, I'm not an accountant, so I don't know how the Basa stole the money. You should be jailed because the Basa stole the money. If you're working in a bank and you're the bank manager and money disappears, you are going to be jailed and you're going to lose your job. So what I'm trying to say that everybody got to be accountable. So I will say like Uhuru, after this, we will revisit this. We got to revisit this because we got to stop this once and for all. But fellow Kenyans, let's maintain peace. And we are lucky because we are having the Constitution 2010. So even if something happens, the declaration of the results, or they are not declared, we don't have a vacant position for the presidents. So, and we have an outgoing president who is not vying for presidency. So I think we are going to become, because there will be no vacuum. We'll have somebody in charge, and we can sit in Kenyans and decide this election was a fraud. So what do we do going forward? Do we still need Chebukati? Can we depend on them, or do we need a new team? Asante Makiadi.
Asante Julia, msiniache peke yangu, tufunge pamoja. Nashukuru wote ambao wamekuwa wakitutazama kwa hayo masaa 11 na dakika 20 kufikia sasa kwa kukaa pamoja nasi. Tuna watazamaji zaidi ya 489, wamefikisha 490 ambao wametutazama kwa hayo masaa yote. Ningependa kusema the jury is out there, people have made their decision. Wengine wamechaguliwa, wengine wamejichagua wenyewe, lakini kitu kizuri ni kwamba tumepata viongozi, na ninashukuru sana Wakenya kwa sababu ya kupiga kura kwa amani. IEBC ifanye kazi yake. Kando na hayo, ningependa kusema kwamba nimeona mahali kwamba Uhuru Kenyatta atakutana na wabunge na viongozi ambao wamechaguliwa kwa chama cha Azimio siku ya leo, na pia Raila Odinga atakuwa na press briefing leo saa 4. Kwa hivyo wacha tungoje tusikie.
Question Makiadi, question, does anybody know how many members of parliament Azimio has, governors and all that, senators? Kuna mtu ako na hiyo hesabu?
And
to go around 160 something, 130 something.
how is Igade performing?
Igade
he lost.
Haya, wacha kwanza nimalize hii inaitangwa closing hii inaitangwa
Everybody here tomorrow besides me, Richard, and
wacha nimalize hii kwanza. Ako sawa Alex, ako sawa, nimemute. Okay, so vile nimesema Uhuru Kenyatta atakutana na viongozi wa Azimio siku ya leo, na pia Raila Odinga atakuwa na mkutano wake na wanahabari pale KICC. Kwa hivyo you can keep an eye on that. Alafu ningependa kuwakumbusha wale ambao hamjasubscribe kwa Mtembei TV, tafadhali nenda pale ukabonyeze subscribe, ndio wakati show yetu inaanza kurun utaweza kuwa notified. Kwa hivyo subscribe na uweze kukubali notification. Nimeona nambari ya watu ambao wamesubscribe imeruka sana katika huu wakati wa uchaguzi. Tumefikia 331,000, yani 331,000 subscribers. Kwa hivyo kama unajua mtu ambaye hajasubscribe na unapenda Mtembei, tafadhali nenda ukamwambie aweze kusubscribe, ndio tuweze kuendelea kufikia watu hata na zaidi. Kisha ningependa kuwatambua wale ambao mko kwenye comment section. Kama unatutazama na unatoa maoni yako kwa comment section, asante kwa kuweka nidhamu. Asante kwa kuweka nidhamu. Ninaona kina Princess Zayana pale. Princess Zayana hatupeani link kwa sababu tunataka kufunga, lakini Banada angekuja hapa ama Wekesa mngeendelea na show. Sisi tumekaa hapa masaa 11 na dakika 24. Bill H, asante. Jackie Musimbi, I'm blessed. Rose Mniu, Black, Lukibia na Max Spencer, wote ambao mko kwenye comment section, tunashukuru sana kwa keep conversation going. Na kwa hivyo kwa kutamatisha, Julia, leo siku ya leo tutatuchapia wimbo wa East Africa kwa sababu mambo ya Kenya kwanza wacha tunyamazie mpaka Chebukati yatengeneze, alafu ndio tutaimba wimbo wa taifa wakati tutakuwa tunaapisha baba. Lakini kwa vile ni siku ambayo tunafurahia kuwa katika Jamhuri ya East Africa. Acha Julia tuimbie huo wimbo, alafu tutaonana mchana wa leo. Karibu Julia.
Okay. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Maridadi Julia, asante sana Julia kwa wimbo huo wa East Africa. Wale ambao wananiuliza, naona mtu ananiuliza Ndemba kwa wapi? Ndemba unauliziwa bana, najua unatuona hapo. Watu wanasema uache kuingiza baridi. Kuja kwa show bana, kuja kwa show.
Ndemba is crying in the analia kwa show. Ndemba penye huko, je, kwani walilia kwa choo? Ndani ya choo.
Kuja kwa show bana, watu wanauliza uko wapi, wacha kujificha. Si wewe ulikuwa unasimama uchaguzi bana, kuja usalimie watu.
Black alikuwa na kuchongoa kuwa uliacha kuimba Lingala ama ni baridi?
Anafaa ajiulize kwa nini nimerudi hapa leo. Si mapenzi yangu, si mapenzi yangu. Sisi ni wanadamu vile vile. George, nimeona umeinua mkono. Kuna kitu ulikuwa unataka kusema kabla tufunge show? Ama ni kutusalimia tu, ile kutuaga?
Salute.
Oh, salute. Okay, sasa
Yeah,
unless kuna mtu ako na burning issue, mimi ninaona ni kama tuta PK.
Hii ni burning ni kucongratulate women. Nakuru imetekwa nyara na akina mama. Akina Julia ndio wanatawala Nakuru according to the latest and final final result. Governor ni huyo mama, senator, mpaka ma MP. Actually it's a ladies county. Congratulations ladies. Thank you.
Umefanya vizuri kunikumbusha. I think now we have 7 elected women governors in Kenya. Elected, wamejipigania wenyewe mpaka wakachaguliwa. Kuna Cecily Mbarire, kuna wa Homa Bay ambaye ni Gladys Wanga, kuna Susan Kehika wa Nakuru, kuna huyu wa Kilifi ama niko Kwale, anaitwa nani?
Kwale ule.
Usiseme Kilifi.
Anaitwa nani?
Usiseme Kilifi bwana.
Not Kilifi. Anaitwa nani Kwale huyu? Fatuma, si ndio?
Fatuma Achani.
Yeah, Fatuma Achani, alafu kuna watano sijui ni nani. They are basically
Minji.
Anne Waiguru.
Minji. Huyo Fatuma ni yule she the lady mwenye alipeleka kesi ya Ruto bungeni.
No. Huyo ni DG, alikuwa deputy governor wa ule jamaa wa
Mvuria.
Waiguru ataangushwa na petition, amefrig vibaya sana. Ataonana na ule ule deputy wa Girishi, unajua ule.
Girishi is not easy. I think she's a fighter. So
and there were a lot of frauds, and then she has that lawyer called Ndegwa who is a running mate. That will be fire.
Okay, yeah. So how many governors are we having Stone PK? Azimio governors
Azimio, I think we have 24.
There was 24 actually.
24 yeah. Senators, we have 23, but we have taken the National Assembly. We are going to have a speaker and a deputy speaker.
That's why Baba should be the president. He has the people.
If nothing made you happy today, just know that the next National Assembly speaker will be from Azimia, and the deputy speaker, and the majority leader,
Senator, tuna hope ya kuongezea Senate.
Hiyo Senate itakuwa ngumu kidogo, lakini tunaweza kamarende pale kwa National Assembly asukumi agenda ya Baba.
Okay, na kwa nini tunasema tuko na governors 24? Ni kama wameisha, no hope.
24, that means we have like 24, the other side has 23, so we have an upper hand on that also.
So okay, so it's like, but MPs we are not done.
MPs we are good. MPs we are good.
MPs we are to the tune of, I think, 130. There was a time I counted.
It was 143,
I think.
143.
143.
Yes.
Declared.
It would be nice. It would be nice
Josh,
to get the
hii ni open session. Wacha mambo ya mkono. Hii ni open. Tumemaliza show. Sema tu ile kitu unataka kusema.
Nasema governors bado tuko down. Because bado Kakamega and Mombasa is not done.
Wachana na hiyo. Wachana na hiyo hata usiongee. Wachana na
hiyo itakuwa ni za ziada hizo.
So Makiadi, you are counting 24 without counting Kakamega and Mombasa.
I think Kakamega and Mombasa will give us 25, if I'm not wrong. I think we have 23.
And Marende will go up, yeah.
We have
26. We have 26. So the other team must be having fewer because governors are how many? 47.
Do we have an independent governor?
No.
Yes, Mwangaza, Meru.
Oh yeah, Mwangaza.
Oh, Meru, yeah.
Hivyo wale wengine wako na kitu kama 20.
That is a lady bwana.
Hata Julia umenikumbusha. Meru
ni moto ya kuotea mbali huyo mama.
Mama ameangusha Kiraitu na ule jamaa kupatikana.
Huyo mama ni
But you know, the problem with Kiraitu was not serious. He kept, waffling here and here. Kiraitu did not take a stand for a very long time.
Ali flip flop sana.
Yeah.
And you know, he later became rude, you know, akasema bembelezi watu. You know, he calls himself crocodile. So
hata Machakos, it's Kamba ladies. The governor, the Wavinya, even Kamba, they are having Kamba ladies. I think the only the only major tribe ambayo haijakuwa courageous kuchoose a women governor, Makiadi should tell us why. I mean, next time we need ule mwanamke anaitwaje? There is a lady huko wa ODM ambaye
Bilia Bell.
Iko ule mwanamke mkali sana.
Unajua mimi
Sally Kosgei.
Unajua mimi natoka Kongo. Sasa mnataka niende nilete mtu Bilia Bell asimame governor.
Hapana, acha hiyo Kongo yako. Ule Subeda anaitwaje? There is a lady anakuanga mkali kule Kakamega. Mnaitaje? That should be your next governor kule pia.
Hiyo sijasikia bana. Hiyo sijasikia. Lakini tumefanya vizuri. I think tuko na 143 Julia, 143 MPs.
So, point of correction, I think it's 147 versus 143. So
No. Kenya kwanza itafikisha hiyo. No. Ukisema 147 versus
143.
No, that's 290. You must add nominated. Oh yeah, you're right. That should be constituency. But I don't think wamefikisha hivyo. We have independence, We have independence also.
Yeah,
so
we can add more.
We can add independence on our side. That one, as long as
Taveta is independent.
Who?
Taveta. There's a guy called Mwadime.
Oh, Mwadime, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, so we are good. Hii serikali tulikuwa tumechukua lakini ni IBC na leta kisani hapa mbele.
So we have control over the parliament, we have control over the governors, and Senate kuna independent Senate.
Independent, no. They are trying to label Okiya Omtata as independent lakini yako allied to Azimio.
Because we need to do something about that Senate. We need to do something about that Senate.
The Senate imetutoroka. Senate imetutoroka unless sasa mlipe Khalwale pesa mingi ya kuja pande yetu.
And you know, that's what happened last time when we were, you remember how we chose Marende to be our speaker. Watu walituokoa ni Waluya because we trapped Luyas, you know. So Khalwale ana option. He has to work with Azimio.
And some MPs from Mount Kenya region. Nasikia Josh alisema ati wameshtuka ati kuna people came out to vote for Baba. By the way, I saw Kirinyaga Baba had that 7,000 and he used to get like 1,000 or something, right, Josh? I think that's me. I'm not complaining about Mount Kenya region. And
Mount Kenya performed very well in Mount Kenya. I must say that we performed very well. I think even Kiambu we had over 100 and something thousand votes.
Yeah.
We performed very well. The only thing we didn't do very well is because Bungoma, and that's I will talk about Bungoma some other time because I think those were not real votes.
Me too. I don't trust those votes.
Bungoma hizo vitu zimepitia kwa fence kutoka kwa ule jamaa mwingine. Sitaki kusemekana naendeleza propaganda lakini hizo vitu hakuna mahali zime.
Okay, Father Danny Darius, I don't know. Daudi angalia comment ya Danny Darius anasema KKA has 113 MPs. Are we done with declaring all MPs? Are we done?
No, they are 143. They are not 113. Walipita hapo kitambo, my friend.
No, if you say 143, then we might be having 147. Yeah, it's still a majority anyway. Because there's supposed to be 290 constituencies.
So we
but
need
I don't
to
think Alex Danny
ourselves.
wamefika 143, Alex. I don't think so.
I'm a 134, something like
130, exactly. 130 something.
134. I mean,
now over 10 MPs extra.
We need to congratulate ourselves, right?
No. Hatutapiga makofi. Iko ile kubwa ndio imebaki.
We will go on a cleaning business in Mount Kenya.
Hiyo kisu kubwa tumebakisha, hiyo Uhuru anasemaga nayo, tukishika hiyo, all these other things ni kusafisha. That is the only target sasa.
Yes, and our target will be Mount Kenya region. We got to do something. Alex, Makiadi, Daudi, Josh.
Wewe tulikupatia kazi ya kuleta Mount Kenya ukashindwa Julia. Sasa
no, hakushindwa. Let's actually
Actually, let me be very honest. There were two women who are very courageous here and consistent. For the past 5 months, it hasn't been easy, and that was Julia, and somehow our younger sister Shiko. But
yeah.
Julia was here constantly. Julia did more job than Sabina Chege. The people who are listening to us on a daily basis, imagine on a daily basis, we have like 10,000 viewers or more. And Julia participated here on giving our people from Mount Kenya hope. And we must congratulate her. She was more than a Sabina Chege. Usimwambie ati alishindwa kazi yake. Makiadi, wewe ndio ulishindwa kazi yako. Khalwale amechukua kiti.
I can confirm that the train was bad. Julia.
Yes.
The terrain was bad.
Yeah, the terrain was bad. My cousins, half of my cousins changed, Alex. Half of my cousins, at the end of the day, they were with
Thank
me.
you. Yeah,
Julia, you did a good job.
You did a good job.
Mmefanya akina Njoch, nilikuwa nawaona huko mnaongea na watu huko kwa hiyo channel ingine. You did a good job. We appreciate your effort. Ni vile tu hatuwezi walipa, lakini mtalipwa na Maulana. You did a good job. You are good soldiers.
Today my cousins were asking themselves, sasa nyinyi vile serikali inaenda na mmechagua Tugege kutakuaje? They were now going back to ask themselves, what next? Because they are saying that the MPs are so shy and so timid in parliament, and the serikali wanaona ikienda kutakuaje sasa?
Lakini let me ask, muliona ile clip ya Kioni na hawa MPs walipoteza? You guys saw that clip?
I saw it. It was annoying. I didn't want to listen to Kioni. I was wondering what is he talking about.
No, it's good to listen to that, to him.
It was good, actually.
And it's good to face reality, because it is one of the most unfortunate things. We may want to say, oh, things went well and all that, but it is a tragedy. A tragedy in the sense that, what is it really that Mulima doesn't like about Raila government? You know, as much as we want to talk, oh, we had 20% and all that, but that hate, really, and
PK,
then
PK.
Yes,
I think we are past that right now. Wacha
Yeah,
tushike
PK, if you listen, one of the most soberest interview from the mountain was Kabando wa Kabando. You could see that there was something inside him. He did not give us everything from his heart.
Yeah.
But Kabando wa Kabando was more factual and more cogent this time, by saying that the mistake that was made in 2013 and 2017 has come back to haunt us, and we must do everything. And what I liked about Kioni looked beyond today and said, the kind of leaders this guy has given us, we don't have a future. You ought to have listened Kioni carefully. Kioni was looking far.
Very far, yes.
Kioni was not looking now. Kioni was looking that if we go today, where is Mount Kenya? And then he said, what has been done to us? We must go and dichotomize and get the root cause of it and heal it right away. It may have sounded like he was crying, but I can understand as a leader, when you realize that the people who have taken over are Ninacoms. I think the only thing you can do is to say the truth. And you should go back and listen to Kioni. In fact, you may even like what he said, now that I've told you.
Yeah, I think now that will be another debate that we will have here one day. What I want to say is this. I have also realized that most women ran from the women representative seat to parliament, the other, constituency seats. So we might also have a discussion if women can have a fair playing field. That's why we have like 7 governors right now, and so many women have been elected. They have fought a good fight. We should be asking ourselves, do we really need to have the women rep seat? Because most people think it's not. Most women have fought for themselves and won. So should we really have these MPs from every constituency having a women rep that is also facilitated with an office. That's a
It
good
is-
discussion.
It is these seats that have inspired them to go for whatever. It is the starting point. It is that seat, the affirmative way, that has jump-started them to where they are. And on top of that, women are always extremely capable. They don't need to be told about level playing ground. What they need is resources, just like men. Yeah.
Resources and security.
Yeah, this Kawera in Meru, I know her personally. She's rich. It is resources that has catapulted her there because she has projects, programs that she funds directly. Wherever she gets her money, we don't know. And that is what has endeared her. She is in Mashinani supporting women projects left, right, and center. So with the resources, women can go even further than men. Because one, women really are not very corrupt. If you give them 2 million, they do wonders with it. You give a kimwanaume 2 million, inapotea.
I wish you could not have said your last statement because one of the most unfortunate thing is the one woman that we had forgiven from NYS ended up buying. Let me not even finish.
No, that's that is one isolated case, my Nani, Alex.
Unfortunately, she's a reference.
woman.
She's a reference.
She's a.
Well, for me, I even don't
No,
take
what
her.
I was trying to say, Stone PK, was this: the women that have taken leadership, they must be very serious so that they can set that trajectory. Because if you make the same mistake that Waiguru has made, okay, now I think it will be a total sham for women in the future. They must go beyond what Waiguru has done. And I think this lady that died in Bomet, I think she started very well.
Joyce Laboso.
Laboso, though she died in office, when she was the deputy speaker, she set a precedent and she became a governor, and I think she set a bar very well. Mama Ngilu, I think, did the best governorship as a woman. I wish the politics of Ukambani could not have overtaken her, but I think she also understands politics, and she said, okay, that's enough. Now we have a bar that I think women should look, not Waiguru, it's Mama Ngilu. They should do better than Mama Ngilu, not Waiguru. So we have a good bar, and we have the worst bar, and you can imagine.
Waiguru is us who look upon her. Nobody looks at Waiguru as a mirror because Waiguru was put in money. You know, Waiguru never worked hard for those positions. Aliwekwa huko tu juu ya relations zake.
We are looking at women governors and how they are doing and how the future of those women,
she's a mess.
Her performance may affect
Very
the
poor.
future.
Yeah.
Another thing, Alex,
terrible.
Another thing, Alex, I would like to say that we've been here talking about Ruto and corruption and Gachagwas and Didi Nyoros. So I think now what Raila should do going forward is hold his MPs, the governors, the senators accountable. Like, we want to see a difference. We want to communicate with actions. We want to say this. We persuaded you not to vote for corrupt leaders. See what is happening. You know, we want to say, look at our counties. I'm not talking about discrimination of any county, but I'm saying because we are in the era of devolution, let us see a difference of people with integrity against people without integrity. Let us see the difference. Let Kenyans now look and see, hey, na kweli walituambia tuachane na fulani. You see, we want Kenyans to look at that and see. So I hope that they're coming forward, Baba and Mother, because I really believe they are forming the next government. They are going to hold their governors accountable. Yani unaitwa unaulizwa. I taught in a school, and I think teachers in Kenya will not like it when I say this. I taught in a school where the board of management would call the teachers after KCSE, and you explain your KCSE results. Na wanakuongelesha, they are saying like they're saying something pride, lakini nakwambia Bwana Alex, tunaona mwaka jana ulikuwa na mean score ya 8 na mwaka huu tunaona mean score yako imekuwa 7. Bwana Alex, is there something that you would like us to help you with? But you see, if you are the only one called by the board, it is embarrassing, Alex. You see, it's very embarrassing that you are the only teacher who was called by the board that year. It's very embarrassing. So the board held the teachers accountable. So I think now going forward, it is not just becoming an Azimio governor. We need you to produce results. We don't want to see those kind of hospitals. We don't want to hear you didn't pay your doctors, your nurses. We do not want to see what is happening in your county. We don't want to hear that your man was misappropriated. We are an Azimio government. These are our expectations. That is what I think Raila should do going forward, so that after 5 years, you can see and can look and see walituambia they warned us and we messed ourselves. That's what I'm thinking.
Haya, asante Julia, na kwa hayo machache ninaona ni kama tutasema alamsiki. Wale watu wako na wasiwasi na Nairobi, msijali, tuko na MCS wa kutosha. Sakaja kama hata amechaguliwa leo, tutakutania mbele. So guys and lady, have yourself a beautiful night. Those who ambao mko Kenya, mchana mzuri, tutakutana majaliwa. Asanteni.
Inshallah.